Author's note removed per content policy. 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 Nanda University. Freshman registration for the new semester. Leahy stretched his back, dragging a urea bag full of clothes with one hand and carrying a wash basin and a bucket with the other. After picking up the dormitory key and other items, he beamed. I finally made it to Nanda. From now on, no matter how far the old man can't control me anymore. If you're so happy, then you're paying for tonight's barbecue and beer and then internet cafe gaming, right? Wang Hao's sly voice came from behind Leahy as he dragged a Stanley bag and carried a bucket and wash basin. Leahy turned back, flipped Wang Hao the bird, and headed towards the dormitory with his backpack and urea bag. Leahy had secretly changed his college entrance exam choices to escape his father's control over his life, running off to Nanda. And Wang Hao. This guy had been inseparable from Leahy since childhood, whether fighting or getting into trouble. Where there was Leahy, there was Wang Hao. In short, when these two got together, it was bound to be chaos. So when Leahy ran off to Nanda, Wang Hao insisted on following. As Wang Hao put it, the twin stars of destruction, missing one just won't do. Finally free from the oppressive environment where his parents always said it was for his own good, the air of Nanda was filled with freedom. Leahy took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, feeling relaxed and joyful. Help! Help! A terrified male voice interrupted Leahy's pleasant moment. Leahy and Wang Hao followed the sound and saw a hot-bodied girl pouncing on a male student. Despite the boy's desperate struggle, the girl passionately lowered her head to his neck. Leahy and Wang Hao watched in shock. The boy struggled desperately while the girl frenziedly attacked him. Leahy was stunned. Are girls these days so desperate? Is she really forcing herself on a guy in the campus path? Boys must protect themselves out there. Wow. So exciting, so perverted. I love it. Wang Hao dropped his Stanley bag and shouted at the girl who was attacking the boy. Let that boy go, come at me instead. Watching Wang Hao's sleazy look, Leahy stepped aside to keep his distance. How could he be brothers with this pervert for over a decade? Wang Hao rushed over in 3 steps, came behind the girl, patted her shoulder. Beautiful, how about? You try bullying me. I'm a good boy, I usually don't resist. The girl who had her head buried in the boy's neck suddenly turned around. Her face was grayish-green with bulging veins. This appearance was nothing like a beauty, it was even scarier than a female ghost. And the boy? His eyes were filled with terror, his throat torn, unable to speak, but the extreme fear in his eyes was clearly visible to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was frozen by the horrifying scene, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The girl, her face covered in blood, let out a creepy roar and lunged at Wang Hao. Holy shit. Go to hell. At the critical moment, Wang Hao cursed and kicked the girl in the face. Without any mercy, the kick sent the girl staggering backward and falling. What the hell, are you playing some scary cosplay? Don't you know fear can kill? Confronted by the bloody and horrifying scene, Wang Hao's first instinct was that this reckless couple was playing a terrifying cosplay. The girl fell flat on her face, struggled to get up, and let out a terrifying roar. Arr. Perhaps because she was kicked, she got up and screamed, then lunged at Wang Hao. Wang Hao thought she was still not giving up, so he raised his foot to kick again. But this time he missed and was knocked to the ground. Once pinned down, Wang Hao realized the girl's strength was terrifying, and like a maniac, she grabbed his shoulders and opened her mouth wide to bite his face. The huge mouth was so closed, the teeth glinting coldly, looking incredibly sharp. And between the teeth, there were still remnants of meat shreds. Wang Hao stared at the shreds, quite surprised. Are cosplay props this realistic now? Wang Hao muttered. Seeing the girl frenziedly pounce on Wang Hao and open her mouth to bite, Leahy rushed forward to pull the girl off Wang Hao. But the girl's strength was enormous. Leahy, over 1.8 meters tall, couldn't even match half of her strength. Not only did he fail to pull her away, but he was also knocked to the ground by the girl. Leahy fell hard on his butt, and his hand accidentally touched the motionless boy on the ground. He glanced sideways. The boy's throat wound was gruesome, and Leahy's heart sank. Could this blood be real? Then this girl. Leahy got up and lunged at her, pressing her from behind, trapping her against Wang Hao. The girl's head was pressed against Wang Hao's chest, and she tried to bite the button of his shirt, gnawing fiercely, letting out a low roar. Wang Hao grabbed the girl's hands, his chest crushed, and breathless, his voice muffled. Old he, this crazy bitch is losing it. Are you losing it too? You're crushing me, knock her out. Leahy ignored Wang Hao, instead raising his bloodstained hand and rubbing it vigorously on the girl's face. He looked closely. The girl's makeup didn't smudge. Leahy wrapped his arm tightly around the girl's head, restraining her, and asked Wang Hao, you call this cosplay? Before Wang Hao could answer, screams erupted around them. Ah, help. Someone's dead. Biting to death. Leahy looked up and looked around, seeing raving people biting people everywhere on the campus path. Males and females, all with grayish-green skin, bulging veins, and eyes protruding so much they seemed ready to fall out. What shocked Leahy, making his eyes widen, was a raving student biting another student. The scene was horrifying. The bloody sight stunned Leahy. He looked at the other raving people, all chasing and biting, screams everywhere, as if this was not a campus, but a hell. A word exploded in Leahy's mind. Zombies. Leahy got goosebumps. After realizing, he tightened his grip on the girl's head, struggling to pull her off Wang Hao. How's he don't get bitten? Also don't get scratched. Hold her hands. Wang Hao still didn't understand what was happening, but Li Yi's expression was extremely serious, so he didn't dare to joke. He tightly grasped the girl's grayish-green hand and slowly got up from the ground. Li Yi firmly locked the female zombie's head in a grip while Wang Hao held her hands tightly. The female zombie was extremely strong, thrashing wildly, and both Li Yi and Wang Hao were struggling to contain her. But if they let go and she broke free, they would likely end up lying dead on the ground like that male student. Or worse, they might become zombies too. The female zombie let out a guttural roar, thrashing wildly. Li Yi's grip was weakening, and she was about to break free. Just then the male student lying on the ground stirred. He suddenly opened his eyes, bulging veins popping on his face, skin turning an ashen gray. Wang Hao caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and was so startled, he nearly lost his grip on the female zombie. Damn, that guy caught rabies from that crazy woman. Wait. His throat is torn open, how can he still? Meeting Wang Hao's shocked and bewildered gaze, Li Yi gave the female zombie a sharp knock on the head. You might as well think worse. Like he's obviously a zombie, okay? What? Zombies right at the start of the semester? Is this a joke? Wang Hao couldn't believe it, but the raving female student looked exactly like the zombies in the movies he had seen. He felt his mind go blank, his reason shattered. The female zombie was about to break free, and in the distance, several more zombies were shambling toward them. The male student with the torn throat could jump up at any moment and join the female zombie in a 2-on-1 attack. Old he, what do we do? Wang Hao swallowed, trying to suppress his panic. Li Yi's eyes hardened, a fierce, killing intent rising. Kill her and run. Wang Hao was stunned, his eyes complex as he looked at the raving female zombie, trying to confirm that she was completely devoid of humanity. What if she's not a zombie? We'd go to jail. Jail means we're still alive. Getting bitten to death is useless. Li Yi's words were blunt, but true. Wang Hao's eyes hardened, and he nodded firmly. They exchanged a glance and began to count in unison, 3, 2, 1. Go. Li Yi's eyes turned ruthless. He gripped the female zombie's head and twisted with all his strength. A crack of bone snapping, and her head flopped limply onto her chest, unable to lift. At the same time, Wang Hao, gripping the female zombie's hands, twisted them behind her back with a brutal jerk. Another crack. Then came a horrifying sight that made both Li Yi and Wang Hao break out in cold sweat. Nearby students who had been hiding and fleeing screamed in terror. The female zombie's head hung limp on her chest, her mouth opening and closing, emitting a creepy grinding sound. Her hands were twisted behind her, but she still lunged at them relentlessly. Li Yi kicked her away, then rushed to the side, grabbing a stainless steel wash basin in one hand and a metal bucket in the other. He raised the wash basin and slammed it hard onto the head of another zombie that was charging at him. Bang! The stainless steel wash basin was dented into the shape of the zombie's face. A fat zombie bloated like a sea creature charged at Wang Hao. Startled, Wang Hao grabbed Li Yi's urea bag and hurled it at the zombie. Grabbing the bucket and wash basin, they covered each other, bashing the heads of approaching zombies with clanging sounds, gradually retreating toward the dormitory building. The path was strewn with bloody scenes of biting and tearing. Though the two were usually tough fighters, they were still just ordinary students. Such a horrifying sight made their scalps tingle, and they felt nauseous fear coiling in their hearts. Li Yi had twisted the female zombie's head off, yet she still moved to attack them. Now Wang Hao had no choice but to believe. A zombie outbreak had erupted on the Southern University campus without any warning so suddenly. Li Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart. If the campus was this crazy, what about outside? Lost in thought, they ran toward the dormitory building, with scattered zombies lunging at them along the way. Whenever a zombie got close, they would bash it with the bucket and wash basin, or kick it away, trying to avoid close contact to prevent being scratched or bitten. As they neared the dormitory building, a male zombie suddenly lunged from a side path. What the hell, a zombie ambush? Li Yi was startled and swung the already dented wash basin with a loud clang. Wang Hao next to him swung the bucket repeatedly at the zombie's chest. Oh, help. I'm a normal person. A normal person. The zombie's head was clanging dizzy, and as it stumbled around a tree, it explained dizzily. Li Yi quickly pulled back his foot that was about to kick the man's groin, startled. You should have said you're friendly. Sorry, we thought you were a zombie. As they were speaking, they noticed over a dozen blood-soaked zombies charging at them from the side path. Alarmed, the two quickly grabbed the dazed man, who was still seeing stars, and dragged him forward, knocking over the zombies that came at them. The tragic guy was over 1.9 meters tall, being dragged by Li Yi and Wang Hao, who were shorter. His pants were torn, his feet scraped, and he grimaced in pain. Even worse, a particularly burly zombie was charging at them. Judging that the deformed wash basin and bucket were useless, Li Yi and Wang Hao silently coordinated, grabbed the tragic guy, and rammed him into the zombie. Thud! The tragic guy saw stars, his vision went black, and he was completely dazed. After knocking the zombie over, the two continued dragging the limp tragic guy and ran. His pants were badly torn, his feet scraped and bleeding. The pain brought the tragic guy back to his senses. He felt life was hopeless. Why don't you just kill me already? Li Yi and Wang Hao didn't answer him. Behind them, a dozen zombies were in hot pursuit, and more zombies lunged from the front. All their attention was on fighting off the zombies. They finally made it to the dormitory building, but the situation was not much better. There were dozens of zombies at the dormitory entrance. People who couldn't escape were being torn apart, crying and screaming for help. Help! Help! Which floor is our dorm? Wang Hao asked Li He. 401. Hearing that the previously hopeless tragic guy perked up. Dude, I'm in 401 too. We're roommates. Li He let go of the tragic guy, handed him the dented bucket, and said to Wang Hao, let's hide in the dorm first, see what's happening, and stall until rescue arrives. Li He and Wang Hao had been brawlers since childhood, boasting of being invincible throughout the school. But no matter how skilled in martial arts one might be, a kitchen knife could still prove fatal. Facing zombies devoid of pain, tireless in their attacks, it would be a lie to claim they were unafraid. Fortunately, both possessed strong mental fortitude. They not only avoided the paralysis of terror when confronting the zombies, but dared to strike back, a trait that already placed them above 90% of their schoolmates. An increasing number of zombies were converging on their position, sending chills down the three of their spines. Don't go to the boys' dormitory. Change course to the girls' dormitory. Li He swatted at the zombie while speaking. We have no idea what awaits us in the boys' dormitory. But a large, heavy individual who becomes a zombie would require tremendous effort to stab to death. Conversely, most females are smaller than their male counterparts, making female zombies slightly more manageable. Moreover, the girls' dormitory is certain to have more provisions, especially sweets. If we could scavenge chocolate and bread, all the better. Li He's reasoning was logical. Wang Hao and the hapless young man immediately changed direction and retreated toward the girls' dormitory building. The girls' dormitory stood about 15 meters behind the boys' dormitory. Yet that mere 15 meters felt interminably long to the trio. More and more zombies were heading their way. Against opponents who never tired, any sign of weakness meant certain death. Li He anxiously scanned their surroundings. His gaze fell upon a battered luggage bag beside a corpse whose face had been nearly obliterated by bites. Li He pointed at the bag. I'll bet 50 cents on spicy strips that there's a fruit knife inside. Wang Hao's iron basin had already been beaten into an unrecognizable shape, worse than scrap metal. Hearing Li He's words, he asked, are you suggesting we commit suicide? Stabbing the zombie's brain to disrupt its neural functions might give us a fighting chance, Li He explained, already moving toward the luggage bag. The hapless young man cowered behind Li He and Wang Hao, using them as living shields as he shuffled along in their wake. The three attracted more and more zombies. The bitten victims who had fallen lay still, only to slowly rise again as zombies and lunge at the panicked survivors. Li He and Wang Hao were both capable fighters, but relying on iron basins and buckets against the undead was extremely exhausting. By the time they reached the corpse, Wang Hao provided cover, while Li He rummaged through the bag. A zombie lunged forward, and Wang Hao raised his dented iron basin to strike, kicking out until his legs grew numb. Li He kicked away an attacking zombie, bent down, and picked up the bag to search through it. Toothpaste, toothbrush, hemorrhoid cream, tissues. Li He dug through a pile of useless items. When he pulled out a box of condoms, he hurled it straight at a zombie's face. As one zombie swatted Wang Hao's iron basin out of his hands, another pounced on him and drove him to the ground. He wrapped his legs tightly around the zombie's body, coiling his arms around its wrists like a snake, and braced his head against its chin, struggling desperately to hold on. The zombie thrashed wildly. Though restrained by Wang Hao, its strength remained terrifying. It flopped and bucked like a fish washed ashore, sending Wang Hao crashing against the concrete with bone-jarring impacts. Wang Hao cursed his bitter fate in his heart. His body remained locked around the zombie, but he felt as though his internal organs were being shattered by the constant pounding. The hapless young man fared even worse than Wang Hao. He hammered at a zombie with an iron bucket, only for the creature to seize the handle and fling him through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, wailing in agony. Wang Hao held the zombie at bay with all his might, but the creature showed no honor. It wouldn't engage in fair combat. A zombie missing its nose and mouth, exposing rows of grisly white teeth, bit down toward Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao flinched in terror and roared, "Lao He, I'm done for." Thwack! At the critical moment, Li He charged forward, shoved the zombie away from Wang Hao, grabbed the tangled hair of the creature Wang Hao was grappling, raised his sharp scissors, and plunged them into the zombie's eye socket. Arrrrrrrr. Blood sprayed everywhere. The zombie let out a muffled roar, froze, and collapsed onto Wang Hao's body. Li He spun around and delivered a sweeping kick that sent a zombie sneaking up from behind, flying through the air. It crashed into a tree 2 meters away. Now armed, Li He felt far more confident. Wielding scissors, he stabbed straight into the eye sockets of another charging zombie, killing it instantly. Watching Li He's prowess filled the hapless young man with awe. Grabbed by a zombie around the thigh, he pushed desperately against its head and cried out to Li He, "God, Li He, save me." Li He rushed over and drove the scissors into the zombie's eye socket with all his strength. Another zombie fell dead beneath the scissors. Li He turned to fend off incoming zombies, covering Wang Hao and the hapless young man as they got to their feet. The three pressed their backs against one another, forming a triangular defensive formation. "Hey, what's your name?" Li He asked the hapless young man. "Zhang Lang." "Cockroach." Li He and Wang Hao exclaimed in unison. The name shocked them even more than the zombie outbreak itself. Zhang Lang hurriedly explained, "Zhang. The Zhang from Zhangzi Lang. The Lang from High Lang ocean waves." As Lee he landed a right hook that staggered a zombie, he impaled it with the scissors in his left hand, dark blood spraying onto his clothes. Mouse, you and Brother Cockroach provide cover. I'll craft you two some proper zombie killing weapons. What the hell, I'm not a cockroach and neither is your whole family. Zhang Lang protested, willing to be called brother, but drawing the line at the name cockroach. Ignoring Zhang Lang's indignation, Lee he quickly sprinted toward a cluster of small trees outside the dormitory building. He snapped off two sturdy branches and used the sharp edge of his scissors to whittle one end into a point. Once the first spear was ready, Lee he immediately handed it to Wang Hao. Stabbed them. Wang Hao was already weaponless and exhausted from kicking and punching. Taking the sharpened branch, he immediately thrust it forward, aiming for the weakest point, the zombie's eye socket. Blood sprayed onto his face. He pressed his lips tight, terrified the zombie blood might splash into his mouth and infect him. Without pausing to wipe the blood away, Wang Hao wielded the branch and thrust at the zombies, covering Li He as he continued crafting weapons. Soon Li He finished sharpening a second branch and handed it to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang gripped the razor-sharp branch, his hands trembling. For extra precaution, Li He whittled several more pointed branches and tucked them at his waist as backups. Seeing Zhang Lang hesitate too long to strike, Li He really wanted to slap some sense into him. Either you stab the zombie to death or it bites you. Either way, we don't have time to save you. Though sharp, the scissors were shorter than the sturdy branches and risked being grabbed by zombies. Li He put away his scissors and switched to using the pointed branches to bludgeon zombie skulls. When a zombie lunged, the sharpened branch pierced straight into its eye socket. With a wet squelch, the branch burst through the eyeball and drove deep into the brain, almost piercing the back of the skull. The zombie dropped dead on the spot. Watching Zhang Lang's timid cowardice, Li He grew increasingly furious. Aren't you called Zhang Lang? Start acting like it. Move with some swagger. If you don't get going soon, we're leaving without you. Zhang Lang understood that if he were separated from the group, his pathetic fighting skills would surely get him killed. Gathering his courage, he muttered to himself, I'll swagger. I'll swagger. I'll swagger. He raised the branch and thrust it into the skull of a zombie wearing a dormitory guard uniform. Puffed. The branch pierced clean through the zombie's head. Thick black blood sprayed all over his face, sending him shivering. I killed a person. Li He clapped Zhang Lang heavily on the shoulder and comforted him. What you just did is nothing compared to what lies ahead. With that, he gripped his thick branch and prepared to advance toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Despite Zhang Lang's timidity, he was ruthless when it came to stabbing zombies. As a zombie lunged at him, he raised his branch and struck the angle slightly off as it pierced through the zombie's mouth, blowing its head apart in a spray of blood. Oh, how terrifying. After killing each zombie, Zhang Lang would utter some sarcastic remark, leaving Li He and Wang Hao utterly creeped out. Meeting someone as insufferable as Zhang Lang was a first for both of them. Armed with makeshift weapons, they managed to slay zombies more efficiently, and their pace of movement quickened. As they reached the dormitory entrance, Wang Hao stepped forward first. A female zombie with disheveled hair and half her face reduced to white bone suddenly lunged out from behind the door, a pungent smell of blood assaulting their nostrils. Despite being mentally prepared, Wang Hao was still startled. He raised his branch and stabbed toward the exposed eye socket. With a wet squelch, the female zombie's head lolled to the side as it went to meet marks. The first floor had few zombies, but numerous corpses. The most chilling sight was a girl being surrounded and torn apart by several female zombies, her body drenched in blood as heart-wrenching screams filled the air, leaving Li He and the others deeply disturbed. When zombies lunged at the three of them, they stood back to back, kicking and bashing in skulls with their branches. Two zombies lurked outside the dorm supervisor's office, occasionally ramming against the door. Through the window glass of the supervisor's room, they could see two dorm ants huddled together, trembling in fear. Though the three young men had barged in, the ants lacked the courage to drive them away, though their gazes were complicated. The three gradually made their way toward the stairwell, where several zombies were wandering about. The steps of the Nanjing University dormitory stairwell were unusually high. Being mindless, the zombies didn't understand the concept of lifting their feet to climb. Only a few pushed by their companions would stumble and scramble upward. Holy crap! Are the zombies holding a convention blocking the stairs? Zhang Lang, having grown bolder, began his sarcastic commentary upon seeing the zombies blocking the stairwell. The zombies blocking the stairwell immediately howled and lunged at the living beings. Stab them to death and run upstairs. Try to get to the highest floor possible. As Li He spoke, the branch in his hand had already been thrust out. Crack. The force was too powerful, and the branch snapped clean off inside the zombie's skull. Unfazed, Li He calmly pulled out a backup branch and stabbed toward another zombie. Soon corpses lay scattered haphazardly at their feet. Knowing that zombies couldn't climb stairs, they broke through a gap and rushed up the steps. Taking the lead, Li He thrust his branch at the zombies slowly crawling up the stairs. When they proved too troublesome, he simply kicked them, sending the undead tumbling down. The moment they set foot on the stairs, all three sprinted upward, their only thought to reach the highest floor and find a girls' dormitory to rest in. Wang Hao ran until he was gasping for breath, lamenting, I never imagined my first time storming a girl's dormitory would be for survival instead of chasing girls. What a joke. Leahy, running at the front without turning his head, retorted, you could date a female zombie. Have a romantic interlude between human and corpse. Get lost. Do you think I'd be into something so twisted? The three charged upward, pushing aside any zombie blocking the stairwell without hesitation. By the time they reached the 4th floor, they were completely exhausted. The constant fighting and desperate survival had drained them completely. Zhang Lang in particular had fallen far behind, lacking even the breath to call out for his companions to wait. Just as Li He at the front slowed his pace and stepped onto the 5th floor, he spotted a girl surrounded tightly by 3 to 5 zombies. The girl's face was pale as death, her beautiful eyes now filled with terror. In her hand, she clutched a fruit knife. As a zombie, missing an arm, lunged at her, she screamed, grabbed its hair, and stabbed the fruit knife into its skull 3 to 5 times. Before she could finish stabbing the one-armed zombie, another lunged at her, mouth wide open to bite. Ah! Help! Someone help me! The girl shrieked in panic, shoving aside the zombie she'd just killed, and thrust her fruit knife at the attacking undead. Thrust, thrust, thrust. The fruit knife pierced the zombie's right eye socket 3 times, each strike hitting the exact same spot. Help me, ah! The girl kicked away the zombie's grotesque face, pulled out the knife, and stabbed wildly into another zombie's eye socket. Blood splattered across her face, making her look even more ferocious than the undead. Oh, help! Someone please save me, I'm so scared. Help me! The girl screamed in terror while frantically stabbing at zombies with her fruit knife, each undead, receiving no fewer than 3 to 5 strikes, utterly destroyed. The girl's frantic actions left Li He and his companions utterly stunned. Li He opened his mouth and remarked, the ones who should be screaming for help are the zombies, right? The girl had killed all 5 zombies with just a fruit knife. She clutched the blood-soaked knife, her eyes filled with even greater fear. Noticing the dumbfounded trio, the girl gripped her fruit knife, tightly surveying the 3 men with a mix of terror and wariness. Shocked by the girl's terrifying skills, Li He worried about provoking her into a frenzy and attacking them. Using the gentlest tone of his life, he said, would you like to come with us? More people means more strength. We can stick together for warmth. This girl might be traumatized and a bit unhinged, but she was incredibly capable. Recruiting her would mean an extra pair of hands and more strength. The girl examined the bloodstains on their clothes and asked uncertainly, You're not zombies, are you? The girl shakily reached out and touched Li He's face. Confirming he had body heat and wasn't a zombie, she tearfully nodded. Where do we go? 6th floor. With 6 floors in total, he naturally wanted to reach the highest. My dorm room is room 603. The girl, trembling, retrieved her dorm key from her small shoulder bag. Perfect, let's take shelter in your room first. Li He grabbed a pink suitcase nearby and rushed toward the 6th floor. Sister, hurry up. Wang Hao called to the girl. Zhang Lang, annoyed at Wang Hao's neglect of him, cursed under his breath as he followed toward the 6th floor. The moment they stepped onto the 6th floor, all 4 froze in shock. The walls, floor, windows. Everywhere was splattered with blood. Multiple corpses lay on the ground along with scraps of flesh and severed limbs. Li He felt dazed, as if standing inside a horror house rather than the girls' dormitory of Nanjing University. He watched zombies roaring and lunging at the living. He watched girls being mauled by zombies, their faces filled with despair and terror. He watched blood-soaked girls desperately pounding on dorm room doors, begging those inside to open and let them escape the zombies. Li had anticipated the interior would be horrifically brutal, but actually seeing it still filled him with sorrow and despair. In the end, how many people in all of Nanjing University would survive? Zombies would not spare new prey just because their mouths were already chewing on human flesh. The moment Li He and the others set foot on the 6th floor, the zombies howled and lunged at them. Li He rammed the oncoming zombie with his pink suitcase, knocking it to the ground. With a spinning kick, he sent a zombie sneaking up from behind flying, then shoved his suitcase into another lunging zombie and knocked it down as well. The zombie Li He had kicked flew toward the terrified girl. Aya, help! She screamed in fright, raising her fruit knife and stabbing the zombie lunging at her 3 times in the forehead. Thud, thud, thud. Before the zombie could make a sound, the girl had already stabbed it to death with her fruit knife. Every time a zombie lunged at her, she would shriek in fear and stab it with the knife. Moreover, every zombie skull had to endure at least 3 stabs from the girl's knife. Zhang Lang stared in disbelief. Whoa, sister, 3 stabs. Li He took the lead. The girl in the middle screamed and stabbed at zombies while Wang Hao and Zhang Lang covered the rear. The 4 of them soon arrived in front of room 603. Ayo! Even through the dorm door, they could hear the zombie snarling inside. Zhang Lang said cheekily, Hey girl, your precious little bed has been taken over by a zombie. The girl's face turned pale with fear. Trembling, she took out her keys to open the door. Zhang Lang quickly snatched the keys away. Are you crazy? There's a zombie in there. Tears burst from her eyes. My sister is in the dorm room, she sobbed. Li He, who was still knocking zombies over with his suitcase, turned grim when he heard her words. The zombie snarling inside was most likely the girl's sister. How cruel it was to watch the person you loved most become a monster. Your sister might be gone. You need to look past it. Li He had never been good at comforting people. He still remembered trying to comfort his younger sister Li Luo half a year ago and getting chased down 3 streets for his trouble. Li He said to Zhang Lang, "Let her open the door. From the sound of it, there's only one zombie in there. We can handle it." Li He continued ramming zombies over with his suitcase, while Wang Hao gripped a tree branch tightly to shield the girl ready to strike first the moment the door opened. Click. The door to room 603 opened. The moment it did, a female zombie whose body had been gnawed all over until it resembled a honeycomb lunged at them, hair disheveled. Wang Hao yanked the girl aside and kicked the female zombie down. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he did not go over and stabbed the zombie dead. Even if it was a zombie, it was still the girl's sister. If he stabbed it to death, what if the girl, unable to bear the shock, went mad and gave him 3 stabs with that fruit knife? That would just be wonderful. Wah. The girl burst into loud sobs and rushed into the dorm. The female zombie that had been kicked down sat up and opened its mouth wide to bite her. "Sister," the girl wailed, grabbing the zombie by its long hair. With a pained look at it, she raised the fruit knife, tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry." As she finished speaking, the girl stabbed the fruit knife into the eye sockets of the zombie that had been her sister 3 times. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Lang and Wang Hao were completely dumbfounded. They had been prepared for the girl to cry until her heart broke and for themselves to have to ignore her desperate screams as they put her sister down by destroying its head. But all of this happened too suddenly. Though the girl looked utterly devastated, the hand holding the knife did not waver at all. Even if the zombie was her own sister, she still stabbed away without hesitation. What a madwoman. Li He knocked down a few zombies with his suitcase and slipped into room 603. Wang Hao slammed the door shut with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies slammed furiously against the dorm door, snarling with craving for human flesh. Li He and Wang Hao quickly joined forces, moving the wardrobe desks and chairs to block the door. The girl hugged her sister's corpse and wept miserably. The 3 men exchanged helpless glances, none of them knowing how to comfort her. Wang Hao swallowed hard, a little uneasy, and lowered his voice. "That woman is definitely psycho. When she gets ruthless, she'll even stab her own sister. We need to stay away from her." Zhang Lang clutched his chest and sidled over. Right. My poor little heart is terrified by her. It's still pounding away." Zhang Lang's shameless antics made Li He and Wang Hao's skin crawl. Wang Hao raised his hand to strike. "Damn it, try being a smart ass again and see what happens. Want me to throw you out to feed the zombies?" Zhang Lang took a step back and said awkwardly, "Just kidding. Why so serious? A man without a sense of humor will never get the ladies." "Shut up." Li He snapped irritably. The dorm was suddenly filled with nothing but the girls crying. Li He didn't know how to comfort the girl and was afraid that any attempt would only make her cry harder. Instead, he went to check the windows, making sure they were locked and that the bathroom window was shut tight. Outside, the zombies banged against the door for a while, then turned and lunged at other people. Having been pursued by zombies from the campus paths all the way here, they could finally catch their breath. They found a large bag of snacks in the dorm and, without standing on ceremony, helped themselves. Not knowing when rescue would arrive, Li He, just to be safe, filled the dorm's only bucket and a wash basin with water and even filled the mouthwash cup. There was a low-wattage electric kettle in the dorm, so Li He boiled a pot of water to keep in reserve and plugged in his phone to charge. The girl was still crying, but her sobs gradually quieted into silent tears as she held the corpse. Li He placed a bottle of Nutri-Express drink and an egg yolk pie beside her. "The dead cannot come back to life. Please accept my condolences." The girl said nothing, silently picking up the egg yolk pie and the drink to eat. Half an hour later, the girl stood up, took a bedsheet from the bed, and wrapped the body in it. "If it weren't for me insisting on going to the supermarket, I could have returned to the dorm with my sister. Maybe I could have stabbed the zombie that got her. Perhaps." Zhang Lang was eating bread, crumbs flying from his mouth as he spoke. "Sister knife, a life without regrets is incomplete." The girl said nothing more. Silently, she dragged the wrapped body to the balcony and closed the balcony door. The dorm fell into a momentary silence. "My name is Yi Ruiling. I'm a freshman," the girl said, breaking the silence. "I'm Wang Hao." He pointed at Li He. "My buddy Li He and I are also freshmen." Wang Hao then pointed at Zhang Lang. "This is Cockroach Bro. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's Zhang Lang, the Zhang from Zhang Lang Cockroach." "Bah. No, the Zhang from Zhejiang Paper." Li He silently picked up his phone and stood opening the balcony door to step outside. Looking down, he saw a swarming sea of wandering zombies below. Dense snarls mingled with shrill, desperate screams. After hesitating for a while, he dialed the number he had been extremely reluctant to contact. "Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment." He tried another number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment." Refusing to give up, he tried a third number and got the same polite reminder that made him want to curse. "Old man, he didn't block my number, did he?" Realizing that all 3 numbers had failed to connect, he felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Just as he was about to call his twin sister Li Luo, he heard frantic screaming outside the dorm, so miserable and shrill that it drowned out even the zombies snarling. Li hurried back in from the balcony and rushed to the window to observe what was going on outside. The shrill cries of terror drowned out the dense, guttural roars of the zombies. Li and the others could hear it all clearly through the doors and windows. No. Please don't be so cruel. I don't want to die. I don't want to be bitten to death by monsters. Their dorm had a large window beside the door facing the corridor, through which they could see the corridor, and a small part of the transom window above the dorm door. Leahy ran to the window, crouched down, and peeked out with just his eyes wanting to see what was happening. Through the window glass, Leahy's gaze fell on room 608 diagonally across the corridor. With 2 dorm windows in between, his view was obstructed. He could only make out several figures trembling and struggling to beg some people for mercy. The noise was so loud it attracted several zombies who slammed frantically against the dormitory door. Shut up. A female voice that made one want to reach out and slap her across the mouth rang out, being bait is your blessing. Keep running your mouth and I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the zombies. Several girls wailed in utter terror. No, I don't want to die. Whoa. Their terrified screams were stuffed into their mouths by a piece of rag, leaving them whimpering and unable to speak. Plucking up his courage, he slid the window open a tiny crack and put his head against the window to spy on the scene outside. His view improved a little. Through the window, he saw 8 or 9 girls in room 608 tied up with bedsheet strips that had been torn and knotted together. The girls' upper bodies were bound so tightly that their hands were completely immobile. Forget zombies. Even an ordinary person could beat them to death. Seeing this, he roughly understood what was going on. Someone wanted to escape from the dormitory building, to flee from the Nanda campus. But they had resorted to an extreme method, sacrificing others to save themselves. They were using innocent girls as food for the zombies to cover their own smooth escape. Leahy couldn't help recalling what his father, a man who had carried out countless extremely dangerous missions, had once said: when faced with death, once the evil of human nature is provoked, it often manifests to the extreme. Risking having his head bitten by zombies and being discovered by those villains, he pulled the window open a little more and poked half his head out. Apart from those girls weeping in misery, he could vaguely make out a few men and women. The men were thick with brute muscle. The women had faces that begged for a beating. In short, not good people. These bastards. Are their lives the only lives that matter, while others' lives are just food? Wang Hao, who had also crouched by the window to peek, was burning with rage. Those two with pig faces like fat lard heads. I know them, Zhang Lang said through clenched teeth as he pressed close to Li He. Those 2 bastards are from our town back home. One is Heing, the other He Wu. Their family runs a martial arts school. They've been local bullies since childhood. Many people in town have been bullied by them. They're simply inhuman. As Zhang Lang spoke, he was clearly both furious and still shaken, presumably having been bullied by them quite a bit in the past. He pointed at the women who looked especially deserving of a beating. Those bitches aren't any better. They're sophomores. Relying on the backing of those fat pig brothers, they've bullied people plenty. Wang Hao clenched his fists until his knuckles cracked. Overlords. Once they run into me and Lao He, they'll turn into turtles. A zombie suddenly lunged out from one side, its reeking mouth wide open, biting at the 3 pressed against the window. It startled Zhang Lang into a shrill scream. Even though Wang Hao quickly reached out and covered Zhang Lang's mouth, it still drew the attention of those beasts in room 608. A huge fat face pressed against the window pane, staring at Li He and the others with a sinister cold gaze. Wang Hao grabbed Zhang Lang and pressed him to the ground. Brother Cockroach, you're nothing but a pest. I didn't mean to. It's all that damn zombie's fault for scaring me. Spare me, Brother Mouse. Li He met the fat pig man's sinister gaze without the slightest fear. Since they'd been found out, hiding would be pointless. Besides, they had made quite a racket before hiding in the dorm, so they had probably been noticed long ago. The fat pig hadn't expected Li He not to fear them, but to shoot back a look that said, I'm not someone to mess with. Get the hell away if you want to live. He instantly burned with rage. He glared at Li He and his fat pig lips moved. Li He read his lips. You're dead. Li He curled his mouth into a bright grin and gave the fat pig man a thumbs down. He turned, drew the curtain, and refused to look at the fat pig man's livid, fuming expression. After closing the curtain, Li He immediately grabbed Yi Rulin's sister's backpack and began stuffing food into it. Wang Hao, still holding Zhang Lang down, looked at him in bewilderment. Lao He, what are you doing? Pack your stuff now. We're getting ready to run. Wang Hao was even more confused. What? Those bastards want to escape from this campus full of zombies. They'll definitely need a lot of living people as shields for the zombies to gnaw on. There are only a few people in their dorm, which won't be enough. They'll definitely grab more people. The 4 of us have long been their targets. As he explained, he had already stuffed food into the backpack and unceremoniously opened Yi Rulin's sister's suitcase to rummage through it. You scared? Wang Hao looked at Li He in disbelief. He really didn't want to believe that Li He, that born troublemaker, could be cowed by a few pieces of garbage. Scared like hell I am. Li He fished out a pink scarf and tossed it to Zhang Lang. Macho man color. Suits you. Put it on. Zhang Lang stared at the pink scarf with a face full of question marks. Without looking up as he continued rummaging, he said, you're not good at fighting. Wrap yourself up as tightly as possible. Even if a zombie bites you, it's best if layers of clothing can block the bite. Still bewildered, Wang Hao asked, if you're not afraid, then why the hell are we running? Those dogs will attack soon. If they can't break the door, they'll break through the window and burst in. After all, they outnumber us, so there's bound to be a vicious fight. What I fear isn't their numbers. It's the zombies seizing the chance to strike while we're distracted. It's been a while since we made our way through the side path to the dorm, and there's still no news of rescue. I'm afraid no rescue is coming. We need to prepare ourselves mentally to escape from here. Before Li He could finish, Wang Hao had already released. Zhang Lang rushed to Li He's side and bent down to rummage through the clothes. Li He took a thin jacket from his own backpack and put it on. He took out wrist guards and knee pads, put them on, and also donned cut-resistant tactical gloves. He took out a box with a combination lock, opened it, and removed a spiked ring glove gun and brass knuckles, placing them in his jacket pocket. He casually tossed the box into the dormitory trash can. Having undergone brutal training under his parents since childhood, he had formed the habit of carrying his gear with him wherever he went. He couldn't help thinking of his younger sister Li Luo, who had reported for school in another city a few days before him. I wonder if that damn girl has been bitten to death by zombies yet. Li took out his water bottle, filled it with water, and put it in the side pocket of his backpack. Zhang Lang had already wrapped the scarf tightly around his neck. After hearing Li He's words, Zhang Lang also started rummaging through Yi Ruilin's sister's clothes. But he was too big. Holding his breath, he barely squeezed into the girl's clothes, but the moment he exhaled, the clothes burst open with a pop. He simply wrapped the clothes around his arms, making his arms look like Popeyes. Seeing Yi Ruilin standing there woodenly, Li, he urged her, "You should put on more layers too." Yi Ruilin took out her backpack, stuffed 2 pieces of clothing inside, filled a cup with water, and put it away, and then took from her sister's luggage a fruit knife identical to the one she had used to stab zombies. RRR. The zombies' roars suddenly grew intense. Li moved to the window to check and saw that the fat pig and his group had opened the dormitory door and were carrying weapons, smashing at the zombies closing in on them. A fierce glint flashed in Li He's eyes. "They're coming for us. If you want to live, you have to strike to kill. Remember, they're beasts. Don't show mercy to beasts." Outside the corridor, sounds of fighting and killing echoed. A girl bound tightly was dragged out from the dormitory. Led by the pig-headed brothers He Ying and He Wu, a group of 6 men and 3 women armed with baseball bats, machetes, and other weapons charged toward room 603, where Li He and the others were staying. Li He could tell they had come fully prepared. Even as zombies closed in around them, their eyes blazed with ferocity, swinging baseball bats viciously at the zombies' heads, beating them senseless. The sharply honed machetes stabbed into the zombies' heads. Anyone watching would think they were triad members engaged in a bloody gang fight. When surrounded by zombies, they ruthlessly shoved the bound girl toward them, using her as bait to distract the undead. MPH. The girl's face was contorted with agony and terror as zombies tore at her flesh. Her muffled cries were the only sound she could make. Seeing the pig-headed brothers advancing aggressively, Zhang Lang felt vulnerable, without a weapon, and began eyeing Yi Ruilin's fruit knife. "Knife, sister, could you lend me a fruit knife?" Yi Ruilin refused flatly. "No. My sisters and my fruit knives were given to us by our grandfather for self-defense. I don't lend them out." Zhang Lang's face fell. He wouldn't dare snatch it by force, fearing Yi Ruilin's retaliation. "God, I'm so scared," he pleaded to Li He with his usual pathetic act. He had watched Li He pull out knuckle dusters and spiked gauntlets from his backpack. If worse came to worse, knuckle dusters would boost his combat power. Li He glanced at him, surveyed the dorm room, and his gaze settled on an old desk. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick to the desk leg, shattering it instantly. Li He pried off the stainless steel leg and handed it to Zhang Lang. "Find a way to sharpen it. It's useful against zombies and people alike." The desk appeared weathered, yet it showed no signs of collapse until Li He's kick. Zhang Lang was utterly impressed. He took it and persistently asked Yi Ruilin to lend him her fruit knife to sharpen the tip. She glanced at him, took the steel leg, and sliced through it with one stroke. The leg was cleanly trimmed at an angle. Is this really just a fruit knife?" A smug smile spread across Yi Ruilin's face. "This is nothing. My cousin's machete is the real deal." Li He pried off the remaining 3 table legs and asked Yi Ruilin to sharpen them. Just as she finished, the gang of brutes arrived outside the dorm. Li He signaled everyone to stay calm and silent. He and Wang Hao positioned themselves on either side of the window, watching intently, waiting for their prey to come to them. Bang, 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 crash. The window glass shattered with a deafening crack as they broke through. A baseball bat thrust through to clear the broken glass. Li He and Wang Hao remained motionless, biding their time for the perfect moment. "Be careful, take a look first," a hoarse voice called from outside. A thoroughly punchable face peered through the window. Spotting Yi Ruilin standing by the bed and the nervous Zhang Lang, he grinned wickedly. "Hey there, you little vixen and pretty girl. Open up nicely and spare yourself some pain." Zhang Lang bristled at being called little vixen, but was too terrified to fight back. Yi Ruilin hurled a kettle at him, brandishing her fruit knife. "Set foot in room 603 and I'll stab you to death." He deflected the kettle with his bat, clearly furious. "Damn you, arrogant bitch. I'll show you what real suffering is." Cautiously, he poked his head halfway in to check for ambushes before entering. His head was grabbed before he could react and dragged through the window. Li He seized his hair, driving a gloved fist into his skull with a bone-crunching blow that left his face contorted in pain. "Oh!" The scream cut short as the punch connected. Li He's speed caught them off guard, and the thugs outside hadn't even processed losing one of their men. "Damn it, kill them all!" He Ying roared with fury. Wang Hao lunged from the window's edge, driving the sharpened table leg toward He Ying's pig-like face. He Ying reacted, swiftly blocking with a wrench while swinging his machete at Wang Hao's forehead. Wang Hao remained unmoved, catching the machete blade with his cut-resistant tactical gloves. His eyes hardened as he yanked it toward himself. Dragged off balance toward Wang Hao, He Ying stumbled. Li He rose and struck his greasy, bloated forehead with devastating force. Panicked, He Ying released the handle and tumbled backward into a teammate. Wang Hao seized the machete, grinning triumphantly. Thanks, Fatty, for the free machete. The pampered pig brothers had never suffered such humiliation. Enraged, He Wu thrashed the window with his bat. Kill them. Chop these bastards into pieces and feed them to the zombies. A skeletal woman was shoved through the window, nearly hitting Li He, who was preparing an ambush. He sidestepped, but the pig brothers seized the opening and vaulted inside. Wang Hao swung his machete, but was tackled to the ground, losing his grip. More attackers poured in from the window, slashing at Li He and his group. Li He would have been cautious around the numb, unfeeling zombies, but flesh-and-blood opponents held no fear for him. He showed no mercy, delivering a brutal kick to the bony vixen. She gasped, sharply broke into a cold sweat, unable to scream. Just writhed on the floor in agony. Li He struck He Wu's skull while shouting to Yi Ruilin, "Stab her." She looked at Zhang Lang, eyes wide with confusion, but she's not a zombie. Bring out that spirit of yours. 3 stabs. Zhang Lang urged, then startled. Wait, deal with this white-haired BTCH first. A white-streaked vixen swung her machete at Yi Ruilin's face. Her attack laced with jealousy over the girl's beauty and figure. Ah, help. Yi Ruilin instinctively screamed, raising her fruit knife. Clang. The machete struck it, leaving a notch in the blade. Shrieking, Yi Ruilin seized the white-haired woman's hair and stabbed her 3 times without hesitation. Blood splattered across her beautiful face as Zhang Lang watched in utter horror. Yi Ruilin was genuinely terrified, but she stabbed without hesitation. The white-haired cool girl didn't even have time to grunt before being stabbed 3 times in succession. She collapsed on the ground, her eyes rolling back, clearly on the verge of death. The white-haired girl lay beside the bone spirit girl, who had been kicked into a curled heap by Li He. The sight of it made the bone spirit girl unleash the most harrowing scream of her life. Ah! Gritting her teeth against the searing pain in her abdomen, she scrambled desperately away, terrified that Yi Ruilin would stab her to death. Yi Ruilin glanced at the blood-dripping fruit knife in her hand, then at the white-haired girl lying on the ground, barely breathing, and finally, at the bone spirit girl, who was scared out of her wits. I killed someone. Yi Ruilin's eyes betrayed a mixture of shock and fear. Zhang Lang couldn't suppress the terror in his heart. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he both adored and feared her neurotic unpredictability. They aren't human. They're monsters, even more terrifying than zombies. Yi Ruilin seemed to ponder this, her gaze drifting toward the utterly terrified bone spirit girl. The bone spirit girl went limp with fright, her trembling hands raised in desperate plea. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was forced to come here. I wouldn't even step on an ant. Before Yi Ruilin could decide whether to give the bone spirit girl a 3-stab service, the fat pig, He Ying, charged at her with a baseball bat. Yi Ruilin let out her signature shriek, but her fruit knife had already lashed out. But this time, she missed. He Ying's reaction was lightning fast. He dodged the knife with a swift tilt of his head and swung the baseball bat straight at Yi Ruilin. Help! Yi Ruilin shrieked, swiftly sidestepping to evade the blow. The moment she dodged, He Ying's blade turned toward Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang was utterly dumbfounded. He had always thought Yi Ruilin was nothing but a brainless, deranged girl, yet her reflexes proved astonishingly sharp. The baseball bat came crashing down. With no room to dodge, Zhang Lang raised his hands to shield his head, bracing for the fatal blow. At that critical moment, Li He swept in with a leg strike, sending a heavy kick that made He Ying grunt in pain and collapse to the ground. Li He executed a soaring dragon tail spin and kicked the dog that had leaped into the dormitory to ambush him, sending it tumbling out the window with a miserable yelp. He raised his foot and kicked at He Ying, who was sprawled on the floor. Although the fall had hurt, He Ying wasn't one to take a beating lying down. He rolled aside, evading Li He's kick. He scrambled to his feet in a panic and, still unsteady, swung the baseball bat at Li He. Li He narrowed his eyes and kicked the incoming bat. Crack! The solid wooden baseball bat exploded under Li He's kick, leaving He Ying's hands vibrating with numbness as he stared at Li He in disbelief. Li He looked down at the ashen-faced He Ying from above and said in a sinister tone, "Go down there and practice for a few decades. Once I descend, you'll have every chance to seek revenge." With that, Li He kicked him square in the forehead. He Ying's body jolted. Blood gushed out as if it cost nothing, then he collapsed limply, his fate unknown. Seeing this, He Wu, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Wang Hao, erupted with bulging veins, thrusting his machete at Li He. "I'll cut you to pieces." Before the blade could reach Li He, He Wu's back was slashed by Wang Hao. He Wu was a ruthless man, and with his fat brother possibly dead at Li He's hands, he gritted his teeth against the pain in his back, driven solely by the desire to kill Li He and avenge his brother. Li He paid the crazed He Wu no mind. His right hand shot out to seize the descending machete, while his left fist came crashing into He-Woo's forehead with brutal force. Terror surged in He-Woo's eyes. He began to regret trying to capture Li He and his group just because he had numbers on his side. He regretted it. But there was no antidote for regret in this world. Li He's punch was so vicious that once He-Woo fell he never got up again. The minor thugs had mostly been dealt with by Li He and Wang Hao. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman, seeing the tide turn, immediately scrambled out the window to flee. RRR. No sooner had they jumped out than zombies lurking by the window seized and began tearing into them. Heart-rending screams echoed from outside the window. Li He grabbed He-Woo, who lay slumped on the ground, and hurled him out the window. He naturally was also thrown out by Li He without mercy. The pig-fat brothers, still clinging to their last breaths, were thus surrounded and devoured by the zombies. The dormitory window was already shattered, and having feasted on the people outside, the zombies naturally wouldn't forget those still inside. Li He grabbed his backpack and urged, "While those zombies are busy gnawing on animal flesh, let's get the hell out of here." Together with Wang Hao, he heaved aside the cabinet blocking the dormitory door. As the door swung open, a female zombie whose face looked like it had been stomped on dozens of times lunged forward, blood-drenched jaws wide open. Li He landed a single punch that sent her spinning in circles before she wobbled and collapsed to the ground. Li He waved for Yi Ruolin and the others. "Charge. Head to 608 first." With that, he stepped over the zombie he'd knocked down at the dormitory entrance and bolted out. Wang Hao also trampled over the female zombie as he rushed towards 608. "Hey, what's in 608? Saving those poor girls." Li He punched aside a zombie blocking his path, its head snapping sideways, and replied, "I'm going to grab the food." Wang Hao stared blankly at Li He's retreating figure, his machete hacking the head of a zombie lunging at him. It didn't take him long to catch on to Li He's intention. The gang of scumbags were many, and since they'd managed to tie up so many girls, they must have hoarded a substantial amount of food. Li He was planning to loot the place, to pack up all the food inside. Yi Ruolin held a fruit knife in each hand. Reaching the door, she plunged both knives into the eye sockets of a zombie that had risen stab after stab 3 times. And so she continued her way, stabbing every zombie 3 times with her twin blades. Zhang Lang trailed right behind her, enjoying an easy time of it. When Li He reached the door of dorm 607, it suddenly swung open and a figure dashed out. The person wore a motorcycle helmet, was wrapped in a raincoat, and held a folding stool. Seeing Li He raise his fist and prepare to strike, the figure shouted nervously, "Friendly. I'm friendly, madman." Li He blinked, blurting out those 2 words. Given the get-up, Li He could hardly help but guess that this person had been scared into a nervous breakdown by the zombies. "This guy is even more unhinged than Yi Ruolin," Wang Hao muttered under his breath at the raincoat man. "What a messed up world this is." The raincoat man raised his folding stool and slammed it right into the face of a zombie lunging at him. Smack! The blow landed like a tennis shot, sending the zombie staggering back several steps before it lost its footing and crashed to the ground. The raincoat man pressed his advantage, furiously slapping zombies with the folding stool as he turned to call the dumbfounded Li He and the others, "Follow me quick." Holy crap, what a folding stool. Clutching a folding stool, the raincoat man sprinted at the vanguard without a shred of fear, carving the way ahead. When he reached the door of room 608, he waved his hand. "I'll hold the line here. Make it quick." He didn't have time to ponder what the raincoat man was scheming. He had to seize the window while most of the zombies were busy feasting on the scumbag gang. Pack up the food and bolt. He shot Wang Hao a look and plunged into room 608. Wang Hao took the hint instantly. Instead of following, he stood at the doorway with a machete in one hand and a branch in the other, killing zombies alongside the raincoat man. Yi Ruolin and Zhang Lang charged into the dormitory along with him. A petty thug had been left in room 608 to guard the girls. Through the window, he had witnessed his companions' gruesome deaths, and his nerve had long since shattered. The moment Li He burst in, the man dropped the pipe in his hand and fell to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Li He retrieved the pipe and tucked it behind his back, then bent down to scoop up a fallen portable flashlight and stuffed it into his bag. In the room, the girls, trussed up like glutinous rice dumplings and gagged, looked at Li He with pleading, whimpering eyes. He ignored them, sweeping his gaze across the dormitory and finally settling on a few backpacks stuffed to the brim. He unzipped them to reveal bread, chocolate, instant noodles, and other food. There was even a case of bottled water. He took 2 or 3 bottles and jammed them into his backpack, then told Zhang Lang and Yi Ruolin to pack in a few bottles as well. Li He picked up one backpack and pointed at another, much larger one. "Brother Cockroach, you carry this one." Zhang Lang glanced at the backpack in Li He's hand, much smaller than the one he had been given, and felt no displeasure. In fact, he was even tempted to take the last backpack as well. The more food we can carry, the better. Waste is a sin. Li He ignored him, picked up a lighter backpack, and handed it to Yi Ruolin. She took it in silence, a complicated look on her face as she regarded the girls whimpering for help. Idly, Li He picked up a small folding knife from the desk and sliced through the cloth bindings on the girls. Room 608 contained several machetes, baseball bats, and steel pipes. Li He handed the weapons to the terrified girls. Reluctance flickered through his eyes, but he gritted his teeth and instructed, "Be brave. The eye socket is their weak spot. Thrust at it. Fend for yourselves now." With that, he turned and left. It wasn't that his heart was hard, but fleeing across the Nanda University campus now teeming with zombies while dragging along a group of terror-stricken people was simply not realistic. If his foes were ordinary people, he could take them along. Yet against zombies, ferocious and tireless, whether he could even hold out himself was a different matter entirely. That was as far as his help could go. Whether those girls survived would be up to fate. Besides, all three of the old man's numbers were dead, which meant something enormous had happened. Both of Lee's parents were soldiers. His father Li Ping was perpetually tasked with highly dangerous missions. If the zombie outbreak wasn't limited to Nanda University, but had hit most provinces, or the entire country, then his parents were most likely in the middle of a mission at this very moment. Charging out of room 608, he tossed a backpack to Wang Hao. The zombies clustered around the window of room 603 had almost finished devouring the scumbag gang. Given their conspicuous numbers, several zombies had already turned and shambled toward them. Li passed a baseball bat and a machete to the raincoat man. Clutching the sharpened table leg, he charged out front. "Run, get out of the dorm first." The raincoat man hesitated for a beat, then traded his setup, folding stool in one hand, machete in the other, and rushed forward shoulder to shoulder, with Li fighting their way at the head. The group fought toward the stairwell. Zombies hurtled at them. Li's fist sent the undead reeling while the table leg in his other hand drove straight into eye sockets, felling them on the spot. The raincoat man mostly swatted zombies with his folding stool, each strike finding its mark and leaving the creature wobbling unsteadily. When time allowed, he would follow up with a machete thrust, sending the zombie off to bid farewell to this world for good. Zhang Lang, the least skilled and more timid than a mouse, hid behind Li He and the raincoat man. When an opening appeared, he would lunge out with his table leg and burst a zombie's head. He wasn't a much help, but he didn't hold them back either. Wang Hao, covering the rear, slashed and jabbed at zombies with a machete in one hand and a sharpened branch in the other. Yi Ruilin, as always, shrieked while frantically plunging her fruit knife into the zombies' eye sockets with wet, squelching thuds. The raincoat man's head thrummed with the noise of Yi Ruilin's screaming. He turned to tell her to shut up, but what he saw, Yi Ruilin wielding two knives, stabbing zombies in a frenzy, her face utterly deranged, gave him such a start that he let out a strangled gasp. The raincoat man swallowed hard, forcing back the words on the tip of his tongue, grateful that he hadn't yelled abuse a moment earlier. Otherwise, the person getting stabbed wouldn't have been just the zombies, but him. He deliberately kept his voice low as he complained to Li He, "Dude, this chick is seriously messed up in the head." Li He cast him a strange look, then silently turned away, killing zombies as he pressed toward the stairwell. Li He couldn't help but think the raincoat man wasn't entirely sound in the mind either. The frightened girls from room 608 watched Li He and the others move toward the stairwell. Suppressing their terror, they tightened their trembling hands on the weapons and rushed out of the dormitory behind them. With Li He and his companions carving a bloody path ahead, few zombies turned to attack the girls. Spurred on by their survival instinct, they conquered their inner fear and bravely raised their weapons, stabbing at the zombies' eye sockets. Li He and the others were too busy fleeing for their lives to notice the girls closing in behind them. Before long, they had fought their way to the stairwell. Several zombies wandered on the staircase, their bodies hunched and deformed. A few others were crawling upward on all fours with contorted, unnatural gaits. Li He loosened his joints, then kicked out, sending the zombie that had just climbed up tumbling back down the stairs. Once again, the raincoat man's folding stool showcased the elegance of a golf stroke. Gripping the stool by its leg board facing downward, he brought it down with a sharp smack onto a zombie's head. The zombie's features were knocked out of alignment, and it toppled backward, rolling down the stairs. Wang Hao meanwhile tore off his backpack and used it as a bludgeon, while kicking ruthlessly, knocking over zombies one after another. Oh dear. How terrifying. Once Zhang Lang no longer felt so scared, he began to act like a show-off, irritating the raincoat man so much that he longed to beat him to death with the stool. They descended from the 6th floor to the 5th floor stairwell landing, where the door was already in a state of ruin. Zombies clogging the stairwell hurled themselves at Li He and the others with snarling faces. Li He threw a left hook, snapping the zombie's head to one side, then slammed the table leg deep into the creature's eye socket. With a squelch, blood sprayed across his face and drenched his clothes. At that moment, he could somewhat understand why the raincoat man wore a motorcycle helmet and raincoat. It was perfect protective gear, a solid 10 out of 10. But then the raincoat man was caught off guard, slammed against the wall by a zombie, and a towering zombie lunged for his head. Clack! The zombie clamped its jaws around the helmet. Whether it hurt its teeth he didn't know, but his neck was safe. With not a shred of martial decency, the raincoat man drove his knee into the zombie's groin. The blow sent the zombie staggering backward, and the shrieking Yi Ruilin finished it off with 3 vicious stabs. Li He, for his part, preferred to shove zombies away with his feet whenever possible rather than waste time killing them one by one. Worried that a prolonged fight would drain everyone's stamina, he urged, "End this fast. Get out of the dormitory first. We'll worry about the rest later." From the 6th floor down to the 5th, the zombies on the stairwell landing were comparatively easier to dispatch. They could simply be kicked or punched over, sending them tumbling down the steps. But the corridor entrance was swarming with too many zombies to handle easily. Li He and the others had to fight their way through before they could descend further. After a grueling battle, they reached the 4th floor only to find the hallway again blocked by a wall of undead. Li He drew his watermelon knife, hacking and thrusting with one hand, while wailing on the zombies' skulls with a table leg pipe in the other. The corridor was so densely packed with zombies that the raincoat person's folding stool proved almost useless. With no alternative, he managed only clumsy stabs with the watermelon knife. His fighting skills paled in comparison to Li He and Wang Hao, though he was a step above Zhang Lang and Yi Ruilin. Coupled with the protection of his motorcycle helmet, the zombies found it difficult to land a bite. Yi Ruilin's fruit knife proved most effective in the cramped horde of zombies. Though she looked as though she might soil herself with fear at any moment, her hands never ceased their violent stabbing motion, driving the blade into zombie after zombie. The instant the bloodied blade was withdrawn, it immediately found its mark in another zombie. Her unhinged, frenzied demeanor sent shivers down Li He and the others' spines. An incredibly formidable teammate, and a deeply unsettling one. The group silently vowed amongst themselves better to cross paths with a petty villain than to stand beside Yi Ruilin. The group carved their way downward floor by floor with several girls close on their heels. Fortunately, Li He and the others had already killed or crippled most of the blocking zombies, sparing the girls from excessive exertion. He covered Li He's blind spots, dispatching the occasional straggler, which greatly eased the burden on their rear guard. By the time they reached the 2nd floor corridor entrance, only Li He and Wang Hao, both products of rigorous combat training, and the jittery Yi Ruilin still appeared relatively unscathed. The raincoat person's stainless steel folding stool was badly dented, his strength fading, the watermelon knife dulled from relentless use. Zhang Lang, usually carefree, was reduced to trembling limbs, yet forced to grimace through the fight. Brother He, if we keep this up, we'll be too drained to run, even after we escape the dorm. The zombies outside are on another level. Zhang Lang spoke with uncharacteristic seriousness. Li He drove the table leg pipe deep into a zombie's eye socket, his glove slick with brain matter and blood. Wiping his hands on the creature's clothes, he glanced sideways at Zhang Lang. Wanna let one bite you? If it mutates, I'll put you down. Saves you the suffering. Zhang Lang, can you even talk normally? Wang Hao discarded the broken branch and drew the table leg pipe from his back, continuing to impale zombies. Though drenched in sweat, and still enduring, a creeping dread stirred within him. Old He, once we're out of the dorm, can we really fight our way out of campus? Li He didn't answer. They needed morale now. Once that broke, they wouldn't escape, not just the university, but even the dorm building itself. They had already fought down to the 1st floor. Li He would not abandon hope now. Stay sharp, he roared. Unless you want to be bitten to death, keep stabbing. Getting out of this dorm is the first step to staying alive. The folding stool was badly deformed. Reluctantly, the raincoat person hurled it at the zombies. His motorcycle helmet was splattered with blood, impairing his vision. He simply removed the helmet, wielding it as a club against the zombies. The moment it came off, Li He and the others stole glances at the raincoat person's true appearance. Seeing the raincoat person's features, Wang Hao blurted, "What the hell? Are you male, female, or neither?" "Neither. How about I slice your balls off?" the raincoat person snapped angrily. It was no wonder Wang Hao was startled. Clad in a motorcycle helmet and raincoat, the raincoat person's build had been impossible to discern. With the helmet completely covering his face, his voice sounded muffled and androgynous, making it hard to tell if he was male or female. Li He and the others had assumed he was a man given his formidable combat skills. But once the helmet was removed, his unusually fair skin made him look more like a young woman. Wang Hao felt awkward and asked, "Mind introducing yourself?" "I'm Yang Xiaoran. Male. Fully man, a handsome sophomore from the computer science department." Li He and the others instinctively glanced at Yang Xiaoran's Adam's apple. There was one, and his voice did sound more masculine now. They tentatively accepted that he was indeed a man. "Wait. Why are you hiding in a girl's dorm? You're not here to peep, are you? Pervert. Or?" Zhang Lang, oblivious to Yang Xiaoran's darkening expression, kept rambling. "The hell are you talking about?" Yang Xiaoran lashed out, delivering a sharp slap that sent Zhang Lang stumbling off balance. "I'm the pervert for hiding in the girl's dorm. What about you guys? You're all perverts." Being a bully to the weak and coward before the strong, Zhang Lang didn't dare retaliate against Yang Xiaoran's volatile temper. Instead, he seethed curses under his breath. Li He kicked down 3 or 4 zombies in rapid succession, having no time for nonsense. Wielding the table leg pipe and watermelon knife, he carved through the horde. "Push through. Fight our way out of this dorm." By then, the 5 had fought down the stairs to the 1st floor. The scene below was horrifying. Blood sprayed everywhere, human limbs and revolting entrails scattered across the floor. Some corpses, unrecognizable from repeated trampling, lay in twisted heaps. The dorm supervisor's room door had been broken open long ago, the interior in disarray. The supervisor herself was nowhere to be seen. Alive or dead, no one knew. The zombies on the 1st floor were far more terrifying than those on other levels. It was clear each zombie had met a desperate, agonizing end. Wang Hao gripped his table leg pipe tightly and thrust it into a zombie's eye socket. I'd rather shoot myself than get torn apart like this. Tell me about it, Lee replied grimly. The moment the first-floor zombies caught the scent of living humans, they all shrieked and surged forward, jaws wide. Back to back, cover each other. Push out toward the campus parking lot. No sooner had Lee spoken than the group naturally formed a circle, backs pressed together, stabbing at the attacking zombies. For once, Zhang Lang wasn't acting cowardly. He bravely wielded the table leg pipe, thrusting furiously at zombies lunging at him. Yi Rualin maintained her terrified expression, yet it did nothing to slow her relentless dual-knife assault. With every swing, each zombie's eye socket took at least 3 stabs. Lee, why the parking lot? To drive? Yang Shaoran asked. Exactly. The parking lot isn't far. If we can reach a car and drive through the zombies, we'll conserve our strength. Lee's tone was heavy. Prepare yourselves. Outside the campus. It might be even worse. Even without Lee saying it, everyone had a good idea of the situation. A zombie outbreak this horrifying within the campus made it impossible that no one had called the police for help. The school administrators and staff would undoubtedly have made emergency calls as well. The fact that rescue had yet to arrive most likely meant the entire city of Nanshire was engulfed in the zombie crisis, leaving the government forces utterly overwhelmed. A wave of disorientation swept over the group. If the world beyond the campus was likewise teeming with the undead, where were they supposed to go? Fearing that their spirits might plummet and their will to fight would wither, Lee spoke up, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, the priority is to fight our way out of the school. At this moment, Yi Rualin surprisingly refrained from her usual shrieks. Instead, she wiped her blood and brain matter-stained fruit knife clean on Zhang Lang's clothes, then continued relentlessly plunging the blade into the zombies' heads. Having his beloved jacket used as a rag, Zhang Lang grumbled, sis blade, this shirt cost me $300. Yi Rualin, still stabbing away without mercy, exposed his little secret, it's a knockoff. Even the letters on the label are misspelled. Zhang Lang gnashed his teeth and swallowed his resentment. Once the danger was over, he swore he would go on Pinduoduo and leave a scathing review. Damn it all, even fakes these days weren't made with any professional pride. The 5 of them finally fought their way to the entrance of the dormitory building, only to be met with faces of utter despair. The gate was flooded with a seething mass of zombies. One look, and all hope seemed lost. Let's go all out. Worst case, I'll be reborn in 18 years as the mightiest hunk again. Wang Hao psyched himself up and delivered a vicious kick to the zombie blocking the door. Li He and Yang Shaoran flanked him, thrusting their weapons ferociously as they strove to carve a path out. Zhang Lang and Yi Rualin gritted their teeth and held the rear. As zombies closed in, they stabbed wildly. Oh, when stabbing wasn't enough, they kicked. When kicking wasn't enough, they lashed out with their fists. Through their desperate, united struggle, they finally managed. Wang Hao's foot stepped beyond the gate first. Then came Li He and Yang Shaoran, the group, still moving back to back as they edged out of the dormitory building. Just as Zhang Lang and Yi Rualin were about to retreat through the doorway, a band of 7 or 8 young women armed with weapons burst out from the stairwell. They were drenched in blood, their eyes filled with unspeakable terror, yet burning with a fierce determination to survive. They charged out from the stairwell and made straight for the dormitory entrance. With their added support, Yi Rualin and Zhang Lang felt the pressure ease considerably. After Li's group of 5 fought their way out of the dormitory, the young women followed close behind. It was then that Li noticed the girls as well. Seeing the bravery they displayed in their fight for survival, he remarked with admiration, you can never underestimate anyone. When a person's survival instinct erupts, who knows just how immense a force they can unleash. Li and his companions were instantly galvanized. Kill. They fought with savage determination, their weapons thrusting endlessly into the zombie horde while their feet kicked and stomped without pause. Zhang Lang kicked so hard that the soles of his shoes split apart. Every time he lifted his foot, the sole flopped open, revealing a pair of socks that smelled like salted fish. The scent of the living was drawing more zombies from all directions, converging on their position. Li noticed that elsewhere around them a few students and teachers were also fighting desperately to break free. Their clothes were stained crimson with blood, their eyes bloodshot, all for the sole purpose of carving out a slim chance of survival from the jaws of death. Li alternated kicks with both feet to shove back lunging zombies. Gripping a table leg in his left hand, he thrust it into the undead relentlessly, while his right hand reached into a small side pocket of his backpack and pulled out a whistle. Beep, 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 beep. Li blew the whistle with all his might, catching the attention of the living who were still fighting for their lives around him. After blowing the whistle, he yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse with effort, everyone stick together. Let's break out together. The people nearby had already noticed Li and his group the moment the whistle cut through the air. Despite the dense guttural roars of the zombies, they still heard Li's desperate shout. Almost at the same instant, every survivor began to converge toward Li's position. The nearest girls pushed forward with everything they had, straining to reach Li and his companions. Driven by sheer will to live, even those on the verge of collapse found a renewed spark of hope. One by one, they suppressed their exhaustion and terror, brandishing their weapons as they fought to close the distance toward Li's group. Among the girls, all but one, who was unfortunately tackled by a zombie, torn down and dragged away beyond rescue. managed to join forces with Li He and the others in time. The group stood back to back, supporting one another, their weapons thrusting furiously into the zombie horde. Soon more students fought their way to their side. With their numbers growing, their strength multiplied, and the ferocity of their assault against the undead became ever more formidable. Step by step, they pushed toward the other students, gradually moving in the direction of the campus parking lot. I have a question, though I'm not sure if I should ask. A bespectacled man with a scholarly air who looked like a teacher spoke while hacking at the zombies. Someone in the crowd shouted back without hesitation, "If you've got something to say, just spit it out." The bespectacled man looked somewhat embarrassed and forced a smile. When we reached the parking lot, without the car keys, how are we supposed to unlock the cars? And how do we start the engines? I'm a poor man and the only vehicle I own is an electric scooter. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The people who had banded together to fight for survival were almost all college students. Even if they owned cars, they wouldn't have been allowed to park them in the campus lot. So, how were they supposed to drive the cars? The group turned to Li He with complicated expressions. After all, he was the one who had suggested heading to the parking lot. Yang Xiaoran tightened his grip on his motorcycle helmet, suddenly suspecting that the truly unhinged one wasn't Yirulin. It was Li He. Ahem. Li He kicked aside a zombie and kept driving his weapon into the undead with an eerily calm demeanor. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The crowd, damn you. Li He, full of confidence, declared, "Don't worry. Even without the keys, I can open the car doors and start the engines. All you need to do is make sure someone here knows how to drive." Upon hearing this, everyone except Wang Hao cast strange sidelong glances and sized Li He up from head to toe. Li He could feel the weight of being regarded as a master thief. I never dabbled in any shady side hustles. I just picked up a few extra skills to make it easier to survive in the future. His old man's 18th birthday gift had been teaching him how to borrow a comrade's car without the keys. Zhang Lang said with a dead serious face, "Swear it. If you're talking out of your ass, may you suffer erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, infertility, and yet still be blessed with a house full of kids and grandkids. Holy crap. You're toxic." Li He cursed under his breath. "Fine, I swear. If I'm lying, I'll never get a girlfriend in my whole life." "No, that won't do," Zhang Lang countered mercilessly. "Who's to say you're not into guys?" "I'll be damned." Li He couldn't help but spew a string of colorful curses. Under the group's piercing sideways glares, he swore again, "If I'm spouting nonsense, may I never get a partner, male or female." With such a drastic oath laid down, the group decided to take him at his word for now. Wielding their weapons, they fought step by step toward the campus's open-air parking lot. Li He and his companions fought fiercely through hordes of zombies, recruiting students and teachers along the way to bolster their ranks. Finally, after covering each other in combat, they reached the parking lot. "I'll go hotwire the cars. Cover me. Don't rush. Wait until I've started enough vehicles for all of us to flee together, then we charge out as one. Those who can drive, stay ready. When the moment is right, sprint to the driver's seat and get it moving." With those words, Li He gripped his watermelon cleaver and metal tube, making his way toward the second row of parked cars. The parking lot held only a sparse scattering of zombies. Wang Hao, Yang Xiaoran, Yirulin, Zhang Lang, and a couple of students formed a protective perimeter around him as he attempted to steal, and more accurately start, vehicles. The rest of the group positioned themselves at the perimeter with weapons drawn, dispatching the zombies that closed in on them. Exhaustion showed on some faces, yet the will to survive drove them to endure, counting down to the moment they'd escape Nanjing University by car. Watching Li He pause beside a Mercedes hunched over working the locks, Yang Xiaoran voiced his doubts. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Li He ignored him, but Wang Hao wasn't having it. "Got a problem with it. Why don't you try it?" Yang Xiaoran fell silent. He'd never done this kind of work before. A click echoed through the air as Li He threw open the door and slid into the driver's seat, earning stunned stares from everyone watching. Within a minute, Yang Xiaoran and the others heard the engine roar to life. Li He had hotwired a car with astonishing speed. No sooner had he finished with the first car than he moved to a sports coupe, opening the door, starting the engine, all in one fluid motion. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, so stunned they nearly forgot to defend themselves against the zombies lunging at them. Such seamless efficiency. Had he really never done this before? An unspoken thought crossed everyone's minds: a true craftsman would never do menial work. The guttural snarl of a zombie snapped Zhang Lang back to reality, and he frantically drove his metal tube through its skull. "Brother Haozi, did Hushin really never do this kind of work?" he asked suspiciously, eyeing Wang Hao. "You two clearly had a division of labor. You kept watch while he got to work." Wang Hao stabbed through 3 more zombies in rapid succession, while Yirulin beside him kept screaming, the noise fracturing his temples and leaving him in a foul mood worse than ever. When Zhang Lang mentioned he and Li He were partners in car theft, Wang Hao's temper erupted completely. "Go die," he roared, delivering a fist that gifted Zhang Lang a fully developed black eye. Murder." Zhang Lang held one hand pressed to his throbbing eye while the other drove his metal tube straight into the approaching zombie's eye socket. His single-handed thrust lacked force. The blade only pierced the zombie's eye before stalling. The creature latched onto him, jaws opening wide. Before Zhang Lang could cry out, Yirulin screamed and drove her fruit knife into the zombie 3 times in rapid succession. Brain matter and blood splattered across his face, thick and foul, making Zhang Lang's stomach churn violently. Meanwhile, Li He continued working through the parking lot, starting more vehicles as increasing numbers of zombies converged on their position. The faculty and students defending the parking lot entrance felt the pressure acutely. Most were ordinary people without the rigorous training Li He's group had undergone. Their physical endurance simply inadequate for what lay ahead. By the time they'd fought this far, their strength was completely depleted. They clung to survival through sheer instinct alone. Now, with zombies growing increasingly numerous, exhaustion had set in across the group, and their thrusts lacked the force needed to kill effectively. Some failed to finish off the zombies with a single strike and were instead dragged down and torn apart. Their horrified screams broke those who lacked the nerve, some actually urinating in fear. The wails shattered those already on the brink of collapse. They could no longer bear the crushing weight of approaching death. One by one, people abandoned their posts and fled toward the parking lot, diving into the engines he had already started. Slamming the door shut, he didn't care about anything else. Hands shaking, he reversed out recklessly. When a zombie lunged at him, he stomped the accelerator to the floor and sent it flying. He drove forward, plowing through zombie after zombie toward the campus gate. When death bears down, people become selfish. That much was undeniable. Once someone broke ranks, others followed suit. More and more abandoned the fight, stopped covering Li He's position, and dropped any notion of escaping Nanjing University together. They turned and surged toward the idling cars, shoving each other to cram into the same vehicles. Once clear of the parking spots, they slammed the gas and barreled forward, crushing zombies as they fled. Chaos erupted in the parking lot. Terrified of being left behind to be torn apart, they fought over the cars, yanking passengers out when they couldn't squeeze in themselves. Those inside kicked and punched back. When that failed, one drove his blade into the attacker. "Go to hell, I'll kill you." He didn't die by zombie teeth. He was stabbed through the abdomen by his own companion instead. Blood poured freely as the sand of life's countdown began to fall in this environment where everyone feared for their own survival. Fear and desperation clawed at his chest as he gripped the car door with his last strength, sobbing and begging those inside. "I don't want to die, please save me. Take me with you." The car shot forward, throwing his weak body onto the pavement. Before he could recover, zombies closed in around him. His agonized screams became his final words. Meanwhile, driven by pure survival instinct, a student pressed half his body through the rolled-down window, desperately trying to climb inside. But the car was already overloaded. Facing death, most chose their own survival. No one offered him space. The car accelerated, plowing through zombies as the student's dangling legs were seized and pulled by the creatures outside. He screamed in terror for help from those inside, but they held him tight, refusing to let the zombies drag him away. The car sped ahead while two zombies each gripped a leg, dragging the student along. Zombies felt no pain. As their lower bodies were shredded and bloody, they clung to him mercilessly. One zombie succeeded in sinking its teeth into his leg, tearing away flesh and chewing. A heartbreaking wail escaped the man as his face contorted in agony. Those inside, terrified, he'd turn and attack them after being bitten, shoved him from the vehicle. He crashed to the ground hard. Before he could react, a zombie clamped its jaws around his throat, blood gushing as terror filled his eyes. Others, surrounded by zombies, couldn't escape despite flooring the accelerator. In their panic, they smashed into walls. The impact shattered the windshield, crumpled the front end, and forced the hood upward. The driver and front passenger lay unconscious, bleeding from head wounds, while those in the back desperately called out, begging them to drive away. But before they could rouse the unconscious occupants, zombies had closed in around the vehicle. "They've lost their minds. Completely gone mad." Li He muttered, his frustration turning to despair at their inability to stay composed. "Now we're all dead." The Nanda campus parking lot had descended into utter chaos. Vehicles careened wildly in every direction, with only a scant few managing to plow through the zombies and roar toward the campus gate. Some vehicles were blocked by zombies that felt no pain, creatures that even after having their limbs crushed could still crawl along the ground. The dead converged from every side, obscuring the driver's vision and sealing off the road ahead. Those without the stomach for such a horror lost their heads, and in their blind panic slammed their vehicles into trees. What awaited the people inside was the tearing of zombie fangs. It was precisely because Li He had anticipated this very scenario that he had urged everyone to wait until he had started enough vehicles to carry them all before charging out together. With several cars covering one another, they gained that much more hope of escape. Yet those whose courage had been shattered could not suppress the fear gnawing at their hearts. Disregarding the fact that Li He had not finished starting the vehicles, they fled ahead of time. One person's flight set off a chain reaction, and the situation slipped irretrievably out of hand. Those who failed to escape by car now fought off the zombies in frantic terror, praying to every god and Buddha that Li He would start the engines soon and get them away from this nightmare. Exhaustion and panic stripped their fighting of all form and discipline. One after another, people were bitten and torn. Screams of agony, shrill cries, and the guttural roars of the undead rose and fell in ghastly waves. An overwhelming despondency flooded Li He's heart. He watched the tragedy with sorrowful eyes, yet his arm never faltered. Each strike sent a zombie's head lolling at a grotesque angle. It was clear that amassing their strength to break out together was no longer possible. Wang Hao, sweating profusely in desperation, shouted, "Lao He, what do we do? The situation is completely out of control. We need to find a way out." Li He kicked a zombie in the bend of its knee, sending it pitching face first onto the ground. "Cover me." Li He was the first to pull open a car door, but rather than start the engine, he strode toward a van. While they could still hold out for 2 or 3 precious minutes, he had to get 2 or 3 vans or 7-seaters started. These 2 or 3 vehicles were not prepared for him and Wang Hao to escape in. They were for the teachers and students who had been scared out of their wits. With the situation already out of control the moment he started a vehicle, a crowd would inevitably swarm and fight over it. The best approach was to start 2 or 3 multi-passenger vehicles and draw the attention of most of the frantic teachers and students. As for him and his companions, once the timing was right, they would drive off at once. As for strength in numbers, to hell with that. The more people, the more hidden agendas. He would rather be a lone wolf than flee alongside a bunch of unpredictable uncertainties. The instant he started a 7-seater car, a crowd immediately swarmed around it, scrambling and fighting to get on board. Those who could not squeeze and took the desperate gamble of clambering onto the roof, preferring to fall to their deaths than to be devoured by zombies. The one who seized the driver's seat floored the accelerator and rammed into the zombies, hell-bent on smashing open a road to survival. But there were simply too many zombies, and the car could not blast its way out of the parking lot anytime soon. Inside, the occupants trembled and prayed, begging to break free of this death trap. With 10 people gone, in an instant their numbers had dwindled, and the footsteps of the dead pressed ever closer. The fruit knife in Yi Rulian's hand was sticky with blood and brain matter, but she had no time to wipe it clean, and simply kept plunging it wildly into the zombies' eye sockets. Yang Xiaoran's machete was stuck fast in a zombie's skull, and would not come loose, while his motorcycle helmet had long since been smashed apart, leaving him with nothing but a pair of bare fists. In moments of crisis, people often do things that profit themselves at the expense of others. Take Yang Xiaoran at this moment, for instance, barehanded, without the tactical gloves Li He and Wang Hao wore, and unable to match their punching power either. Yi Rulian was far too savage and unhinged, so he would have to find the softest persimmon to squeeze. Yang Xiaoran snatched the table leg pipe from Zhang Lang's hand. "Hey man, lend me that weapon." Zhang Lang had not expected Yang Xiaoran to pull off such a shameless move, and for a moment, he was caught completely off guard. Only when the zombies' reeking jaws loomed right before him did Zhang Lang snap to his senses, his heart racing with terror and fury. "Young, you bastard, I'll F your ass. You're utterly devoid of virtue in every single one of the 5 elements. Watch out. One day you'll have a son born without an asshole." Yang Xiaoran took Zhang Lang's table leg pipe, jammed it into a zombie's eye socket, and shoved forward with all his might. With a wet squelch, blood and brain matter splattered out, and the zombie's soul departed on the spot to its eternal bliss. Hearing Zhang Lang's furious curses, Yang Xiaoran seemed utterly unacquainted with the concept of shame. "Oh, in that case, I'll just have daughters in the future." Zhang Lang was left speechless, so livid that he wanted to pull off the fetid socks he had not washed in a week and cram them into Yang Xiaoran's mouth. Unfortunately, the zombies seemed to have mastered the art of cloning and came surging over in a great swarming tide. Without a weapon in hand, Zhang Lang was so frightened that he hid behind Wang Hao and begged for cover. Wang Hao's clothes were clenched in Zhang Lang's grip. His mood had already been foul, and now his fury blazed even hotter. He drew the machete from behind his back and thrust it at Zhang Lang. "You'd better show some real skill, or you can share a car out of here with the others." Zhang Lang had long since seen the truth. Li He and Wang Hao were elite fighters, and that madwoman Yi Rulian's lethality was utterly appalling. Even a shameless scoundrel like Yang Xiaoran had a few genuine skills to rely on. A scrawny little good-for-nothing like himself would more than likely be finished if he latched onto anyone else. He had to stick close to Li He and the others. So as not to be left behind, Zhang Lang steeled himself, put on a ferocious look in imitation of Yi Rulian, and gripping the machete with both hands, stabbed desperately at the zombies. Squelch. He burst open one zombie with a thrust, kicked the body aside, and drove the blade into another. By then the zombies' encirclement was shrinking ever tighter, and the parking lot had no space left for them to maneuver. "Lao He, what are you dawdling for?" With Li He having started 2 or 3 multi-passenger vehicles, fewer and fewer people were left to hold the zombies at bay. Apart from the few who had fought their way out of the dormitory building together, only 2 students, one lean, one short, still held blades, and alongside Wang Hao and the others kept covering Li He while he started the vehicles. By now the zombies had completely besieged them in the parking lot. Their knives and table leg pipes stabbed and slew without cease, while their feet kicked and stomped so furiously that they seemed about to catch fire. At last Li He chose a 7-seat commercial van, opened its door, started the engine, and called for the others to board immediately. Wang Hao and the rest were eager to climb in. After all, they were exhausted to the bone. But the zombies surrounded them in a grim, stifling throng. No sooner was one zombie stabbed dead than another lunged forward. Barely had they kicked one away when another came again. The group stabbed and killed with immense difficulty, inching bit by bit toward the van door. Yi Rualin lifted both hands and stabbed madly with wet, squelching thrusts into the eye sockets of 2 zombies. She killed 2 at once, then maniacally dispatched 2 more with her twin blades, and kicked another clear with her foot. At last she carved out a 2-second opening in the chaos, pulled the door open, and slipped into the back seat. Wang Hao's table leg pipe had been bent crooked from all the stabbing, but with a chance to escape right before his eyes, he would not give up for anything. He grabbed the zombie he had killed and held it in front of him as a shield against the undead's snapping jaws, then wrenched open the door and dove into the back seat. With those 2 main forces gone, Yang Xiaoran and the others fell into a misery beyond words. Li He released the handbrake, shifted into reverse, and floored the gas. The car shot backward, crashing into the crowd of zombies behind it and flinging them to the ground. The moment they were down, he shifted into drive and rammed forward. Many zombies were sent tumbling to the ground, but the undead converging on them were simply too numerous. Li He rammed backward and forward again, and yet he still could not manage to drive the car out of the parking lot. Li He drove the car, ramming forward, then reversing. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, his erratic maneuvering managed to knock quite a few out of commission. Yet with zombies blocking every direction, the car struggled to exit the parking lot. Inside the vehicle, Wang Hao and Yi Rualin finally caught a moment to breathe, their limbs aching as if completely worn out. Without Wang Hao and Yi Rualin fighting alongside them, the others suffered greatly. Fearing Li He might abandon them, Yang Xiaoran shouted, "Li He, you have to be loyal and wait for us to get on." Li He rolled down the window just a crack and said expressionlessly, 1 minute. He wasn't joking. 1 minute was already dangerously long. The entire parking lot inside and out was swarming with zombies. Whether they could escape remained uncertain. The longer they delayed, the more zombies would flood in, and they'd end up as human meat sushi. "Damn it, I'm going all out." The short guy cursed. His hands ached terribly, but sheer survival instinct drove him to barely lift his weapon and stab at zombies. Realizing that waiting meant death, he steeled himself and began kicking at zombies with all his might. When his arms grew too weak to thrust, he simply rammed with his head. "Open the door," he shouted while headbutting zombies, calling out to Wang Hao and Yi Rualin in the car. As the short guy's head connected with zombie after zombie, Wang Hao yanked the car door open. Dazed and disoriented, unable to tell east from west, he stumbled backward. Wang Hao's outstretched hand pulled him into the vehicle. A zombie lunged, tumbling onto the short guy and snapping its jaws to bite. The short guy panicked, squeezing the zombie's head against his shoulder with all his strength. "Brother, save me." Terrified beyond words, his voice cracked with a sobbing tone. Yi Rualin raised a fruit knife and stabbed it into the zombie's eye socket that was pressed against the short guy. Blood sprayed across half the short guy's face, hair, and clothes. Before she could catch her breath, her foot tightened. A zombie had grabbed her ankle. She kicked wildly, legs flailing, while pushing the corpse off her body with both hands. Wang Hao moved to the third-row seat, reached out from the side, and thrust a table leg through the skull of the zombie gripping the short guy. The zombie died instantly. The short guy kicked and shoved the corpse away, pushing the other zombie off with Wang Hao's help. "Time's up, let's go." From the driver's seat, Li He bellowed, not only to tell Wang Hao to close the door, but also to warn Yang Xiaoran and the others that he was preparing to make a run for it. Yang Xiaoran, Zhang Lang, and the skinny man, still fighting desperately, froze in shock. The 3 abandoned all concern for being bitten. Their weapons swung wildly as they used their bodies to bash through zombies, turning and leaping toward the rear seats. Wang Hao, about to close the door, dodged hastily. Inside the car, the short guy and Yi Rualin dove aside, terrified of being crushed. Crash! Yang Xiaoran dove in first, but before he could even get up, the skinny man crashed into him on top. Zhang Lang, looking ashen, dove into the car. A zombie behind him lunged, biting at his neck as it crashed into the vehicle with him. Li He had already reversed, knocking zombies over, then rammed forward. After crushing multiple zombies, he inched the car forward step by step. "Help!" Zhang Lang, pinned beneath the zombie, cried out desperately. Wang Hao drove a table leg through the zombie's skull from behind, sending it to meet its maker. The groaning Yang Xiaoran was stepped on by Yi Rualin. She wielded twin blades, stabbing frantically at zombies clawing the door. Wang Hao worked to close the door inch by inch. The moment the door sealed, everyone exhaled in relief. The rest was up to Li He. He continuously shifted between reverse and drive, knocking down approaching zombies one after another. A black mass of zombies surged forward, pounding and clawing at the car until it shook violently. At the critical moment, a van barreled toward Li He, crushing several zombies. The van was equally trapped by zombies and couldn't break through the parking lot. Li He signaled, gesturing for the van to lead the way forward. The van would clear the path ahead, while Li He ran over zombies behind them. They covered each other, inching toward the exit. The driver of the van understood, swerving toward the exit. Li He followed close behind, running over zombies that the van had knocked down and were struggling to rise again, even running directly over them. A few minutes later, the van broke free from the parking lot first. The student driving floored the gas, ramming into any zombies blocking the way. Though the van cleared the path ahead, Li He and his group fared no better. Zombies swarmed toward them, violently slamming into the car, leaving dent after dent on its exterior. Li He's driving skills were nothing impressive. He'd only gotten his license during summer vacation, and today was his first time driving since obtaining it. But he made up for it with sheer audacity. Executing a sharp turn, he flung zombies clinging to the car off, sending them crashing into the surrounding horde. Then spinning the steering wheel while flooring the accelerator, he tore toward the school gates. Occasional drifts sent multiple zombies flying. Everyone in the car felt like they were about to have a heart attack, their bodies nearly shaken apart. They even suspected the zombies wouldn't get the chance to bite them to death. Lee would send the whole car straight to heaven. Ah! The passengers shrieked in terror. So this is what it means. Stealing someone else's car comes with mortal peril. Wang Hao began thinking his crazy buddy had lost his mind. Old he. Dying in a car crash looks awful. Could you wait until we're safe before trying to die? Lee ignored their screaming and Wang Hao's pleas. He focused every ounce of energy on driving. If they couldn't break out of the campus today, would be their last. Fortunately, though harrowing, the car drew closer to the school gates. There weren't many zombies at the entrance. Most had been left behind, and with the van clearing the way ahead, Lee finally eased off his reckless driving. But catching sight of the school gates, his eyes narrowed. Flooring the pedal, he zipped outward. Knocking aside a few foolish zombies the moment the car burst through South University's gates, everyone was moved to tears of joy. They had finally escaped the school. Finally, under Lee's frantic driving, the car managed to roar out of Nanda University's main gate and race away from campus. After a zombie outbreak that erupted without warning and a desperate struggle for survival inside, they had at last escaped the school. The weight hanging over their hearts finally eased just a little. The moment they relaxed, their already exhausted bodies began aching all over, as if every part of them was complaining at once. Besides Lee, who was driving, everyone else lay limp in their seats like dead pigs, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Lee couldn't relax yet. The zombies beyond campus were sparse, scattered here and there along the streets, and every so often one would lunge at the car, only to be sent flying by the vehicle. From time to time, other cars sped past, and without exception none stopped. When they encountered a zombie, they slammed into it without hesitation. Apart from the dreadful zombies, terrified survivors ran toward the passing cars, begging them to stop and give them a ride. Most simply drove away without looking back, and Lee was no exception. Stopping to rescue those people without knowing whether they had been bitten was simply too risky. They were already exhausted with no strength left for another fight. If the zombies surrounded them again, they would end up dead for sure. As he drove, Lee kept observing the situation along the road. He had guessed right. Zombies were outside campus as well, proof that the entire Nan City was facing a terrible zombie catastrophe. Not just Nan City, Lee thought. Probably other places, even the whole country, the whole world. He suddenly felt lost. With zombies everywhere, where were they supposed to go? We finally escaped the school. Boo-hoo. The short one choked up, then buried their face in their hands and wept. The short one's sniffling didn't sound right. Wang Hao studied them uncertainly. Wait. You. Are you a bro or a sis? I'm a coward, don't scare me. The short one had a chestnut buzz cut, a trendy earring in one ear and several earrings in the other, radiating a thoroughly stylish vibe. The short one looked like one of those roguishly handsome playboy types. Yet, at this moment the short one's crying voice was sweet and coquettish. If this person was actually a guy speaking in such a girlish, coaxing voice, then they were truly seeing a ghost. But if they were a girl, then they were still seeing a ghost. Everyone's gaze swept back and forth over the short one, trying to find any hint of the girl hidden beneath. Several pairs of eyes roved over the short one like scanners. The short one lifted their head, face a mess of tears and snot, and answered in that charmingly whiny voice, boo-hoo. I'm a girl, I swear. A pure-hearted young beauty. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Even Lee, who was driving, almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Wang Hao glanced at the short one's throat. No Adam's apple. She really is a girl. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Zhang Lang slumped in his seat, tried to smooth things over. Androgynous style is popular these days. Isn't there a saying? Once a girl turns handsome, there's no room left for boys. Before the short one could speak, Yiruling suddenly sat bolt upright. She turned back, her gaze at Zhang Lang filled with undisguised murderous intent. Since you were bitten by a zombie a moment ago, I'll stab you to death first. With that, the fruit knife in Yiruling's hand stabbed straight toward Zhang Lang's eye socket. Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran each grabbed one of her arms, holding her back and telling her not to be impulsive. Startled, Zhang Lang yanked the skinny guy over as a shield and shrieked in explanation, mercy please. Hold your blade. I wasn't bitten. It's the scarf, it's the scarf. Zhang Lang's hands trembled as he turned the scarf around to show Yiruling the torn hole where it had been bitten. Yiruling looked at the scarf, then scrutinized Zhang Lang's face closely. Only after confirming he showed no signs of turning into a zombie did she silently put away the fruit knife and turn back around. Zhang Lang cowered in the car, still frightened out of his wits. The fear Yiruling had instilled in him was even deeper than his fear of zombies. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoran found a bag of bread in the car and looked happier than if he had discovered gold and jewels. They immediately split the bread and exchanged introductions while eating. The short one said, I'm Tian Jejia. Female 19. Tian Jejia stressed the word female with special force, making absolutely sure everyone knew she was a girl. I'm Chin Mo21. The skinny guy flexed his well-developed chest muscles to show off his masculinity. No need to announce his gender. Wang Hao climbed into the front passenger seat. Seeing that night was falling, he asked Li He behind the wheel, "Where are we going?" Before Li He could answer, a small truck suddenly burst out around the bend and came charging straight at them. Because he was driving fast enough to knock down any zombie that might lunge at them, Li He had no choice but to slam on the brakes when the truck appeared out of nowhere. Bang! Before he could even cry out, the two vehicles collided with a violent crash. The front of the car was smashed and deformed. The windshield burst in an instant, and the window glass all around was shattered from the shock. Passengers in the back hit their heads and tumbled to the floor. Petite Yurulin, unable to stay seated, was flung forward by the impact, slammed into the driver's seat, and landed with a grimace of pain. Both vehicles were bent and crumpled. The front of Li He's van was completely wrecked. Fortunately, the airbags didn't fail at the critical moment. Li He and Wang Hao were not seriously injured, but the sudden accident had their hearts pounding violently in their chests. "Old He." Wang Hao's trembling voice carried a fear they had never heard from him before. "Are you dead? A fortune teller said I'd live longer than you." Li He answered, his voice unsteady. Hearing it, Wang Hao's heart settled back down. Li He moved his head. "If you're not dead, make a sound." Chen Mo's teeth were still chattering. "And not dead yet. I'm alive." Tian Jejia was crying, clearly terrified. Then came Yang Xiaoran's voice. "Li He, which driving school taught you that lousy skill?" Yi Rulin's weak voice came from beside. "Li He's still alive, and my face is still intact." Everyone was alive, except Zhang Lang. "Oh yeah, that nasty cockroach finally croaked. No more listening to his ridiculous clowning around." Someone, nobody knew who, said it, sounding immensely pleased. "So my being alive was hurting the air quality." Zhang Lang's aggrieved voice rose. Everyone turned around and found him stuck underneath a seat headfirst in the pose of an upside-down scallion. Everyone a true master indeed. The sudden crash left everyone shaken and lightly injured, but the vehicle was totaled. It couldn't go any further. Li He and the others struggled out of the car. Around them, several zombies were already howling as they closed in. The people inside the equally wrecked small truck stayed motionless, their fate unknown. Li He and the others shouldered their backpacks, grabbed whatever weapons they could, and prepared to continue their desperate flight. Li He and the others had barely managed to find a moment's respite in the car, taking a few bites of bread and some water, when disaster struck in the form of a car accident. As if the accident weren't enough, the vehicle was completely wrecked. Zombies were closing in from all directions, surrounding Li He and his group in front of the ruined car. Li He and the others stood shoulder to shoulder, weapons in hand. Occasionally, passing vehicles would speed by, with some even plowing into a zombie or two. Other drivers, indifferent to their plight, swerved around the zombies, their passengers casting sympathetic glances toward Li He and his companions. "What do we do? I'm so scared." Zhang Lang whimpered, huddling behind Tian Jejia, his tone dripping with mock terror. Yang Xiaoran seethed at the sight, muttering, "I could just stab that little shit." Their weapons had already been battered and dulled from fighting their way out of South University, barely capable of harming the undead. Li He spun around, his gaze falling on the car seats. "How's he hold them off a bit longer? I'm going to disassemble some weapons." He crawled back into the vehicle. The seat headrests had external release mechanisms with small holes that could accommodate a car key to remove them. This minivan had been commandeered by Li He for survival, so naturally no key was available. He retrieved a multi-tool folding knife from his backpack. Meanwhile, the sounds of violent combat erupted outside the car. Wang Hao swung a bent table leg pipe directly into a zombie's eye socket. The severe bend in the pipe allowed it to penetrate the eye, killing the undead, but prevented it from being extracted. Abandoning the table leg out of necessity, Wang Hao struck the zombie with his fist. A powerful blow to the neck shattered the zombie's vertebrae, forcing its head to droop lifelessly against its chest. Wang Hao possessed remarkable explosive strength, yet his inability to eliminate the zombie left him seething with frustration. The others' weapons were equally ineffective, either too dull for a fatal blow or requiring excessive force to penetrate a zombie's skull. Already exhausted, the group struggled intensely in combat. Without an escape, they'd soon be destined for the underworld. Interestingly, the eccentric Yiruelin seemed to handle the situation relatively well. Despite appearing terrified, Yiruelin's fruit knife ruthlessly dispatched zombies with precise strikes. Flish, flish, flish. Even though a single strike could kill a zombie, Yiruelin adhered to her absolute rule of 3 precise stabs. The unnerving display left Tian Jejia and Chun Mo trembling. Chun Mo swallowed hard, suddenly finding Yiruelin more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Seriously, does this woman have some kind of mental disorder? Probably traumatized by the zombies, Tian Jejia replied, her eyes reflecting sympathy and fear for Yiruelin. The zombies' relentless shrieks drew even more undead. As Wang Hao and his group teetered on the brink of collapse, Li He emerged from the vehicle, gripping 2 safety headrests. Handing the headrests to Yiruelin, who always carried a sharp fruit knife, Li He urged, "Quick, help sharpen these." From his backpack, he retrieved knuckle dusters, slipped them on, and launched fierce blows toward the zombies' necks. Li Yi's explosive power rivaled Wang Hao's, and with knuckle dusters amplifying his strength, each strike targeted the zombies' necks, forcing them down and preventing them from biting anyone. Yi Rueiling's fruit knife proved devastatingly sharp. She methodically cut through the headrests, extracting 2 small steel rods. The hardened metal surrendered easily to her blade, its ends effortlessly sharpened to deadly points. Initially, everyone assumed Wang Hao and Li Yi would offer the steel rods to Zhang Lang and the others. Instead, "Give it here." Li Yi's eyes flicked toward the sharpened rods, immediately snatching one and thrusting it into a zombie's eye socket with a sickening thud. Wang Hao grabbed another rod, standing back to back with Li Yi. They provided mutual cover while eliminating zombies, gradually edging forward to prepare their escape. The remaining 2 steel rods went to Yang Xiaoran and Chen Imo. As for Zhang Lang, deemed the least capable, he was assigned to carry supplies while the others provided protective cover for his retreat. Despite possessing a few sharp steel rods, more zombies continued converging from all directions, drawn by the surrounding shrieks. Exhausted but driven by survival instincts, the group pressed on with desperate combat and escape. Night had fallen completely. Li Yi retrieved a small flashlight from his pack, clenching it between his teeth while battling zombies and scanning the surrounding environment. The flashlight beam revealed a car just a few meters away, sparking hope among the group. Li Yi kicked away an approaching zombie and charged toward the vehicle, shouting, "Move. Cover me while I drive." At this moment, a functioning car felt like winning the lottery. The group fought with renewed vigor, inching closer to the vehicle. Upon reaching the car, Li Yi simultaneously opened the door while kicking away approaching zombies, his movements both comical and desperate. Wang Hao rushed over, taking the steel rod from Li Yi. With both feet and hands, he violently kicked and stabbed at the approaching zombies. Li Yi jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. The moment the car roared to life, Wang Hao and the others fiercely shoved zombies aside, diving through the open doors. The car was a standard 5-seater, yet Li Yi's group numbered 7, most of them large men. The interior became impossibly cramped. The towering Zhang Lang, well over 6 feet, was forced to squeeze into the trunk alongside the backpacks. Li Yi floored the accelerator, the car lurching forward and scattering zombies. A particularly stubborn zombie clung to the roof, being flung about with the vehicle's movements, its body thudding repeatedly against the metal. Annoyed by the constant thumping, Li Yi growled, "How's he take that thing out?" Summoning his courage, Wang Hao leaned out from the passenger seat, grabbed the zombie's leg, and yanked it off the roof with a forceful tug. Coincidentally, another fleeing vehicle passed by, running over the zombie. Its muffled roar seemed to be a heartbreaking accusation, "You damned people." Finally able to rest inside a car again, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief. "I wonder if traffic police would stop us." Chen Imo joked about their forced carpooling situation. "No chance of that." Li Yi interjected mysteriously, leaving everyone bewildered. With a grimace, he announced to the group, "This heap is completely out of gas." An exasperated groan emerged from the trunk. "This is unbelievable. Is today National Bad Luck Day?" Zhang Lang's complaint dripped with more bitterness than a jilted lover. "Keep an eye out for gas stations nearby," Li Yi instructed, driving while anxiously scanning the surroundings. As he spoke, the car sputtered ominously, clearly unable to go much further. When you are down on your luck, even drinking water gets stuck between your teeth. They barely managed to escape the campus in a car, only to be caught in a traffic accident halfway that totaled the vehicle. They struggled to start a roadside car and escaped, but before they had driven very far, the car ran out of gas. Everyone started to wonder whether they had committed too many sins in their past lives, and that King Yama was determined to toy with them in this one. Wang Hao studied Li Yi and leaned closer to the car door, trying to put a bit of distance between them. "Old He, you wouldn't be possessed by the god of misfortune, would you?" Li Yi cast him a sidelong glance. "Go to hell." When the headlights swept over another car parked by the roadside, everyone had just begun to beam with joy when Li Yi ignored it entirely, and the car whizzed past. "Are you blind?" Yang Xiaoran fumed. If it weren't for the fear of causing a crash, he would have given Li Yi a sharp flick on the head. Li Yi raised one hand and flipped Yang Xiaoran the middle finger. "There are a few zombies in that car." Li Yi's eyesight was excellent. He had spotted several people in that car from far away. When they drew a little closer, he realized they were zombies. Thinking that their luck was too foul, he had no intention of stopping to fight zombies for the vehicle. If that car turned out to be a dud, they would be done for. Rattle, rattle, rattle. After a few sputtering sounds, the car slowed to a crawl, coasted a few feet forward, and stopped. Stifling their irritation, everyone helplessly got out of the car. Before getting out, Li Yi took out a multi-function folding knife, removed 2 safety headrests, and had Yi Rueilin cut them down. Yi Rueilin might have seemed flaky, but she did things methodically. She cut the headrests in half, so they were easier to grip, and there was no worry that the steel rods inside would be too short to pull out after being driven into a zombie. Except for Yi Rueilin, who still held 2 fruit knives, everyone else switched their weapons to the steel rods taken from the safety headrests. The streetlights did not come on, and from the darkness all around came shrill, miserable screams, the cries of people who could not escape the zombies' tearing teeth. Several zombies were roaming nearby. As soon as they spotted Li Yi and the others, they all surged toward them. "Run!" Li He put on his backpack, wore brass knuckles on his left hand, and swung a punch that sent a zombie's head lolling sideways. Gripping the steel rod in his right hand, he stabbed it into a zombie's eye socket, clearing the way at the front. Yi Ruilin was scared to death at the sight of zombies. In a panic, she thrust out her hands, driving her knives into the eye sockets of zombies on both sides. Poochie poochie, 3 quick stabs. Now that they had weapons, Zhang Lang could no longer coast along and rely on everyone else for cover. He held a bag in one hand to block the zombies' bites from time to time, while the other hand wielded a steel rod and stabbed at the zombies. Chun Mo's martial skill was not much better than Zhang Lang's, but he made up for it with sheer guts, daring to fight head-on. Even when a zombie's face was mangled and bloody from being devoured, he could stare straight at it and stab the bastard dead. Tian Jejia was nimble, but she was not strong. When stabbing a zombie, she had to use far more effort than her companions to deliver a killing blow. That was why she kept eyeing Yi Ruilin's razor-sharp fruit knives. Yang Xiaoran, who covered the rear with Wang Hao, was the best fighter except for Li He and Wang Hao, though Zhang Lang had repeatedly annoyed him enough to make him contemplate murder. Still, whenever he saw Zhang Lang struggling to hold off the zombies, he would help out. Although the zombies were not as dense as they had been on campus, there were still quite a few, and the clash of their fighting and the zombies' howls attracted more and more of them. There was a residential district nearby, but after barely escaping campus with their lives, they were not willing to risk entering it. The district had too many residents, and no doubt many had turned into zombies. If they got trapped in there, they could just wait to kick the bucket. Old He, why don't you just stab me to death and then kill yourself? Wang Hao, who only wanted to slack off, wore a face full of pain. He was nearly too exhausted to keep fighting. Zhang Lang kept waving at the passing cars. But then, had he not reacted in time, the thing sent flying would not have been just a zombie. It would have been him too. A small flashlight hung from Li He's mouth as he fought and scanned the surrounding environment. The flashlight beam swept across a supermarket among the shops on the outskirts of the residential area. With the flashlight in his mouth, Li He spoke indistinctly. Find a small shop and take shelter inside first. The supermarket was less than 5 meters away, but that short distance felt as unreachable as a journey from Earth to the farthest reaches of the solar system. Clenching their teeth, they said nothing. Holding their steel rods, they stabbed at the zombies while unconsciously drawing closer together, moving back to back toward the supermarket. Zombies lunged. Li He and the others kicked one back and drove their weapons into the eye sockets of another. Blood and brains splashed over their faces and bodies, but they had no time to wipe it off. All they could think of was getting into the supermarket for temporary shelter. They finally fought their way to the supermarket entrance, only to find the rolling shutter door shut. Everyone's eyes fell on Li He. Zhang Lang said with great certainty, judging by this, the supermarket owner probably ran off. Wang Hao didn't take up that remark. Instead, he asked Li He seriously, Uncle Ping should have taught you how to open someone else's door without a key when you turned 18, right? Wang Hao knew that Li He had the skill to hotwire someone else's car, but he wasn't sure whether Li He could crack a supermarket door. Li He pulled off his tactical gloves, took out a short piece of wire from his backpack, and said, cover me. As a child, Li He had found all those so-called survival training sessions utterly annoying. But at this moment, he could not help feeling grateful that his parents had taught him so many life-saving skills over the past 10-odd years. Li He was responsible for opening the door, while Wang Hao and the others were responsible for covering him. By then, the zombies had already cornered them at the supermarket entrance. Even if they wanted to run, there was no way. For once, Yi Ruilin didn't let out a scream. Her gaze turned sinister, as if she had become a different person. Fruit knives in both hands, she stabbed the zombies again and again. Poochie poochie poochie. The force in her hands was so even that no one could tell whether she was left or right-handed. Yang Xiaoran and Zhang Lang worked together to lift the illuminated sign in front of the supermarket and slam it into the onrushing zombies. After taking out 3 or 5 zombies, the sign broke, but the heavy iron frame was still deadly. When zombies rushed in, the two raised the sign and smashed it down on their heads, pulping half of one zombie's skull. When they found it too strenuous, they smashed hard at the zombies' legs, instead knocking them to the ground. No matter how the zombies struggled, they could not get up, and they tripped up the zombies charging from behind. Tian Jejia grabbed a broom from the supermarket entrance and hit the zombies wildly. Even when the stainless steel broom handle was bent out of shape, Tian Jejia kept swinging without pause. Wang Hao also grabbed an iron dustpan and smashed it at the zombies, making them look even more gruesome and terrifying. Chun Mo hoisted a waist-high trash can from the supermarket entrance and slammed it into the zombies with a loud clatter. Pop! After only a few hits, the plastic trash can cracked. 2 more blows, and it shattered into several pieces. Chun Mo stared at the sharp plastic fragments in his hand, feeling as sick as if he had swallowed a fly. Zhang Lang couldn't help but tease from the side. Still more than enough to slit your wrists with. Chun Mo hurled the plastic shard at Zhang Lang, then used his steel rod to stab zombies, while privately vowing to break a few of Zhang Lang's ribs once they were safe. Li He was clearly not as fast at opening other people's doors as he was at taking other people's cars. Tian Jejia's broom head had long since vanished, and the stainless steel pole had been beaten into a crooked, winding mess. Wang Hao's iron dustpan was a pitiful sight too. Only a pole was left to hold it together, and most of the time, he could barely survive by relying on his bare fists. Yi Ruilian's fruit knife drew far more slowly now. In the end, she simply switched arms to rest, and her legs could no longer kick. Her shoes had come apart from kicking zombies again, and the toes were battered to pieces. Even Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran, who had suddenly become an unexpectedly smooth team, now found the billboard unbearably heavy. They could barely bring themselves to smash another zombie with it. The zombie encirclement tightened around them. With their backs pressed against the rolling shutter door, Wang Hao and the others held weapons that would make even a scrap collector shake his head. "Old he, I'll count to 3. If you still haven't opened that door by then, I'll kill you," Wang Hao gasped. He was truly worn out. "Drop dead." Li He's voice floated over. The instant he finished speaking, they heard him grab the rolling shutter. He lifted it only to waist height, then stopped. Zhang Lang immediately let go of the heavy billboard, turned bent down, and charged into the supermarket. Bang! Behind the rolling shutter was a glass door. In his haste, Zhang Lang slammed right into it. His nose flared with heat, a warm trickle slid from his nostril, and hot blood gushed out, making him curse loudly. The smell of blood drove the zombies even more frenzied, and they lunged wildly at Wang Hao and the others. "Arg! RRR! God, you are so unreliable. You didn't even mention the glass door. Oh my God, why are there so many stars dancing around?" Zhang Lang shaking his head condemned Li He with righteous fury. He felt terrible from head to toe. Li He pushed the dizzy Zhang Lang aside, crouched down, and fiddled with the supermarket door's lock. "You idiot. I hadn't even opened my mouth to warn you when you slammed into the glass like a stupid pig running into a tree, and you still have the nerve to blame me. Why didn't anyone else hit the glass?" Zhang Lang was rendered speechless. He wanted to hurl a few curses back, but he couldn't beat Li He in a fight, so he could only stagger around and keep killing zombies. Perhaps because he had learned from the rolling shutter, he opened the glass door's lock in less than 5 seconds. Pushing the door open, he did not put on gloves. Instead, he slipped on his brass knuckles, turned, and struck at the zombies. Knowing the others were already winded, he urged them get inside the supermarket. "I'll cover you." Wang Hao certainly wasn't going to stand on ceremony with Li He. He kicked away the zombie in front of him, hurled the badly deformed dustpan at it, then crouched and scrambled into the supermarket. After Zhang Lang confirmed Wang Hao was safe, he and Yang Xiaoran simultaneously slammed the billboard into 2 or 3 zombies that lunged at them, sending the zombies crashing to the ground. The two turned at the same time and bent down to scramble inside. Unfortunately, He had opened only one door panel, and the 2 grown men got stuck in the supermarket doorway. Yang Xiaoran squeezed desperately into the supermarket, his head pushing against Zhang Lang. "Cockroach bro, you pest. Getting too close to you is bound to bring disaster. That's my line, you fickle good-for-nothing bastard." Being called a pest made Zhang Lang burn with resentment, so he launched a personal attack on Yang Xiaoran. With 3 fewer people fighting the zombies, He and the others were overwhelmed. Seeing Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran blocking the door, Tian Jejia and the others grew both angry and anxious. "Can one of you 2 move first?" Tian Jejia was nearly in tears. But the 2 men were not only wedged dead and motionless, they were also locked in their quarrel, neither willing to concede, cursing and insulting each other. With one hand, Yi Ruilian frantically stabbed a zombie with her fruit knife, with the other she pulled out a brand new small knife and aimed its tip at the 2 men's backsides. "If you 2 keep blocking the door, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Lang, still fuming, answered in a less than pleasant tone, "What? You dare to stab me?" The moment he said it, his but took a knife. Zhang Lang held a. He had truly underestimated Yi Ruilian's unpredictability, her refusal to play by the rules. When she was really unhinged, she would stab even her own sister without batting an eye, let alone someone she had known for less than a day. "I'll count to 3. If you aren't in there by then, you get another knife in the other butt cheek." After saying that, Yi Ruilian immediately began to count. 3, 2, 1. Her countdown sounded like a death knell, scaring Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran out of their wits as they struggled desperately to get inside. But the supermarket doorway simply could not fit both of them at once. The more anxious they became, the more tightly they were stuck. Wang Hao, already inside, tried to open the other door for them, but they were wedged against it so firmly that he could not pull it open. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Ruilian was about to stab again. Clenching his brass knuckles, He viciously punched through a zombie's skull, then turned and kicked Zhang Lang hard in the rear. Bang! Zhang Lang shot straight into the supermarket, landing face first on the floor. His lip was split, blood smeared across his mouth, and he wailed in agony. What horrifying, inhumane misery. "Fine, then just kill me." Terrified of being stabbed, Yang Xiaoran crawled and scrambled into the supermarket, his heart pounding madly, nearly wetting himself in fear. Once Yang Xiaoran and the others had made it in, Tian Jejia immediately bent down and slipped into the supermarket under Li's cover. Li glanced at Yi Ruilian, who was stabbing zombies with her fruit knife, then turned to Chen Mo. "Run." Chen Mo had planned to grit his teeth and hold on, letting Yi Ruilian go first. After all, the longer you stayed, the greater the danger. But seeing how ferociously Yi Ruilian was fighting, he thought, forget it, he might as well admit defeat. He shoved the lunging zombies aside with his body, turned, and dived into the supermarket. By then, only Li and Yi Ruilian were left outside the door. Yi Ruilian put away the small knife and pulled out her razor-sharp fruit knife to continue stabbing zombies. Dozens of zombies surrounded the two at the supermarket entrance. Even though every punch Li He threw packed considerable force, he could hardly cope. The fruit knife in Yi Ruolin's hand was covered in blood and slimy brains, making each stab a huge effort. She had no strength left. Li He's hands kept pounding the zombies' necks while his feet kicked relentlessly. "I'll cover you. Get inside now." Despite her usual whimpering, Yi Ruolin was not the least bit hesitant when it counted. She stabbed a few times into a zombie's eye socket, bent down, and rushed into the supermarket without saying a single unnecessary word. Only Li He remained outside. His hands were nearly smoking from overexertion, and the zombies were still surging toward him in waves. Even though he wanted to run, he could not find the right opening. The moment he kicked one zombie away, another immediately pushed in. He knocked another down with a punch, but before it could fall, it was shoved back toward him by the zombies behind it. A broom and a mop thrust out from beneath the rolling shutter, which was raised to waist height, sweeping and whacking at the zombies' legs and feet. They tripped up several zombies. "Oldie, get in here quick." Wang Hao, while beating at zombie legs with the mop, urged Li He to hurry. Not only did Wang Hao thrust a mop out from beneath the rolling shutter to strike the zombies' legs, but Yang Xiaoran and the others also grabbed brooms and mops, forming a protective line around Li He. Even Zhang Lang, whose buttocks, mouth, and nose still dripped with blood, had no time to attend to his wounds. He gripped the broom tightly and swung it at the zombies' legs. After Li He landed successive punches that twisted 2 or 3 zombies' heads sideways, he immediately crouched and dove into the supermarket. The instant Li He squeezed into the supermarket, Wang Hao and the others yanked their mops back without hesitation. Chen Mo, who had been waiting in tense anticipation, immediately reached out to pull down the rolling shutter. A few zombies had thrust their hands through the opening, preventing the rolling shutter from closing. Chen Mo slammed the shutter against the zombies' hands repeatedly, but since the undead felt no pain, they pushed even harder to force their way inside. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies hurled themselves against the rolling shutter with savage fury, their guttural growls echoing endlessly, as if nothing short of tearing Li He and his companions limb from limb would satisfy them. Yang Xiaoran and Wang Hao pressed down on the rolling shutter with all their strength, their feet stomping mercilessly on the zombies' intruding hands. Tian Jejia and Yi Ruolin jabbed their brooms at the zombie hands to shove them back out, but the zombies seized the brooms and swung them wildly about, occasionally striking Wang Hao and the others' feet. Li He switched on a small flashlight and moved swiftly through the supermarket, his eyes scanning every corner. Spotting several brand new kitchen cleavers on the shelf, he immediately grabbed a handful of them. He rushed to the doorway and handed one cleaver each to Zhang Lang and Yi Ruolin. With blades in hand, the three of them began hacking at the zombie hands reaching through the opening. Foul-smelling blackish blood spurted out as the severed zombie hands hit the ground, splattering across Li He's group and staining the rolling shutter crimson. The zombies' ferocious assault continued unabated. Li He and his companions dared not pause for even a moment, their cleavers chopping at the zombie hands as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. As the zombies' reaching hands were severed, the rolling shutter slammed shut with a resonant clang. Wang Hao secured the latch before stumbling backward several steps. Tian Jejia and Li He immediately pushed the glass door closed, sealing the zombies outside. Only then could Li He and his companions finally catch their breath. The supermarket remained unlit, illuminated only by the faint glow of their small flashlight. Li He's group lay sprawled on the floor, utterly motionless, the only sound their heavy, ragged breathing echoing through the store. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies outside continued hammering against the rolling shutter, though the impacts grew increasingly sporadic, suggesting most of the horde had wandered away. Zhang Lang clutched his posterior with one hand, while pinching his bleeding nose with the other, his voice thick and muffled. What if some stubborn, idiotic zombies refuse to leave? If they keep smashing away, even the rolling shutter won't hold up forever. Li He aimed the flashlight toward Zhang Lang's position and extended his hand. Unlock your phone and give it to me. Why? Just do it. Zhang Lang fished his phone from his pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and handed it over. Reluctantly rising from the floor, Li He walked toward the window while opening Zhang Lang's music player. The supermarket's windows were positioned quite high. Li He dragged over a chair and climbed onto it. Pushing the window open, he selected a song from Zhang Lang's downloaded collection and hurled the phone into the distance. "Oh darling, not tonight." A cooing, affected female voice blared from the phone. Wang Hao and the others shot disdainful glances at Zhang Lang. Yang Xiaoran raised his middle finger, truly worthy of Cockroach Brother, quite the player indeed. Zhang Lang, sometimes I just really want to dig a hole and bury myself. Li He tossed the phone into the distance where it landed perfectly in a zombie's hood. The unexpected female voice immediately drew a swarm of zombies' attention as the entire horde converged on that hapless, undead creature. The zombies hammering the rolling shutter were also drawn by the phone's music. They turned and shuffled toward the source of the sound. Lying on the ground, Wang Hao regarded Li He with newfound admiration. "Old He, you're absolutely brilliant." The immediate crisis temporarily averted, everyone finally let go of their tension. Li He found the power switch and illuminated the supermarket. In the cash register cabinet, a small first aid kit was discovered, and Chen Mo took charge of treating and bandaging Zhang Lang's wounds. Gazing at the abundance of food lining the supermarket shelves, their eyes sparkled with hunger. Their throats burning with thirst. Wang Hao drained an entire bottle of mineral water before finally feeling refreshed. Li grabbed the electric kettle from the supermarket and prepared 2 cups of instant noodles, adding several sausages. While waiting for the noodles to soften, he also devoured a loaf of bread and 2 bags of chips. He was utterly famished. Throughout this entire ordeal, the food they'd consumed couldn't even replenish the energy they expended fighting the zombies. Yi Ruilin and Tian Jejia sipped their sodas while selecting their favorite foods from the shelves. For the first time in ages, smiles graced their faces. The group embarked on a supermarket free-for-all, eating to their heart's content. After all, no one would ever come to collect payment from them. The group of young people huddled together inside the supermarket, munching on food. Exhaustion was written plainly on every face, but this moment of happiness was infinitely precious to them. Sated and content, Zhang Lang began fantasizing, if we keep hiding in the supermarket, we can surely hold out until government rescue arrives, right? Not only did Zhang Lang harbor this hope, everyone else shared the same sentiment. After all, the supermarket was stocked with food and drinks enough to sustain them for quite some time. They also had a roof over their heads, far better than venturing outside only to be chased and torn apart by zombies. Li checked his phone. No signal, impossible to make any calls. His eyes filled with uncertainty. The real fear is, we might not be able to survive until that day of rescue. The inability to contact his parents and sister proved just how catastrophic this zombie outbreak truly was. He even feared they might already be dead. What should we do? Yang Shaoran stuffed several spicy noodle sticks into his mouth, his anxiety barely concealed. Let's take shelter in the supermarket for now, but be prepared to flee at any moment. Zombies must have extremely sharp hearing and sense of smell, so we must avoid making any noise that might attract their attention. Li retrieved his backpack and began sorting through its contents. Everyone pack food into your own backpacks. Take as much as you can carry. There are plenty of knives in the supermarket. Take as many as you can. This is the key to our survival. The group was filthy and reeking. After rummaging through the shelves for a while, they finally discovered some camouflage uniforms and canvas shoes. Size didn't matter now. They took turns washing up in the restroom and changed into the camouflage outfits. Surveying their transformed appearance, Wang Hao nodded with a solemn expression. Now our escape squad uniform is officially donned. Zhang Lang chimed in. If we're putting it that way, shouldn't our squad have a name? Camouflage combatants. Ugh. The others voiced their unanimous disdain. After some contemplation, Chun Mo suggested, let's just call ourselves survivors. After all, our main goal is to survive and escape. Or we could call ourselves the Camouflage Survivors Squad. Did camouflage ever save your life? Li couldn't resist retorting, or perhaps you once fell in love with a girl named Camouflage. After an intense round of heated debate, the group finally settled on their squad's name. The Doomsday Escape Squad. Exhausted from the day's struggle, the group had intended to collapse onto the floor after a hearty meal and sleep senseless. Yet Li told them they must pack their gear before resting. Li had them cram all the long-lasting, easily portable food from the supermarket into their backpacks. Egg yolk pies, pineapple cakes, bread rolls, ham, canned meat, luncheon meat. Everything was grabbed and stuffed into their bags. Li also had them take water bottles from the shelves, filling 2 each, and securing them to the sides of their backpacks. For easier movement, they each took a flashlight, and Zhang Lang didn't skip the batteries. When selecting weapons, they preferred ones that were both lethal and easy to carry. The supermarket did have fruit knives, but none were as sharp as Yi Ruilin's. Li had Tian Jejia and Zhang Lang. Neither of them particularly agile. Each take one for self-defense. Li picked out several sharp-pointed shears, 1 per person, handy and practical for stabbing zombies in the eye sockets. Then came the watermelon knives, kitchen knives, and meat cleavers. The rest chose what to carry according to their own needs. Li picked a few weapons that felt good in his hands, tucking 2 into his clothes and 2 into his backpack. Zhang Lang, being greedier, grabbed a huge bag from the shelf, the kind used for holding quilts, and stuffed a pile of things into it. Li's face darkened. This is an escape, not a restocking run. Do you think this is a zero-cost shopping spree overseas? That's where you don't get it. In a situation where we might have to run for our lives at any moment, food is more precious than gold. This is what I call preparedness. If we can carry it, that's enough to feed us for quite a while. Zhang Lang's explanation was reasonable enough, so Li didn't rebut it. Li stepped on a chair and stood at the window, surveying the scene outside the supermarket. There were still quite a few zombies wandering nearby. Maybe the zombie with its phone muffled by its clothes and hood had wandered off, or perhaps the phone had died. In short, outside the supermarket, that embarrassing heart-racing sound could no longer be heard. A glance at the clock told them it was 3 a.m. For safety, they decided to take turns sleeping, leaving someone on watch to guard against the unexpected. The first watch was kept by Yi Ruilin and Tian Jejia. Yi Ruilin rarely spoke. She sat quietly to one side, picked up a small sharpening stone from the supermarket, and silently whetted her fruit knife. Tian Jejia found a few books on getting rich in the supermarket and read them with great relish, occasionally sharing the wealth-making secrets with Yi Ruilin. Yi Ruilin glanced sideways at the book titles with a blank face and said flatly, people in pyramid schemes like to use these books to brainwash others. Better to read fewer of them. The watch was 2 hours per shift, and Yi Ruolin and Tian Jejia didn't slack off. Every now and then they would step on a chair and peer out the window to see what was happening outside. 2 hours passed without incident. The second watch was assigned to Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran, but the two were sleeping like logs and no amount of calling from Tian Jejia could wake them. Yi Ruolin rolled her eyes coldly, looking at the two slugs who wanted to dodge their duty by sleeping like the dead. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up for the shift, I'll give each of you 3 stabs. The moment Yi Ruolin's voice fell before she even began to count, Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran sat bolt upright. Yang Xiaoran grabbed the backpack that had served as his pillow and held it up as a shield lest Yi Ruolin go mad and stab him. I'm awake, I'm awake. Zhang Lang, even more frightened, grabbed the arm of the sleeping Wang Hao beside him and thrust it in front of his body as a shield. In his dream, Wang Hao was sitting in a luxurious mansion with a beautiful woman lost in sweet nothings when Zhang Lang abruptly seized his arm. Thinking a zombie was biting him, he shot up in bed with a start. Once he saw that the person grasping his arm was Zhang Lang, his sleep-induced irritability and rage erupted like a volcano. He threw a punch, leaving Zhang Lang with a black eye on the other side. Go to hell. That punch was no small matter. Stars flickered and danced before Zhang Lang's eyes, and he couldn't catch them no matter how he swiped at the air. He figured that if he ever died, it sure wouldn't be from a zombie bite. It would be from being stabbed or beaten to death by his own teammates. Zhang Lang curled up beside the supermarket shelves, glaring resentfully at Wang Hao and Yi Ruolin. He gnashed his teeth and thought, once we're safe, I'm going to Wudong Mountain to learn martial arts. The day I return with my skills will be the day Wang Hao and Yi Ruolin kneel on the ground and beg for mercy after I've beaten them black and blue. You look so vile. Yang Xiaoran stared at Zhang Lang's lecherous grin. You don't mean to say you're planning to go learn kung fu and come back to torment Wang Hao and Yi Ruolin, are you? His secret thought, seen through Zhang Lang, would rather die than admit it. Psycho, do I look like that kind of person? How could he dare to admit it in front of Wang Hao and Yi Ruolin? He might be stabbed to death by Yi Ruolin's fruit knife before he even stepped out of the supermarket. Yang Xiaoran curled his lip in disdain, rolled his eyes, and got up to check the situation outside the window. By the time Li He, Wang Hao, and Chun Mo took the third watch, dawn had already broken. After a few hours of sleep, his battle-worn body had recovered a little. Li He felt as if the Ren and Du meridians in his body had been opened up overnight, and he was thoroughly refreshed. He took toothpaste and a toothbrush from the supermarket and boiled hot water while washing up. The supermarket had dried noodle strands, ham, and eggs, so Li decided to make a simple noodle breakfast to get by. Wang Hao's family lived right across from Li He's, and having grown up with Li He, Wang Hao hadn't escaped Li Ping's hellish training. So despite being dog-tired from the previous day's fights, he was brimming with energy after a few hours of rest. The others were different. They had barely avoided dropping dead from exhaustion. After resting, fatigue came crashing over them like a towering wave. Every muscle ached all over, much as if they had spent a whole day hauling sandbags. Tian Jejia rubbed her sore arm, looked up through the window at the sky, and said, "Heaven help me. Let me lie like a corpse for a few days. I definitely can't kill zombies today." Oh. What answered Tian Jejia's prayer was the roar of zombies outside the supermarket. They slept until after 10, and one by one they woke up. After grabbing a bite to eat, the group sat in a circle and played cards. Chen Mo, who had drawn a great hand, was the least happy of all. The intermittent roars from outside kept reminding them that this place was far from safe. He asked, "If we can't hold out in the supermarket much longer, where can we go?" The small group was momentarily at a loss. If the whole world was infested with zombies, where could a bunch of unremarkable college students go? Everyone's eyes unconsciously drifted to Li He, looking for his opinion. Li He stared at the terrible hand in his grip, smiling more miserably than he might cry. "If the supermarket can no longer serve, we move to the remote outskirts. Once in the outskirts, we keep moving to the sparsely populated mountain areas." Meeting their puzzled eyes, Li He explained, "The population in the suburbs is certainly smaller than in the city center, so relatively speaking there will be fewer zombies. And in the sparsely populated mountains there will surely be even fewer. The fewer zombies we encounter, the higher our chances of survival." Forging his way out from Nanjing University campus, Li He not only demonstrated boldness and agility, but also a meticulous mind and remarkable composure in critical moments. Thus the small team instinctively regarded him as their anchor, and in their confusion they were more inclined to follow Li He's advice. In fact, his suggestion to head towards sparsely populated areas was not made on impulse. The fewer the people, the relatively fewer the zombies would be, and they would not have to constantly flee for their lives. Besides, with only 7 of them, how much trouble could they possibly cause? They had already fought hard enough just to escape the school alive. With nothing urgent happening at the supermarket where they took refuge aside from occasionally observing the zombies outside, he conducted impromptu training sessions with the group inside. Especially Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia, whose physical abilities left much to be desired, making them easy targets for zombie attacks. The priority was to improve their stamina and speed in dispatching the undead. With limited space in the supermarket, he had them each carry 2 bottles of mineral water to build arm strength. He and Wang Hao strapped pillows onto their bodies to simulate zombies, requiring the others to thrust at the marked points on the pillows. Even during practice, Li He did not want to risk being stabbed halfway to death, so he layered thick cardboard beneath the pillows for protection. Zombies primarily relied on brute strength, but could not match the speed of ordinary humans. Therefore, as long as Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia maintained adequate speed, they could actually handle zombies. The key was simply to avoid being cornered by a large horde. Li He and Wang Hao were the most agile among the group, so Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia needed to dodge bites, while simultaneously delivering lethal strikes in one motion. Wang Hao was about to mimic a zombie's growl, when Li He stopped him. "Don't make noise, or we'll attract the zombies outside to batter down the door." Wang Hao clamped his mouth shut and lunged at Zhang Lang with bared teeth. Zhang Lang gripped the sharpened handle of a broom, barely raised it before he could aim at the pillow's mark, and was immediately tackled to the ground by Wang Hao. First attempt failed. Getting up again, he was dispatched just as swiftly on his next attempt. After more than 10 repetitions, Zhang Lang finally showed some improvement in speed, managing to slightly evade Wang Hao's attacks, but his performance remained unimpressive, still unable to land a strike. Wang Hao was nearly driven mad by Zhang Lang's sluggish reactions. "Just imagine me as the man who murdered your father. With that kind of hatred, you might actually manage to hit me. But why would I think you killed my father?" Wang Hao ripped off the pillow and threw it on the ground, walked to the refrigerator, and grabbed a bottle of cola. "This guy is hopeless. I'm done." Compared to Zhang Lang, Tian Jejia, besides her weaker strength, showed remarkably fast improvement in reaction speed. On her first attack, she was dispatched instantly by Li He, but on the second, she immediately evaded his assault and lasted 2 seconds before being knocked out. During Li He's third attempt, Tian Jejia managed to hold out for several more seconds before being caught, and at the very moment she was bitten, she thrust the pole into the pillow's target point. However, her force was insufficient, as she only managed to pierce the surface of the pillow. Against a real zombie, she would likely only burst an eyeball rather than drive the pole deep into the brain for a fatal strike. Li He instructed Tian Jejia to persist in training the power behind her thrust, striving for one decisive kill and denying the zombie any chance to struggle. Seeing Wang Hao refuse to continue, Li He turned to Yi Ruilin. "Xiao Yi, would you mind training Zhang Lang?" Yi Ruilin, who had been silently sharpening mop and broom handles, raised her gaze and fixed her stare directly on Zhang Lang. "Fine." Zhang Lang shuddered in terror. Compared to Wang Hao's hot temper, Yi Ruilin's unhinged nature frightened him even more. She never played by the rules, and if the training went poorly, she might very well stab him to death with her fruit knife. Seeing Yi Ruilin rise and begin strapping on the pillow, Zhang Lang's voice broke with panic. "No, no, no. I wouldn't dare trouble you, Sister Blade. You look down on me." Yi Ruilin's expressionless face showed a flicker of displeasure. "No, no, absolutely not." Zhang Lang's eyes welled up with tears. He wanted to cry, but dared not, and had nowhere to flee. "I don't tolerate repeated mistakes. You'd best not test my patience otherwise." Yi Ruilin's eyes turned merciless. "I'll stab you to death." Zhang Lang's expression was as grim as if his own father had died. Yi Ruilin secured the pillow and launched herself at Zhang Lang in a single bound. "You, stay back." Zhang Lang's legs buckled in terror. In this moment, Yi Ruilin appeared more terrifying than any demon from hell. He raised his pole and thrust blindly at the pillow strapped to Yi Ruilin's body. Thwack! He did hit the pillow, but far from the target point. With one slap, Yi Ruilin sent him crashing to the ground. Looking down at the trembling Zhang Lang sprawled on the floor, Yi Ruilin said coldly, "You have 2 chances remaining." Those words struck like funeral bells, forcing Zhang Lang to grip his pole tightly. Even if he would be stabbed to death by Yi Ruilin, he would drag her down with him. Damn it, he would fight to the end. As soon as Yi Ruilin stepped back a few paces and her stance was not yet steady, Zhang Lang charged forward with his pole raised. "Xiao Yi, watch out." Although aware of Yi Ruilin's agility, Li He could not help but warn her. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching Zhang Lang's thrust toward the pillow. Thwack! As expected, the pole struck a spot completely unrelated to the target. Yi Ruilin backhanded him to the ground once again. "Last chance." As she spoke, Yi Ruilin had already drawn a fruit knife from her pocket. The onlookers swallowed hard. Yang Xiaoran shuffled nervously over to Li He and stammered, "Sister Blade isn't actually going to stab Brother Cockroach to death, is she?" Li He shook his head without saying a word. "Good riddance if she does. If this guy doesn't step up, he's just dead weight." Wang Hao was still fuming at his lack of progress. Under the crushing pressure from Yi Ruilin, Zhang Lang suddenly managed to hit the target point. Breathing a sigh of relief, he gazed at the pillow with tears in his eyes. His life was spared. Li He and the others watching also breathed easier. They could not be certain whether Yi Ruilin would truly follow through and stab him. Yi Ruilin nodded in satisfaction, then her expression turned stern once more. "From now on you cannot fail, or I will still stab you to death." For the next half hour, under Yi Ruilin's absolute pressure, Zhang Lang hit the target on every thrust. Even the slight deviations fell within an acceptable margin, a significant improvement indeed. Only when Zhang Lang collapsed on the ground utterly exhausted did Li He turn his attention to Yang Xiaoran and Chen Mo. "Xiao Yi, please also help improve their reaction speed and striking accuracy." "All right." In Yang Xiaoran and Chen Mo's eyes there was fear of Yi Ruilin and murderous intent toward Li He. They had never harbored such intense desire to kill someone. Except perhaps Li He. Outside the supermarket, the silence was broken only by the occasional snarls of zombies and the rare sound of a car speeding past. As for the piercing screams of agony, they had gone from intermittent to almost non-existent. Li He and the others felt heavy-hearted. What they feared most was that more and more people would die and more zombies would rise. Zhang Lang, covered in wounds, pressed an ice pack to his injuries, a deep gloom in his eyes. What if only the 7 of us are left alive in this world? Even though he always put on a shamelessly cheeky face. But he was human, flesh and blood, and naturally worried about his parents and loved ones back home. I want to go home and see them. With that, Tian Jejia covered her face and burst into tears. The supermarket fell into sorrow. Li He rubbed his aching temples, not knowing how to comfort them. He had never dared to mention words like parents or family precisely because he was afraid of this happening. Every one of them had a family, but they all came from different places. With zombies everywhere, trying to visit everyone's hometown was nothing short of fantasy. Besides, even if they braved countless dangers and finally made it home, what would they do if their parents were long dead? And worse, had become the walking dead. Who could bear that? Snap out of it. Let's get out of the city center, first take small roads, and follow remote barren places. We'll head for the capital and figure things out there. Everyone looked at Li He. The capital? Yes. The capital must have gathered important military and political figures and a large number of medical personnel. If we go there, we might just survive. As for our loved ones, we have to accept it. Maybe they survived, maybe not. In any case, live in the present and make sure we don't lose our own lives first. Li He's words seemed to make sense. No one argued with him, and Tian Jejia gradually stopped crying. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed and darkness descended once again. Li He and the others had already arranged a shift schedule and began resting in turns. Li He and Yang Xiaoran took the first watch. To be safe, Li He kept stepping onto a chair by the window to check the situation outside, making sure the zombies could not catch them all at once. When he first looked out, there was nothing special except a few scattered zombies wandering around. Occasionally 1 or 2 zombies would slam against the supermarket's rolling shutter door a few times before drifting away again. When their watch came to an end, Wang Hao and Chun Mo took over from Li He and Yang Xiaoran. Li He had just lain down on the floor and closed his eyes when he heard a violent crash. Bang, bang, bang. The rolling shutter door rattled as the zombies slammed into it. The zombies' snarls added a terrifying soundtrack to the silent night. It was low. Zhang Lang, who had been sound asleep nearby, suddenly shot upright in fright. He grabbed the sharpened broom handle beside him and swung it wildly, scaring Chun Mo lying next to him into shrinking back. Li He got up and rushed to the window, stepping onto the chair to look outside. It would have been better not to look. The sight nearly scared his soul away. At some point, a large crowd of zombies had gathered outside the supermarket entrance, slamming into the rolling shutter door with a thunderous bang, battering it until it was full of dents. The zombies felt no pain and knew no fatigue as they crazily slammed into the rolling shutter door. At this rate, the door would soon become scrap metal. Li He jumped off the chair and urged his anxious companions, grab your backpacks, grab whatever food you can from the supermarket to eat on the run and evacuate immediately. Wang Hao tore open a bag of pull-apart bread and began to eat. Hoisting his large backpack with one hand, he asked Li He, there are zombies everywhere outside. How are we supposed to evacuate? If they charged out through the entrance, they would inevitably clash head-on with a massive number of zombies. There were only 7 of them, and relying solely on the weapons in their hands, escaping all the way would be extremely difficult. Li He and Wang Hao and the others worked together to push several rows of shells in front of the door, preparing to slow down the zombies once the door was smashed open. Why did the zombies suddenly start slamming the door? Zhang Lang asked, panicking. The zombies probably caught the scent of living humans and gathered around. We must be the only people left in the area. Even if there are few of us, the scent of the living is definitely enough to attract their attention. Li He put on his backpack and walked toward the restroom. Into the restroom. We'll escape through the window in there. Everyone grabbed their bags and weapons in a fluster and followed Li He. At the restroom entrance, Wang Hao pointed at the tiny window, the muscles in his face twitching, and asked incredulously, you call this a window? It was no wonder Wang Hao wanted to hit someone. A child could pass through that restroom window without any problem. But they were a group of adults, big strapping men. Wang Hao was sure he would get stuck. Ignoring Wang Hao, Li He pushed the restroom sink, and once he confirmed it was sturdy enough, stepped onto it. He took out a multi-tool folding knife and began taking the window apart. Bang! After Li He removed the window glass along with the frame, a thunderous sound came from the rolling shutter door. The zombies had smashed a huge gash in it, and the glass door was also shattered, scattering shards all over the floor. Seeing that the zombies were about to pour into the supermarket, he urged Yi Ruilin to evacuate at once. Yi Ruilin looked up at the window and hesitated. Seeing Yi Ruilin standing still, he urged, step onto the sink and climb up. If you can't, step on my shoulder. Hurry up. The zombies have already broken through the door. Yi Ruilin blinked, looking worried. The window is a bit high. Even if I get through it, there's nowhere to land. Won't I fall head first? That was easy enough for Li He and Wang Hao, but for untrained people like Yi Ruilin, it was indeed a problem. Bang, bang, bang. By that time the zombies had already begun slamming crazily into the shelves at the entrance. Lee quickly locked the restroom door and put on a pair of non-slip tactical gloves. He tucked the small flashlight behind his ear, tossed his backpack out the window, stepped onto the sink, grabbed the window ledge, and pulled himself up. Bracing his feet against the tiled wall, he climbed up to the window. Resting his upper body on the sill, Lee looked down. There were 3 or 5 zombies wandering below the window. Lee inched his body outward, slowly worming his whole body through the window. After half of his body was out, Lee was headfirst, gripping the wall with both hands as his lower body slowly slid out of the window. Even Wang Hao, who had grown up with Lee, broke into a cold sweat at such a risky move. None of them dared to speak, afraid of distracting him and making him lose his grip. He would fall headfirst and die with his brains splattered on the ground. Bang! A violent crash came from the restroom door, and the zombies' snarls could be heard through the stainless steel door. Yang Xiaoran was startled. He had not expected the zombies to cross the shelf barrier so quickly. Damn, did they eat rocket fuel, or what? How are they so fast? At that same moment, Li's body was abruptly flung out of the window. Wang Hao's heart nearly stopped from fright. Lao-he! Lao-he! Wang Hao's breath caught as though his heart had stopped mid-beat. Li's entire body slid rapidly out of the window, and even if someone had tried to grab him, it would have been far too late. What are you yelling about, you rat? I'm still alive. Why do you sound like you're at a funeral? Hearing Li's voice, the group of people previously terrified and bewildered all froze in surprise. Fixing their eyes on the scene below, they realized Li was hanging upside down with his feet hooked onto the window frame. Damn, you're not dead. Wang Hao pressed a hand to his heaving chest, a smile of surprise spreading across his face, yet his words rang harder than steel. Why didn't you break your neck when you fell, eh? I was about to have funeral music played. Go to hell. Li cursed, his feet gripping the window frame tightly while his hands clawed at the wall. His voice successfully drew the attention of the zombies wandering below the wall. The zombies snarled and lumbered toward Li's position. Li was now hanging upside down approximately 3 meters above the ground. At this height, he could have risked releasing his feet and sliding down. But with zombies available as a cushion, he chose not to take the risk. He whistled, drawing the zombies beneath him. Spotting the right moment, he released his feet and plummeted downward. Fortunately for him, a zombie was directly beneath, and Li smashed right into it, crashing to the ground. The poor zombie never got to taste human flesh before being crippled by Li's impact, left sprawled and groaning on the ground. Li flipped to his feet and addressed the immobilized zombie below. Thanks for the cushion, buddy. I owe you one. Might have to repay you in the next life. The zombie seemed to think I'm convinced, you little monster. As soon as Li rose, he immediately punched a lunging zombie to the ground. Grabbing his backpack, he pulled out 2 sharp scissors and stabbed them into the zombies' eye sockets, one in each hand. While stabbing zombies, Li noticed no one was evacuating and shouted urgently toward the window. Are you guys holding a meeting in there, or what? The restroom door was dented and buckling from the zombie impacts. Yang Xiaoran and Wang Hao braced their backs against it, barely holding it shut, urging the others, hurry up and go, or we'll all be finished. Yi Rilin drew a fruit knife and gestured for Tian Jejia to go first. Tian Jejia stepped onto the wash basin, threw out her backpack and weapons first, then mimicked Li's technique by gripping the windowsill and bravely climbing to the window. Taking advantage of his height, Zhang Lang was reliable for once, standing below the window and supporting Tian Jejia's feet with his hands to help her climb out faster. Once Tian Jejia had half her body out, the height made her uneasy. Li killed a lunging zombie with a stab from his scissors, then delivered a spinning kick that sent another zombie attempting a sneak attack flying. Noticing Tian Jejia's pale face, he urged, jump, I'll catch you. Tian Jejia took a deep breath, closed her eyes tightly, and leaped from the window. Aya! Tian Jejia screamed in terror, overcome by the primal fear of heights. Fortunately, Li kept his word. He grabbed a zombie preparing to bite him by the wrists, lifted its arms, and kicked its chin to keep it from reaching him. The zombie struggled, but Tian Jejia fell onto its outstretched arms, snapping them with a crisp crack. Li yanked Tian Jejia away from her stunned state and drove his scissors into the zombie's eye sockets. As he killed the zombie, he muttered, I'll thank you on Tian Jejia's behalf for that catch. Li patted Tian Jejia on the shoulder. While dispatching zombies, he called out, you're alive, get up and fight. Whoa, whoa. Tian Jejia grabbed a broom handle from the ground and through her sobs began stabbing at the zombies. With Tian Jejia safely evacuated, Yuralin urged Chen Mo, who had better agility, to make a quick escape and help Li and the others eliminate the zombies outside. Bang, bang, bang. The restroom door had long been loosened by the zombie impacts. Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran pressed their feet against the ground, leaning their backs against the door as they struggled to hold it shut. As more zombies battered the already loose door, each impact sent Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran staggering forward, forcing them back against the door once more. Wang Hao felt nauseous from the impacts. I think I'm developing a concussion. Ugh. Woo. Wah. Yang Xiaoran's retching was his only response. The stench of vomit spread through the cramped restroom, making everyone nearly sick. Wang Hao, pressed right against the door, was suffering the most. He never imagined such a day would come where even breathing was wrong. Is this the distortion of humanity? or the collapse of morality. Chun Mo, reeking with nausea, dared not breathe and strode toward the wash basin, scrambling for the window like a fugitive and clawing his way out with all his might. Below Li He and Tian Jejia were surrounded by 6 or 7 zombies fighting desperately with their scissors, completely unaware of Chun Mo preparing to jump from the window. Chun Mo called out to him, "Li, help me." After stabbing a zombie to death with his scissors, Li He kicked the corpse toward the window. Pointing at the pile of corpses, the cushions already jumped bravely. Chun Mo stared at the bloody bodies, a wave of horror washing over him. What if he missed the corpses and broke his neck? "Old Chen, are you jumping or not?" Zhang Lang asked irritably, nearly vomiting from the smell. "If I'm going to die, so be it." Chun Mo made up his mind and threw himself outward. Fortunately, he instinctively protected his neck and head with his hands as he fell, with zombies below serving as his cushion. Even so, the moment he landed on the zombie, Chun Mo felt his chest compress violently, unable to draw a breath, pain hammering through his sternum. Seeing this, Li He reached out and delivered a firm slap to Chun Mo's back. "Woo! Pooh!" With that blow, Chun Mo felt a surge of blood in his throat and vomited a mouthful of dark blood. The pressure in his chest finally released, and he could breathe easier. "If you're not dead, get up and kill zombies." "Oh, coming." Chun Mo stumbled to his feet and raised his scissors to stab at the zombies. The moment Chun Mo made his escape, Zhang Lang moved without hesitation, stepping onto the wash basin and scrambling toward the window like a bolt of lightning. He stuffed packs of supplies out the window one by one, sweat pouring down his face in urgency. Wang Hao, who was already on the verge of vomiting, was nearly driven mad by Zhang Lang's sluggish pace. "Can't you bring less?" Zhang Lang persisted in stuffing supplies out the window, delivering a line that left Wang Hao speechless. "When you run out of food, don't come to me." After finally getting the supplies out, Zhang Lang's limbs went weak from exhaustion. "Lord He, for the love of Buddha, save me." Li He focused on slaughtering zombies, didn't even look up. "There are 8 or 9 corpses below as your cushion. Just jump down." Zhang Lang glanced at the height. The night was too dark, and the small flashlight tucked behind Li He's ear provided insufficient light, making it hard for him to see the situation below clearly. "I'm scared," Zhang Lang wailed pitifully. Li He was utterly speechless, helplessly extending his hand. "Just jump, I'll catch you." "You wouldn't trick me, right?" Zhang Lang wanted one more confirmation of his safety. "I'll count to 3. If you don't jump, I'll stab you to death." Yi Ruilian's voice came from behind Zhang Lang, making him jump. 3, 2, 1. By the time Yi Ruilian counted 1, Zhang Lang flipped out of the window without hesitation. Knowing Yi Ruilian would actually stab him, and fearing another stab to the rear, he chose to jump without hesitation. Fortunately, He had his arms outstretched, waiting to catch him. However, just as he was falling, he turned around to kill the zombies. Zhang Lang crashed through the window, slamming onto the pile of corpses with such force that his internal organs seemed to shift out of place. His chest burned with agony as he struggled to rise, mouth gaping open to gulp air desperately, trying to expel the suffocating discomfort. With battle-hardened experience, Chun Mo dodged the zombies' assault, while positioning himself beside Zhang Lang, delivering a powerful palm strike to Zhang Lang's back. "Dragon subduing 18 palms, sending you straight to Hong Kong." Perhaps blessed by Qiao Feng himself, as Chun Mo's palm connected, a sweetness flooded Zhang Lang's throat, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his complexion noticeably improving. Zhang Lang clasped his fists together, gazing at Chun Mo with an expression that clearly conveyed his admiration. "Brother Chen, truly formidable. Pray tell, who was your master?" Chun Mo beamed with pride. "Nothing much, really. I've been captivated by demigods and semi-devils since childhood, practicing the dragon subduing 18 palms for many years. Unfortunately, my talents were insufficient. I only managed to grasp a fraction of its essence." Irritated by the zombies surrounding them, and seeing Chun Mo and Zhang Lang still engaged in idle banter, he flew into a rage. "You two idiots. If you want to die, just say the word. I'll grant your wish." Chun Mo swiftly turned to dispatch zombies. Zhang Lang seized his sharpened mop handle and thrust it with all his might into a zombie's skull. Blood spurted everywhere. The zombie's body convulsed, its clawing hand went limp, and it bade farewell to this world forever. Zhang Lang's successful strike filled him with confidence. He yanked out the mop handle and lunged at another zombie. Thanks to Yi Ruilian's training, his speed at impaling zombies had improved by leaps and bounds. With Zhang Lang gone, only Yi Ruilian, Wang Hao, and Yang Xiaoran remained. Both men were already on their last legs. The zombies slammed against the door so violently it bounced off the frame, repeatedly slamming their bodies forward, and then violently flinging them backward as they desperately braced against it. Realizing they would soon be flung away from the door and torn to shreds by the zombie horde, Yang Xiaoran abandoned all pretense of honor. "Hold the line, brother. I'll go scout ahead and provide support." Before Wang Hao could even hurl curses at him, Yang Xiaoran scrambled toward the window. Suddenly, Wang Hao felt a tremendous impact on his back, sending him sprawling face-first to the floor. The dented stainless steel door collapsed onto him. The zombies roared and trampled over him through the shattered bathroom entrance. Wang Hao felt as if an entire army of 10,000 soldiers was stampeding across his back, as if countless fists of hail were pummeling him. He couldn't rise, no matter how hard he tried. A regular massage costs money, but a zombie's massage only costs your life. I'll help. Already perched at the window, Yang Xiaoran hesitated. He glanced at Wang Hao being ground into the floor, then at the zombies threatening to burst through the already overcrowded bathroom. Yi Rualin pressed her back against the corner of the bathroom wall, dual knives in hand, stabbing frantically into zombie eye sockets with terror in her eyes. The zombies she stabbed hadn't even finished falling before the next wave of zombies pushed them onto Yi Rualin. Her fruit knife grew white-hot from stabbing her back pressed tight against the wall, yet more and more zombies lunged toward her. Though Yi Rualin wished to rescue Wang Hao, it was simply impossible. She sighed helplessly. Yang Xiaoran drew the scissors from his belt and dove into the zombie horde. He knocked down several zombies, but was immediately surrounded before he could stand. Wang Hao felt as if he was being trampled to death. Gritting his teeth, he surged upward with all his strength, hurling the zombies, crushing him outward. He seized the stainless steel door, now reduced to scrap, and smashed it into the zombies' faces. Though it couldn't kill them, it provided some degree of defense. Yang Xiaoran staggered to his feet. Using Wang Hao and the door as cover, he thrust his scissors at the zombies. All the zombies flooding into the supermarket made their way toward the bathroom. The cramped space was about to burst. The corpses littering the ground were trampled beyond recognition by the incoming zombies. Though they could trip up some of the undead, they only slightly delayed the horde. In no time, the bodies were crushed into unrecognizable debris, utterly failing to halt the flood of zombies pouring in. Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran provided mutual cover as they fought their way toward Yi Rualin's position. Wang Hao continued using the door to batter away the lunging zombies, while Yang Xiaoran exploited the cover to ruthlessly stab at the undead. They protected each other through sheer instinct, barely surviving, but with no opportunity to rest. Sister Blade, run! Wang Hao urged Yi Rualin. Her eyes brimming with tears, suppressing her terror, she let out a desperate cry and stabbed through several zombies with her fruit knife. Using their cover, she clambered onto the sink and scrambled toward the window. Yi Rualin's slender frame allowed her to slip through the narrow window with ease. She had heard the conversation outside. She knew Li He had used the corpses as a cushion for them. Therefore, she didn't hesitate for even a moment, leaping directly downward while shielding her head and neck. The sound of impact echoed. Li He and the others had stacked numerous corpses beneath the window. Thanks to this makeshift cushion, Yi Rualin's jump caused her no injury. After landing on the corpses, she rolled upright instantly. A zombie with its nose bitten off lunged directly at her. She screamed and stabbed her fruit knife into its skull. Yi Rualin fought her way to Li He's side. They stood back to back, cutting down zombies together. Hao Zi and the others are trapped. Zombies fill the entire bathroom. Knowing Li He worried about Wang Hao still trapped inside, Yi Rualin reported the situation. Upon hearing this, Li He's brow furrowed deeply. Hold on for a bit longer. I'll go save them. Understood. Li He gripped the wall with bare hands and climbed toward the window. Zhang Lang, busy dispatching zombies with his mop handle, witnessed this and was utterly awed. Holy shit. How God can actually scale walls. Li He climbed with incredible speed, reaching the window in under 3 seconds. Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran were completely pinned by zombies. Wang Hao's stainless steel door already had a massive hole punched through it. A zombie snarled and lunged for him. Wang Hao slammed the door into the zombie's face with brutal force. The large hole caught the zombie's head, trapping it. The zombie thrashed wildly, knocking over several other zombies. Before the fallen undead could rise, they were trampled by their own kind. Li He squeezed through the window, stepping onto the sink. Leveraging the height advantage, he thrust his blade repeatedly into zombie skulls. Old He, you came back to die. Seeing Li He return, Wang Hao's emotions were complicated. Though he didn't want to die, he certainly didn't want to get his good brother killed. A fortune teller said, I'm a divine weapon descended to save you. Li He replied while stabbing zombies. I'll cover you, get out now. This time Wang Hao didn't argue. He turned, stepped onto the sink, grabbed the window ledge, and vaulted through. Without Wang Hao's cover, Yang Xiaoran suddenly felt zombies lunging at him from every direction. His scissors flew until the metal grew white-hot, but he simply couldn't kill fast enough. If Li He hadn't kicked away a few zombies with his feet, Yang Xiaoran would have been finished right then. The narrow window ripped Wang Hao's clothing as he struggled to squeeze through. His outstretched hands clawed desperately at the wall, trying to drag his body out of the window faster. For a moment, he seemed stuck, his midsection caught. Wang Hao held his breath, sucked in his stomach, and suddenly shot through with a push from his hands. Everything happened too suddenly. Before Wang Hao could react, he had already tumbled outside. Holy crash. He crashed onto the pile of corpses like a human bomb, the impact shaking the ground. He lay motionless atop the corpses. Alarmed Zhang Lang rushed over and pressed his middle finger to Wang Hao's nose to check for breath. Phew. Sensing that Wang Hao was still breathing, Zhang Lang exhaled in relief. False alarm. Just resurrection. Wang Hao's hand twitched. He raised his middle finger at Zhang Lang. Despite his agony, he forced himself up. Knowing he couldn't be a burden, he struggled to join the fight against the zombies. Li He remained standing on the wash basin, repeatedly stabbing the zombies below, while occasionally lifting a foot to kick away one or two. Yang Xiaoran was utterly amazed by Li He's extraordinary balance. The wash basin's concave surface made standing precarious enough, let alone lifting a leg to kick zombies. The fallen corpses formed a barrier against the zombies surging into the restroom, but within mere seconds they were knocked aside and trampled again and again by the frenzied horde. The cramped bathroom was piled high with bodies. More zombies poured in, climbing over the corpses, stubbornly attempting to leap toward Leahy and his companions. Some zombies tripped and fell, struggling to crawl over the pile toward Leahy's group, only to be crushed beneath the feet of the fresh wave of zombies pressing forward. Realizing that staying trapped in the restroom would leave them unable to break free, he urged Yang Xiaoran, "Old Yang, figure out a way to retreat, or I'm leaving without you." Yang Xiaoran had long wanted to retreat, but the zombies kept biting relentlessly. The scissors in his left hand were still lodged in a zombie's eye socket, when the scissors in his right hand was already plunging into another. Then tell me, how do I retreat? If suffering had its rankings, Yang Xiaoran's torment at this moment was at least gold tier. Li glanced down, stabbing more furiously with both hands. Only by facing death can we find a path to survival. Yang Xiaoran hesitated, thinking that at this point death was certain either way. Better to steel his resolve and fight. Perhaps there was still a sliver of hope. Bro, cover me. Yang Xiaoran shoved the two corpses he had just killed in front of the approaching zombies, then turned and scrambled toward the wash basin. The wash basin was barely large enough for Leahy to stand on while stabbing zombies. Yang Xiaoran struggled to climb up and nearly fell. Fortunately, Leahy grabbed him in time and promptly shoved the terrified man toward the window. Holy shit! Yang Xiaoran cried out in alarm, quickly bracing himself, his soul nearly shaken from his body. Moved? Leahy barked sharply, swinging his scissors wildly at the zombies below. This was the little time Leahy had bought him. If he dawdled any longer, neither would escape. Yang Xiaoran gripped the windowsill and leaned his body outward. Unfortunately, he was slightly broader than Wang Hao, and his stomach refused to compress enough to squeeze through. Yang Xiaoran held his breath and sucked in his belly with all his might, but to no avail. He simply could not fit through the window. Leahy's arms were growing weak from the relentless stabbing, eager for Yang Xiaoran to escape, so he could make his own break. Seeing Yang Xiaoran stuck at the window, Leahy wanted to shove him free, but he had no free hand to spare. The foot he kicked at a zombie was seized by a more erect corpse, nearly pulling him off the wash basin. Fortunately, his composure remained steady. He did not panic. He jammed one pair of scissors into the cabinet above the sink to steady himself, then used the other to impale the zombie gripping his leg. Yang Xiaoran, I'm counting to 3. If you don't clear that window, I'm stabbing right through your damn glass. Yang Xiaoran instantly felt his courage tighten. Leahy, even if you're turning ruthless, there's no need to copy Sister Dao's habit of stabbing blindly. 1, 2. Leahy called out the numbers while continuing to slaughter zombies. Terrified that Leahy would actually make good on his threat and leave him bleeding, Yang Xiaoran summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. 3. At the same moment, Leahy's voice rang out. Yang Xiaoran dove headfirst through the window. Thud. He collided with an unlucky zombie before crashing onto the pile of corpses. He was unharmed, except for his neck. Yang Xiaoran now had the worst stiff neck imaginable, his head tilting crookedly to the right, and any slight movement brought pain so sharp he wanted to cry out for his mother. If Zhang Lang didn't make some snarky remark, it wouldn't be like him at all. Yang Xiaoran's current appearance reminded him of a line from a comedic dialogue he'd watched as a child. Yo. Yo 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 yo. What's with this pose? Quite stylish. Tilting his head awkwardly, Yang Xiaoran thrust his scissors at the zombies, losing accuracy, but still managing to kill them. He shot Zhang Lang a withering glare. One day I'll make you understand why the flowers are so red. Leahy was the only one still not out from the restroom. Wang Hao and the others were growing increasingly anxious, their eyes constantly flicking toward the window. Old he, if you're not dead, make some noise. Go to hell. Though Leahy's reply was merely a habitual retort, it brought a measure of relief to everyone. As Yang Xiaoran dove out, he risked reaching out to grab the windowsill clinging to the window frame. A zombie's hand seized his ankle, pulling him downward. The tremendous force caused sharp pain in Leahy's foot, but he knew all too well. If he was dragged down, he would bid farewell to all his worries forever. His hands clung desperately to the windowsill, while his other foot kicked hard at the zombie's grasping hand. Just as he was about to lose his grip, the zombie's hand finally gave way. Not wasting a single moment, Leahy quickly extended himself through the window and dove toward the pile of corpses below. Thud. After multiple bodies had landed on the heap, the corpses at the bottom were visibly flattened. At last freed, Leahy immediately drew his scissors and began stabbing zombies. Wang Hao smoothly moved to Leahy's side, their backs pressed together as they fought off zombies, gradually advancing toward the others' positions. Once the group reunited, they formed a circle with their backs to each other, providing covering fire as they slaughtered the approaching zombies. The surrounding undead had been drawn to them, and more continued to converge on their location. Shinemo asked, "What's next?" The supermarket was packed with zombies. They would surely also be attracted by the commotion here and begin swarming out to hunt them down shortly. Leahy grabbed his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. After killing a zombie, he tore off a strip of its clothing to wipe the brain matter and blood from his scissors. Let's get out of here first and figure things out later. We should move toward a more secluded area. He sighed helplessly. Sigh. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Shall ye, if possible, please channel your fear into strength, and try not to scream. Zombies have keen hearing, so let's avoid attracting them. Even Li He, with his impressive combat skills, spoke to Yi Ruilin with courtesy. After all, this girl was ruthless in battle, stabbing anyone who crossed her path with deadly precision. All right, Yi Ruilin responded coolly, her lips pressed tightly together. Though terror filled her eyes, she no longer screamed aloud. Of course, her vicious strikes against the zombies remained unchanged. The small team huddled together, backs pressed to each other as they fought forward, putting distance between themselves and the supermarket area. Li He and the others retrieved 2 small flashlights for illumination, to gauge the number of surrounding zombies and to find their way forward. There were quite a few zombies around, men, women, and the elderly alike, apparently residents from the nearby residential compound. The survivors were likely either fleeing or seeking shelter wherever they could hide. The more zombies there were, the more intense their craving for human flesh became. Li He and his companions had become the prime targets, and the horde and nearby zombies all converged upon them. The large scissors plunged into a zombie's eye socket, blood spraying everywhere. Li He kicked away a corpse with his foot and stabbed 2 zombies simultaneously with each hand. The group was relieved they had chosen large scissors. They were lightweight, easy to grip, and effective for killing zombies. As long as there was sufficient strength, the sharply pointed tips would find their mark. Aside from Li He and Wang Hao, the others had at best brawled like amateurs with no martial foundation. Yet at that moment, as they fought with both hands and feet, they felt as though Master Huang himself had possessed them. Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia, one dragging a heavy bag of supplies, while the other brandished a mop handle and a broomstick sharpened at both ends, thrust mercilessly into the eye sockets of the zombies. The poles were roughly a meter long, perfectly maintaining a safe distance from the undead, while delivering lethal thrusts, and still leaving their feet free to kick away any zombie lunging forward. Yi Ruilin still wielded the sharp fruit knife her grandfather had gifted her, her lips pressed into a thin line as she relentlessly stabbed into the eye sockets of zombies. If any zombie possessed even a shred of intelligence, it would have fled by train the moment it saw her. Li He and the others continued to impale zombies with sharp scissors. Though short, the scissors were lightweight, and Li He and Wang Hao, with their keen reflexes, could always dispatch a zombie with a single snip before it managed to claw them. Since Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia could keep the zombies at bay with their poles, Li He assigned them to finish off those lunging forward, while the rest eliminated the ones up close, covering each other. Through the combined effort of the 7, they finally carved out a passage, leaving the horde behind and gradually retreating from the supermarket area amid scattered stragglers. I'm exhausted. I can barely keep going. Zhang Lang, hauling an extra heavy bag of supplies, was panting like a tired husky. Seeing the zombies over 10 meters away, he began to entertain thoughts of taking a break. I'm running out of strength too. Chun Mo's feet ached unbearably. Were it not for his will to survive propelling him forward, he would have collapsed long ago. Before Li He could speak, a beam of light swept toward them. Squinting, the group watched in astonishment as a double-decker bus came barreling toward them, smashing through numerous zombies blocking its path. Beep. Beep, beep, beep. The people inside spotted them and honked the horn. Overjoyed, Zhang Lang eagerly grabbed Chun Mo and waved both arms. We need help. Please help us. The bus slowed to a halt beside them. The occupants peered through the tinted windows at Li He and his companions, their eyes brimming with suspicion. Zhang Lang nudged Yang Xiaoran, who reluctantly stepped forward to plead their case. Hey man, we're students from Nanjing University. We're trying to reach the suburbs. Could you do us a favor and give us a ride? A balding youth rolled down the window and shone a flashlight on Li He and the others as if checking for bite marks. Wang Hao and Li He exchanged glances, then Wang Hao sauntered forward with a cheeky grin. Don't worry, we're clean. All the blood on us belongs to those things. We haven't been bitten or scratched. The passengers exchanged nervous looks and whispered among themselves before the driver finally unlocked the door. The balding youth gestured them aboard. Get in first. Zhang Lang practically bounded up the steps, followed closely by Chun Mo and Yang Xiaoran. Just before climbing in, Li He leaned close and whispered to Wang Hao, stay alert. Wang Hao boarded with a blank expression, slipping an okay gesture behind his back toward Li He. Li He then reached out to help Yi Ruilin onto the bus. Careful. Yi Ruilin cast a sidelong glance at the balding youth and replied, coolly, fine. Once everyone was aboard, the youth directed them to seats and handed out bottles of water and bread. Aside from his bald spot, the youth was strikingly handsome with potential to become an idol. 2 dimples appeared when he smiled, lending him an approachable warmth. Drink some water and eat a little bread to regain your strength. No need, we have our own food and water. We're already grateful you picked us up. We can't be greedy. Hearing Li He's words, Yang Xiaoran and Tian Jejia, who had been reaching for the provisions, quickly withdrew their hands. The balding youth set the bread and water before Zhang Lang and Yi Ruilin. Come now, we're all just trying to survive here. There's no need for such formalities. I'm Chen Fan. He pointed to a gaunt, stick-thin young man nearby. This is Yang Wenhui, and he's... Chen Fan introduced them one by one, explaining that they were vocational school students who had narrowly escaped when the zombie outbreak struck. They happened to cross paths with the bus driver who let them aboard and drove them to safety. Li He and his companions introduced themselves as well, omitting the details of how they had fled the campus, survived at the supermarket, and eventually encountered the bus. Li He's tale was half truth and half fiction. He claimed other students had escaped with them, but scattered along the way. Most of their survival, he suggested, came down to luck, carefully concealing his ability to hotwire vehicles. As Li He recounted their escape, Zhang Lang, sensing something amiss, opened his mouth to praise him, only for Yi Ruilin to stuff a bread roll into his mouth from beside him. I want to rest properly now. You'd best keep quiet. With that, Yi Ruilin handed bread to Chen Mo and Yang Xiaoran, her eyes flashing with a warning glare. The three swallowed, nervously bowed their heads, and ate, without uttering a single word. Yang Xiaoran shot Li He a complicated look before falling silent and cracking open a can of 8 treasure porridge. During his account, Li He's face twisted with terror, his body trembling slightly, appearing genuinely frightened and cowardly. Watching his performance, Chen Fan smiled reassuringly. It's all right now. You're safe. Wang Hao, seated nearby, secretly gave his Oscar-worthy friend a thumbs up. Where are we heading next? Li He asked, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. We're making for the nearest military base to see if they can help, Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. But to be safe, we need to secure more food and water first. If there are too many zombies, we may need your help fighting them off. Wang Hao immediately adopted the picture of a simpleton, nodding foolishly. No problem at all. Unity is strength. The bus sped through the darkness, occasionally plowing through zombies that blocked the road. Within its shelter, the exhausted group could finally sit and rest. After eating, Li He and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, and Wang Hao slumped against the seat and fell fast asleep. Li He pulled out his phone and played Tetris, appearing wide awake, when in truth, he was utterly drained. Zhang Lang and the others tilted their heads and snored loudly. Yi Ruilin sat hunched over motionless. Li He could not tell whether she had fallen asleep or was lost in thought. Li He could faintly hear soft sounds drifting down from the upper deck of the bus, but he asked nothing and pretended not to notice. Wang Hao slept for an hour before relieving Li He to rest, taking over the night watch. Though the two often appeared careless and frivolous in daily life, they proved remarkably composed and level-headed when things got real. Li He had barely slept for an hour when the vehicle came to a halt. Groggy, he raised his head half asleep, then suddenly jolted awake and sprang to his feet. He drew the scissors from his side and swung them wildly at empty air. Don't come near me. Don't bite me, don't bite me. From behind, the scrawny guy gave Li He a shove. Hey, bro. Bro, you're still half asleep, right? There are no zombies. Don't be afraid. Li He spun around in terror, his hand clutching the scissors and trembling uncontrollably as he darted his eyes in every direction. No zombies. He exhaled in relief, his body going limp as he slumped into a chair, still trembling though fear lingered in his eyes. Zhang Lang and the others, awakened by the commotion, stared in dumbfounded amazement. Wait, did Li He take the wrong pills or forget to take any? Chen Mo blinked in disbelief. Couldn't this cowardly mess actually be Li He? They had merely taken a nap, and now the team's fiercest fighter had turned into its most timid and spineless member. And that look in his eyes, it seemed pretty damn stupid. Yi Ruilin's gaze toward Li He carried a hint of pity. Must be emotional breakdown, probably. I'd rather believe in ghosts than accept that guy would. Before Zhang Lang could finish, Yi Ruilin stuffed a salted egg yolk pastry into his mouth. No talking while eating, no eating while talking. Just eat, don't speak. Zhang Lang pulled out the unopened pastry he had shoved into his mouth and nodded repeatedly. All right. He felt the world had gone completely mad. Yi Ruilin kept telling him not to speak, and Li He had suddenly turned the biggest coward. Could it be? Zombies could actually alter a person's personality. Chen Fan smiled as he approached, pointing outside the vehicle. We've arrived at a supermarket entrance. Li He and the others turned to look out the window. A few meters away, separated by several steps, stood a small supermarket. Dawn was breaking, the supermarket doors flung open. Splattered across the entrance was dried, blackened blood, and on the ground lay a severed hand stripped down to bone. Chen Fan's group had already armed themselves, gripping sharpened metal pipes and machetes. Let's go into the supermarket and see if we can find anything to eat. Don't be afraid. We've got numbers. We could kick these zombies to death if we tried. Li He and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, then deliberately adopted expressions of anxious hesitation as they stared at the 2 or 3 zombies nearby. People. Numbers give us strength. Chen Fan's group left 2 people and the driver in the vehicle. Li He and the rest all followed, clutching their weapons, nervously hiding behind Chen Fan's group. 10 people from Chen Fan's side got out, bringing the total to 17. Zombies lurked nearby, and the moment they spotted living souls, they roared and lunged forward. Li He's group sprinted toward the supermarket. When a zombie charged Chen Fan's people, swung their pipes, driving them straight into the creature's skulls. Their strikes were merciless and brutal. One pipe thrust, and the zombie's skull caved in, sending it spiraling into the afterlife right then and there. The zombies' howl drew in nearby stragglers, all converging on the supermarket. As zombies lunged with gaping mouths, Li He panicked and waved his scissors wildly. In his frantic flailing, he somehow managed to decapitate one by pure accident. Wang Hao fared no better. Also trembling with terror, he swung blindly and frequently ducked behind his companions, asking them to shield him from the zombies' bites. "Ah, help me." Yiruline's signature scream rang out as she quaked violently, stabbing her fruit knife wildly at the zombie lunging toward her. After roughly 7 or 8 thrusts, she finally managed to impale the zombie's eye socket and dragged it down. Zhang Lang and the others watched in stunned silence as the 3 bravest fighters in their group completely lost their minds. Chun Imo muttered, "What the hell is wrong with this world?" Even Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia seemed far more capable than Li He and his crew. Yang Xiaoran and Chun Imo particularly embodied the team's fighting spirit. When zombies attacked, they thrust their scissors without hesitation. Unlike Li He's panicked cowering, their movements were notably more practiced and efficient. Chen Fan studied Yang Xiaoran and Chun Imo with a critical eye. Given that Li He, Wang Hao, and Yi Rulin, the 3 cowards, were worse than half-baked at killing zombies, Chen Fan had them and his 2 companions storm the supermarket for supplies, while he and Yang Xiaoran's group provided cover at the entrance. Inside the supermarket was an utter chaos, evidence of desperate and gruesome bites having occurred here. Goods from the shelves lay scattered everywhere, many crushed and trampled underfoot. Li He and the others grabbed large canvas sacks meant for clothes and shoveled in everything edible. Instant noodles, bread, chocolate, the works. Wang Hao scanned the shelves and jeered at Li He with a smug grin. "Hey Lao He, I'm really getting those $0 shopping vibes from back in the States." Once Li He and the others had gathered enough supplies, Chun Fan's people had Li He and Wang Hao haul the heavy bags of food, while the rest shouldered 2 or 3 cases of mineral water each. Nearly 20 corpses littered the supermarket entrance, blackened blood and brains splattered across the ground. The killing sounds drew in zombies from the surrounding area. 2 or 30 of them now swarmed the entrance, snarling and lunging at Yang Xiaoran and the others. Chun Fan's group wielded their pipes alongside Yang Xiaoran's, driving them into the undead, while urging Li He's group, dragging supplies, to stay at the center of their formation as they made a break for the bus. The 3 cowards showed nothing but fear, gladly letting Yang Xiaoran and the others cover their retreat. Chun Imo mercilessly stabbed at the zombies' skulls with his scissors, glancing back occasionally at the 3 cowards with a strange expression. Just as Chun Fan noticed, Chun Imo kept looking back at Li He and the others. Yi Ruling swung and gave Chun Imo a solid slap across the face. "I already told you I like Ahi. Why do you keep staring at me? There's no way I'd ever like you. Give it up." Chun Mo's face burned where she had slapped him, eyes wide with shock. Before he could even speak, Li He stepped in front of Yi Ruling protectively. "Don't you dare harbor any thoughts about my girlfriend. I'm not afraid of you." The zombies around them gradually closed in, forming an encirclement. Chun Fan, looking every bit the leader, said in a commanding tone, "Let's push through in one go and fight our way back." Yang Xiaoran and Chun Imo were instantly displeased. Even Li He, before he had gone insane, had never spoken to them in such a commanding tone. But since they still had to watch each other's backs and rely on him for a ride out of there, Yang Xiaoran and Chun Imo didn't want to make things too tense with Chun Fan. They raised their scissors and stabbed madly at the zombie eye sockets. Li He dodged the zombies' attacks in terror, his hand around the scissors trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's. Cowardly as he was, when Zhang Lang nearly got torn into by a zombie, he yanked Zhang Lang in front of himself to keep from being bitten. Zhang Lang was yanked backward, and a zombie's stinking jaws grazed the strands of his hair. In fright, he kicked Li He away. Then when Tian Jejia's thrust at a zombie was too weak, Li He lost his footing and bumped her elbow, driving the broomstick straight through the zombie's skull. Li He covertly observed Chun Fan and his group, noticing their sharp reflexes and solid fighting skills. He concluded that Yang Xiaoran and Chun Imo were no match for them. Chun Fan's group struck viciously and had overwhelming numbers, so Li He and the others quickly fought their way back to the double-decker bus. The driver opened the door just in time, and Li He and Wang Hao scrambled to be the first inside, unwilling to remain outside for another moment. However, Chun Fan's group was not stupid. They intended to leave Yang Xiaoran, Zhang Lang, Tian Jejia, and Chun Imo behind as the rear guard, so that they themselves could seize the chance to board. Yang Xiaoran and Chun Imo, who had been standing at the door to cover Chun Fan's group, were yanked onto the bus by Li He and Wang Hao. Hey. Chun Imo stumbled from Wang Hao's tug. "How's he? What are you doing?" Zhang Lang usually seemed unreliable, but at the critical moment, he wielded a pole and viciously stabbed the zombies covering Tian Jejia as she boarded. The moment she was on, he dashed back without daring to linger. Chun Fan's group, superior in numbers, covered one another with water pipes to stab and kill the zombies that lunged at them. They even dragged corpses in front of themselves as shields, retreating step by step back into the bus. The last man was about to step into the bus when a zombie pounced on him. "Save me," he struggled, crying out to his companions. Yet Chun Fan gave him a ruthless kick and shoved him back outside. Bang! The driver immediately shut the door, plunging the companion into despair. The companion, pinned to the ground by zombies, screamed heartrendingly at the people inside, "Save me. You can't abandon me. Please, someone save me." Several zombies pounced on him at once, but the driver had already driven the bus forward, crashing into the zombies blocking the road. He had no intention of saving him at all. Chun Imo and Yang Xiaoran watched dumbfounded. They had never expected the seemingly approachable Chen Fan to be so cold-hearted. Both of them broke out in a cold sweat. If Li He and Wang Hao hadn't dragged them into the bus just now, then perhaps the ones abandoned would have been them. Shun Mo Tian Jejia Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran all looked at Chen Fan's group with complicated expressions, misgivings creeping into their hearts. Chen Fan turned to Li He and the others, his eyes brimming with guilt and grief. Xiao Bai was scratched by a zombie. For everyone's sake, I had to do it. But I failed him. Chen Fan choked up and slammed his fist against the backrest, looking agonizingly pained and guilt-ridden. You did it for everyone. It's our failure to coordinate. That cost Xiao Bai his life. The skinny man was equally consumed by guilt. Tian Jejia did not know whether Xiao Bai had really been scratched by a zombie, but seeing Chen Fan's group so stricken, she offered comfort. It's all for the sake of staying alive. You did it for everyone on this bus. This isn't your fault. Li He exchanged a glance with Yi Rulin beside him, and neither of them spoke. He placed his hand behind his head, pressed his thumb down, and revealed 4 fingers. Wang Hao sitting behind him glanced over and casually pulled out a bag of small cakes to eat. The bus sped along the expressway, sometimes sending mindless zombies flying, sometimes crushing them beneath its wheels. Li He leaned by the window and looked outside. Now and then a car flew past, yet the sight stirred a chill sorrow inside him. Perhaps only a small fraction of the people in this world were still alive. Chen Fan's group prepared to move all the packed supplies to the upper deck of the bus. Yang Xiaoran, curious about how many supplies they had stockpiled, intended to follow them up to the second deck, but the skinny man stopped him. Don't go up. It's messy up there, you might trip. How messy can it get? Zhang Lang, who also wanted to see, asked with a smile. Chen Mo also wanted to stretch his legs. Exactly. Staying in the bus all day has made my legs stiff. This is a good chance to walk around. The skinny man looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled warmly. It's stuffy inside the bus. It let them have a look around. Chen Mo stood up and asked Li He and the others, why don't we all go check it out together? Before Yi Rulin could refuse, Tian Jejia pulled her toward the staircase of the bus. Li He closed his eyes and waved at Chen Mo. I don't want to move. You all go and enjoy yourselves. Wang Hao was already snoring loudly enough to shake the sky, and Chen Mo didn't dare disturb him, afraid that his temper upon waking would drive him crazy. Except for Li He and Wang Hao, the entire small group followed Chen Fan's people up to the second deck. The warm smile on Chen Fan's face vanished the moment Yi Rulin and the others reached the second deck, replaced by a venomous, ruthless look. He signaled to the 5 companions left on the first deck, and their faces instantly turned cruel. Clutching their water pipes, they crept silently toward Li He and Wang Hao. A heavy-set man with a fleshy face and big ears wearing a red pullover approached Li He, who sat resting with his eyes shut. He waved his hand in front of Li He. Seeing no reaction, his eyes hardened. He raised the water pipe and thrust it at Li He's throat. At the same time, another man in a denim vest drove his water pipe down with all his might at the crown of Wang Hao's head. Li He, who seemed to be fast asleep, shifted his body aside, and the pipe slammed into the seat back instead. He opened his eyes to meet the sweater man's stunned gaze and smiled eerily. What are you doing? The sweater man raised his pipe again and thrust it at Li He. Time to send you off. Ayot. Before he could land the strike, Li He kicked him straight in the groin. The pain made him curl up on the floor, and he could no longer keep hold of the pipe. At the same time, Wang Hao also knocked out the denim vest man who had tried to take his life. Li He stood up and savagely kicked the sweater man in the ribs while the man clutched his injured crotch and howled. Those kicks were so brutal that they broke several of the sweater man's ribs, and the pain sent him straight into unconsciousness. Wang Hao in turn smashed 2 or 3 punches into the denim vest man's forehead. Before the man could even let out a cry, his head lolled to one side, his body went limp, and he collapsed in the bus aisle, dead or alive unknown. To Chen Fan's group, Li He and Wang Hao had always seemed timid and cowardly, even more spineless than a sissy. They had expected to stab them to death with ease, but they never imagined the two could fight back, so Chen Fan's group was momentarily stunned. So it seems I've been fooled by you 2 bastards. Chen Fan's eyes were sinister and his teeth clenched as he said, chop them into pieces and throw them out to feed the zombies. Li He stepped on the man in the turtleneck, hands tucked in his pockets, leaning lazily against the bus seat. Chen Fan's fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. Along this entire journey, he had swindled and deceived countless survivors, yet he had completely miscalculated when it came to Li He. But they had the numbers. Aside from the driver, there were still 11 people. Even with 2 already lost, so what? He sneered, get together and hack them to death. 4 of them grabbed axes and water pipes and charged at Li He and Wang Hao. Li He remained lazily slouched against the seat, his eyes filled with mockery. If you jump out the window now, you might still have a chance to live. Go to hell. The tallest one swung a watermelon cleaver at Li He. The blade came down in an arc. Li He tilted his head to dodge and with terrifying speed seized the man's wrist holding the cleaver. Crack. Li He wrenched the tall man's arm with brutal force, and a sickening pop echoed through the cabin. The man screamed uncontrollably. The cleaver fell onto the seat, and Li He drove a left hook squarely into his face. Gripping his shoulder with one hand, Li He lifted his leg and drove his knee into the man's stomach repeatedly. Excruciating pain tore through his abdomen and internal organs, distorting his face. His screams lodged in his throat, emerging only as choked gasps. Lee grabbed a fistful of his hair and smashed his head hard against the back of the seat. Thud! The tall man's body went limp, his head lolling to the side, and he collapsed motionless onto the aisle floor. It had taken no more than 2 or 3 seconds, less time for Chun Fan and the others to even react. The swift and ruthless efficiency of Li He's techniques filled their hearts with dread. Chun Fan, the first to regain his composure, barked, "What are you staring at? Get them!" One man wielded an axe while another grabbed a water pipe, and they attacked Li He simultaneously. Li He smiled contemptuously. As the man with the watermelon cleaver charged within range, Li He kicked upward, striking his hand. The cleaver flew through the air and nearly hit Chun Fan. Before the man could react, a kick landed squarely on his face. His vision went black, his body swaying unsteadily as blood poured from his nose like a broken faucet. Li He followed with a devastating punch to his forehead. The man spewed blood from his mouth and collapsed onto the seat, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He was done for. Seeing his companion fall, the man with the water pipe lunged at Li He's throat in a desperate sneak attack. Wang Hao had been itching for a fight, but Li He was blocking the way, and the narrow bus aisle left him with no room to maneuver. Now the pipe wielder foolishly attempting to ambush Li He gave Wang Hao the opening he needed. In a flash, Wang Hao closed the distance and drove a punch into the man's nose. With a crunch, the man clutched his gushing nose, letting out a soul-rending scream. Li He quickly sidestepped and sat down on a nearby seat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Wang Hao swung another punch, this time to the man's abdomen, making his eyes bulge and his mouth hang open, his facial muscles twitching from the pain. Wang Hao grabbed the stumbling man by the collar and as easily as lifting a chick hoisted him up and flung him toward Chun Fan. Chun Fan, his legs turning to jelly, scrambled sideways to avoid the impact. The pipe man crashed into the bus railing with a thud and collapsed onto the floor like a sack of cotton, his body completely limp except for the occasional blink of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 5 men had been crippled. Chun Fan's heart pounded in terror as he watched the carnage. He had assumed Li He and Wang Hao were useless and that Yi Ruilin and Tian Jejia, being girls, posed no threat. Who would have guessed that the losers were actually playing the long con, hiding their true danger behind a harmless facade? Wang Hao gave Chun Fan a smug grin. "Hey, you little bastard. Come here and let daddy beat you properly." Chun Fan immediately turned and sprinted toward the stairs, well aware that he was no match for Li He and Wang Hao. His plan was to reach the 2nd floor and grab a girl as leverage to ensure his own survival. Just as he reached the staircase, and before his foot could touch the step, a water pipe came hurtling toward him. He dropped to the ground to dodge. The pipe smashed past his head, struck the railing, and landed on a seat. Trembling all over, Chun Fan crawled up the stairs on hands and knees. Wang Hao closed the distance in a single bound and swung a punch at his back. "I'll jump. I'm jumping." Chun Fan collapsed flat on the ground, begging for mercy. Wang Hao's descending fist paused, and he turned his head toward Li He. "A cornered dog jumps the wall. This bastard is desperate enough to jump out. Don't kill me, I'll jump." Chun Fan knelt on the ground, shivering violently as he begged Wang Hao for his life. "Tch." Wang Hao spat on the ground in disgust. Just as Wang Hao was about to throw him out of the bus, Chun Fan, who had been cowering beneath the stairs, suddenly surged upward and drove a punch into Wang Hao's abdomen. Wang Hao, caught off guard by the feigned surrender, stumbled backward in surprise. Chun Fan's eyes turned vicious. When the sneak attack failed, he kicked out at Wang Hao. Wang Hao dodged and swung a punch, and Chun Fan met him with his own. The clash of fists sent them both skidding backward several steps. Wang Hao shook his stinging hand, staring at Chun Fan in disbelief. Damn it! That bastard was playing the long con too. Wang Hao had never expected Chun Fan's groveling to be an act. These city folk are full of tricks. Chun Fan, teeth gritted, launched himself at Wang Hao. "I'm going to kill you." Chun Fan was skilled, his strikes ruthless, and for a time, he and Wang Hao fought to a standstill. Wang Hao was tripped by the tall man's unconscious body on the aisle floor. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Fan pulled a screwdriver from his pocket and thrust it straight toward Wang Hao's eye socket. Thud! The screwdriver stopped less than a centimeter from Wang Hao's eye. Before Chun Fan could gloat, a powerful kick slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward to crash against the railing. Li He rushed forward. Chun Fan, enduring the agony in his chest, rose to his feet and lunged at Li He with the screwdriver. Li He's hands moved with astonishing speed. He seized the wrist holding the screwdriver, twisted it with a sharp snap, and broke the man's hand. Having broken Chun Fan's hand, Li He delivered a brutal slap across his face. "You arrogant little prick, all talk and no honor, yet you had the nerve to challenge me one-on-one." Smack! Another backhand sent Chun Fan's head spinning. Li He picked up the screwdriver with his foot, gripped it, and drove it viciously into Chun Fan's other hand. Chun Fan let out the most agonized scream of his life. The others were despicable, but none compared to the sheer evil radiating from Chun Fan. When dealing with monsters like this, only cruel methods would suffice to make them truly understand suffering. Li He grabbed a water pipe and smashed it down on Chun Fan's leg, breaking it. Then he wrenched open the bus window and hurled Chun Fan outside. On the highway with no other vehicles in sight, the severely injured Chun Fan would either die from his injuries or be torn apart by zombies. There was no escape. Wang Hao gave Li He a thumbs up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Li He bent down, grabbed the unconscious tall man by the collar, and dragged him toward the window. Give me a hand. Let's toss these corpses out to feed the zombies. Got it. Wang Hao took a step forward, then paused. Wait, the Iron Blade sister and the others are still on the second floor. There are 5 bastards up there. While they had been beating Chun Fan and the others, they had already heard the sounds of combat echoing from above. While Chun Fan confronted Li He and his group, Pork Rib Man and his companions simultaneously launched their attack on Yang Xiaoran and the others. Originally intending to wander up to the second floor, Chun Mo froze in shock the moment they stepped foot up there. Beyond the stacked bags of supplies on the second floor, several individuals lay bound and gagged like mummies, so tightly restrained that moving a single hair was impossible. Zhang Lang, who had walked up to the second floor alongside Chun Mo, saw the bound people, and his smile froze. He stammered this. Do they have SM tendencies? These people are actually little masochists. Chun Mo cursed, your grandmother. Realizing something was terribly wrong, he reached for the scissors at his waist. Tian Jejia, who had also spotted the bound people, let out a startled scream before hastily covering her mouth. Be careful. Yang Xiaoran cried out in alarm, yanking Zhang Lang aside. A wooden club grazed past Zhang Lang's face. The group stumbled backward, only to see Pork Rib Man and his men gripping wooden clubs and water pipes, their expressions malevolent as they stared them down. Finally understanding the gravity of the situation, Yang Xiaoran stomped his foot in frustration. No wonder Li He and Hao Zi suddenly lost their minds. It's all clear now. We were planning to keep you all alive for another day, but since you insisted on coming up here, my apologies. Pork Rib Man waved his wooden club, his lecherous and greedy gaze fixed on Yi Rulin. Don't be scared, little sister. Big brother will take good care of you. Yi Rulin's delicate frame trembled with fear as she gripped the fruit knife, retreating backward. You. Don't come any closer. Yang Xiaoran, Chun Mo, Zhang Lang, and Tian Jejia exchanged glances, wondering whether Yi Rulin's nervous demeanor would finally push her over the edge at this critical moment. Pork Rib Man gestured with his hand. Kill the men, keep the women. 2 men immediately brandished their weapons and charged toward Yang Xiaoran and Chun Mo. Yang Xiaoran and Chun Mo gritted their teeth. Let's get these bastards. Yi Rulin cried out, kicking the green-haired man who was thrusting a water pipe at Chun Mo. The kick connected with a man's most painful spot. She seized the green-haired man's hair and drove the fruit knife into his heart with 3 savage thrusts. Everything happened far too suddenly. Yi Rulin appeared delicate and pitiful like a frightened lamb. No one could have imagined she would kill someone, and with such speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Don't be fooled by her timid appearance. She's absolutely lethal with a knife. Pork Rib Man's group hadn't anticipated this, but Yang Xiaoran and the others had been waiting for Yi Rulin to strike. Seizing the moment when the other man in the cowboy vest stood frozen in shock, Yang Xiaoran thrust his scissors forward. At the critical moment, Pork Rib Man yanked his companion to safety, but his eye corner was still grazed by the scissors. Blood trickled down from the corner of his eye. The failed strike prompted Yang Xiaoran and Chun Mo to attack simultaneously, their scissors thrusting toward Pork Rib Man and the vest man. After killing the green-haired man, Yi Rulin pressed forward with her fruit knife toward the youngest boy. The boy's psychological resilience was poor. At this moment, Yi Rulin appeared to him like a demon from hell. Trembling, he swung his blade wildly at her. Despite her seemingly erratic behavior, Yi Rulin's movements were incredibly agile and unpredictable. The boy was completely outmatched against her. Yi Rulin delivered a devastating kick to his crotch. Though the boy managed to dodge this strike, 3 knife wounds opened across his chest. Yi Rulin's blade work was lightning fast. Before the boy could even react, 3 more wounds adorned his body. His eyes widened with disbelief, his head lolled to one side, and he collapsed. As everyone was locked in combat with the enemies, Tian Jejia refused to be left behind. She said to Zhang Lang, "Let's go together." Zhang Lang thrust his pole at a small mustached man, while Tian Jejia provided support. Together they launched combined attacks, seizing every opportunity to strike. Despite the small mustached man's decent skills, he couldn't withstand their coordinated assault. Soon he was riddled with wounds. Yi Rulin seized the opportunity to rush over and finish him off with her fruit knife. Pork Rib Man and the vest man held a slight advantage. Yang Xiaoran and Chun Mo were unfortunate enough to be struck several times by Pork Rib Man's club. Fortunately, Yi Rulin, Zhang Lang, and Tian Jejia intervened in time, launching a group assault against them. Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia leveraged the length of their poles to thrust at the enemy's vital points. Yang Xiaoran and Chun Mo directed their scissors straight at their faces, forcing the 2 men to swing their weapons in desperate defense. Splat, splat, splat. Seizing the opening, Yi Rulin's fruit knife pierced the vest man's neck artery. The blade entered clean and emerged crimson. The vest man clutched his bleeding neck, his eyes wide with terror. The fear of death made him tremble uncontrollably. Die! Yang Xiaoran kicked him down. He rolled and tumbled down the stair railing. As his companions fell one after another, pork rib man turned and fled in terror. Thrust, Zhang Lang's pole struck his groin, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Chun Mo Yang Xiaoran and Zhang Lang stepped forward, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to pork rib man until he screamed for mercy. Ow, ow, ow. Help. Someone help me. After dealing with them, Yi Ruolin and Chun Mo descended to the first floor to check on Li He and the other situation. Yang Xiaoran, Zhang Lang, and Tian Jejia went to examine the people bound like mummies. Yang Xiaoran grabbed Tian Jejia's hand as she reached for the ropes. Don't rush to untie them. What if they're also villains? Why bother getting into another fight with them? After this ordeal, Yang Xiaoran realized he needed to be more cautious. People you don't know well could easily turn around and stab you in the back. Tian Jejia and Zhang Lang agreed, so they started by removing the gags from their mouths. Oh, aren't you a teacher from Southern University? Tian Jejia looked at the man with shattered glasses and a battered face, her expression one of astonishment. The man gazed at them gratefully, his eyes still carrying the lingering fear of having narrowly escaped death. Why, yes indeed. Yang Xiaoran glanced at the other mummified captives. There were one or two who looked somewhat familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. A girl looked at Yang Xiaoran with teary eyes. If only we had fled with you the moment the bus crashed through the school gates. The group exchanged bewildered glances. It was only now that they realized the people bound in the bus were actually teachers and students from Southern University. The bespectacled man with the grotesquely swollen face was the Southern University instructor who had fought valiantly alongside them in the parking lot, the one who owned an electric motorcycle. Even knowing they were teachers and students from the school, Yang Xiaoran still had no intention of untying them. After this experience, he knew that Li Wang Hao and Yi Ruolin were meticulous and observant. It would be more prudent to consult with them first before making any decisions. Those who wanted to eliminate the small team ended up being eliminated themselves. The driver had already been in a panic, cold sweat pouring down, thinking he was done for this time. Li He walked over to the driver and heavily patted his shoulder twice. The driver was so frightened that he nearly lost control of the wheel and crashed into the guardrail. Don't kill me. I had no choice. At first I was thinking of saving people. I thought having more people would give us more strength to survive, but I really didn't expect them to be such people. The driver rambled on with a rapid explanation. On the surface he appeared to be an honest and good-tempered man. But if he hadn't shut the car door without hesitation when Chun Fan kicked his companion out, he might have believed he was forced to act this way to survive. Perhaps he really had no choice, but he was certainly no good man either. However, he was driving at the moment, and he didn't dare to frighten him. If he pushed the man too far, and it came to a desperate struggle where both sides would perish. He was still young. If he had to die, it could wait a few more decades. Don't be afraid. I believe you were also forced into this. As long as you drive properly and don't scheme, you'll have a good ending. The driver glanced sideways at Li He and, seeing his serious expression, hurriedly nodded and promised, Definitely. I will drive properly and won't entertain any ulterior motives. After warning the driver, Yi Ruolin and Chun Mo happened to come down from the upper deck. Are they dead or disabled? Chun Mo was startled, then slapped his head in frustration and gave Li He a thumbs up. It has to be you lot. I'm so stupid. How could I not see these people were full of malicious schemes? Wang Hao nodded toward the driver and whispered, Human hearts are treacherous. In this world where everyone is on edge, don't trust others too readily. Yi Ruolin surveyed the interior, noting that aside from a few splatters of blood, Li He and his group had cleaned up the scene thoroughly. Yi Ruolin rarely spoke first. Did you throw all the trash out? Wang Hao patted his chest. Of course. Just then Tian Jejia came down from the second floor, pulling Li He and the others aside to whisper about what had happened upstairs. Old Yang asked me to check with you. Should we untie them? Li He pondered for a moment, then shrugged. Untie them? What if? Having been tricked onto a criminal vehicle before, Chun Mo was uneasy. If we don't untie them, they'll stink to high heaven with shit and piss all over themselves. Keeping his voice low to preserve some dignity, Li He continued, Besides, if all those people were tied up, how capable could they really be? The others found this logic sound. If any of them weren't complete fools or had decent fighting skills, they wouldn't have been bound like dumplings. Leaving Wang Hao and Tian Jejia to watch the driver, Li He and the others headed upstairs. After being untied, the teachers and students who had feared death aboard the double-decker bus were overwhelmed with gratitude toward Li He and his group. The teacher with glasses introduced himself as Zhang Shuiyo, who had just started working at the school this year. His teaching career at Nanjing University was cut short by the zombie outbreak before it even began. After coordinating with Li He at the campus parking lot, he and the students escaped in a car driven by a girl named Xin. Zhang Shuiyo had originally wanted to stick with Li He's group for mutual support, believing their chances of survival would be higher together. However, the students insisted that Xin accelerate and push forward, unwilling to wait for Li He's group at all. They feared the zombies would block their path and trap them. Perhaps Xin lacked psychological composure, and with just a license and little driving experience, the car accidentally hit a roadside flower bed, while turning, nearly sending everyone in the vehicle to their deaths. The zombies quickly surrounded them, and the weapons they held were already in tatters. Just as they were despairing, a double-decker bus came into view. The people inside the bus rescued them and brought them aboard. They had thought they had escaped danger only to fall into an even greater peril. Fortunately, Li He and his group, who had also been tricked onto the bus, had higher vigilance and better combat skills. They took care of Chun Fan and his men, which is how they managed to save them. The second floor was stocked with plenty of supplies, and Li He's group had been hungry for a while. They grabbed some bread and pastries and found seats to eat. As an Xian ate her bread, she asked Tian Jejia beside her, "Where are we going?" Tian Jejia shook her head, as she didn't know where to go next either. The driver already looked exhausted. Originally someone from Chun Fan's group who could drive the bus rotated with him. But since before Li He's group raided the supermarket, he had been driving the entire time. He was truly tired. They should find a place to rest soon. If the driver couldn't keep going, the bus would need to stop anyway. Does anyone know how to drive a bus? Li He asked, looking for someone to relieve the driver. I can drive. Zhang Shueyo raised his hand. Someone teased, Teacher Zhang is skilled in all arts. Zhang Shueyo reached over and took a guy's glasses. Let me borrow these. Although Zhang Shueyo could drive the double-decker bus, he drove extremely slowly, making the driver want to hit him. Bro, this is a highway. You're going 40. Zhang Shueyo replied calmly. Oh, there's no other traffic. Better safe than sorry. To let the bus rest, he had Zhang Shueyo pull over to the emergency lane. If there were no zombies, they would stop and rest. Once a zombie approached, they would just run it over. As the sun began to set before it got dark, the driver checked the bus tires and engine, then went upstairs to get some diesel fuel from the reserves, and topped it off. Except for Zhang Shueyo, who needed to be ready to drive at all times, Li He and the others took turns in 3-person shifts, constantly watching the surroundings, both to avoid being surrounded by zombies, and to keep an eye out for other vehicles. After dark, to conserve the bus's fuel, he placed a flashlight he had taken from the supermarket on the roof, using its beam to attract the attention of passing vehicles and avoid collisions. Since escaping from the supermarket, Li He had slept less than 2 hours in total. He was already exhausted, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. With Wang Hao on duty, Li He felt secure and immediately fell into a deep sleep against the seat. By the time Chen Imo woke him up for the shift change, the sky was already beginning to lighten. After sleeping through the night, he felt fully refreshed. It had been a quiet night. No passing vehicles, no zombie disturbances, and everyone had rested well. Zhang Shueyo had already relieved the driver and was sound asleep against the seat. Li He opened a small pack of bread and a bottle of milk and began eating. They hadn't had rice or proper meat dishes in the past 2 or 3 days, and the bread was starting to make him sick. After resting enough, the driver started the engine. The driver continued heading toward the military base, still holding onto the hope of finding refuge there. Li He wanted to tell him that even if military personnel hadn't been infected by the mysterious zombie virus, they would surely be focused on clearing out the zombies at this point. Whether they could even enter the base was uncertain, and even if they did, it might be overrun with zombies. The driver suddenly screamed in panic, his cries filled with terror. Screech. The driver had been maintaining around 80 kilometers per hour and now slammed on the brakes without slowing down first. Dawn had barely broken the thick fog on the highway, still undispersed, the road ahead shrouded in obscurity. So much so that by the time the driver realized something was wrong ahead, it was already too late. Ahead lay a chain reaction collision, multiple vehicles crumpled and tangled together, strewn haphazardly across the highway. When the driver spotted it, he was less than 50 meters from the wreckage. At 80 kilometers per hour, emergency braking was exceedingly perilous. Yet without slamming the brakes, they would plow into the chaotic mass of vehicles ahead at high speed with far more devastating impact. Everyone flinched violently at the driver's shriek of terror. Wang Hao and Zhang Lang, who had just drifted into sleep, mistook it for the arrival of zombies and scrambled to grasp their weapons. Li He, on lookout duty, dashed forward, shouting to those inside, "Hold on to something." Before he could finish, a collision rang out. The vehicle had slammed into a minivan. The violent impact sent tremors rippling through the entire vehicle. Those who hadn't gripped the handrails were hurled from their seats, bodies pitching forward, crashing into railings, seats, and armrests. Chun Imo hadn't held tight to the handrail and was thrown clear. Fortunately, Wang Hao beside him managed to seize his collar in time. Ack, ack, ack. The collar strangled Chun Imo, his eyes rolling back, his hands waving frantically to signal Wang Hao. He was choking. Odd. Everyone shrieked in terror at the sudden collision. Before the vehicle's shaking subsided, the fierce impact sent it skidding sideways, colliding with another car nearby. Bang, bang, bang. The vehicle collided again, careening into the guardrail. The entire body tilted toward the right, teetering on the verge of overturning. Li He rushed toward the left side, gripping the seats. Everyone leaned left quickly. Wang Hao, Yi Rilin, Yang Xiaoran, and several others with quick reflexes immediately surged left, hoping to counterbalance the pressure and prevent overturning. The highway section they were on had an outer embankment, a sloping hillside. If the vehicle overturned, it would plummet down that slope, and their chances of survival would be slim indeed. Some students, paralyzed with fear, stumbled toward the left when they saw Wang Hao and the others moving. Those who had been thrown and lay writhing in agony also crawled desperately toward the left, struggling for any chance of survival. Li He and the others pressed against the left window, fully aware they might be lacerated by shattered glass, yet they clung to the left side, without hesitation. The vehicle continued its rightward tilt. Everyone held their breath, in frozen terror, frozen on the left side, afraid to move an inch. Creak, creak, creak. The vehicle groaned like a rocking chair, swaying left and right. Tian Jejia clutched the seat back, her hands trembling uncontrollably. God, save me. Bang. As the vehicle swayed, it lurched violently. The lifted left side crashed down with a thunderous impact, shattering the already cracked window into fragments. The group exhaled in relief. They hadn't overturned after all. Those still traumatized, as if having lost a part of their soul, slumped limply in their seats, unable to sit steadily, still reeling from absolute terror. Li He drew several deep breaths, struggling to compose his racing heart and steady himself. He helped up the students who had sustained serious injuries, urging them to exit the vehicle quickly, lest another car come hurtling through without noticing them. Li He rushed to check on the driver, only to find him staring wide-eyed, completely rigid, his face etched with terror. Hey. Li He nudged his shoulder, calling out twice, "Brother, brother." His head lolled, his body went slack, collapsing against the driver's seat. Li He reached out to check his breathing, then gently closed the driver's wide-open eyes. He had been scared to death. Wang Hao gazed at the driver's corpse, shaking his head at Li He. "I remember that fortune teller at the neighborhood gate said your birth chart was bad, that you'd bring misfortune to family and friends. Look at that now, huh? Lately, every time I ride in a vehicle, something happens." Li He shot him a withering glare, his lips parting. "Go die." The sudden catastrophe struck terror into these already skittish survivors. Their faces turned ashen, bodies quivering, their legs threatening to buckle with every step. Supporting each other, they clambered out of the vehicle. Li He surveyed the seemingly endless stretch of wrecked cars. Though he hadn't witnessed the horrific scene himself, he could well imagine the carnage that had unfolded. Perhaps a driver had suddenly turned into a zombie, or a passenger had transformed and attacked the driver. Or perhaps it had nothing to do with zombies at all. Yet such a devastating crash with no traffic police on site was certainly a consequence of the zombie disaster. Grr. The zombies' guttural roars echoed. Li He turned toward the sound and spotted multiple zombies amid the wreckage, already shambling toward their position. Some students had been thrown from their seats during the collision, sustaining severe injuries and unable to walk. Others had lighter wounds, but stared with hollow eyes, drowning in despair. Even the zombies' howls failed to stir them. Even after dealing with Chun Fan and his group, Li He still insisted that everyone keep their bags close and weapons at hand. The sudden crash hadn't hurled them out, partly thanks to the added weight of their backpacks. Li He shouldered his pack, properly drew out the water pipe confiscated from Chun Fan's group, gripping it in his left hand, while his right hand clutched the large scissors as he thrust toward the approaching zombie. Yirualine had already drawn her fruit knives, one in each hand. As the zombie lunged, she slashed with both blades, driving them into the creature's eye sockets. Wang Hao gripped his machete in one hand, slashing at the approaching zombie's head, while his other hand wielded a wooden club, smashing at the zombie's neck. He and Li He pressed back to back, covering each other. This time Zhang Lang abandoned his pole, instead gripping a watermelon knife in one hand to cleave at the zombie's skulls, while his other hand clutched a large bag of supplies he'd liberated from the supermarket. Chen Mo had found a large pot lid on the second floor, using it as a shield against the zombies' gnawing attacks. In his other hand, he wielded a water pipe, smashing at the zombies. When an opening appeared, he thrust the sharp end into them. Yang Xiaoran still favored scissors. They were light and easy to handle, though the drawback was needing to get close to the zombies. His reflexes weren't as sharp as Li He's or Wang Hao's, making close combat riskier. Seeing Chun Mo's large pot lid, he couldn't help but envy him. Tian Jej's combat skills were no better than Zhang Lang's, but her quick reflexes gave her an edge. The zombies struggled to catch her. The downside was her lack of strength, making lightweight sharp scissors ideal for her and the most energy efficient. The zombie outbreak had only begun days ago, yet the small group was already developing coordination. While others still trembled and cowered in frozen fear, the group was systematically eliminating zombies, gradually drawing closer together. A zombie lunged at a student slumped on the ground in a daze. Li He kicked it away. Gazing at their pitiful state, he barked, "If you don't want to die, get up and fight. If you'd rather die, we'll leave you behind. Everyone's life is precious." Li He wouldn't waste energy on those who had lost the will to fight. He intended to survive. The zombies had already closed in their mouths, emitting relentless snarls as they frantically lunged to tear at fresh human flesh. Those with severe injuries were simply unable to rise and fight back against the undead. Yet those unharmed had been utterly paralyzed by terror. They collapsed on the spot, neither fighting the zombies nor attempting to flee. It wasn't until Li He's sharp rebuke cut through the air that someone finally snapped out of their daze. "Aya!" The timid ones screamed in panic, stepping backward inch by inch. The zombies snarled and lunged at him. He reached out desperately to push them away, but their strength far exceeded his, and he was knocked to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the zombies' grasp. Zhang Shuiyo, closest to him, wanted to rush over and help. But after watching the zombie sink its teeth into the man's shoulder, he froze for a moment, then stumbled backward repeatedly. I'm sorry. Being bitten by a zombie meant turning into one. Zhang Xueyo abandoned any thought of lending a hand. Some endured their panic, drawing weapons to fight the zombies. Those nearby immediately copied Li He's formation, pressing their backs against one another for mutual protection. They never expected to encounter so many zombies on the expressway. Likely those who had survived the car accidents were devoured by the undead. Li He and his 6 companions huddled together back to back. Zhang Lang stubbornly dragged along a large bag of supplies wherever he went. Chen Mo and Li He, standing beside him, had to split their attention between fighting and covering him. Zhang Xueyo and a student discovered that although the car parked nearby had a crumpled front end, it was still drivable. He excitedly shouted to everyone, "I found a working car. Hang in there a bit longer while I check if there are other drivable vehicles." Hearing about a functional car, everyone's will to survive intensified. The students gripped their blades and fought fiercely against the zombies, providing cover for Zhang Xueyo to scout nearby vehicles. Finally, Zhang Xueyo found another car with only minor damage. But after searching the entire area, only 2 vehicles proved drivable. On this stretch of expressway, a mountainside bordered the left with no escape route unless one could climb. To the right lay a steep slope. Having a car accident at this exact location was an extraordinary stroke of misfortune. The students who could drive squeezed into the cars, started the engines, and plowed through numerous zombies to cover the others boarding. Some of the more severely wounded had already been bitten and were beyond saving. The first car, packed to capacity, reversed down the road after knocking down multiple zombies. Zhang Xueyo, who had discovered the vehicles first, yet hadn't boarded, watched the car disappear into the distance, left standing alone and bewildered in the wind. Zhang Xueyo fumed, "You damn wretches. May you never reproduce, and may your line end with you." The other car smashed through zombies lunging at Zhang Xueyo. The door slid open, and someone inside called out, "Teacher, get in quickly." Zhang Xueyo's mood improved ever so slightly. He beckoned to Li He and the others, "That cockroach over there, and Li He, hurry up and get in." Li He and his companions, still locked in combat with the zombies, turned toward the car. Li He pivoted and kept stabbing at the undead. "Those who want to get in, move now." Zhang Lang, who had already taken a step forward, paused. "Yishan, aren't you getting in? There are already 2 people inside. Add Teacher Zhang, and that makes 3. We have 7. That tiny wreck can't fit us all." He paused, then said bitterly, "Besides, I'd rather die than ride in another car." Having escaped from campus, they had already been involved in 2 collisions. Never again would he get in a vehicle. Moreover, the road ahead was completely blocked. The only option was to drive backward and exit at the next highway ramp. Even with so few vehicles around, what were the odds? Driving against traffic significantly increased the risk of another collision. Li He had no desire to crash again. Who knew if the next accident would bring the kings of death themselves? Wang Hao wielded a watermelon knife and wooden staff, hacking and thrusting wildly at the zombies. He glanced at Li He and said, "I'm not getting in that car. Without me, you'd be peeing your pants in fear." Li He elbowed Wang Hao in the back. "Go die." Yi Ruiling kicked away a lunging zombie and drove her fruit knife straight into its eye socket. Her face and clothes were already splattered with brains and blood. She wiped the slimy knife on the zombie's clothing and said with certainty, "Li He, Haozi, I'm sticking with you." The others exchanged complicated glances, looking from the car to Li He and Wang Hao. Yang Xiaoran gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. "I'm not getting in that car. I'm rolling with you lot." Chen Mo quickly chimed in. "I'm staying too. We die together or live together." Tian Jejia clung to Yi Ruiling's side like a sparrow to its mate. "I'm not leaving either. I'm following Sister Knife." Everyone had made their choice. Only Zhang Lang remained. Zhang Lang shrugged and grinned. "Heh, how could the Doomsday Escape Squad do without its crown jewel of good looks?" The group spat in unison. "Pfft." Wang Hao retorted, "You call yourself the handsome one. With that creepy, perverted grin, you're more like a walking disaster." Ha ha ha. Their light-hearted banter lifted the atmosphere of the small group ever so slightly. Li He waved to Zhang Xueyo, "You go ahead. Stay safe. I hope our paths cross again." Zhang Xueyo was stunned, so furious he wanted to slap each of them individually. "Are you all insane? There's a perfectly good car, and you're refusing to get in. Don't you have any brains?" Seeing multiple zombies closing in on the car, he urged them to leave quickly. "The car can't hold us all, and we've had enough of crashes. Go." Zhang Xueyo opened his mouth to protest once more, but 2 people from inside the car stepped out and dragged him in from both sides. The door slammed shut with a bang. Through the window, Zhang Xueyo continued his frantic rambling, but drowned out by the zombie snarls and the glass barrier. Li He and the others could only see his contorted, desperate expression. The people inside the car waved to them, their eyes filled with gratitude and reluctance. Their lips moved silently, "May we meet again." Wang Hao, whose rebellious nature never wavered, felt moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. One hand swung his wooden staff at the zombies while the other gripped his blade as he waved farewell. "There will definitely be a day when we meet again." Virum. The car surged forward, plowing through zombies blocking the path. The student driver accelerated, smashing through the horde surrounding Li He and his companions, hoping to cover their escape. Between gratitude and his usual antics, Zhang Lang blew a kiss toward the driver. "Thanks, bro Mua." The student, startled by Zhang Lang's unexpected flirtation, panicked. and mistook the brake for the accelerator. The car screeched to an abrupt halt. Furious, the student rolled down his window and unleashed a torrent of curses. "Fuck you. The next time we meet, I'll beat you to a pulp." And with that he sped away without looking back. "If you've got guts, get out here and fight me one-on-one." It wasn't until the car had disappeared down the road that Zhang Lang bellowed bravado into the distance. Only then did he notice his teammates staring at him with utter contempt. As if oblivious to the disdain in their eyes, Zhang Lang laughed it off. "Haha, that kid ran away in panic." The group fell silent, each mutely raising their middle fingers in silent greeting to Zhang Lang. Before Zhang Shuiyo's group drove off, their vehicles plowed through several zombies, closing in on Li He's team, easing the pressure on the small group. Chun Mo raised his makeshift pot lid to block a lunging zombie, then drove the water pipe straight into its skull. With a squelch, the pipe pierced through. Pulling it out, he asked his teammates, "Where do we go next?" Li He glanced at the mountain slope on the left. Climbing up the mountain face was nothing for him and Wang Hao. But the others had no climbing experience. Even if they could manage a little, they would very likely fall. He fixed his eyes on the steep incline. "We'll head down along the slope. But it's too steep and covered with loose rocks, so watch your step and don't fall." The others swallowed nervously, their hearts full of trepidation. If they turned back, they risked encountering vehicles racing toward them at any moment, and there was no proper resting spot along the way. "Damn it, let's just go." Yang Xiaoran was the first to step over the guardrail and carefully make his way down the slope. Li He, Wang Hao, and Yi Rulin stood side by side, savagely stabbing and bashing the zombies with their weapons to cover their teammates' retreat. The slope was so steep that Yang Xiaoran, the first to descend, felt his body lurch forward uncontrollably. Panicked, he froze in place, leaning slightly backward. Once he steadied himself, he kept his body tense and leaning back, feet together, shuffling down the slope inch by inch. With every tiny step, Yang Xiaoran's nerves were frayed, terrified that the next step would send him tumbling down the slope. Chun Mo, descending right behind Yang Xiaoran, copied his posture, body tense, leaning back and shuffling down in tiny steps. Li He glanced sideways at the two men's descending posture and frowned. "That's not the way to go downhill. Walking like that puts too much pressure on your knee ligaments and meniscus. Afterward, your knees will ache and slow you down later." Hearing Li He's words, Yang Xiaoran and Chun Mo halted, and Tian Jejia and Zhang Lang, who were about to descend, also paused. Chun Mo clenched his fists. "Master, please teach me. Turn sideways and go down with your body angled. You can alternate between left and right sides. That way, if you need to stop suddenly, you can bend one leg to brace yourself and extend the other to brake. If you go straight down with little shuffling steps, you won't have time to stop at all. You'll either faceplant or roll all the way down. Of course, if your leg muscles are strong enough, you can go down however you like." Everyone had witnessed Li He's skill. Yang Xiaoran was the first to change his descent posture, following Li He's advice by going down sideways, occasionally alternating from side to side. Just as Li He had said, the strain on his knees lessened considerably, and on slippery patches he could extend a foot in time to stop. Seeing it worked, Chun Mo quickly imitated Yang Xiaoran's steps down the slope. A zombie howled as it lunged forward. Standing in the middle, Yi Rulin wielded twin blades, striking repeatedly at the zombie's eye sockets. 3 slashes, then 3 more. On the left, Wang Hao used one hand to smash his wooden staff against a zombie's neck, breaking its cervical bones so it couldn't lift its head. No head raising, no biting. With his other hand, he chopped at zombie heads as if they were melons, splitting their skulls open with overhead strikes. On the right, Li He thrust his water pipe into one zombie's skull and jabbed his scissors into another's eye socket, then kicked the corpse away. Corpses piled up around the trio, tripping the approaching zombies and sending them stumbling to the ground. On this stretch of road, they were the only living people, so every zombie in the area had been drawn to them. Li He urged Tian Jejia and Zhang Lang, "Get out of here now." Zhang Lang absolutely refused to abandon the large bag of supplies. Straining, he lifted it over the guardrail, gave it a careful push, and watched the bag tumble down the slope. The bag rolled toward Yang Xiaoran as he inched down the slope, draining even more color from his already pale face. He dodged to one side, and the bag grazed past him. But he had lurched aside too hastily, lost his footing, and rolled straight down the slope. Oh my god. His terrified shriek was laced with fury. "Cockroach bro, you're dead meat." Zhang Lang knew full well that if Yang Xiaoran survived this fall, a fatal iron fist would be waiting for him. He wanted to explain, but the words came out weak and feeble. "I didn't mean to." Apart from Yang Xiaoran, who had rolled down and was now in unknown condition, Chun Mo, Zhang Lang, and Tian Jejia were already slowly making their way down. Some zombies ignored Li He's trio entirely and snarled as they lunged toward Zhang Lang's group. Bereft of intelligence, the zombies simply threw themselves down the slope. Predictably, they clutched at nothing and tumbled head over heels down the hill. The descending group broke out in cold sweat, having to keep their footing while also dreading that a rolling zombie might slam into them and knock them over. Zhang Lang, who had been walking with perfect steadiness the whole way, sensed danger. Turning back, he saw a zombie rolling straight at him. "Ah, stay away from me." "Aya." With a thud, the zombie slammed into him, and both of them rolled down the slope together. Worst of all, after impact, the zombie's hand clamped onto his ankle and refused to let go. In a panic, Zhang Lang pressed the zombie's head tightly against his chest. By the time the two of them hit the bottom, he felt as if his internal organs had been rattled apart. Fortunately for Zhang Lang, the zombie had horrible luck and ended up as his cushion, sparing him from serious injury. But the undead felt no pain. Even with broken limbs, it still lunged at him to bite, determined to avenge being used as a backrest. Terrified, Zhang Lang grabbed the machete that had fallen nearby and thrust it into the zombie's gaping mouth. The blade punched through the back of its skull. Just as he was about to call out for Yang Xiaoran, another zombie rolled down and plummeted straight toward his head. Zhang Lang scrambled aside on all fours in sheer fright. Thud! The ground shook as the zombie smashed into the spot where he had just been kicking up a cloud of dust. Before he could catch his breath, Yang Xiaoran's sinister voice came from behind him. "Cockroach dog, this is your day, huh? Karma's fast, isn't it?" Zhang Lang's body stiffened as he turned his head rigidly. "Go to hell." Yang Xiaoran cursed, throwing a punch that sent blood gushing from Zhang Lang's nose. Afterward, he shoved a tissue into Zhang Lang's hand to wipe away the blood. "The zombie, huh? This guy is kind of nice, actually." Having vented his anger on Zhang Lang, Yang Xiaoran turned and stabbed at the zombie that had rolled down, all while shielding the dazed head down Zhang Lang from further harm. More and more zombies were converging on Li He's group, and naturally a few opted to blaze their own trail, lunging down the slope to tear into the living. This was exactly why Li He and the others had to cover their teammates' retreat. Without someone to draw the zombies' attention, the frenzied horde would swarm down the slope in a flood. Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran had already fallen. Only Chun Imo and Tian Jejia remained, gambling on their luck as they descended. The three, still trapped against the guardrail by the throng, also decided they couldn't hold the line any longer. Li He said to Yi Ruilin, "Xiao Yi, you go first. We'll follow soon after." Yi Ruilin said nothing. Kicking away the zombie she had just stabbed to death, she turned and left. Li He and Wang Hao were still fighting desperately against the zombies covering Yi Ruilin's retreat. Yi Ruilin turned around, stepped over the guardrail, and carefully descended the slope, following Li He's instructions. Although Yi Ruilin appeared carefree, she was steady in her actions. She descended quickly and safely. Looking back every few steps, she could anticipate the trajectory of rolling zombies and dodge in time. "Sister Dao looks hot-headed, but is actually quite clever," Wang Hao said in a normal tone for the praise, but in a whisper for the complaint. "She's just too terrifying when she loses it." Before Li He could join in the teasing, Yi Ruilin's voice drifted over. "Mouse, I heard that." Li He kicked away the zombie he'd stabbed to death, held up his scissors in a stabbing motion, and shot Wang Hao a meaningful look. The message was clear: you're in trouble. Wang Hao swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly. Without Yi Ruilin, the knife-wielding maniac, they were increasingly surrounded by zombies. Li He wielded a water pipe in one hand, smashing and stabbing, while his other hand thrust scissors relentlessly, hands slick with zombie blood. His feet never stopped kicking. Left foot repelled one zombie, right foot immediately sent another flying. Wang Hao stowed his wooden stick, gripping a machete with both hands and hacking ferociously at the zombies. When possible, he'd slice through skulls in one blow, otherwise he targeted necks. Though the machete served him well, Wang Hao's hands trembled and his palms went numb. He no longer wanted to waste time maneuvering against the zombies. "Hold them off? I'll wait for you down the slope." Li He wanted to curse. "Damn it, why are you stealing my line?" The two exchanged a glance, simultaneously kicked away lunging zombies, vaulted over the guardrail, and made a break for it. The zombies seemed to think those damn sneak attackers. The pair descended in perfect sync, moving at an absurd speed, soon catching up with the steadily descending Yi Ruilin. Yi Ruilin stared in shock, wondering if she was hallucinating. They weren't walking down the slope. They were sprinting downhill, their movements remarkably steady. When zombies tumbled down, the pair dodged with ease. Li He even used his water pipe to poke at them, kicking away rolling corpses as if it were a game. They quickly overtook Tian Jejia and Chun Imo, who were still carefully making their way down. Chun Imo seethed inwardly. What gives them the right? Not only were they skilled, but they navigated the slope as if walking on flat ground. Tian Jejia watched their retreating figures, eyes sparkling. They're so amazing. The two sprinted down the slope in a flash, high-fiving each other. Armed with weapons, they joined Zhang Lang and Yang Xiaoran in stabbing zombies below. Zombies rolling down were dispatched by Wang Hao's machete before they could even rise. Yi Ruilin, Chun Imo, and Tian Jejia quickly descended and regrouped with Li He's group to eliminate the undead. With the group assembled, they took off running immediately. More zombies tumbled down, some rendered immobile before they could recover from being crushed by their falling comrades. Those strong zombies moved sluggishly compared to the living and couldn't run, so the small group sprinted ahead, leaving the undead behind. Panting desperately, Zhang Lang, who lagged behind dragging supplies, gasped, "Can we rest?" Everyone except Li He and Wang Hao was wheezing like bellows, their lungs nearly bursting. Li He glanced back. The zombies were far behind, and none lurked nearby. He had no idea where they were, but endless fields stretched around them. The rice crops thrived, nearly ready for autumn harvest, yet with zombies everywhere, no one would likely gather them. But fields meant nearby habitation, perhaps a village or farmland contracted by someone. "Let's rest then." With no zombies in sight, Li He agreed to a brief rest. Zhang Lang pulled mineral water from his bag to share along with bread and biscuits. "Help me out. Eat more to lighten my load." Wang Hao unscrewed a water bottle impressed with Zhang Lang. No wonder your bag was so heavy. Half of it was water. Lucky it didn't break. Zhang Lang proudly produced a miniature grill and pot from his bag. Who knows how long we'll be fleeing. Better to bring extra food and water. To everyone's astonishment, he revealed instant noodles. He lit solid alcohol in the grill, set the iron pot atop it, poured in mineral water, and prepared to cook the noodles. No more bread chewing. Yang Xiaoran's eyes lit up with excitement. Damn, while others flee with bread, Roach brother brings a feast. You've got our stomachs covered. Pulling out cloth-wrapped eggs, Zhang Lang's grin was immeasurable. This team would fall apart without me. After boiling eggs and ham with the noodles, Zhang Lang distributed small iron bowls, stolen from the supermarket, to everyone. Finally free from bread, that packet of instant noodles was worth its weight in gold. After eating, Zhang Lang collected the bowls and pot in a garbage bag, smiling. We'll wash them at the stream. I brought dish soap. Are you fleeing or camping? Everyone wondered. Satiated, they spotted zombies in the distance. Surrounded by rice fields, they needed shelter before nightfall. Packing up, the group trekked forward along paths between the rice paddies to avoid trampling crops. Late summer's fierce sun gave way to cool breezes, dispelling the muggy heat with refreshing chill. Remember you said home is the only castle. Li naturally hummed a familiar tune, running along with the rice-scented river. Wang Hao seamlessly continued the lyrics. Yi Ruiling rarely smiled, but instead of joining the song, she hummed another classic, Walking on the Country Path. Oh shit ah. Chun Mo's prepared lyric turned into a scream as a zombie burst from the meter-high rice stalks and tackled her. The scream sent birds soaring and field mice scattering. No sooner had Chun Mo been tackled than multiple zombies erupted from the rice, lunging at Li He and the others. Wang Hao headbutted away the zombie attacking him, astonished. What the hell, zombies pulling sneak attacks? Meanwhile, Tian Jia, clutching a bag of chips, was knocked down as a zombie snarled toward her neck. Ah! Screaming, she stuffed the chips into the zombie's mouth while driving her scissors into its eye socket. Zhang Lang was startled by the sudden appearance of a zombie, letting out a pig-like shriek. In his panic, instead of being knocked down by the undead creature, he tripped over the large sack he was dragging and tumbled headfirst into the dirt. The zombie snarled and lunged for his crotch. Terrified, Zhang Lang tried to crawl away, but his foot caught on the sack's handle. As the zombie's gaping maw came within 2 centimeters of his precious member, Zhang Lang thought to himself, this is it. I'm about to become a eunuch. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Li He kicked the uniquely flavored zombie aside, saving Zhang Lang's most prized possession. Li He raised his fist and sent a zombie lunging at him crashing to the ground, then thrust his water pipe into the roaring creature's eye socket. Zhang Lang rose from the ground, his heart still racing. His member had been saved and gratitude overwhelmed him. Wah wah wah. Brother, he, you're like my second father. The life-saving grace you showed my little brother, I shall repay you forever. Li He ignored him completely, one hand gripping the water pipe, while the other wielded scissors, stabbing down at the zombies leaping out from the rice paddies. Yang Xiaoran drew the short straw. While others faced a single zombie, 3 had their sights set on him simultaneously. Though he managed to stab one to death with his scissors, the other 2 callously knocked him to the ground. Even a skilled fighter falters against 4 zombie hands. One clamped its jaws toward his fair face, while the other sank its teeth into his belly. He lifted his leg to brace against the zombie's chin, both hands desperately holding back the other creature's jaw, and miserably called out to Yiruin nearby, Sister Blade, save me. The moment zombies burst forth, Yiruin had flinched in terror. Remembering Li He's words about channeling screams into strength, she forcibly swallowed the shriek rising in her throat. When a zombie lunged at her, she reached out and seized the female zombie's flowing hair, then plunged her fruit knife into the creature 3 times in rapid succession. Upon hearing Yang Xiaoran's cry for help, she thrust her fruit knife into the right temple of the zombie, gnawing at his belly, sending the creature straight to its grave. She kicked away the zombie lunging at her and stabbed her blade into the skull of the creature, attacking Yang Xiaoran's face. Blood splattered across Yang Xiaoran's face entirely, and his admiration and fear of Yi Ruiling elevated to an entirely new level. Wang Hao swung his cleaver in a frenzy against the zombies. He kicked over the zombie that had knocked Chun Mo down, covering his retreat so Chun Mo could stand. One after another, zombies burst forth from the waist-high rice paddies, snarling as they lunged for Li He and the others. Back to back with Wang Hao stabbing zombies together, Li He would occasionally glance down at the corpses he'd killed. What are you doing? You've taken a fancy to the bodies. Looking to experience some necrophilia? Seizing any chance to mock him, Wang Hao would never pass up such an opportunity. Fuck off. Li He drove his scissors into a zombie, then seized its hair and lifted it for Wang Hao to examine. The zombie's eyeballs aren't protruding severely, there aren't many distended veins around the eyes, and the original skin color is still visible beneath the ashen gray hue. All proof that it only just turned. Listening to Li He's words, everyone continued stabbing zombies while curiously examining the corpses. They had noticed the protruding eyeballs, the engorged veins, the ashen gray skin, but they hadn't observed so meticulously. Farmers who came to harvest the rice got torn apart by zombies right here in the paddies. They just turned hadn't even had time to let out a proper roar, and then we happened to pass through, directly drawing their attention. We need to be more careful from now on. Avoid paths bordered by dense crops when possible. Stick to wide open roads. Still drowning in gratitude toward Li He for preventing his involuntary castration, Zhang Lang eagerly flattered, truly worthy of the title God He. Your powers of observation are incredible, so amazing, wow. Every time Zhang Lang spoke in that cutesy tone, Li He felt an urge to kill him, go to hell. Zombies kept bursting from the rice paddies. Li He and the others couldn't determine how many were lurking in these fields. They couldn't afford to linger. They needed to find a safe shelter before nightfall. The muddy path between the rice fields could barely accommodate 2 people. The small team couldn't gather close enough to fight as one unit. Taking point, Li He swapped to brass knuckles. His left fist, now clad in the knuckle duster, pummeled zombies with devastating force while his right hand thrust scissors into eye sockets. Whenever a zombie lunged forward, he'd simply kick it back into the rice paddies. Behind Li He came Chinemo. One hand gripped a pot lid to deflect lunging zombies while the other held scissors waiting for the perfect moment to strike, helping Li He carve a path forward more swiftly. Then came Zhang Lang, one hand stabbing zombies with a watermelon knife while the other clutched supplies. Trying to do both, his technique had improved somewhat. Next was Yi Ruiling, dual fruit knives in hand, slashing at zombies lunging from both sides simultaneously. Her nimble razor-sharp blades cut down the undead one after another. Then Tian Jejia. Lacking in strength, she brandished only a pair of sharp scissors. To make them easier to wield, she disassembled the large scissors into 2 halves, one in each hand, finding them far more handy for stabbing zombies. Yang Xiaoran and Wang Hao brought up the rear backs to their companions, retreating step by step. Wang Hao carried only a cleaver. When zombies lunged, he kicked them away if he could. If he couldn't, he cracked open their skulls. Yang Xiaoran covered Wang Hao, eliminating any zombies that darted out from the flanks. The team moved in seamless coordination. Corpses piled along the narrow field path, while foul blackened blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Fewer and fewer zombies emerged from the rice paddies. Li He kicked a half-faced zombie, its features ravaged by bites, back into the fields. Then a towering brute of an undead burst forth, snarling as it lunged for Li He. This zombie stood nearly 2 meters tall, massive and broad. The moment it appeared, Li He felt the sunlight vanish, swallowed entirely by its imposing shadow that descended over him like an omen. Li He kicked at the giant zombie's knee joint, hoping to topple it. But his kick didn't budge the creature at all. Oh, it felt like striking steel. Pain shot through his foot. Arrrrrrrr. The massive zombie howled and lunged at Li He. Even at 182 centimeters tall, Li He felt positively diminutive beside this monstrosity. Li He leapt into the air, his brass-knuckled fist slamming into the zombie's neck. Crack! His attack carried explosive force. Any ordinary person struck by such a punch, while wearing knuckle dusters, would have their neck bones shattered instantly. Yet this powerful strike not only failed to break the massive zombie's neck bone, it rebounded, sending searing pain through his hand. It was as if he'd punched solid steel. The blow missed its mark, and the massive zombie simply lunged forward. Li He hastily raised his knee to brace against the creature's body, driving his scissors toward its eye socket. The sharp tip of the scissors merely punctured the zombie's eyeball, failing to penetrate its skull. Li He stared at the berserk creature in shock. What the hell was this thing? Arrrrrrr. With its eyeball impaled, the zombie felt nothing. It thrashed wildly, roaring with fury, and shook off the knee Li He had pressed against its body. The zombie's strength was overwhelming. It knocked Li He flat to the ground. Its foul maw gaped wide, teeth glistening with fragments of flesh, and descended toward Li He's throat. The towering zombie was not only tall, but also possessed far greater strength than ordinary zombies. In the instant Li He was tackled to the ground, his legs hooked around the zombie's thighs, and he pinned the creature's head tightly against his shoulder, its face turned outward. Li He barely managed to subdue the frenzied zombie and shouted to his comrades fighting nearby, "Hurry and stab him." Chun Mo, standing close beside Li He, slammed a pot lid against the zombie repeatedly and then kicked it into the rice field. Wielding a watermelon cleaver, he brought it down hard on the zombie's skull that had pinned Li He. Crack! After 2 desperate strikes, the zombie remained unharmed while the cleaver shattered from the impact. Chun Mo stared in shock at the broken half of the cleaver in his hand, muttering, "What am I even slashing at? Some kind of steel zombie." The zombie's strength was terrifying. Chun Mo couldn't kill it with his weapon, and it violently broke free from Li He's grip, lunging once more with jaws wide open toward Li He's throat. A metallic clang echoed as Chun Mo intercepted the zombie's bite, with a pot lid, the impact reverberating loudly. Li He braced himself with one arm and charged the zombie with all his strength, but the creature didn't budge. Instead, the collision sent numbing pain through his shoulder and arm. Li He had never suffered such setbacks, whether in human fights or when stabbing zombies. No one in this world would make him endure hardship, not even a zombie. His stubbornness flaring, Li He grabbed the pot lid Chun Mo had used to block the zombie's bites, and with his other hand, fitted with brass knuckles, he smashed forcefully at the scissors embedded in the zombie's eye. The punch landed with precision, but the scissors only sank in slightly deeper. The zombie remained alive. Frustration mounted as the creature flailed wildly, sending Li's pot lid flying before snapping its jaws open. Wang Hao launched himself like a starving tiger, tackling the zombie that was biting Li and sending it sprawling. Brandishing his machete, he struck at the towering zombie and roared, "You dare bite my brother? I'll send you to hell." Li rose to his feet, intending to warn Wang Hao not to directly confront such an abnormal zombie. Wang Hao's machete came down with full force, but instead of cracking the skull open as he'd expected, it only left a hairline fracture on the zombie's head. The strike failed to penetrate. Shock flooded Wang Hao's eyes as the zombie lunged at him, but Li charged in with all his might and knocked it down again. Li hauled Wang Hao up and retreated quickly toward where they'd come from. "This thing is too dangerous. We need to fall back." But they weren't just dealing with the fallen bodies, as zombies kept emerging from both sides, forcing them to fight while retreating. This zombie was like a steel plate. Stabs and kicks had no effect. Li couldn't figure out what was going on, so he decided to get out first and worry about the rest later. The towering zombie roared and charged. Zhang Lang, dragging his bag and moving too slowly, was immediately tackled to the ground. Panicked, he struggled desperately. "Help!" Yang Xiaoran cursed in frustration. "You idiot, when is the time to be thinking about supplies?" Despite his anger, he yanked a water pipe from his backpack and jammed it straight into the zombie's mouth as it bit at Zhang Lang. The pipe scraped against the zombie's throat, but couldn't pierce through. Yang Xiaoran's face turned red from exertion, using all his strength from his past life, yet it still proved futile. The zombie thrashed its head wildly as Yang Xiaoran held the pipe firmly in place, shouting at Zhang Lang, "Stop standing there, run." Zhang Lang wanted to run, but the zombie's 200-plus gene weight pinned him down. Unable to push it off, he scrambled forward, fingers clawing at the muddy ground. "Xiao Yi, Xiao Tian, and Old Chun, cover us and eliminate any zombies in our way. Howsy, Old Yang, and I will hold the zombie while you find an opening to chop off its leg with your machete." As Li spoke, he charged toward the zombie. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoran had reached his limit. The creature flung him aside with a powerful throw, and he screamed as he landed in the rice field. Terrified, Zhang Lang saw Li rushing toward him and reached out, hoping Li would pull him from under the zombie. But Li ignored his outstretched hand and ran straight past the creature. Zhang Lang struggled desperately, but he was no match for the zombie, neither stronger nor tougher. The creature's ragged hands seized his backpack and yanked him backward, arching his body as the foul-smelling maw descended toward his skull. Li circled behind the towering zombie, tormenting Zhang Lang, stopping 3 or 4 meters away. He'd already prepared a loop in his aramid fiber rope from his backpack and threw it toward the creature. The loop secured around the zombie's body, and Li yanked hard, tightening the rope and pulling backward with all his strength. The zombie's mouth, barely grazing Zhang Lang's hair, was jerked backward as Li dragged it away. The aramid fiber rope's tensile strength was exceptional. No matter how forceful the zombie struggled, it wouldn't snap anytime soon. Devoid of intelligence, the zombie's sole focus was the human flesh within reach. With his arms bound by the rope loop, he thrashed his body and lowered his head, intent on continuing to tear at Zhang Lang. The zombie's strength was immense, and Li alone couldn't move it. Frantically, he shouted to Yang Xiaoran, who had been thrown into the rice field. "Hey Yang, are you shitting in the rice or something?" Yang Xiaoran burst from the rice field covered in dirt and snapped back. "Why don't you ask if I died in the rice field and became fertilizer for the crops?" He kicked aside the zombie, blocking his path in irritation, then sprinted to Li's side to help pull the rope and restrain the creature. The zombie that had grabbed Zhang Lang's hair was yanked backward, once more ripping out a large clump and causing Zhang Lang's face to contort in agony. Wang Hao swung his machete down with full force at the scissors lodged in the zombie's eye socket. Clang, clang, clang. The blade rang out, pushing the scissors deeper, but the zombie became even more frantic, thrashing wildly. The zombie's frenzied struggling dragged Li and Yang Xiaoran forward as they held the rope taut. They spread their legs and leaned back, gripping the rope with all their strength. On the verge of collapsing, Li shouted to Wang Hao, "Stop hitting it. Chop off its leg." The zombie had lost interest in tearing at Zhang Lang. Given the choice, it would rather feast on Wang Hao, who was jabbing at its eye socket like he was driving in nails. Roaring, the zombie lunged at Wang Hao, who raised his machete and slashed desperately at its right leg. Against an ordinary zombie, a single strike would have severed the leg or at least knocked it down. But this strike only sliced through flesh without breaking the bone. Wang Hao's palms went numb from the impact, and his mind grew hollow with disbelief. What kind of zombie is this? Li and Yang Xiaoran finally couldn't hold back the increasingly frenzied zombie. They were dragged forward against their will, and Yang Xiaoran lost his footing and took a hard fall. With the restraining force diminished, the zombie lunged at Wang Hao with jaws agape, sending him scrambling backward in terror. Another zombie burst from the rice field, roaring and snapping its teeth as it charged at him. Wang Hao swung a massive backhand strike. "Son of a bitch, get lost." The zombie spun around from the impact, and sensing Wang Hao was too dangerous to confront it, let out a roar and turned its attention toward Chen Mo instead. Li gripped the rope bound around the zombie with death's own force, yet even with its arms restrained, the creature's strength was terrifying. and now he found himself unable to stop being dragged forward toward the zombie. As the zombie shifted its biting target to Wang Hao, Zhang Lang managed to escape. Seeing that even Li He and Wang Hao together were no match for the zombie, he suppressed his panic, grabbed a watermelon knife, and rushed forward, slashing at the zombie's legs. The zombie roared and charged into him, sending him flying a meter away. Li He, is this guy here for comedy? With Yang Xiaoran no longer helping to restrain it, the zombie was completely unleashed, its foul-smelling mouth rushing straight for Wang Hao's throat. With no room to escape, Wang Hao hastily crouched down, ramming his head forcefully into the zombie's abdomen. Combined with Li He's pulling, the zombie was knocked to the ground. The impact felt like striking a wall. Wang Hao's skull felt heavy and throbbing with pain, his body swaying unsteadily as he collapsed onto the zombie. Yang Xiaoran and Zhang Lang rushed over, each grabbing one of the zombie's legs and holding it tightly. Despite the three of them pressing down with all their strength, the zombie thrashed wildly, threatening to throw them off at any moment. While the zombie was momentarily restrained, he instructed Chun Mo to pull the rope and help control it. He pulled out a bundle of aramid fiber rope from Wang Hao's backpack and wrapped the zombie's legs. Afraid they wouldn't be able to hold the zombie down, Yi Rulin had Tian Jejia help too, while she would stab and kill the other zombies. Tian Jejia rushed over and pulled the rope with Chun Mo to restrain the zombie, allowing Li He to finish binding it as quickly as possible. They finally managed to bind the zombie's body and limbs together, and Li He breathed a sigh of relief, with everyone's tense mood easing just a little. Snap! The sound of a rope breaking rang out, and the rope around the zombie's upper body started to loosen. Crap, push it down. Yang Xiaoran was startled, immediately throwing himself onto Wang Hao to press down on the zombie together. Zhang Lang also got up, joining to add more weight onto the corpse. Li He grabbed the axe that Wang Hao had dropped to the side, slashing furiously at the zombie's ankle. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Each blow landed precisely on the same spot. Snap! The rope binding the zombie snapped, and Li He finally severed the zombie's leg at the ankle, just as it was about to throw off the people pinning it down. The zombie howled madly, sitting up and lunging toward the startled Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran, who had fallen beside it, startling the two into scrambling away on all fours. Chen Mo, Tian Jejia, and Zhang Lang also hastily stepped back to avoid close contact with the zombie. As the zombie tried to rise, it lost its balance and fell, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise. The towering zombie, unwilling to let its prey slip away, struggled to crawl toward Tian Jejia. Unable to stand or walk, the zombie's attack power was greatly diminished. They just needed to keep some distance and run away in time. Gripping the machete, Li He slashed furiously at the zombie's ankle. His hands were slightly cracked at the knuckles, and he gasped for breath as he watched Yi Rulin fighting desperately to cover her teammates. Yi Rulin wielded dual blades. Whenever a zombie lunged toward a teammate, she would immediately rush over and stab it to death with a fruit knife. Struggling to handle everything alone, she abandoned her usual 3-thrust kill rule. After killing a zombie with a single stab, she would kick the corpse away, and the blade would immediately thrust toward the next zombie. Initially, zombies had emerged from the rice paddies only sporadically, 1 or 2 at a time. But now more and more zombies were crawling out, perhaps drawn by the towering zombie's deafening roar. Li He was grateful they had managed to take down this troublesome zombie. Otherwise, if they had been delayed by zombies emerging from the rice paddies, facing a pincer attack from both the towering zombie in front and those behind, it would have been quite a mess. There was no time to rest. They grabbed their weapons, regrouped, and resumed cutting down zombies. This time Chun Mo led the charge, using a deformed pot lid to block the lunging zombies before stabbing them to death with a watermelon knife. Yang Xiaoran stayed behind Chun Mo. This time he switched from scissors to a baseball bat he had confiscated from Chun Fan, swinging at zombies emerging from the left at their necks. Zhang Lang in the middle stubbornly clung to his supplies with one hand, while killing zombies lunging from the right with a watermelon knife in the other. Behind Zhang Lang was Tian Jejia, well aware of her limited strength. She still used scissors that had been split in 2, gripping one half in each hand to stab zombies emerging from the left. Wang Hao and Tian Jejia stood back to back, using machetes to slash zombies lunging from the right. Yi Rulin also turned her back to them, retreating while stabbing zombies on the left. Li guarded the rear, striking zombie necks and spines with knuckle dusters, aiming to cripple them, while thrusting a water pipe into their eye sockets with his other hand. Multiple corpses lay scattered along the entire dirt path, their foul-smelling blackened blood staining the earth-toned road with the hue of death. The small team had fought against zombies multiple times in a short period. Even the timid Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia had gained the courage to fight zombies desperately, and their skills had improved significantly. Chen Mo and Yang Xiaoran's reaction speeds and stabbing strength had improved considerably as well, which enhanced the team's overall combat capability. As for the 3 most lethal fighters in the team, Li He, Wang Hao, and Yi Rulin, their explosive strength remained as impressive as ever, and they had the best stamina in the group. The erratic Yi Rulin had stopped being so loud and jumpy, and after switching from killing zombies with 3 stabs to single lethal strikes, her stabbing speed had increased noticeably. The small team fought their way through the fields, their movement speed not particularly fast, but with mutual cover and support they advanced in an orderly manner. After nearly half an hour of continuous fighting, with corpses lining the entire way, they finally broke through the zombie-infested field area. Leaving the zombies behind, they moved toward the prefabricated structures on the distant slope. As they got closer to the structures, Tianjia grew anxious. Do you think there might be a bunch of zombies waiting for us inside? Yang Xiaoran, skilled at twisting the knife. Be more confident. Replace might with definitely. Stay optimistic. What if there are survivors hiding there with hot steaming rice and tangy delicious pickles? Chun Mo tended to face everything with optimism. Yang Xiaoran, you've probably watched too many TV dramas. As they drew closer to the structures, Zhang Lang grew worried. Be serious. Should we even go to the structures? If not, don't get any closer. Everyone looked at Li He and Wang Hao, wanting to ask for their opinion. Wang Hao and Li He exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with certainty. We go. The sun would be setting soon, and this area was extremely remote. They didn't know if there might be wild beasts about. Rather than sleeping in the wilderness, it was better to investigate the structures. If possible, having a roof over their heads was always better. The small team quickened their pace and headed toward the structures. They stopped a few hundred meters from the structure area, gripping their weapons tightly, huddling together, backs facing each other as they slowly approached. The structure area appeared to have more than a dozen uniformly sized two-story prefabricated buildings and 2 large metal sheet structures. The structures were surrounded by a wall enclosing the entire area, with only one large iron gate for entry and exit. Broken glass shards were embedded on top of the wall. Li He reached out to touch the wall, his expression grave. This area is a contracted planting zone. The people who come and go are basically those who work on these farms. Although there's a wall, it's not sturdy at all. It was just casually built with rubble and packed earth. It can't withstand many impacts from zombies. We still need to see what's going on inside. Wang Hao nodded. It seems. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we have to brave it. Deciding to spend the night in the prefabricated houses meant they had to investigate first. Armed, the group advanced cautiously toward the iron gate. Nearly all the zombies that had emerged from the rice fields had been eliminated, and the remaining ones were left far behind. The cluster of prefabricated houses sat atop a small hillside with a steep incline. Zombies did not walk like ordinary people. They hunched over and labored with each unsteady step, making such slopes extraordinarily difficult to climb. Of course, even knocked down, they might still crawl upward bit by bit. But Li He had long ago prepared for such contingencies and simply waited to enter the prefabricated houses to assess the situation. The heavy iron gate barely closed. A gentle push sent it swinging open. After a few tense seconds with no sign of movement, Chun Mo summoned his courage and stepped forward. Hey, don't be nervous. Zombies will slink away the moment they see us. But the moment one foot crossed the threshold, a female zombie, her face gnawed raw, resembling a half-eaten corn cob, darted out. Her foul, gaping maw hovered a mere millimeter from Chun Mo's lips. The attack came so suddenly that Chun Mo froze in sheer terror. Had it not been for Wang Hao yanking him backward at the last moment, his throat would have been torn out. Wang Hao jeered. Damn. This pretty girl has her sights on you and wants to kiss you. Before he could finish, Tianjia drove her scissors into the female zombie, bursting its skull. Snapping back to his senses, Chun Mo jumped and kicked the corpse away. Zhang Lang regarded him with disdain, his tone laced with mock rebuke. TSK, TSK, TSK. The zombie girl was only after your ugly mouth because she's blind. Do you really need to kick her like that? His first kiss had nearly been stolen, his life nearly lost, and his teammates still had the nerve to mock him. Chun Mo roared, go to hell. Li He dispatched another zombie that had attempted a sneak attack with a steel pipe, then sharply rebuked the pair. Enough. Stay alert. They stepped cautiously into the courtyard. It was in utter disarray. Mangled limbs and entrails scattered across the ground, blood splattered on walls and floors, shattered flower pots, and farming tools tossed haphazardly about. Every sight spoke of death and despair. Aside from the 2 zombies that had attempted to ambush them, no others remained in the yard. Guttural growls echoed from within the prefabricated houses. Li He paused, straining to listen. The roars were scattered and distant, suggesting the zombies were not gathered in one location. Li He advanced toward the nearest 2-story prefabricated house. We'll clear them room by room. If there are zombies, we eliminate them. The prefabricated houses were arranged in 5 rows, each containing 3 connected units. 2 larger metal rooms stood at the far right, and both secured with heavy padlocks. The entrance to the ground floor of the first row was already in ruins. The rock wool sandwich panel walls were dented and cracked from relentless impacts. Merely surveying the scene weighed heavily on their spirits. A reckless zombie lunged from within with a roar, jaws wide open, aiming for Li He, who stood at the doorway. Li He kicked it back inside and strode forward. Another zombie attacked from the side. Li He raised his right hand without so much as glancing at it, and purely by instinct drove his steel pipe straight through its skull. The zombie Li He had kicked back inside rose once more, snarling and charging at him with vengeance in its posture, as if determined to take revenge. Li He delivered another kick, sending it crashing into a shelf stacked with jars and bottles. It fell to the ground as the shelf toppled, pinning it beneath the debris. The group scanned the room. Aside from the zombie Lee had kicked twice, and the one already killed, no others remained. The zombie barely managed to crawl free from under the shelf, only to be finished off by Lee's pipe in one swift strike before it could reach for revenge. The small team moved toward another room, only to recoil in disgust at what lay before them. Entrails and intestines were scattered across the floor, blackened and rotting with maggots writhing on their surface. The sight raised goosebumps along their arms. A zombie with its abdomen ripped open and organs hollowed out, along with several male zombies, suddenly lunged at them. Yirualien stepped forward, her fruit knife striking two of them simultaneously. With a wet thunk, both collapsed. Wang Hao swung his machete with full force, splitting the zombie's skull clean in two. Blood sprayed in every direction. Spotting a bag of bread on a cabinet, Zhang Lang thrust his watermelon knife into the zombie's skull. The moment it fell, he grabbed the bread. Glancing at the expiration date, he found it was still 3 days away and promptly stowed it in his bag. One more meal sorted. The door to the third room was intact, but smeared with chaotic bloody handprints and darkened dried bloodstains. Lee kicked the door open, and everyone froze at the scene within. A dozen child zombies, boys and girls, stood before them, their bodies gnawed beyond recognition. One girl's feet had been eaten away entirely, leaving nothing but bare bones. Even Yirualien, whose nerves were already frayed, could not hold herself together. Her voice trembled. How did this happen? What are these creatures? This is all too horrifying. Child zombies or not, they were still zombies. The moment they spotted living souls, they showed no fear. Swarming forward like a single mass, their mouths gaped wide, revealing teeth that glinted with a razor-sharp, chilling gleam. Lee kicked aside a girl zombie with braided pigtails, his left hand wrapped in brass knuckles, smashing down onto the skull of a boy zombie lunging at him. Crack! The blow split the boy's skull, deforming his cranium and snapping his cervical spine in one stroke. But the boy zombie felt no pain. Roaring, it rose with its deformed head thrown backward. Lee drove his steel pipe through its throat, piercing clean through the back of its skull. Though Yirualien felt a pang of pity for them, her hand did not waver. She drove her fruit knife directly into the eye sockets of the child zombies without hesitation. Chun Mo's pot lid sent a boy zombie spinning in circles, and with a single strike of his watermelon knife, he sent it tumbling to the ground. Having finished one, his blade and lid immediately turned toward another child zombie, killing them. True death is the only release they deserve. Chun Mo himself was unsure whether he spoke those words for his companions or to soothe his own conscience. Zhang Lang had little focus for fighting zombies. With one hand, he wielded his watermelon knife against the child zombies, while the other reached for a packet of biscuits on the table. Discovering they had expired the day before, he angrily flung the packet out the window. It struck almost perfectly a zombie emerging from a prefabricated house in the back row. The zombie seemed to think, could you at least aim for a proper target? Child zombies were far easier to deal with than adults, and within a few swift strokes they were all dead. With the 3 rooms on the ground floor of the first row cleared, the small team moved outside, intending to check the second floor. The staircase to the upper level was situated at the ground floor entrance, and the group ascended the steps carefully. To everyone's surprise, only one elderly zombie remained on the entire second floor. One of its legs had been torn off, rendering it unable to rise and attack. Lee glanced back at Tianjiaja. You take him out. Practice your strike. Tianjiaja, without hesitation, drove half the blade of her scissors into the zombie's eye socket, pushing with all her strength. Thwack! Perhaps this was true release after all. The old zombie's body spasmed once, and then it went still, off to meet whatever lay beyond. After clearing the first row of prefabricated houses, the small team moved on to search the second row. There were zombies, but few. They guessed that the horde which had ambushed them near the rice fields must have been the people who used to till these lands. Likely most people were busy in the rice fields when the outbreak struck. None could have foreseen such a horrific death. Even in this remote location, no one was spared. After clearing the third row, the zombies from the fourth and fifth rows had already been drawn by the cacophony of their kind. They emerged from the structures, snarling and advancing on Lee's group. Though dozens lurked within the prefabricated housing area, it was a manageable threat compared to what they had just encountered. The team fought in coordinated pairs, and by twilight they had eliminated every zombie in and around the buildings. They approached the tin shed hung with a heavy padlock with extreme caution. Peering through the door crack, Lee, he found the interior quiet. He took out a length of wire, picked the lock, and entered to investigate. The tin shed was a granary already tidied and prepared for autumn harvest storage. A heavy weight settled in Lee's chest. Such fine crops. I wonder if they will ever be harvested. The other tin shed was the same, locked and empty of the undead. With daylight not yet fully gone, he and the others split into 2 groups. The 2 girls were assigned to drag the corpses into the tin shed and secure them. The rest of the team scrambled to construct barricades, slowing any approaching zombies. Though the surroundings were planted with rice and fruit trees, a small bamboo grove lay behind the hill. Wang Hao's machete sang through the night air, every stroke precise and ruthless. He felled thick bamboo poles one by one, which Yang Xiaoran and Zhang Lang sharpened to deadly points at both ends. Chun Mo then drove the spears into the ground around the outer perimeter of the prefab houses. One end of each pole was cut at an angle and driven deep into the earth, the sharp end facing outward. Any zombie that stumbled forward would be skewered. Lee retrieved several thick coils of hemp rope from a storage room within the prefab. Below the hillside, he used bamboo and stones to anchor a series of tripwire lines. Any zombie pushing forward would catch its legs and fall, buying them precious moments. Behind each tripwire, he placed oil drums containing small stones. Should a zombie collide with them, the clatter would serve as an alarm, giving Li He's team ample warning. With the tripwires in place, Li He enlisted Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran to help spread waterproof tarpaulins taken from the tin shed over the hillside. They secured them with sharpened bamboo stakes and weighed them down with large stones. They mixed a small amount of water into 2 buckets of rapeseed oil and poured it over the tarpaulins, then added detergent to make the surface even more slippery. Even if a zombie managed to climb the hill, the slick tarp would send it sliding back down. 3 layers of obstacles were now in place. If the undead attacked during their rest, the team would have time to withdraw. Finally, they hung several thick tree trunks from ropes. Should any zombie breach the outer defenses and enter the courtyard, they could drop the logs to crush whoever was foolish enough to advance. They closed the perimeter gate and wedged a thick log against it for added reinforcement. By the time they finished, it was 8 in the evening. Hours of non-stop labor had left them exhausted, starving, and desperately thirsty. Fortunately, the prefab house was fully stocked with firewood, rice oil, salt, and all the essentials for cooking. The courtyard also contained a well, ensuring they would not go without water. The team divided the work. Yi Ruilin gathered and washed vegetables from the garden. Zhang Lang cleaned the pots and bowls, while Chun Mo started the stove fire and set rice cooking. Wang Hao made no apologies as he took down the cured fish and pork hanging in the yard. Yang Xiaoran patted his chest and declared, "I've been learning to cook since I wore bloomers. Tonight you will all eat until you can't move." After days of hardtack and bread, they were desperate for steaming rice and savory dishes. Yang Xiaoran was not boasting. A plate of translucent garlic scapes stir-fried with cured pork, a dish of spicy and appetizing salted fish, eggplant tossed with chili, a pot of braised cabbage, chili, scrambled eggs, and tomato and egg stir-fry filled the air with intoxicating aromas that made everyone's mouths water. Zhang Lang lifted a piece of cured pork to his mouth and chewed, his words muffled. "We have white rice and steamed buns. Choose your favorite. There's plenty." Wang Hao grabbed a massive bowl and heaped it high with rice, digging in without hesitation. The heat of chili, the brightness of tomato, the saltiness of cured pork, and the sweetness of cabbage. Each bite was a revelation. These young people, who had not eaten a proper meal in days, opened their stomachs and ate without restraint. Chun Mo ate so greedily that his belly bulged and his shirt buttons popped off with a sharp crack. Even then, he reached for another steamed bun. Li He, equally stuffed, regarded Chun Mo with admiration and amusement. "You kid, you'd starve to death even as a ghost." Saying this, he too picked up a bun and began eating. The group ate as though possessed by hungry ghosts, devouring 2 days' worth of rations in a single meal. Their bellies were stretched to the limit, yet none could stop. For who knew when they would taste such a feast again? The rear 3 rows of prefab houses were all dormitories with bunk beds. Li's team gathered some clothes, and with hot water now ready, they each took a long, thorough shower before swapping their filthy clothes for clean ones. By the time they finished bathing, it was nearly 1 a.m. For safety, they chose 2 of the innermost rooms on the 2nd floor of the 5th row to rest in. Yi Ruilin and Tianjiajia took the inner room, while the men shared the other. They divided the night watch into 3 shifts of 2 hours each. Zhang Lang lay comfortably on his bed, his eyelids already growing heavy, yet he could not resist nudging. "Oh heavens above, I just want a proper night's sleep. Damn zombies don't come tonight." Smack! Wang Hao, lying opposite, snatched up a shoe and hurled it with uncanny accuracy at Zhang Lang's face. "Talk properly, or I'll shut you up for good." Yang Xiaoran, on the upper bunk above Zhang Lang, had long wanted to beat him senseless. Hearing Wang Hao's words, he chimed in. "Count me in." Li He and Chun Mo, keeping watch at the doorway, spoke up as well. "Count us in." Tianjiajia in the adjacent room added her voice. "Absolutely." Zhang Lang. Despite the barriers they had erected, he remained uneasy. He kept creeping to the 2nd floor of the 1st row prefab house, sweeping his high-intensity flashlight across the darkness and straining his ears for any sound. Even with the powerful beam, visibility was limited and the details were indistinct. Yet hearing no unusual noise, he felt marginally reassured. When it was Wang Hao, Yang Xiaoran, and Zhang Lang's turn to stand watch, he emphasized once more, "Stay alert. Keep checking and listening." The wind howled fiercely that night, yet the air hung heavy and muggy, much like the oppressive calm before a storm. The rustling of the wind blended with the guttural growls of the zombies. One zombie after another shuffled sluggishly toward the prefabricated housing area, as though they knew fresh human flesh awaited them inside. The first zombie to reach the foot of the slope tripped over the rope Li had laid out, stumbled, and fell flat on his face. Before he could rise, another zombie stumbled upon the same trap and toppled over, accidentally knocking into an oil drum filled with small stones. The stones rattled inside the drum with a sharp clatter, crystal clear even beneath the roaring wind. Wang Hao appeared carefree and boisterous, but he had not forgotten Li He's instructions. Every 15 minutes, he would sweep his flashlight across the surroundings and listen intently for any movement. Once he confirmed everything was secure, he would amble back and engage in quiet conversation with Zhang Lang and the others. The long night stretched on endlessly. Zhang Lang took a steamed bun, breaking it into pieces as he ate. Afraid of disturbing Yi Rulin's sleep and risking a knife to his head for making noise, he deliberately lowered his voice. Where exactly are we supposed to go to stay safe? Yang Xiaoran and Wang Hao fell silent. They too felt lost. It had been several days since the zombie outbreak erupted, yet no military forces had appeared to contain the situation. Now the likelihood of encountering zombies was virtually 100%, while finding living survivors was nearly impossible. After a long silence, Wang Hao finally spoke. What I fear most is that there may never be any rescue. Clang, clang, clang. The sudden metallic noise cut sharply through the stillness of the dark night. The three exchanged glances and sprang to their feet at once. That sound. It's coming from the oil drum Lao he placed at the base of the slope, Wang Hao said, carrying a stool as he hurried down the steps. The three raced out of the prefab house, tension coiled tight. Wang Hao rushed to the perimeter wall, propped the stool beneath him, shone his high-intensity flashlight outward, and craned his neck to peer into the darkness beyond. The outer edge of the wall was ringed with sharpened bamboo stakes, but the darkness was too thick for Wang Hao to see clearly. Yang Xiaoran brought over another stool and stood beside him. With the additional beam of the flashlight, visibility improved considerably. No zombies in sight, but faint growls drifted on the night wind. Yang Xiaoran kicked the wall in irritation. This is maddening. Can't the damn things wait until tomorrow to bite someone? Wang Hao hopped down from the stool and patted his shoulder. We've set up obstacles. Even if the zombies charge, it'll take them time. Let's head back. The three returned to the fifth row of prefabricated housing, and Wang Hao called out softly to Li He. After days of relentless fighting and running, he had finally found a bed to sleep on. With Wang Hao keeping watch, Li He felt secure enough to fall into a deep slumber. Lao He, Lao He. After several calls met no response, Wang Hao raised his voice. Zombies are coming. Li He jolted upright in his sleep, instinctively grabbing the water pipe beside him. Fearing Li He might strike him in his dazed state, Wang Hao quickly shouted, Hey, hey, hey. Don't get tense, it's me. Li He focused his gaze, breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately began scanning their surroundings with nervous energy. We heard the oil drum making noise. There are likely zombies at the base of the slope. Li He hastily swung his legs out of bed and instructed Wang Hao and the others to start cooking, hoping to enjoy a proper meal before fleeing this place. Snatching a stool from the doorway, Li He rushed to the perimeter wall and climbed up to peer outside. The wind roared in his ears, but beneath its howl he could clearly distinguish the guttural snarls of zombies growing increasingly dense. After scanning with his flashlight for several minutes, he hurried back. By then dawn was just breaking. Wang Hao and the others had already started a fire to cook, and Yi Rulin and the rest had been roused from sleep. Upon seeing Li He return, Wang Hao asked, Are we preparing to leave? Not yet. The rain tarp obstacle will give the zombies a real headache. Li He's gaze fell upon the storage room. I remember there are a lot of farming tools in there. If we sharpen them, they'll make decent weapons against zombies. He decided to leave the sharpening to Yi Rulin since she always carried a small whetstone for her fruit knife. There was still time, so he thought he could take another nap to recharge before breakfast. After all, there might not be another chance to sleep in a proper bed. Meanwhile, at the base of the small hill, multiple zombies had been caught by the tripwire ropes. Before they could rise, their companions trampled over them. Devoid of intelligence, the zombies thrashed and twisted in mindless frenzy, overturning those crushing them. Finally, after toppling one zombie after another, one end of Li He's tripwire came undone, and the rope lost its function entirely. Although several zombies had been trampled into submission by their own kind, many more were already making their way toward the small hill. As they approached the upward-sloping incline, they hunched their bodies and lurched forward. The hillside, covered with the rain tarp, had been doused with cooking oil and dish soap, making it slick as ice. The zombies' footing was unstable, and they tumbled down at the base of the slope. Growling, the zombies rose and tried again, only to slip and fall once more. They clawed their way upward with hands and feet, but slipped again before they could make any progress. For a moment, it seemed as though the zombies were playing on a slide at the foot of the hill. Despite the efforts of multiple zombies in succession, only one managed to crawl forward half a meter before sliding back down. In the courtyard, Li He was awakened by the tempting aroma of Zhang Lang's cured meat rice. Yi Ruilin, Tian Jejia, and Chen Mo were already up. Yi Ruilin had even dragged a small stool and sat beside a pile of farming tools, diligently sharpening them. Zhang Lang sat nearby, holding a large bowl and eating with his head bowed, reluctant to leave behind the abundant supplies. Sigh. I really don't want to leave this place. Boom! A bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a thunderous crack that startled Yi Rulin into throwing herself into Tian Jejia's arms. Boom! Rumble! Lightning continued to slash across the heavens, and ear-splitting thunder echoed repeatedly, heralding an approaching rainstorm. Li He sprang to his feet, his expression grim. We're done for. It's going to rain. A heaviness settled over everyone's hearts. If heavy rain fell, the water would repeatedly wash away the oil and dish soap on the tarp, reducing its slipperiness. That meant this obstacle would lose its effectiveness. The zombies might slow down, but they would certainly reach the hill. A wave of helplessness washed over Lee He, and even he felt lost. Judging by the signs, a downpour was inevitable. The real danger was relentless rain. Walking across open fields during a storm was extremely unsafe. Amidst deafening explosions of thunder, rain began falling in heavy, rapid drops. The downpour intensified, accompanied by howling gusts that sent a chill through the group. The storm raged uncontrollably, with torrential rain battering the tarp-covered hillside. The dish soap on the tarp was washed away by the deluge, producing endless bubbles. The cooking oil on the tarp was likewise washed clean by the relentless rain, until the water running off the tarp no longer carried bubbles or traces of oil. The tarp was no longer slippery. The zombies struggled repeatedly on the tarp-covered slope, slipping and rising again to climb upward. The zombies never grew tired. Lacking any reasoning ability, they only knew how to climb upward, struggling endlessly, and their repeated tugging gradually tore the tarp, causing it to loosen. The zombies, driven solely by the hunger for human flesh, were drawing ever closer to the third obstacle Lee he had set up. The raging storm could not halt the zombies' advance. The undead creatures climbed inch by inch, and perhaps the rain had washed away the scent of living beings, for their growls gradually subsided. Finally, heaven rewards the persistent. After struggling multiple times, one zombie finally drew near the bamboo poles that Chun Mo had planted outside the wall. Zombies possess no capacity for thought, driven only by their craving for human flesh. The sharpened tip of the bamboo pierced through the zombie's body, and as it pressed forward, the bamboo skewered it entirely. The zombie roared and struggled in agony. Yet the other sharpened end of the bamboo was embedded deep in the earth, rendering escape impossible for the moment. Zombie after zombie became impaled upon the bamboo. Those that followed met the same fate, threading through the bamboo and emerging transfixed, forming grotesque chains of undead. Chun Mo had arranged the bamboo with deliberate purpose. He had not placed them in parallel rows, but rather positioned them in alternating front and back intervals driven into the soil. This maximized the use of gaps while allowing the impaled zombies to obstruct those following behind. But the bamboo could only delay the zombies momentarily. Before long, the bamboo bearing 3 zombies was loosened by their frantic struggles, wrenched free from the muddy earth. The 3 zombies, strung together like grotesque ornaments, roared as they approached the wall. The bamboo obstruction could not hold back the horde for long. More and more zombies pressed against the wall and gate with savage intensity. Boom. Crash. Thunder clashed with the sounds of impact, as if set on demolishing the entire boardhouse district. By then, Lee He and his companions had finished packing their belongings and donned raincoats retrieved from the storage room. Yang Xiaoran's heart raced with anxiety. The thunder was deafening, forcing him to shout at the top of his lungs, "Shouldn't we make a run for it before the zombies break through the wall?" Lee He stood on the second floor of the first row of boardhouses, gripping a sickle in his hand. Beside him hung a thick rope from which a massive log was suspended in the air. "No. We wait until they breach the wall, then we retreat." At present, there were not only zombies from the rice paddies, but also those that had descended from the highway slope, along with others from the surrounding area. From the earlier growls, he had deduced that this wave of zombies would be formidable, at the very least a small horde. The torrential rain and foul weather would make escape treacherous indeed. If possible, he intended to eliminate the majority of them right here before departing. Wang Hao shared his apprehension. "Are you certain about this? If we fail to escape, we'll be keeping the zombies company in death." Lee He remained silent, simply offering a solemn nod. Though deeming Lee He's plan madness itself, Wang Hao harbored his own streak of recklessness. "Then, let's lose our minds together." With the gate threatening to burst open at any moment, Lee He ordered the 2 least agile teammates to retreat first. Cockroach and Little Tian fall back to the 5th row of boardhouses and wait for us. "Understood. We'll be waiting for you all." Zhang Lang's expression was uncharacteristically grave and serious. Before Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia could descend the stairs, the gate was shattered by the zombies' assault, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The storm continued its fury. Zombies stormed into the courtyard amid the thunder and rain. "Cut the rope and crush these bastards," Chun Mo commanded, raising his machete to sever the line. Lee He extended his arm to stop him. "Wait. Not yet." Crash. Thud, thud, thud. Under the zombies' relentless assault, a massive section of the wall crumbled away. Watching more and more zombies flood into the courtyard, Chun Mo grew increasingly anxious. Yet observing Lee He's composure, utterly unshaken, restrained him from urging his companion to cut the rope. "Ah!" The zombies' howls echoed through the courtyard, mingling with the deafening thunder until human eardrums ached in protest. More sections of the wall collapsed, and the courtyard filled with surging undead. As the zombies drew ever closer to the first row of boardhouses, Lee He raised his sickle toward the rope. "You others get ready to move." Wang Hao, Chun Mo, Yang Xiaoran, and Yi Ruiling spun on their heels and dashed downstairs. Lee He fixed his gaze upon the zombies below and brought his sickle down upon the rope. Snap! The rope severed, and the suspended log came crashing down upon the zombies with devastating force. In an instant, the surging undead were struck down by the massive timber. Some had their skulls shattered on impact, brains splattering across the ground. Others suffered shattered spines crumpling where they stood. The fortunate ones lost arms or legs in the catastrophe. Those knocked to the ground had no chance to rise before being trampled beneath the feet of the zombies pressing forward behind them. Leahy then severed another rope, and another heavy log came plummeting down. The rainwater cascading over the fallen zombies became stained crimson, a scene of utter horror. Leahy sliced through rope after rope, sending multiple logs crashing down upon the horde. Many zombies were crushed beyond the capacity for movement. The fallen undead also blocked the advance of those still struggling forward, buying precious moments for Leahy to descend. On the ground floor, Wang Hao burst from his room just in time to reunite with Leahy. Together they charged into a ground floor room in the second row. The team worked in coordinated fashion, gathering all the clothes and bedding they could find and piling them inside the first and second rooms of the second row boardhouses. They drenched the garments and bedding with 2 barrels of kerosene. In the central room, 2 large gas cylinders, salvaged from the warehouse, had already been positioned. Having completed preparations, Leahy rushed over to join them. He sealed all the windows in the room housing the gas cylinders, turned on the valve, and immediately shut the door tight. Yang Xiaoran swallowed hard, his heart filled with trepidation. When this thing blows, no matter what, it'll take out a whole bunch of zombies. Even with the storm raging, it'll wipe out most of them. It's just, we've got to run fast. Don't want to blow ourselves up along with them. In Yang Xiaoran's view, Leahy's decision to detonate gas against the zombies was pure insanity, perhaps even more unhinged than Yi Ruilin herself. By then, multiple zombies were already crossing atop their fallen comrades, advancing toward the second row of boardhouses. Quick, the 5-minute countdown has begun. Leahy ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The group sprinted through the torrential rain toward the 5th row of boardhouses. The zombies advanced relentlessly, and several had already drawn near the second row. Leahy and the others ran with every fiber of their being, fearing that hesitation would turn them into barbecue alongside the undead. Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia had already positioned 2 wooden ladders against the wall at the rear of the 5th row. Leahy bellowed to Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia, "Go run now." Each mounted a ladder, scrambling upward, then vaulted over the wall without hesitation and leapt to the other side. Next came Yang Xiaoran and Yi Ruilin. Upon reaching the wall, they gasped for breath, but dared not pause, immediately ascending the ladders. Chen Mo followed closely behind Yi Ruilin's ladder. Leahy and Wang Hao halted roughly 3 meters from the wall, steadied themselves, then burst forward and scrambled over, dropping to the ground. Their speed exceeded even that of Yang Xiaoran's group. By then the rainfall had decreased somewhat, offering Leahy and his companions a sliver of relief. A phone in the middle room of the second row suddenly began to ring. It was the alarm Wang Hao had preset, a death knell for the zombies. Zombies crazed for human flesh trampled over their fallen comrades and surged in droves toward the prefab housing area. In an instant, the courtyard and the prefab houses were filled with their figures. The densest concentration of zombies happened to be around the second row of prefab houses. Inside the middle room on the first floor of that row, the air was thick with the pungent smell of gas. The phone placed inside the room suddenly lit up, and the alarm rang, echoing through the room. Wow! The phone's ringing again. Beep, 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 beep. As the alarm rang, the electric sparks generated inside the phone met the dense gas permeating the air. Boom! Simultaneous with the thunder came a dreadful explosion. The blast's firelight echoed the lightning, illuminating the entire prefab housing area as bright as day. A colossal fireball erupted, and the blast wave tore the prefab houses apart, while several nearby zombies were horrifically mangled by the shockwave. The quilts and clothes soaked in kerosene ignited instantly, intensifying the flames and setting multiple zombies ablaze. A flying wall panel from the prefab house wreathed in fire was hurled through the open window of the first row room. It instantly ignited the firewood Wang Hao had stacked and doused with kerosene in advance. Although the rain, though diminishing, was still heavy, it could not easily extinguish the raging blaze. The zombies, feeling no pain, mindlessly advanced and were engulfed by the flames. The unending snarls from their mouths betrayed either a craving for human flesh or a fear of being burned alive. At the entrance to the third row of prefab houses, firewood and bamboo coated with kerosene had been piled up. Struck by the flying wall fragments from the prefab houses, the flames ignited instantly, making this carefully prepared conflagration for the zombies burn even fiercer. The flames scorched many zombies as the heavy rain attempted to suppress the blaze. Yet the fire burned so fiercely that the downpour was momentarily at a disadvantage. After jumping off the enclosing wall, Leahy and the others bolted at full speed, fearing they might be caught in the explosion's collateral damage. A few zombies under the wall tried to block their path. Without slowing his pace, Leahy swung a punch and knocked the obstructing zombie down. Yang Xiaoran, carrying a hoe, chopped down at a zombie's head. The splattered blood was washed away by the rain, and the zombie fell stiffly to the ground. Zhang Lang still couldn't bear to abandon the bag of supplies. He fashioned a simple drag sled from bamboo, placed the large bag on it, and covered it with a rainproof cloth. With one hand tugging the sled forward and the other wielding a sickle, he slashed at zombie heads as he ran. Yirualien had completely abandoned her 3/ policy. Any zombie that blocked her way was stabbed to death by her knife before it could even snarl. The small team had barely run 3 meters when a deafening explosion sounded behind them, causing the entire ground to shake violently. Chun Mo lost his footing and fell flat on his face, his body landing in a puddle and splashing mud all over his face. Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran pulled him to his feet. Looking back, they saw flames leaping into the sky from the prefab housing area. The searing heat penetrating through the rain made their cheeks burn. The explosion had been a great success. It could kill or burn at least 2/3 of the zombies. Yang Xiaoran gave Li He a thumbs up. This time your craziness was justified. Before Li He could respond, Wang Hao, Zhang Lang, and Chun Mo said his catchphrase in unison, "Go die." Li He grinned, turned, and walked forward. "Let's go. We have to get away from here first." Braving the wind and rain, the small team pressed on. It was already past 6 in the morning, yet due to the heavy rain the sky was pitch black and nothing around them could be seen clearly. Li He and the others pressed forward along the muddy path using flashlights. The thunder gradually subsided, but the rain intensified once more. Even though they wore raincoats, their clothes underneath were soaked through. The rain washed out puddle after puddle, and the dirt path across the fields was slippery and sticky. The team worried both about slipping and falling on their bottoms, and about their feet sinking into the clinging muddy pits. They picked a direction and kept going, moving slowly because of the rain. Fearing that zombies might follow, they didn't dare stop to rest at all. Of course, trudging through the fields in the raging storm, there was nowhere to stop even if they wanted to. After about an hour of walking, Tian Zhejia waved her hand, signaling she couldn't go any further. Zhang Lang, dragging the supplies, was also exhausted and echoed, "I can't walk anymore. I simply can't." Even Wang Hao, who had undergone long-term training, was too tired to continue. He looked up at the sky with a resentful expression on his rain-soaked face. Did the heavens split open with a huge hole? This torrential rain never seems to end. Is heaven trying to help the zombies take us down? Li He pointed to a large tree not far away, suggesting that everyone rest briefly under it before moving on. The group dragged their weary bodies toward the tree. As soon as they reached it, they sat down right on the mud, not caring how filthy it was. Leaning against the tree, they were too tired to speak, and the atmosphere grew heavy. On Yang Xiaoran's face, paler than an ordinary person's, were visible traces of exhaustion and melancholy. Rainwater slid down from his eyes, or whether it was mingled with tears, only he knew. Yirualien took out a bottle of water from her pack, took a sip, and turned to look at the supplies Zhang Lang was dragging. "I'm hungry." Grr. At Yirualien's words, Wang Hao's stomach began to growl. Li He's and Chun Mo's stomachs also rumbled. Grr. Grr. An inappropriate fart burst out, and Yang Xiaoran's aged face reddened slightly. Everyone was stunned. 6 pairs of eyes all fixed on Yang Xiaoran. Yirualien, rarely making a teasing remark, said, "This guy isn't on the same channel as us." Zhang Lang was always at odds with Yang Xiaoran, often bickering with him. Seizing such a perfect chance to mock him, he said, "When others are hungry, their stomachs go gurgle. But old Yang has his own style. His butt goes puffed." Yang Xiaoran was so embarrassed he wished he could bury himself in a mud pit. After a few jokes, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Zhang Lang took a 4-tier lunchbox out of the bag. He opened the lid, revealing fragrant cured pork, cured fish pieces, scrambled eggs, with chili peppers, and stir-fried garlic scapes. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he pulled out a bag of steamed buns. He said with a hint of pride, "Without me, this team would fall apart." Wang Hao reached out to wash his hands in the rain, then took a bun and started eating. "Mess officer, our stomachs rely on you." Zhang Lang grew even cockier. Easy. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you all eat well and drink well." Chun Mo chewed on a bun, staring gloomily at the sky. "Where exactly are we going? Do we have to keep fleeing in constant fear? We're human after all. What if we get sick? What if winter comes? We're already having such a hard time in this rainstorm." The hard-won, relaxed atmosphere sank back to freezing point. The group fell silent, but all eyes turned to Li He and Wang Hao. After a long pause, Wang Hao spoke. "Old He, let's go back to the capital. Even if we can't find Uncle Li and the others there, you still know some of his comrades. Let's go to where your father worked. Maybe we can ask for help there. If worst comes to worst, we'll head to the capital's military base. Surely it hasn't fallen, has it?" Except for Wang Hao, no one in the small team knew Li He's family background. Li He never liked to mention his parents or his twin sister. Since childhood, his parents had drilled into him the importance of keeping his mouth shut. If people knew his parents were special operatives, enemies might target them, posing a life-threatening danger. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, everyone understood. Yang Xiaoran looked at Li He expectantly. "So?" Li He nodded. "Let's go to the capital. Go to the military base. There's a high chance we can get help there." "Yage." Zhang Lang excitedly raised his hand in a peace sign. With a clear destination in mind and hope in their hearts, everyone's mood improved considerably. At least, they had a chance to find a safe shelter. A deafening thunderclap erupted, startling the 7 people who had been resting beneath a tree into scrambling to their feet. The next instant, lightning tore across the sky, followed by another thunderous crack. The massive tree was struck dead center, causing everyone's hearts to pound violently. Tianjia clutched her wildly beating chest that almost wiped out the whole team. Li He also felt relieved, yet shaken, grateful he had fled so quickly. His face hardening, he demanded, whose unreliable idea was it to rest under a tree? 12 eyes from 6 people all turned to stare at him. Wang Hao, the unreliable one seems to be you. After a simple breakfast, the small team set out once more. To prevent getting lost, Li He took out a compass from his backpack and headed north. The rain remained frightfully heavy as the small team gradually left the rice paddies behind and ventured into the remote mountainous region. No zombies were spotted in this area. Though the roads were a muddy mess, they could still make slow progress. Finally, the rain stopped. Despite wearing raincoats, the small team was soaked through, drenched to the bone. This was when Zhang Lang, the team's logistics master, could proudly show off once more. He opened the supplies bag and pulled out several sets of clothing. Without me, this team would have fallen apart long ago. The others gave Zhang Lang a thumbs up, acknowledging that he had indeed pulled off quite the stunt. Fortunately, there was a nearby pile of weeds. The 2 girls ran behind it to change their clothes. They stuffed their dirty clothes into their backpacks, planning to wash and dry them whenever they came across a river or stream, then swap back into them. Originally, the distance from South City to the capital was over 1,000 kilometers. But after boarding the bus, they had long since left South City far behind. They weren't entirely sure where they were currently located. Seizing this moment of relative safety with no wild animal tracks or zombie silhouettes in sight, Li He and the others were utterly exhausted, worn out, and drowsy. After selecting a few large trees growing close together, Chun Mo had smuggled out 2 oversized pot lids from the panel house area, which Li He put to good use. Wang Hao chopped down several trees, splitting them into planks and securing them between the tree forks. Li He stretched out 3 or 4 raincoats, punched small holes in them, threaded ropes through, and tied them to the tree forks to create a rain awning that could shield them if it rained again. He hammered a few holes in the pot lids, threaded ropes through, and tied them securely to the tree trunks. The 2 girls, being lighter in weight, could lie on the oversized pot lids without any problem. As a precaution, Li He placed 2 wooden planks underneath the pot lids for extra support. He also rigged raincoats as a shelter, providing the girls with a modicum of privacy. Watching Li He and Wang Hao busily working, the teammates were utterly impressed as they fashioned a temporary resting nest from the large trees in no time at all. Chun Mo secretly made a resolve. Once we're safe, I want to watch more wilderness survival shows and learn martial arts. The sky was brightening slightly, looking unlikely to rain. The utterly exhausted group decided to rest first before figuring out how to continue their journey. Yang Xiaoran rubbed his hands, looking embarrassedly at the 4-meter-high tree before them. That's a pretty tall tree, huh? Zhang Lang was more direct, leaning close to Li He and acting coy. Big brother Li He, I can't climb trees. Help me, okay? Please. Li He's flesh crawled, a murderous intent suddenly rising. He turned around and punched Zhang Lang's right eye, where the bruising had finally started to fade, dropped dead. Zhang Lang's body swayed, and he collapsed flat on the ground. Covered in bruises from his teammates' beating, he helplessly looked up at the sky. Is this a distortion of humanity? Or a collapse of morality? Sister Blade, can you climb trees? I'll teach you. Watch me. Tianjia began climbing as she spoke. She wrapped both arms around the tree trunk, lifted one foot to brace against it, kept her arms straight, and taut, then raised the other foot to press against the tree as well. Keeping her arms wrapped around the trunk, she pushed one foot upward, moved one hand higher, planted the other foot, then shifted the other hand upward. Once she reached the branch area, she grabbed hold of a fork, continued pushing upward with her feet until her feet landed on the branch. Tianjia fell forward onto the oversized pot lid Li He had secured. Catching her breath, Tianjia leaned over the edge of the pot lid and looked down at Yirueline below. Have you learned it? Yirueline held a rope, one end tied to a palm-sized stone. Gripping the stone, she hurled it toward a thick branch high above. As the stone flew out, the rope followed suit. The stone cleared the branch, and the rope wrapped around it several times before coming to rest. Yirueline tugged on the rope to confirm it was secure, then grabbed the rope with both hands and climbed up the tree trunk, feet braced against it step by step. Tianjia's mouth hung open, speechless. Yirueline raised an eyebrow. Inspiration came from some TV dramas about training special operatives I watched before. The guys were in awe of Yirueline as well. Clutching his bruised eye, Zhang Lang nodded seriously with admiration, truly worthy of the title Sister Blade. She never disappoints. Yang Xiaoran and Zhang Lang tried to mimic Yirueline's method of climbing using a stone tied to a rope. Unfortunately, after several attempts, they still couldn't succeed. Unable to watch any longer, Li He took the rope, climbed the tree, in just a few swift moves secured the rope, and tossed it down. Yang Xiaoran felt embarrassed, awkwardly trying to make conversation. Old Chen, you first. Chen Mo didn't stand on ceremony. Though not as effortlessly quick as Li He and Wang Hao, he climbed nimbly and skillfully. Yang Xiaoran and Zhang Lang exchanged a glance, suddenly feeling a sense of kinship. Li He and the others hadn't even managed to get a proper good night's sleep. Once up in the tree and settled onto the wooden planks, sleepiness hit them immediately. Though utterly exhausted, they dared not be careless. They still arranged a rotating watch schedule, 2 hours per shift. Yi Ruilin and Tian Jejia took the first shift. It was still early in the day. The two girls sat on the pot lids, their backs against the tree trunks. Fearing they might get too drowsy and make mistakes, the two chatted idly, occasionally glancing down at the base of the tree, scanning the surrounding vegetation, and straining their ears for any unusual sounds. The small group changed shifts without incident. By the time it fell to Li He, Zhang Lang and Wang Hao to stand watch, night had already fallen. Li He had no intention of traveling after dark. Instead, he wished to rest well for another night, shake off his physical exhaustion before continuing. Leaving Wang Hao to keep watch in the tree, Li He and Zhang Lang climbed down. They gathered some firewood nearby and found several stones to build a makeshift stove. Zhang Lang set up a small pot salvaged from the supermarket and cooked some instant noodles, adding Chinese sausage from the container room and freshly picked tomatoes. The three on duty ate with great relish. Sitting in the tree, Wang Hao devoured 3 bowls of noodles in succession. Leaning against the trunk and patting his somewhat distended belly, he said with complete certainty to Zhang Lang, "Brother Cockroach, you'd make a fine moving company owner." Zhang Lang kneaded the dough, preparing flatbreads, his tone brimming with undisguised pride. "If I opened a moving company, every moving company in the nation would see me as their #1 rival." Li He asked, "Do you even know how to write the word modest?" The fragrance of cooking flatbreads awakened those who had fallen asleep, and they abandoned rest entirely, climbing down from the tree to eat. With a flatbread clenched between his teeth, Li He shone his powerful flashlight and carried a sickle as he patrolled the nearby area. Night had fully descended, and the sounds of cicadas rose and fell all around. Aside from the wind, nothing unusual appeared. After completing his patrol, Li He returned to the tree with a sense of security. To conserve flashlight batteries, Li He and the others relied on a single ordinary torch for barely sufficient illumination. Li He took a pen from his backpack and unfolded a map of China roughly half the size of his palm from within the pen barrel to study it. He first sketched the location of Nanshur with a pencil, then estimated their current approximate position based on the route they had traveled. Li He pointed the tip of his pencil at a position on the map adjacent to Incity. "We should be somewhere in the mountainous fields near Incity right now." Li He circled the capital with his pencil and drew a line marking the route from Incity toward it. "Next, we need to exit these mountains, further pinpoint our exact location near Incity, and then follow the marked route northward toward the capital." Aside from Li He himself, none of the others could make out that palm-sized map at all. Yet they chose to trust him, for the calm composure he displayed was beyond their own capacity. Tian Jejia took the map and strained to focus her gaze on the tiny surface. "If we leave this area, reach Incity, and then head straight for the capital, roughly how long would it take?" Li He shook his head. This he truly could not say. Setting aside how far they could walk in a day on foot, there were simply too many zombies and unpredictable factors along the way that could delay their progress or disrupt their planned route at any moment. Wang Hao patted his chest with an assuring expression. "As long as we don't give up, we will definitely reach the capital military base." Yang Xiaoran found Wang Hao's words reasonable. "That's true. We have survived death so many times already. Our 7 lives must be tougher than the King of Hell's grip. We won't die so easily." With the plan settled, Li He and the others retired early, continuing to leave someone on night watch. They aimed to rest sufficiently before setting out again, and to cover as much ground as circumstances allowed. The longer they delayed, the more zombies there would be. The greater the number of zombies, the more their peril multiplied. Taking advantage of the fact that no zombies lurked nearby, Li He and the group rested early, planning to sleep until their bodily aches subsided before departing. The night passed without incident. Although they took turns on watch, they had rested well. Zhang Lang may have appeared unreliable, but knowing they needed to travel that day, he began kneading dough for flatbreads and steaming buns when it was his turn on watch, thoughtfully bringing out canned pickled sour beans salvaged from the supermarket. Wang Hao gnawed on a flatbread, chewing the pickles, and praised Zhang Lang's culinary skills without end. This team would truly fall apart without Brother Cockroach. Everyone agreed that's very true. After breakfast, with the morning still young, Li He and the others packed up and set out along the marked route. In late summer and early autumn, walking through the empty mountains and fields, a cool breeze brought a hint of chill. The small group feared nothing more than catching a cold. A severe illness now, without medication, would be disastrous. Li He quickened his pace. "Hurry, leave this place as soon as possible." Aside from Li He and Wang Hao, the others were barely managing to drag their bodies along after continuous marching. Aside from pausing briefly to drink water and eat steamed buns and flatbread, their total time stopping added up to no more than 2 hours. Burdened with a large bag of supplies that others did not carry, Zhang Lang lagged 2 or 3 meters behind his teammates, feeling utterly despondent. "Someone do me a favor and help me carry the supplies." No one bothered to reply to Zhang Lang. After walking for several hours, they too felt equally desolate. Finally, everyone except Li He, Wang Hao, and Yi Ruilin decided to lie down and stop walking. Zhang Lang plopped down heavily, leaning against his supply bag with both hands spread. "Whoever wants to walk this wretched road can go ahead." Li He surveyed the surroundings. A rice field that, while not as astonishing as the container area, led him to guess that small villages might be nearby. "Arrrrrrrr." A guttural growl suddenly erupted. Everyone immediately drew their weapons and formed a circle with their backs against each other, scanning the area alertly. Following the source of the sound, they saw several zombies wandering not far away, occasionally letting out roars as if asking where the flesh might be. Lee stared at the zombies for 2 seconds, estimating fewer than 10. But whether there were more nearby, he dared not be certain. Not wanting to attract their attention, the several of them moved stealthily and slowly to one side. Afraid the frame carrying the supplies might make noise, Zhang Lang gestured for Chun Mo to help him lift it. The group crept sideways in this manner, putting some additional distance between themselves and the zombies. Yang Xiaoran, focused on the zombies, failed to notice a large stone beneath his foot. He tripped and fell face forward, his ankle twisting with a crack. The pain drew a cry from him. Though he covered his mouth in time, the zombies' acute hearing still detected the sound. The zombies roared and began moving toward their position. Damn it! Run! Li He and Wang Hao hoisted Yang Xiaoran and sprinted forward. Once discovered there was no point in continuing to carry the supplies, Chen Mo flung his load aside and quickly followed Li He and the others in flight. Yi Ruilin and Tian Jia held hands as they ran. Although Tian Jia's steps lagged half a beat behind Yi Ruilin's, she was not slow either. A cool breeze swept past, and Zhang Lang, dragging his supplies, looked somewhat flustered. Old Chen, I swear I'll put rat poison in your food. Suddenly a zombie whose body was riddled with bite wounds like a tattered basket lunged at him from the nearby rice paddy. Terrified, Zhang Lang dragged his supplies and ran wildly. Fear not the zombies chasing behind you, fear the zombies closing in to wrap you up like dumplings. Li He and Wang Hao were charging forward with Yang Xiaoran supported between them when a zombie suddenly burst out from behind a large tree ahead. The pair rammed the zombie head-on, with Yang Xiaoran still in tow. They knocked it to the ground, and Li He stamped on its face before charging onward. The zombie had just lifted its head, struggling to rise, when Chun Mo's size, 44-foot, crushed down across its face. The zombie's mouth and nose were stomped askew, and its snarls turned shrill and miserable. Yang Xiaoran hustled along between them, was frantic inside. His bloodless pale face had been scared into a liver-purple tinge. Those two sly dogs only cared about charging forward, giving no thought to whether anyone else survived. When zombies lunged, they simply rammed Yang Xiaoran into them. Watching from behind, Zhang Lang was seized by a bitter memory. He called out to Yang Xiaoran, I know this routine all too well. Good luck. After being used as a ram for 4 straight zombies, Yang Xiaoran was utterly devoid of the will to live. I want to die. Just let me die. The two realized they were being less than honorable, so Wang Hao carried Yang Xiaoran on his back instead. Wang Hao took over as the transport while Yang Xiaoran gripped a sickle and stabbed at zombies to cover the man carrying him. Li He lent a hand from time to time, swinging a machete at the skulls of any zombie that lunged. Though the zombies were sporadic, one would still spring out every now and then from behind a tree, from the rice fields, or from the weeds, snarling and snapping at them. The group quickly clustered together back to back, killing the zombies that surged from every direction while protecting one another. Never thought we'd be so close to leaving these mountains and still run into a roadblock. Wang Hao asked Li He, you think the moment we set foot in its city might be the moment we all march into the netherworld? Everyone shouted, Pa. Don't jinx us. Although the zombies continued to appear only in scattered bursts, the group's pace was still fairly quick. Yet against zombies that never tired, the grinding war of attrition was extremely unfavorable for a small team. They had to find a way to break away. Tian Jia suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted excitedly, look, houses over there, and smoke from cooking fires. People. Living people. Everyone followed her finger and was overjoyed. Houses alone would have been one thing, but the sight of cooking smoke meant something more. Zombies only bite. Whoever was cooking had to be a living, breathing human. Do we go? Yang Xiaoran's eyes were locked straight ahead, blazing with excitement. He desperately wanted a place to rest. Let's go. Zhang Lang, nearly at his limit, dragging the supplies, gazed hungrily toward the houses. All eyes fell on Li He, who had a machete in one hand hacking at zombies and a telescope in the other studying the houses. Chun Mo sidled next to Li He and asked with a grin, Captain, shall we go? Let's go. Li He was not really eager to, after all, better safe than sorry. But the exhaustion of the journey combined with uncertainty over how many zombies lurked nearby changed his thinking. Rather than keep fighting across the wild fields, it was better to find a shelter, set up obstacles and traps, and let everyone catch their breath before moving on. The small group moved gradually toward the houses. To conserve their strength, they did not sprint. Instead, they stayed huddled together, killing the zombies that charged from every side. Wang Hao, carrying Yang Xiaoran on his back, was incapable of staying still. When a zombie lunged before Yang Xiaoran could bring his sickle down, Wang Hao had already kicked it over. What was worse, he simply stepped over the body and walked on. On his back, Yang Xiaoran was jostled violently, afraid of falling off and being trampled by his teammates. He clutched Wang Hao's collar with all his might. How's he take a break? Let me deal with the zombies. But Wang Hao failed to hear the panic in Yang Xiaoran's voice and kept kicking zombies without pause. Not satisfied with that, Wang Hao snatched the sickle from Yang Xiaoran, carried him with one arm, and used the other arm to stab wildly at zombies with the blade. Yang Xiaoran's body sagged downward, his sprained foot was hooked by Wang Hao's hand while the toes of his other foot barely scraped the ground for support. The more his body sagged, the tighter his hand gripped Wang Hao's collar. Wang Hao gagged from the collar, but with two zombies lunging at once he had no choice but to hook Yang Xiaoran's leg and spin around using his dangling legs and backside to batter the zombies away. Yang Xiaoran's dangling legs and backside slammed into the zombie, and the pain was so excruciating he wanted to shove Wang Hao's head into a zombie's mouth. Bam! Wang Hao found the tactic useful and continued stabbing zombies with the sickle while slamming the Yang Xiaoran on his back into them. Yang Xiaoran bore it all until Wang Hao used his rear end to slam into the yawning mouth of a zombie. Ripped. Yang Xiaoran felt a chill across his buttocks. A large piece of his trousers along with his underwear had been bitten off by the zombie. Chen Mo, who was stabbing zombies with his back to them, caught it out of the corner of his eye and blurted, "Whoa. Old Yang, your ass is ridiculously white." Gossip is the purest instinct of human nature. The teammates who had been killing zombies all craned their necks to gawk at Yang Xiaoran's pale white buttocks. Heavens! How can it be that white? Tian Jejia was shocked, but even more than that envious. Zhang Lang shook his head. Isn't this guy unnaturally white? Li He said, "Old Yang, maybe you should just change your name to Big White. Bai Xiaoran or Yang Bai. Both are pretty good names," Yi Ruilin said thoughtfully. At that moment Yang Xiaoran truly understood the meaning of social death. His gleaming white buttocks were exposed to people and corpses alike. Could he even go on being human after this? "You damn rat. Put me down now. I'd rather crawl on the ground than have you carry me. I wouldn't be bitten to death by zombies. I'd be killed by you first." Feeling that his good intentions had been repaid with a thunderbolt, Wang Hao was wounded. "Don't be so ungrateful. Do you think it's easy for me carrying you and fighting zombies at the same time?" "Did I say anything?" Li He quickly intervened to smooth things over. "Enough. Carry old Yang properly, and let him do the hacking." Smoke still curled upward from the village, but it was some distance away, at least 3 kilometers or so. The small team stayed huddled together, killing zombies as they advanced. Li He stabbed with a sickle in one hand and slammed brass knuckles into the zombies' necks with the other, occasionally covering for Wang Hao, who was carrying Yang Xiaoran. Yi Ruilin was not a left-hander like Li He, though Li He had also trained strength into his right hand, but both of her hands could drive a knife with equal force. With one thrust, she sank the knife into a zombie's eye socket, then kicked 2 zombies back with resounding thumps, inching toward the village together with the others. Zhang Lang would rather die than give up the supplies. In his book, survival and supplies mattered as much as the entire world. Dragging his load, he stabbed at zombie skulls with a small pointed shovel. One zombie after another fell nearby, either stabbed to death or battered into immobility. Just about a kilometer from the village, Li He shouted, "Smash through the zombies and charge." As the words left his mouth, he broke a zombie's neck bone with a single punch, and together with the team, he covered Wang Hao as he carried Yang Xiaoran charging toward the village ahead. The zombies lunged forward, and everyone struggled to shove them off. When trapped and unable to break free, they would stab them dead first, then sprint toward the village without delay. Wang Hao had the toughest time, and despite his sturdy build, the weight of a 100-plus-pound person on his back made him slower than Zhang Lang, who was merely dragging supplies. Fortunately, Li He and Chen Mo provided cover from both sides. Yang Xiaoran felt as though his body was being shaken apart, waves of nausea churned in his stomach, and he summoned every ounce of willpower to hold back the urge to vomit. Finally, Yang Xiaoran vomited in a sudden burst. Afraid Wang Hao would beat him to death, he turned his head sideways. But he couldn't control the aim properly, spraying Zhang Lang all over. Zhang Lang had never wanted to kill someone more than at that moment. "Brother Haozi, just throw that damn excuse for a man out there, and let him fend for himself." "What the hell? Who the hell are you calling a damn excuse for a man?" "Oh, sorry, you're not a damn excuse for a man. You're wearing open crotch pants." Ha. The remark evidently hit its comedic mark, sending Yi Ruilin into laughter. Seeing Yang Xiaoran's paper-white face flush crimson, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned away, still giggling. Yang Xiaoran seethed at those 3 words, feeling his very heart tremble with rage, resorting as he ground his teeth and threatened, "Insect, watch your back when you're sleeping." Li He quickly pulled Zhang Lang away. He was about to land a few solid blows on Yang Xiaoran, and scolded sharply, "That's enough. We don't know if this village is dangerous. We can't be fighting amongst ourselves right now." This was the first time Li He had scolded them with such a dark expression, yet even though they all wanted to beat each other until their own mothers wouldn't recognize them, they could only suppress their anger for now. Looking back, the zombies moved with sluggish, deliberate motions, giving them a small lead. The group looked down at the village before them. Nestled within a massive circular depression was a village of roughly 40 to 50 households, a considerable settlement in such a desolate and remote place. To reach the village, they'd need to descend 4 or 5 meters into the pit. It wasn't insurmountable. Li He produced his rope and carabiners, securing the line to the rim. Chen Mo went down first, following the rope with his feet braced against the wall, inching downward carefully. Next was Tian Jejia. Though her strength was limited, her reflexes were sharp. She descended smoothly at first, but near the bottom, about a meter from the ground, her grip failed. Fortunately, Chen Mo caught her in time, preventing a bruised rear end. Yi Ruilin remained remarkably calm, despite the terror in her eyes. She descended the rope with swift steady, footing her movements rock solid. Zhang Lang held to the principle that a man must keep his gear intact. He lowered his supplies first, having Chun Mo untie them before rappelling down himself. Yang Xiaoran had sprained an ankle, and although Wang Hao had offered to carry him down after enduring that ordeal on Wang Hao's back, he flatly refused. No. I'll do it myself, one leg at a time. Yang Xiaoran had made up his mind, even if it cost him his brain, he would not be murdered by Wang Hao. And naturally Li He, that scheming snake, was no better. He was cut from the same cloth. The wariness and lingering dread in Yang Xiaoran's eyes were unmistakable. Seeing this, Li He dropped the matter. It was his life after all. Very well, give it a try. As a precaution, Li He secured the rope around Yang Xiaoran's waist, and together with Wang Hao they lowered him slowly. Yang Xiaoran pressed one foot against the wall and dragged his sickle along the cliff face to prevent those two snakes from cutting the line and sending him plummeting. Fortunately, Li He and Wang Hao proved reliable this time, and Yang Xiaoran landed safely. Grrrr. Just as Li He finished coiling the rope and donning his anti-slip gloves, the roars of zombies drew near. Scatter! The two exchanged a glance and immediately slid down the cliff face, jumping from about 2 meters above the ground. After rolling to absorb the impact, they rose, and flanking Yang Xiaoran on either side, helped him advance toward the village. The nearly carried Yang Xiaoran's legs went weak with fright, his trembling voice tinged with tears. Let me walk myself, please let me walk on my own. Help me. Thud. They had barely moved a few meters when the sound of a zombie crashing down echoed behind them. Everyone turned to see a zombie whose leg had been shattered upon impact, writhing on the ground, unable to rise. Thud. Another zombie followed, equally crippled and immobilized. Some misfortunes were compounded when they were struck by companions tumbling behind, rendering them entirely incapacitated. Surveying the broken and maimed zombies, Chun Mo praised the golden location enthusiastically. This village has such a protective barrier. Truly impressive. Who knows whether it was natural or the work of human ingenuity. The village entrance was barricaded with stones of varying sizes, and a large boulder stood at the gateway. The carved characters, eroded by wind and rain, barely remained legible as Wankai Village. The group was somewhat surprised by the name, quite auspicious. For safety, the small team stayed close together, weapons gripped firmly, and advanced cautiously into the village. As soon as they entered, the stark contrast with the shabby entrance came into view. Houses stood in neat rows, uniform in size, constructed from large stones. Each doorway was paved with smooth pebbles, lending the place a quaint pastoral charm. For a moment the group felt as though they weren't fleeing zombies to find shelter, but rather on a leisurely vacation. They glanced left and right, but spotted no sign of people. Is anyone here? Li called out. His only response was the sound of a cool breeze passing through. After several unanswered calls, Wang Hao pointed to a house with potted plants at the entrance and a locked door. Let's scout that place first. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Hao rapped on the door and stood at the entrance, listening for any zombie growls. There seemed to be some sound, but no snarling. Li tried to peer through the door crack, but it was so narrow not even an ant could squeeze through. Wang Hao, growing impatient, pushed Li aside and raised his woodcutter's blade, aiming at the padlock. What's there to fear? Even if there are zombies inside, with our experience, they'd be dead in minutes. Li stepped back, allowing Wang Hao to strike. Snap, clang. The blade struck the padlock precisely, and it fell to the ground. Wang Hao waited a few seconds, then shoved the door open. Immediately several grotesque zombies lunged at him, their foul breath nearly sending him to his grave. Holy crap! Startled, Wang Hao cried out and yanked the door shut. But one zombie was faster. Its head jammed in the doorway. The door would not close. It all happened too suddenly. No one could have seen it coming. This new batch of zombies had apparently mastered the art of silence, holding back even the slightest sound. They had assumed at most a few villagers were hiding in the house. Who would have guessed it was packed with zombies? The way they were crammed in there, anyone would have thought the elevator was overloaded. Wang Hao clung to the pull ring on the door with all his might, a zombie's head wedged in the doorway. Yi Ruilin dashed over and stabbed the zombie dead with a fruit knife. Li threw a punch at the slain zombie's head, knocking the head that had been blocking the door back into the room. They thought the door would finally close, but just as one head was knocked back, 2 more heads wedged in its place. The 2 heads strained frantically to get out, while the zombies inside continued to slam against the door in a frenzy. Wang Hao had no choice but to grip the pull ring with both hands. Heavens above! Are these zombies playing football? They even have backup players. Li picked up the machete Wang Hao had dropped on the ground and swung it fiercely at one zombie's head. With a squelch, Li decapitated the zombie with a single stroke of his machete. Blood sprayed violently, drenching Wang Hao and Yi Ruilin from head to toe. When Li aimed his machete at another head, the startled others hurriedly stepped back. After he chopped off 2 heads in a row, several hands reached out again. Thoroughly annoyed, Li's temper flared. I'll stand at the door and stab whichever one dares to come out. Wang Hao immediately let go of the door, which was instantly slammed open by the zombies. Snatching his machete back from Li's hand, he hacked at the skull of the first zombie that squeezed out. Li He, standing across from him, drove his fist into the zombie's neck, leaving its head lolling against its chest. As it pitched forward, Yiruelin finished it off with a stab. Zhang Lang and Chun Mo were responsible for dragging the fallen corpses away and shoving them to the side. Yang Xiaoran, whose heart was willing, but whose foot was not, could only sit on the sidelines and watch. Li He and the others simply couldn't figure it out. There was an entire room full of zombies, at least 30 or 40, and yet not one of them had let out a single roar. Puzzled, Li He asked his teammates while throwing punches at the zombies, could these zombies be mute? Tian Jijia stood beside him with scissors in hand. He snapped the zombie's neck bones, and she stabbed them to death. Hearing his confusion, she answered, maybe they don't have tongues. Tian Jijia's words reminded Li He of something. After snapping a zombie's neck bone, he pried its mouth open and looked. It has a tongue, and not a short one either. Looks like a long-tongued gossip. In life, it must have been the village's intelligence agent. Several dozen zombies were blocked at the door and stabbed to death by Li He and the rest, and the fight was over in no time. The moment they tried to sit down and catch their breath, violent banging erupted from the house opposite, and its door shook violently. Right after that, another house door began pounding with bangs. Even someone as high-strung as Yiruelin put on a pained face. These zombies have no martial honor. They're not playing fair. Do they want us dead, or what? Wang Hao, machete in hand, asked Li He. Stab. Of all strategies, running away is the best. Li He said, already hightailing it forward with Yang Xiaoran propped under his arm. Wang Hao and the others hurried after him. Seeing that Yang Xiaoran was being half-carried by Li He with only his toes brushing the ground, Chun Mo, afraid his foot injury would worsen, kindly lifted Yang Xiaoran's leg and helped Li He carry him horizontally as they charged ahead. Bang! Behind them came the sound of a door collapsing, and the group sprinted even harder. Hearing banging from the house ahead, Yiruelin at the very front shouted, turn left. Li He and Chun Mo carried Yang Xiaoran as they sprinted. Yang Xiaoran's hair scraped against the alley wall, scaring him so much he nearly wet himself. Slow down. Slow down. As they rounded out of the alley, the door of the first house facing them collapsed, and several ferocious zombies lunged with their jaws gaping. Yiruelin led the way, stabbing 2 zombies in the eye sockets with her twin knives. Li He and Chun Mo, both using their hands to carry Yang Xiaoran, kicked out at the zombies that charged them. Chun Mo couldn't keep up with Li He's pace, which made the horizontally carried Yang Xiaoran twist his waist forward then backward, and even give a couple of little wriggles. Holy crap. A zombie as fat as 3 sows charged straight at them, frightening Li He and Chun Mo so much that they rammed into it, while carrying Yang Xiaoran. The zombie didn't fall. Instead, Yang Xiaoran's head drooped. Thoroughly despairing, he thought that being abandoned might be the only way out. Just leave me behind. I'm hopeless. Don't drag me along. Save yourselves. Slap. Zhang Lang, frustrated that Yang Xiaoran had no fighting spirit, dealt him a heavy slap across the face. You've got a smart mouth, but we're teammates. No matter what, we're taking you with us. Now damn well stay alive, you hear me? 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Yang Xiaoran's cheeks as he bit his lip to keep from sobbing. He really did want to live, but his garbage teammates simply wouldn't give him a chance. Li He, rat and roach bro, I curse you all. Li He steadied Yang Xiaoran, put him on Chun Mo's back, and covered them from behind. Zombies surged from all sides of the alley, closing in around them. Li He swept the area with his gaze and pointed to the spot with the fewest zombies. Head there. We'll climb onto the roof first. The group immediately began stabbing and killing zombies as they moved toward that spot. Just as they came within 3 or 4 steps of the nearest zombie, the door of the house ahead suddenly swung open. A few people were swinging handheld dustpans at the zombies. A white-haired old man waved at Li He and the others. Young people, hurry over and hide. Li He and the others exchanged glances, then moved over in tacit agreement. At this point, even if a murderer were waiting for them inside, it would still be better than dealing with zombies. They quickly moved over, with several people fending off zombies and urging Yiruelin, who was opening the path ahead, to get inside quickly. The old man extended his hand, and Wang Hao thought he was going to pull him in. But the old man pulled Tian Jijia into the house and called for his companions to retreat inside. Just as the group of men was about to enter, the old man had the big men push them back. Sorry, men are not allowed. Li He and the others were not so easy to shake off. Wang Hao charged at them with his shoulder, knocking the burly men blocking the door, staggering back into the house. You old bastard, I'll beat you to death. The house is full. You can't. CC can come in. A few more of you WW wouldn't hurt. Before the old man finished, Yiruelin viciously grabbed his white hair and pressed a fruit knife to his throat. With his life in her hands, he changed his tune at once. Wang Hao was the first to retreat into the house, guarding against any move from the people inside. Li He and Zhang Lang covered Chun Mo's entry, then Li He snatched the broom from the big man and viciously jabbed and swatted the zombies. The big man had the foresight to close the door the instant Li He withdrew into the house. After closing it, he immediately shut the inner iron door and braced it with 2 heavy wooden pillars. Afraid that Yiruelin would gift him a blood-red necklace, the old man asked courteously, "Be beautiful, miss. See, can you let me go?" Looking around, he found that aside from the skylight on the ceiling being open, all the windows in the room had been sealed shut, and the door was barricaded tightly. Yiruelin clearly wasn't giving the old man any friendly look. She grabbed his hair with one hand, while keeping the fruit knife pressed against his throat, her eyes wary of his companions. As soon as Li He and the others entered the room, they quickly drew together on guard against a sudden attack. The white-haired old man, having been captured as people, did not make any rash moves. Instead, they stood their ground, armed with brooms and dustpans, locking eyes with Li He's group in a tense standoff. Yiruelin's grip on the old man's scany white hair was painfully tight. He grimaced in protest, baring his teeth. "I was only trying to help you. Why are you threatening me with a knife? Are you trying to help us, or abduct girls? Does helping only apply to women? What's next? You're afraid we'll give you styes just by looking at us?" Yang Xiaoran, already simmering with frustration and anger, seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of words at the old man. The old man raised his hands in surrender, his weathered face crinkling like a dried raisin as he exclaimed, "Oh my! We were merely afraid you'd take advantage of the chaos. How could a handful of elderly men stand against young men like you?" Li He signaled Yang Xiaoran to stay calm, while simultaneously gesturing for Yiruelin to release the old man. Given his age, if the old man were to die of fright, it would be a grievous matter. Li He had also noticed that even the bulliest man there didn't appear younger than 55. When it came to fistfights, neither Li He nor Wang Hao had ever known defeat, save when facing his younger sister Li Luo. There was truly no reason to fear a group of middle-aged and elderly folk. The rescued old man clutched his chest, gasping for breath, until a companion handed him a glass of water to steady his nerves, gradually restoring some color to his face. Li He's party had entered only into this small front room. The old man had them sit on the floor, and they exchanged information with Li He's group in earnest. The white-haired elder was village chief Old Ding of Wankai Village, as everyone called him. Wankai Village lay adjacent to a renowned scenic area in an city. Though remote, it had prospered from the area's tourism draw, evolving into a homestay district that significantly raised the village's standard of living. But just days prior, a newlywed couple had booked a homestay here for their honeymoon. Before long, the man had suddenly gone mad and brutally bit his wife to death. He had devoured the torn flesh raw, and the gruesome scene horrified the villagers who came to intervene. They had never witnessed such a cannibalistic spectacle. The young wife's piercing screams sent those present shivering with terror. Yet the man possessed extraordinary strength. Several people struggled to restrain him, and many were bitten and scratched in the process. Eventually, a villager managed to knock the man down, but the impact proved fatal when the man's head struck a decorative ox figure in the room, its horns piercing through his skull. The villagers stood paralyzed with fear, crying and pleading with Old Ding to explain to the police that it was self-defense and accidental manslaughter, not deliberate. But before the police could arrive, the woman who had been bitten to death suddenly rose and began attacking people. The sight of a corpse, its features unrecognizable from the savage bites, getting up and biting, terrified the villagers into initial shock. It wasn't until the bitten individuals began emitting heart-rending screams that everyone snapped out of their stupor. Those bitten soon fell into frenzied attacks themselves, and as more and more people fell victim to bites, the situation spiraled further into chaos. Old Ding and the others had no understanding of what was causing this sudden madness, assuming it was rabies. However, several young villagers who enjoyed zombie films recognized the pattern immediately. They concluded this was a zombie outbreak. With zombies roaming throughout the entire village, escaping was nearly impossible. Their strategy was to hide first, then call the police and wait for rescue. The village committee's two-story building had been constructed with exceptional strength. Windows welded with protective grills and iron plates for coverage. It was designed precisely so villagers could take refuge inside during emergencies. However, it was impractical for the entire village population to seek shelter there. Old Ding and some elderly, weak women and children who had managed to escape in time were escorted into the building. The remaining infected individuals, hoping to ensure their family's survival, lured the zombies into separate rooms before fully transforming, then sealed the doors and locked them from the inside. Old Ding and the others huddled in the small building, moving from initial terror to the torment of days dragging like years. Each day brought hope for rescue. But each day ended in disappointment, as hope went unfulfilled. With food running out, despair had taken hold. They had planned to fight their way out once provisions were exhausted, but then Li He and his group arrived. Overjoyed, they believed rescue had finally come, only to discover it was Li He and his companions. Uncontainable sorrow swam in Old Ding's eyes, but as village chief, he was now the pillar his people relied upon. He had to pull himself together. "We mean no harm. We're mostly elderly, weak women and children. We feared you young men might turn against us." He glanced at Yiruelin. "We assumed a girl would be frail, which is why we risked everything to save her." Old Ding regarded Yiruelin, who still gripped the fruit knife, with palpable dread. Under his breath, almost inaudible, he muttered, "I expected someone delicate as Lin Daiyu, but got Fang Shiyu instead." With things as they were, the small group now found themselves aligned with the villagers. Li He instructed Zhang Lang to recount to Old Ding how they had fought their way out of Nanda and survived the zombie-infested journey. Old Ding and the villagers expressed deep admiration for Li He's group. "We never imagined you were so capable. You young people are truly formidable. Old Ding then led Li He's party into the inner room. Inside were some children, women, and elderly people. Son. Old Ding choked out with a sob. After hearing Zhang Lang's account, he deeply understood that no one was coming to rescue them. Can you stay? Please help us. As Old Ding spoke, his knees bent, and he knelt before the small group. Old Ding's sudden kneeling left everyone flustered. Chun Mo and Tian Jejia hastily moved to support him. Elder Ding, please don't do this, we don't deserve such respect. But Old Ding refused to rise no matter what, and the others followed suit, kneeling as well. Li He massaged his aching forehead and said to Yi Ruilin, "Shall ye give us a hand? Help the elders stand up." Yi Ruilin raised the fruit knife and approached Old Ding, looking down at him with a chilling stare. "Get up, or I'll stab you." Zhang Lang, who had previously been stabbed in the rear, startled. "Quick, get up, she'll actually do it." Old Ding trembled at Yi Ruilin's threat and scrambled to his feet, terrified of dying by her knife even a second later. Glancing at the other elderly villagers, she told Old Ding, "Tell them to stand up too." Old Ding nodded obsequiously and hurriedly rebuked the others, fearful of being stabbed. "Everyone get up. Look at yourselves, what a sight." The elderly men and women watched each member of the small group with pleading eyes, wanting to say something, but at a loss for words. Li He kept his head bowed, weighing how to refuse them. Their journey had already been arduous enough. How could they hope to survive if they were burdened with a group of elderly, weak women and children? The house was filled with the elderly women and children. The youngest men were all over 50. There were a few young married women, but their homes had been shattered by such a catastrophe, their eyes vacant and dazed. How could such people possibly stand against the zombies? Li He sat beside Old Ding, helping to examine Yang Xiaoran's twisted ankle. He smiled bitterly and said, "If we had any other choice, we wouldn't have been forced to hide here as refugees. We can die. We've lived for decades anyway, we've had our fill." Old Ding gazed at the children in the room, the oldest only about 12 or 13 years old. The youngest was still being cradled, babbling away in the embrace. An elderly woman nearby gently caressed her granddaughter's chubby little face, her eyes full of tenderness and reluctance. "As long as the children can survive, even if we die, it would be a meaningful death." Li He and the others exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Zhang Lang took food from his bag and generously shared it with Old Ding and the others. Li He and Wang Hao found a corner and sat together, eating in silence. "Right now, how should we get out of here?" Chen Mo's voice was extremely low. "And what about them?" Li He shook his head, the bread in his mouth tasteless and difficult to chew. Old Ding came over again, placing a small box in front of Li He and the others. "This is everything we could gather." Wang Hao, still chewing bread, reached out to open the box. Holy cow! The box was filled with cash and jewelry, leaving Wang Hao dazzled. Most of it consisted of gold earrings, gold necklaces, and gold rings, along with several jade pendants and jade bracelets. There were even a few gold longevity locks and some silver ornaments. A full small chest of treasures, enough to make anyone's eyes sparkle with avarice. They were about to strike it rich. Li He closed the lid of the box, afraid they might be bewitched by wealth and lose their senses if they agreed to help. "Please keep this for the elders and children. We don't need it." Old Ding was stunned, then whispered sternly at the villagers, "Who else is hiding something? Bring it all out." The moment he finished speaking, a large gold ring fell out from his clothes. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. All eyes turned to Old Ding, their gazes filled with contempt. Ahem ahem. Old Ding coughed awkwardly, picked up the gold ring, and placed it back in the box, smiling fawningly. "When we manage to get out, we'll give you everything valuable we have at home." Li He helplessly shook his head. These things were indeed attractive, but in this world where bread was more valuable than gold, these worldly possessions had lost their worth. A chubby toddler who had just learned to walk wobbled over to Yi Ruilin. He held out a small piece of bread in his hand. "Sister, eat." Yi Ruilin stared blankly as she took the bread, stroking his round, chubby little cheek. "Clever little one." The baby's brow furrowed slightly, and with complete seriousness, he held up 5 chubby fingers. "1-year-old. Hee. This act successfully amused everyone. Our village has an off-road vehicle. It belongs to Ding Dahai, the richest man in the village. His family isn't hiding here. They probably fled with all their fortune. We can decide to give you their car worth nearly 400,000 as payment." Old Ding, sensing that jewelry and money weren't tempting enough, immediately raised the stakes. The old woman chimed in eagerly, "That's right. They just bought that car less than 2 months ago. It's practically brand new." Upon hearing about the car, the group exchanged glances. Zhang Lang, who was hauling supplies, desperately wanted a ride. Having a car to drive is definitely better than walking. Li He hesitated. "What if we get into another car accident?" Touch wood. Touch wood. Blessed and safe." Tian Jejia clasped her hands together and prayed to the air. The group huddled together, whispering for a long while before Li He finally spoke up. "We can't take all of you with us, and we definitely can't take the children. We don't have what it takes to be super nannies. However, we can try to help you clear out the zombies in this village. As for what happens after, that will depend on your own fate." Upon hearing this, the elderly people were overjoyed. "No problem. As long as you can eliminate those crazy villagers and let the children survive, there's hope." Old Ding gratefully grasped Li He's hand. "Thank you all. Li He inquired about the population of Wankai village from Old Ding, wanting to understand the number of zombies they would be facing. Old Ding and a few old men argued for quite some time, nearly coming to blows before finally settling on the population count. Before the zombie outbreak, the village had no more than 420 permanent residents, including men, women, and children. However, the village ran homestays, so there were many outside tourists. Although it wasn't peak tourist season when the outbreak occurred, there were still about 100 tourists. Li He counted the survivors in the house. There were 32 elderly people, 17 young married women and older women, and 29 children. Wankai village currently had 78 survivors in total. Before Li He and the others had retreated here, they had killed at least a few dozen zombies. So there were probably still around 300 zombies remaining in the village. Yang Xiaoran recalled how well they usually cooperated when killing zombies, so he spoke up. If we cover for each other and rest once in a while, we can still kill them. If a large number of zombies jumped down from the pit, the ones jumping later would land on the fallen ones, breaking their legs first. So we must be mentally prepared for even more zombies. Li's words were like cold water poured over their heads. Yang Xiaoran broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced nervously at Old Ding and the others, then leaned close to Li He's ear and whispered, "Maybe we should pack up and leave while they're not paying attention." Li He stared at him with a blank expression and said 3 words. "Go die yourself." Since they had decided to help the villagers eliminate the zombies in the village, the small team needed to formulate a plan. Taking advantage of the temporary safety inside, Li He and the others planned to rest first and build up their strength before killing zombies the next day. Although the villagers didn't seem to pose a threat, one must always be wary of others' hearts. Li He and the others took turns resting, with 2 people keeping watch in each group. They slept exceptionally well, and only the next day did they feel all their fatigue had been swept away. Having breakfast, Li He began discussing with his teammates how to deal with the zombies in the village. He selected a few burly-looking old men from among the elderly, those who appeared to have some fighting capability. He trained them using methods from the supermarket simulating zombie kills. They had to be ready to strike when the time came, because the zombies they would face might be familiar faces from the village or even their own relatives. Even if you face your own former family members, they are zombies that want to kill you. For the sake of your descendants, for survival, you must steal your hearts and strike them down. Otherwise, both you and your children will die. The old men nodded solemnly. Though their hearts were filled with pain and torment, they had accepted this reality. As a precaution, Li He had everyone wrap themselves up thoroughly, especially vulnerable areas like their arms and necks, where zombies could most easily scratch or bite. They had to wrap so thoroughly that even if bitten, the bite wouldn't reach the flesh. Li He decided to divide their small team into 3 groups to lead the old men in killing zombies. Zhang Lang, Yi Ruilin, and Tian Jejia would lead a group with 9 old men. Shen Emo and Wang Hao would lead a group of 7 old men. Li He and Yang Xiaoran would lead a group of 6 old men. Among the old men was a bone setter who treated injuries. With a deft push, Yang Xiaoran healed him. Yang Xiaoran felt deeply grateful to the old man. Clasping his calloused hands, he said, "Uncle, don't worry. Just stay with me, and I'll look after you." The old man clasped Yang Xiaoran's hand in return. "My old life is in your hands." Li He studied the village map for a while, then marked a triangle at one place and a circle at another. Although every group had its own team members cooperating with the old men, Li He still reminded his teammates to put personal safety first. Apart from securing a vehicle, they couldn't afford to be trapped here anyway, because the food would run out eventually. Shen Emo brought out 2 large pot lids, one for his own group and one for Yi Ruilin's group. The woman realized the pot lids could be used as shields and immediately brought out the big one from the house, handing it to the best-looking old man in Li He's group. The handsome old man gave her a silly grin, glanced at those around him, and said in a tone that was both asking and deciding, "Well, once this is over, let's go get our marriage certificate." All 7 team members, 14 eyes, stared at them with gossipy curiosity. 7 single dogs who had just eaten a mouthful of dog food all thought, when it comes to love, the old-timers are the real deal. In the small building were some farm tools and kitchen knives. Li He picked those that were handy and light, and had Yi Ruilin sharpen them. As it was a homestay tourist village, it also had some security equipment. Several riot shields and steel pitchforks. What a treasure. Once every old man had a protective shield, Li He felt more at ease. Yi Ruilin's and Wang Hao's groups covered each other, drawing the massive crowd of zombies toward the place Li He had marked. Li He's group would face more danger fighting and cutting their way to the circled position. Once the plan was set, Li He and the others opened the door. The moment it opened, several zombies lingering at the entrance howled and pounced. Li He kicked one zombie away, stabbed another dead with scissors, and stepped out. Yang Xiaoran, assigned to Li He's group, was on one side, likewise kicking and hacking at zombies. After the 2 fought their way out of the building, it was the turn of their 6 old men. They were clearly afraid, using their large pot lids and shields to block the onrushing zombies. Yet for the sake of their village's survival, they bravely stepped forward. Li He, cutting a path at the front, stabbed zombies and shouted to the old men, "Kill them. Sorry. Forgive me." The handsome old man blocked an attack with the pot lid in one hand, raised the kitchen knife with the other, and brought it down hard on the skull of a villager zombie charging at him. Blood sprayed across his face and stained his clothes. His hands were trembling, but he gritted his teeth and chopped at another zombie. Seeing this, the other old men who had still been frozen by fear and reluctance stopped hesitating and raised their blades to slash at the zombies. With his left hand, wearing the heartbreaker, Lee battered the neck of a zombie. A crack rang out, and the zombie's neck bone shattered. Its head dropped limply onto its chest and could not be lifted. Lee then smashed at the zombie's spine and snapped it in one blow. The zombie collapsed to the ground, opening its mouth wide in vain. Unable to move, it could only be trampled by its companions. Lee covered the old men and told them to get back to back, stay close, and cover one another. The old men were stunned by his ferocious and violent strength. Just hearing the zombie's bones crack under Lee's blows made the old men wince. Lee advanced at the front while the two old men beside him dealt with zombies lunging from the left and right. Yang Sharon at their backs covered the rear, and the two old men beside him took care of the zombies on his left and right. Lee and the others hacked their way bit by bit toward their target. Their progress was slow, but an old-timer is still an old-timer. After killing 2 or 3 zombies, they calmed down noticeably and were no longer so tense. Hot on their heels, Ruelin's group fought their way out of the building. With Lee's team having already attracted and cleared the zombies crowding the entrance, Ruelin and the others got out much faster. Ruelin, Zhang Lang, and Tian Jejia stood back to back with 9 old men positioned in 3 spots around them. They protected the old men while luring the zombies toward their destination. Ruelin still carried a fruit knife in each hand. She raised both hands, stabbed 2 zombies dead with each, and then kicked the bodies away. Tian Jejia's strength had improved considerably through the many battles, and with her sharp reflexes her stabbing speed had clearly increased. She still used 2 halves of a pair of scissors to stab at zombies. Since her left hand was not strong enough, she aimed for the zombies' eye sockets whenever possible. Zhang Lang had left his supplies in the building, no longer burdened. He entered overdrive. With only a machete in his hand, he swung down straight at a zombie's head and split it in 2. The old men beside him watched with their hearts pounding. Zhang Lang didn't always go for the head. Sometimes he hacked hard at a zombie's neck and decapitated it. The old men stared dumbfounded, thinking, were these young people really students before? Were they secretly murderous maniacs? Ruelin's group had the largest number of old men, so naturally she had to take care of many more. At first the old men couldn't bring themselves to kill zombies. They felt as if they were killing people, so they only used their shields and pot lids to block, never fighting back. It wasn't until Ruelin stabbed several zombies to death in a row and warned them with a grim face, "I'll count to 3. Anyone who doesn't kill zombies properly will be stabbed by me rather than hold us back." Ruelin's eyes were not vicious, but her words were enough to make one's hair stand on end. A voice in the old men's hearts issued a dangerous warning: this girl will really stab you. Afraid they would actually be stabbed to death, the old men steeled themselves and swung their weapons at the zombies. Zhang Lang was deeply impressed. TSK. Only Sister Blade can keep these old men in line. Wang Hao's group was the last to come out, and it was even easier for them. They guarded the door, waiting for the woman inside to close it before moving toward Ruelin's group. Wang Hao wore a knuckle duster on one hand and punched zombies hard, while with the other hand he used a watermelon knife to hack and stab at them as if they were watermelons. As a precaution, Shun Mo held up a small pot lid for cover, while with the other hand, without any mercy, he swung a sickle at zombie heads. The old men in this group had probably watched the old men in the previous 2 groups fighting desperately and felt they couldn't hold everyone back. So without Wang Hao needing to say a word, they copied the first 2 groups, standing back to back with Wang Hao and Shin Mo relying on one another for cover, and summoned the courage to cut down zombies. These old-timers are still young at heart. Their technique for killing zombies is so practiced. It's time to let the ladies see how impressive you are and swoon beneath your pomegranate pants. Shun Mo blew a torrent of shameless flattery, and amid the endless compliments the old men gradually lost themselves and stabbed at zombies with even greater gusto. Wang Hao's group was less than 2 meters away from Ruelin's team. They fought their way through the horde of zombies, advancing step by step toward their destination. As far as the eye could see, there were only the silhouettes of zombies. The number was at least 3 or 4 times more than they had initially estimated. Lee's guess proved correct. More zombies had flooded into the village, joining forces with those already there to attack them. Fearing the uncles might exhaust themselves, Wang Hao hastily called out to those still basking in flattery, showing off their prowess, as they frantically struck at the zombies, begging them to stop their madness. "Uncles, conserve your energy. Our mission is to lure the zombies to the designated location." Though the uncles wished to put on a good show to win the affection of the elderly ladies, they had to first value their old lives. They pressed closer together, holding up their pot lids and shields to ward off the zombies' attacks. 1 or 2 uncles, shielded by their companions, used steel forks to pierce through the zombies. Following Wang Hao's commands, they moved toward the destination alongside Ruelin's group. Due to their fear of Ruelin, the uncles in her group were less spirited. When they could resist, they moved step by step. When cornered by zombies and unable to advance, half would charge forward with pot lids and shields, while the other half attacked the zombies. Despite Ruelin's suppression, the uncles lacked momentum in slaying zombies. Without momentum, once the uncles grew tired, once one got bitten. What then? Zhang Lang quickly learned from Chun Mo and became a master manipulator himself. Uncles, look at those other uncles. They're clearly up to no good trying to steal your babes from you. Are you going to let them win? The uncles were indignant upon hearing this. No way. The ladies belong to us, and us alone. We'll protect them. Let our heroic slaughter show the ladies clearly who the coolest old boys in this village truly are. Zhang Lang fully exercised his silver tongue, determined to ignite their competitive spirit. After a round of persuasion, the uncle's fighting spirit blazed. Kill the zombies. We absolutely cannot let Suehua be seduced by those old fellows. Facing Yi Rilin and Tian Judge's expressions of utter shock, Zhang Lang blinked, and a satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his lips. See, this is what we call professionalism. Wang Hao had an uncle from their group retrieve a small speaker from the small building, playing 2 songs to attract the zombies' attention and draw more of them toward their side. The uncle was reluctant, and only after Wang Hao urged him 3 to 5 times did he force himself to press the switch. Hey, who's the coolest guy in Wankai village? Hey, hey, hey. Hey, old ding here is the coolest guy. Hey, hey, hey. Everyone except the uncles of Wankai village gaped in shock, their faces a mixture of 7 parts disbelief, 2 parts speechlessness, and 1 part horror. Chun Mo's hand, which was stabbing at zombies, trembled from the sudden pain, throwing off his aim. He nearly got bitten by a zombie. He kicked the zombie away and fried his expression a magnificent display. How's he? The people in this village have some serious mental issues. Damn it. My soul nearly jumped out of my body. Wang Hao stared helplessly toward the small building, utterly speechless about the narcissistic village head. Old Ding. That old Ding is inhuman. How did this tone-deaf caterwauling not scare all the uncles away? You were the one who insisted I press the speaker button. Don't blame me. The uncle beside Wang Hao spoke with some helplessness. Truth be told, he also wanted to beat Old Ding to death. The speaker continued playing Old Ding's self-absorbed adapted mountain song duet. Wang Hao and the others suffered from the spiritual poison of Old Ding's broken voice, their ears and souls tortured. It was far more dreadful than the zombies. Zhang Lang covered one ear with his hand, while the other held a machete, stabbing at zombies. He looked up at the sky. Oh heavens! Oh earth! What sins did I commit in my past life to endure such terrible tribulation? While Yi Ruilin covered Tian Jejia for 2 or 3 seconds, she yanked several tissues from her pocket, crumpled them into small balls, and stuffed them into her ears. Enduring the spiritual assault of Old Ding's singing, Yi Ruilin and Wang Hao's 2 groups slowly lured and guided the zombies toward the planned location according to their strategy. Li Yi's group, being the smallest in number, was also fighting its way toward their designated destination. With the smallest crew and Wang Hao, with whom they had the best chemistry, not on their team, Li Yi's group was truly having a miserable time. Li Yi took point, one hand gripping the heartbreaker as he struck at the zombies' necks, spines, and skulls. His other hand stabbed directly into the zombies' eye sockets with scissors. Yang Xiaoran covered the rear, one hand holding scissors, and the other a kitchen knife, stabbing and slashing at zombies furiously. The uncles held pot lids and shields, mostly using them to block the zombies' lunging bites with limited offensive capability. Although Wang Hao and Yi Ruilin's 2 groups had drawn away 2/3 of the zombie horde, the remaining 1/3 was still more than enough to give Li Yi and his team serious trouble. The zombies swarmed crazily toward Li Yi's group, pushing and pouncing on them. Their craving for human flesh drove them to even greater frenzy. An uncle accidentally slipped and was grabbed by a fallen zombie's ankle. In his panic, he was dragged to the ground. The moment he fell, several zombies immediately surrounded him and bit down. Save me! Help me! The uncle was terrified, crying out to Li Yi and the others for rescue. One zombie clamped onto his heavily wrapped neck, tearing away a large chunk of fabric. Another zombie bit into his flailing hand, also ripping away a large piece of fabric. Old Chun. The other uncles felt unbearable pain in their hearts and wanted to rescue him, but Li Yi and Yang Xiaoran stopped them. Li Yi stabbed a zombie dead with his scissors, kicked it away, and pushed back the uncle who wanted to rescue. Don't stop, keep moving toward the destination. We cannot let emotions rule us now. But Old Chun. The uncle's eyes were filled with such genuine sorrow and anxiety. He truly could not bear to watch his old companion die before his eyes. Li Yi was filled with fury and roared, "You promised that as long as the children could survive, you would be willing to die. If you act on emotions now, the mission will inevitably fail. Every man, woman, and child in the entire village will be wiped out." Almost everyone in Wankai village was already dead. If the children also died, then the entire Wankai village would be annihilated. The handsome uncle turned his face away, his voice choking. "Listen to Leader Shaoli. Move." He spoke to the uncle completely surrounded by zombies. "I'm sorry." No one hesitated any longer. Wielding their weapons, they continued to stab and slay zombies pressing forward. The uncle, caught by the zombies, could not escape his fate. The zombies bit into his thigh, tearing away both the fabric of his pants and the flesh of his leg together. The excruciating pain made him let out a blood-curdling scream. His agonized cries echoed in everyone's ears, weighing heavily upon their hearts. But they firmly believed that the uncle would not die in vain. His death held meaning and value. Uncle Chin's death ignited the flames of determination and vengeance in the hearts of the other uncles. Handsome uncle, though appearing gentle and refined, now gritted his teeth with fury, his veins visibly throbbing beneath the skin. With one hand, he wielded a pot lid to deflect the approaching zombies, while in the other, he gripped a cleaver, hacking madly at their heads. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. I must avenge old Chun. The other uncles fought with equal ferocity, their eyes bloodshot as they unleashed a torrent of attacks upon the undead, their combat prowess surging dramatically. Kill them all. Avenge Uncle Chun. Li He seized the moment to stoke their fighting spirit, keeping the uncle's valor burning bright. Yang Shaoran observed that his own chopping speed and force could no longer match the uncle's. Continuing to thrust his weapon into the zombies, he said in astonishment to Li He, "The uncles are incredible." With the uncles unleashing their full fury, Li He and his companions' pace of advance accelerated. They soon arrived before a two-story building. A sign hung above the entrance, Union Restaurant. This was precisely Li He's destination. Li He had inquired among the uncles about this establishment. Its signature dishes were the most renowned in the village, beloved by both locals and tourists alike, which explained why the business thrived so remarkably. A thriving business meant substantial stockpiles. The most crucial part of Li He's plan was to evacuate the restaurant's inventory. The glass door had long since shattered into fragments, potted plants lay toppled, their containers broken, and debris scattered across the floor. Seizing the moment when the uncle's combat prowess had reached its apex, Li He immediately directed them to eliminate zombies while retreating into the restaurant. Yang Shaoran warned them, "Watch your footing, don't step on the broken glass." The uncles, their emotions running high, furiously slashed at the zombies' heads, retreating inch by inch into the restaurant's interior. The interior of the restaurant was equally chaotic. Collapsed tables and chairs, shattered bowls and dishes strewn across the floor, food that had already rotted and become infested with worms. All bore silent witness to the desperate and horrifying carnage that had unfolded here. The restaurant's main entrance had already been destroyed, incapable of impeding the zombies' advance. Retreat to the stairs. Position yourselves at the stairway entrance. When zombies approach, stab them. Take turns. Watch out for each other. Old Yang and I will go to the storage room. Without turning his head, handsome uncle replied, "Rest assured. We'll hold the line until you return." Li He threw a punch, and with the power of the Heartbreaker augment, a single blow rendered the zombie completely immobilized. Yang Shaoran, back pressed against Li He's, was the first to charge up the stairs toward the second floor. The uncles huddled together, cutting down zombies as they retreated step by step to the stairway landing. When zombies lunged forward, the two uncles at the front immediately swung their cleavers wildly. When exhausted, they retreated to let two fresh companions take their place. Li He and Yang Shaoran rushed up to the second floor. No zombies were visible on this level. After scanning their surroundings, they quickly located the storage room. The storage room's fire door was locked tight. Despite their combined efforts, Li He and Yang Shaoran rammed it repeatedly, without success. "Keep watch. I'll pick the lock." "Got it." Li He retrieved a small piece of wire and a sesame pancake from his pocket. While one hand fiddled with the lock mechanism, his other hand held the pancake to his mouth. At the sight of the pancake, Yang Shaoran's stomach growled audibly. He asked Li He, "Dang, where'd you get that pancake?" Li He kept his head down, focused on his task, and replied without looking up, "An auntie gave it to me." Yang Shaoran frowned with displeasure. Why had the auntie only given Li He a pancake? Could it be because his pale skin made the auntie envious? Done. Li He rose to his feet and kicked the door open. The moment he stepped inside, a zombie dressed in a chef's uniform lunged at him. Li He raised his hand and struck the zombie directly on the crown of its skull. The Heartbreaker's edge, combined with Li He's full force, shattered the zombie's skull completely, sending brain matter splattering. The zombie met its instant end. Watching this scene, Yang Shaoran's heart nearly leaped from his chest. He swallowed hard and silently vowed never to provoke Li He. Li He kicked the zombie aside and rushed inside. Another zombie with a gnawed and mangled face lunged out. Li He spun and thrust his scissors directly into it. Splat! Before the zombie could even react, it went completely limp. Yang Shaoran, clutching his cleaver and scissors, entered the storage room, his back pressed against Li He's. The storage room was divided into two sections. On one side stood countless oils, grains, and condiments. The other held stacks of cookware and dishes. After searching thoroughly, they finally found what they sought. They grabbed two large cardboard boxes, dumping everything inside until the boxes could hold no more. A handcart sat in the storage room, perfect for transporting the two oversized boxes, which they secured firmly with rope. "Is this enough? Should we grab more?" Yang Shaoran gazed at the two boxes stacked to a height of 2 meters, feeling uneasy. Li He pushed the cart toward the storage room exit. Upon hearing Yang Shaoran's words, he replied, "Don't be too greedy. This is plenty. Besides, uncles will always be uncles. They can't match our stamina. If they can hold out until we rendezvous with Hao Zi and the others, I'll be grateful." Thinking about it, his concern made sense. The uncle's explosive strength came from grief over losing an old friend. There was no telling when they might suddenly collapse from exhaustion. When they pushed the cart to the stairway landing to avoid shaking, the contents inside, the two could only grimace as they lifted the cart, descending the stairs one painstaking step at a time. By then the uncle's primordial fury had been depleted. Pushed back repeatedly by the zombies, they had retreated up the stairs. Yet they continued to grit their teeth and persist, cleavers in hand, slashing at the undead. However, the force behind their strikes had noticeably weakened, making it difficult to deliver fatal blows with a single chop. Just as the uncles were about to be driven back to the second floor, Li He and Yang Xiaoran finally returned. Xiao Yang, you're finally here. Handsome uncle's voice quivered with emotion. Sob, we waited so long for you two brats. Uncles, you've worked hard. Your mission now is to guard these supplies on the cart. Leave the zombies to old Yang and me. The uncles hastily reached for the cart that Li He and Yang Xiaoran were carrying. Quick, the zombies are coming up. My goodness, this thing's heavier than a coffin. The moment Li He freed his hands, he grabbed the stair railing, swung his leg over, and slid down at tremendous speed. As he approached the railings, an uncle cried out in alarm, "Watch her!" Before he could finish, Li He thrust his foot against the railing and vaulted off, crashing into several zombies below, while simultaneously swinging punches that shattered the bones of their legs. As he rose, his scissors plunged into a zombie's eye socket. A spinning roundhouse kick sent another zombie crashing against the railing. With one hand, the Heartbreaker struck the zombies' necks. With the other, his scissors pierced their eye sockets with precision. He occasionally delivered swift kicks to topple the undead. The uncles watched in stunned amazement. Handsome uncle's eyes sparkled with adoring admiration. This guy. Is he Agent 007? The uncles turned their heads expectantly toward Yang Xiaoran, curious to witness his prowess. Yang Xiaoran knew the gap between himself and Li He, so he simply ignored the old men's glances. He squeezed past them, wielding scissors in one hand and a machete in the other, thrusting into the zombies. Standing at the stairwell alongside Li He, they plunged their weapons into the zombies. Outside, the horde pressed relentlessly into the restaurant, the interior choked with the undead and fallen corpses. Li He wielded his Heartbreaker, disabling zombie after zombie until they collapsed into helpless heaps. Yang Xiaoran timed his thrusts with precision, and though the horde seemed endless, their repeated engagements had forged them into lethal partners. While dispatching zombies, Li He called out to the old man. Do you still have the strength to keep going? If you can hold out, we need to push through and regroup with the others. The old men's eyes betrayed their exhaustion, yet they answered with unyielding resolve, we're fine. With that vow, they pushed forward, carving a path through the horde toward safety. Two of the old men guarded the supplies on the cart, while the others formed a protective perimeter. Li He and Yang Xiaoran took point and rearguard positions, trampling through the carnage as they drove deeper into the zombie horde. Prioritizing speed over brute force, Li He focused his strikes on crushing cervical vertebrae and spinal columns with devastating punches. His leg techniques proved equally lethal. Each sweep targeted the inner knee joints, sending the undead sprawling to the ground. Yang Xiaoran lacked the ambidextrous power Li He possessed, so he abandoned his scissors and wielded a single machete with both hands, cleaving through skulls in brutal, efficient strokes. The elderly men carefully descended the stairs, two of them bracing crates against their chests, while brandishing kitchen knives to fend off the advancing horde. Another old man pushed the cart with one hand, while wielding a cleaver in the other, fighting shoulder to shoulder with his companions. The remaining three elders, though drained, pressed forward with unwavering determination. They would protect the village children, no matter the cost. Li He carved a path ahead with calculated kicks and strikes, while the old men guarded the supplies in the center. Yang Xiaoran brought up the rear with his machete, and the group pressed forward through the encircling horde, inching toward their objective. After struggling forward just a few meters, they were suddenly engulfed by a rushing wave of the undead. Li He immediately veered into a side alley, still taking point as he cleared the path ahead. Trained since childhood, he could memorize any map at a glance. Though unfamiliar with the village itself, he recalled the route from the map and navigated the winding turns with confidence toward their destination. When zombies gathered thickly ahead, he'd pivot into alternate alleys to evade them. After threading through several detours, the path finally narrowed, and the horde blocked their way forward. Now it's either them or us. Fight to the death. Li He shouted, delivering a crushing kick to a zombie's inner knee before smashing his Heartbreakers down on its spine and neck, sending the creature collapsing to the ground. The old men slashed through the horde with everything they had, refusing to quit, even when their blades grew dull. When Shuai Dashu threw himself in front of the man, pushing the cart to shield him, a zombie lunged and dragged him down. Already near his limit, he barely had time to struggle before the zombie sank its teeth into his nose. With a brutal yank, blood gushed forth as the creature tore his nose completely from his face. An agonized wail echoed through the alley, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Gritting through the searing pain, Shuai Dashu swung his cleaver and felled the zombie that had torn his nose away. Moments later, more zombies swarmed him, devouring chunks of flesh from his body. In excruciating agony, he summoned every ounce of strength to shout to his companions, "Go! Get out of here! There's nothing left for me. Don't let me hold you back. Go! Just go!" Lao Jin. The other elders' eyes welled up again, grief pressing down on them like suffocation. "Hurry and go. Move," Li He urged the old men. Through tears, they pushed the cart forward, cutting a path through the horde. "Sorry, Suehua." With those final words of regret, his eyes went wide and life fled from him. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and the others had been steadily drawing the zombies toward the meeting point they'd arranged with Li He. The ground was littered with fallen bodies and splattered blood, which only drew more zombies to their location. Above it all, a loudspeaker continued blaring village head Lao Ding's grating voice. Song after song, each one showcasing that awful baritone mixed with outrageous self-satisfaction. Yi Rualin had long since tuned it out, finding herself able to appreciate the music beneath the ugliness. Wang Hao wasn't so lucky. Deafened by the noise and feeling he'd finally found his match, he nearly lost his mind. When we get back, he growled, I'm beating Lao Ding senseless. Chun Mo slashing through zombies beside him and suffering just as much ground his teeth in agreement. Count me in. I want a piece of him too. Zhang Lang called out urgently. Add me to the bunch. Let's gang up on him together. At last they'd lured the zombies to the designated spot, but rather than relief, a cold unease settled over them. Yi Rualin's once sharp fruit knife had gone dull from use. She asked Tian Jejia for cover, hoping for just 2 minutes to sharpen it, but there was no time to spare. Zhang Lang had already snapped through one blade and switched to a wood cleaver, hacking furiously at the undead. Exhaustion was crushing him, but even as he killed this zombie, more surged forward eagerly. His face grim, Zhang Lang asked them, why does it feel like there are more zombies with every kill? Yi Rualin responded simply with 2 words as she drove her slightly dulled fruit knife into another zombie tied. The village should have been cleared by now. The zombies piling up were the ones flooding in from outside. The sheer number was staggering, a dark mass stretching to the horizon. At least a small horde. At the word zombie tide, Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia's hearts sank. Could they possibly survive an actual horde? But there was no choice now. They could only grit their teeth and endure. They retreated step by step until they reached a dried-up pond once tended by a solitary villager who raised fish for a living. The man had fallen in last year and drowned, and superstition kept everyone else away. No one dared take it over, so the pond was left to wither. When a child nearly drowned there last month, the villagers urged the village head to drain it entirely to prevent accidents. With so many tourists staying in the area now, he agreed without hesitation. The water had barely been drained when the zombie outbreak hit. Fortunately, Li He had spotted the pond on the village map and decided to use it to their advantage. Consciously drawing the zombies toward the dry pond, they backed away step by step. When a zombie lunged, Chun Mo sidestepped quickly, and it tumbled straight into the basin below. The mud at the bottom was still slick from recent drainage, so the zombies plunged in and found their torsos stuck fast while their legs flailed helplessly. When a zombie charged, Wang Hao punched it squarely and sent it crashing into the pond. Spread out, he ordered. No need to kill them, just push them in. The group fanned out in a line before the pond, waiting for the next charge. Yi Rualin danced through the horde with remarkable agility, sidestepping and weaving as zombie after zombie toppled into the mud below. While dodging the relentless attacks, she pulled out her whetstone and began sharpening her dulled fruit knife. The zombies were lured one by one into the pond. Those that fell either sank into the mud at the bottom or crashed into their companions already trapped in the murky water, all becoming mired in the quagmire. The pond was relatively deep, and the mindless zombies had no idea how to free themselves, thrashing wildly in desperation. Zhang Lang, on the other hand, was the most cunning of them all. When a zombie lunged at him, he would immediately drop into a crouch. The momentum of their charges was so fierce that they would overshoot their empty-handed grasp, sending them tumbling into the pond. Occasionally, Zhang Lang would raise his hand to trip an approaching zombie, dampening the force of its charge and buying himself precious moments to catch his breath. Watching from nearby, Chun Mo couldn't withhold his praise. Brother Cockroach, your reflexes are impressive. As he spoke, Chun Mo began mimicking Zhang Lang's technique, crouching rapidly at the precise moment a zombie lunged toward him. Of course, there were moments when it didn't work out. Sometimes when a zombie lunged and Chun Mo dropped to the ground, the creature would stumble, but then throw its full weight onto him, driving him backward toward the pond's edge. Zhang Lang met an equally unfortunate fate, swept into the pond by a zombie's collision. Miraculously, however, he managed to hook his fingers onto the muddy bank as they both went down. The zombie, of course, fared much worse, plunging straight into the water. At that moment, everyone was struggling just to survive themselves. There were simply too many zombies, and every ounce of their energy was devoted to dodging them and forcing them into the pond. Even Tian Jejia, who stood closest to Zhang Lang, could see the danger he was in, yet she had no free hand to come to his aid. All she could do was wield her weapon to stab or push away the zombies attacking both of them. She simply couldn't reach out to pull him to safety. Brother Cockroach, hold on. Wang Hao shouted to him from nearby. Our stomachs are counting on you to keep us fed. If you kick the bucket, we'll be left starving. Zhang Lang found himself at a loss for words at times. Digging his fingers into the pond's edge with both hands and pushing against it with his feet, he slowly hauled himself upward. After managing to heave half his body up, Zhang Lang remained vulnerable. Tian Jejia, locked in fierce combat with an approaching zombie, failed to notice him and stepped on the back of his hand, grinding her foot repeatedly as she fought. Zhang Lang's face contorted in agony so extreme it seemed almost grotesque, the pain rendering him speechless. Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming urge to strike Tianjia down, he summoned every ounce of strength to crawl back to his original position. As he struggled to his feet, she drew a watermelon knife from her back and handed it to him. Hold them off yourself. His right hand, trembling from the pain, was useless for slashing at the zombies, so he forced himself to stab with his left. The strength in his left hand was severely lacking, so he reverted to his earlier strategy of toppling them into the pond. I'm the most handsome lad on this street. Lao Ding's raspy voice continuously drew zombies toward him, while, by then, a large pile of them had already tumbled into the pond. Looking down, he could see nothing but a dense mass of zombies stretching as far as the eye could see. Wang Hao gazed anxiously into the distance, though his view was completely blocked by the horde. The elders were pushing past their limits, exhausted beyond measure. If Li He didn't arrive soon, they were finished. Mouse, the old folks can't hold out much longer. They're completely worn out. Chen Mo was exhausted himself, but after days of running and fighting, his physical condition had improved, and he believed he could still endure. But the elders were depleted, too weary to dodge effectively. One elder wasn't quick enough to evade and was knocked down by a zombie sent plummeting into the pond alongside it. He crashed heavily onto a zombie with its jaws agape. Before he could even register the horror, multiple zombies surrounded him and began tearing into his flesh. A wail of utter despair and agony rose from the depths of the pond. The horrific sound turned the elders' faces ghostly pale. Though they desperately wanted to live, they were simply too exhausted to continue. One by one, another one or two elders were tackled by zombies and thrown into the pond. A living person was devoured alive by the horde, their features unrecognizable until only a skeleton remained. The gruesome and terrifying sight struck at the very core of their beings. Even Yi Ruilin and the others who had fought zombies countless times before felt their hearts pound wildly. Wang Hao roared to vent the panic welling up inside him, never forgetting to rally his teammates. Hold firm. Trust in Lao He. He's certainly rushing to our aid as hard as he can. Persistence is the key to victory. Yi Ruilin gripped her knife with both hands, stabbing furiously at the zombies, occasionally kicking the ones that lunged toward her into the pond. I believe in Li He. Tianjia's face showed clear signs of exhaustion, yet she too placed her faith in Li He's plan. She still wanted to live to witness that moment when dawn broke. With his injured, Zhang Lang hacked at the zombies with his left. Whenever an opportunity presented itself, he'd kick them into the pond. He didn't look back at where he'd come from, he simply gritted his teeth and endured. As more and more elders were dragged into the pond by zombies or bitten, Wang Hao and the others found their situation increasingly dire. The pond was now filled with fallen zombies, their elongated arms reaching out, desperate to drag living prey down with them. Those standing at the pond's edge were surrounded by closing zombies, suffering terribly. It was clear that if more of them fell, even if Li He's group arrived, they wouldn't survive. Wang Hao quickly shouted, stick together and fight to the death. Hold on. Chen Mo, standing nearest to Wang Hao, immediately closed the distance, backing against him as they fought their way toward the others. Tianjia and Zhang Lang also moved to join forces at once, slashing through the zombies as they made their way toward Yi Ruilin's position. Yi Ruilin advanced while stabbing zombies, gradually making her way toward Tianjia and the others. Eventually, they joined up, providing mutual cover as they converged with Wang Hao and Chen Mo. Though utterly exhausted, the elders responded to Wang Hao's command and quickly formed a tight circle, leaning back to back to barely hold off the advancing zombies. Wang Hao, Chen Mo, Yi Ruilin, Tianjia, and Zhang Lang backed against each other, hacking through the zombie horde as they advanced toward the elders' position, providing covering fire to help them unite. However, some elders were so depleted they could barely lift their knives. Their swings grew weak and feeble, leaving them vulnerable. Soon zombies closed in and bit into them. They were all struggling to survive themselves, able only to watch helplessly as the tackled elders were bitten to death. The zombie numbers kept growing. Those they managed to slay fell only to be immediately trampled over by the endless horde. It's over, we're going to die here. Seeing no sign of Li He and with no hope of breaking through the siege, Chen Mo's heart grew cold with dread. They're here. They're here. Tianjia exclaimed, looking excitedly toward the distance beyond 10 meters. Rescue has arrived. Everyone followed her gaze. They could hear the sounds of combat echoing from over 10 meters away, with zombies falling one after another. Wang Hao shouted with excitement, hold on. The reinforcements are here. Victory is within reach. The elders, who had lost all hope, suddenly brightened with renewed vigor. They straightened their backs and strength returned to their hands, gripping kitchen knives as they brought them down upon the zombies with renewed fury. Morale surged among the group. Back to back, they wielded their weapons against the zombies, with one person covering each gap to protect their comrades. Bodies fell one after another in front of them. Hold on tight. A loud voice rang out from over 10 meters away, belonging to a group of aunties. Everyone paused in surprise. Through the dense sea of zombies, they could vaguely make out the figures of several middle-aged women wielding hoes and kitchen knives, hacking mercilessly into the undead horde. The elderly women, weapons in hand, fought fiercely through the zombie horde with the resolute bearing of the legendary Yang family female warriors. Everyone finally snapped back to reality. It was not Leahy's group that arrived, but the elderly women of Wankai village with village chief, Lao Ding among them leading the charge to provide support. Upon spotting the elderly women, the old men erupted in anger. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be staying behind to help with the children instead of running headfirst into certain death? The elderly women wielded their weapons, stabbing furiously at the zombies as they advanced incrementally toward Wang Hao's position. Dismissing the old men's anxiety, they said, "You've been out there for ages, and we were worried about you. Let the young ones mind the children, we old bones are just living on borrowed time anyway." Faced with this situation, the elderly men had nothing left to say. In the end, they would either perish together or carve out a path to survival. The women's group gradually converged with the men's, rallying through the zombie horde in a desperate fight for any chance at life. Lao Ding, well advanced in years, had already pushed himself to the limit to reach this point, gasping for breath, yet stubbornly clinging to his small hoe to strike down the undead. With the women's participation, more and more zombies were felled, their corpses piling into the pond, until it was nearly choked, layer upon layer of twisted bodies too grotesque to bear looking at. Just then a whistle echoed from the distance. Wang Hao's heart leaped with joy. It was Li He arriving. Li He carried a whistle on his person. The sound was meant to signal Wang Hao and the others to hold their ground. Wang Hao called out excitedly to everyone, "Lao He is here. Grit your teeth and hold on a little longer. Keep driving those zombies toward the pond, and we'll finish them off shortly." As Li He's group fought their way closer, the elderly men found their strength completely drained, and another one or two were dragged down by the zombies. Watching his comrades fall one by one to zombie bites left Lao Ding racked with anguish. He urged the assembled elders, "For the sake of the young ones, what does our lives matter? Hold on, the children will survive." With those words, Lao Ding threw himself toward the pond, standing at its edge to draw the zombies in. "Come and bite me. My flesh is savory, my blood is sweet." He taunted, slashing his wrist's main artery with a knife as blood gushed forth. He swung his bleeding arm, sending blood spraying everywhere, and driving the zombies into a frenzy around him. "You mad old fool." Lao Ding's wife Wang Dama, her eyes bloodshot with terror, screamed at him. The old man looked at his wife, reluctance and guilt mingling in his gaze, but resolve dominating. Tears welled in his eyes as he spoke his final words, "You tigress, I'm going ahead of you now." With those words, he grabbed the lunging zombie and hurled them both into the pond. The frenzied undead, drawn by the thick stench of blood, leaped into the water in a desperate bid to feed. "Old man," Dama cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. "I've lost my son and daughter-in-law, my little grandson. Now you're abandoning me too." "Village chief," the gathered elders shouted mournfully toward where Lao Ding had jumped. Wang Hao and the others were profoundly moved by Lao Ding's fearless spirit. A seemingly unremarkable old man who, to save the village from destruction, resolutely sacrificed his own life to draw the zombies away. "Fuck kill." Tian Jejia cursed, stabbing wildly at the zombies with her scissors. Yi Rueline did the same, her fruit knife plunging into eye sockets. Each stroke followed immediately by another strike into a different zombie's eye. Dama refused to drown in grief over losing her husband. Her cleaver slashed furiously at the zombies as she grumbled, "You old bastard, leaving without me. Wait until I get down there. I'll beat you to death." Sensing something was wrong, Yi Rueline grabbed hold of Dama as she charged toward the pond. "Wang Dama, please don't do anything reckless." Dama offered Yi Rueline a gentle smile. "Sister, my family is broken, but Wankai village must not fall apart." She wrenched free from Yi Rueline's grip. When a zombie lunged forward, Yi Rueline drove her knife into it, and in that moment Dama shoved past the blocking creature and sprinted toward the pond. She sliced her forearm with the blade, letting blood spill to lure the zombies closer. "Damn, it hurts like hell." Dama swung her arm, splattering blood everywhere to draw even more zombies toward her. Looking up at the villagers one last time, she spoke, "That old bastard won't keep to himself. I'm worried he'll stir up trouble down there, so I need to watch him. Hang in there. Surviving is all that matters." Her words carried a lightness that masked deeper urgency, urging everyone not to surrender hope or mourn her and Lao Ding's sacrifice. With those words spoken, Dama leapt decisively into the pond. Immediately after, the zombies surged forward in a rabid pack, desperate to feed on the human flesh they had craved. Another grandmother cried out in frustration, calling them a pair of lunatics. Wang Hao and the others could only stare in awestruck admiration, while even Yi Rueline's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The deaths of Lao Ding and his wife ignited a fierce determination in everyone, particularly the elderly men and women. They threw themselves into the battle without regard for their own lives, resolved to defend the children at any cost. They swung their weapons with wild abandon, slaughtering zombies in a desperate struggle for Wankai village. At last, Wang Hao caught sight of Li He's group. Li He and Yang Xiaoran were drenched in blood, their faces and hair stained crimson, their clothes soaked through. They fought through the zombie horde, creating a path for an elderly man pushing a cart toward them. Among Li He's group, only one elderly man remained. Their numbers were the smallest, yet they had fought through wave after wave of zombies to reach this point. A remarkable feat given their dire circumstances. Li He wielded heart piercers in both hands, smashing against the zombies' necks and spines while delivering kicks to their knee joints, never allowing himself a moment's respite. Yang Xiaoran gripped scissors caked with brains and blood, driving them into the zombies' eye sockets with relentless fury. Exhaustion showed on his face, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Yi Ruilin called out urgently, "Go assist them." The survivors formed a tight circle back to back, fighting their way toward Li He's position while eliminating zombies. The two groups engaged in frenzied combat before converging. They immediately surrounded the elderly man and his cart, creating a protective perimeter to give him a chance to rest. Wang Hao studied Li He carefully, confirming the blood coating him belonged to zombies, and finally exhaled in relief. "Damn, I thought you were dead for sure." Li He retorted sharply. "That blind fortune teller predicted you'd die before me. You're still breathing, so why would I be the one expiring first?" The three groups finally reunited, and Li He and his team had at last arrived with supplies. With no time to rest, Li He instructed Tian Jejia and Zhang Lang to set up the trap, while he and the others provided cover, driving as many zombies into the pond as possible. What they saw chilled them to the bone. The pond had been filled to the brim with zombies, a seething mass where grasping hands stretched upward from the water. Surrounded by the undead, Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia opened their cases, revealing countless butane canisters for camping stoves. Using Li He's cover, they moved toward the pond's edge, tossing canisters into the water. Zombies clawed frantically at the air, occasionally snatching a canister only to fling it aside. In short order, the entire first case of butane was emptied into the pond. The second case was only half full of butane canisters, the remaining space occupied by 2 small gas cylinders. As he fought the zombies, Li He urgently warned them, "Don't use the remaining butane yet. Save those 2 gas cylinders." He cautioned everyone, "Move away from the pond quickly in case we get caught in the blast." With that, everyone except Yi Ruilin and Wang Hao fought their way to the side. Li He, Wang Hao, and Yi Ruilin huddled together, forming a defensive triangle to cover each other while slaying zombies. Yang Xiaoran and his group fought their way back along the route, protecting the remaining case of butane. By then, 2/3 of the zombies had filled the pit, and the remaining third still posed a formidable threat, though barely manageable. Carrying a gas cylinder on his back and gripping the heartbreaker tightly in both hands, Li He struck at the charging zombies, while constantly blowing a whistle to draw their attention. Also burdened with a gas cylinder, Wang Hao had switched to using scissors as his zombie-slaying weapon. He stabbed zombies with one hand while grabbing the whistle hanging on his chest and blowing it with the other. Tweet, tweet, tweet. The whistle's shrill sound made Yi Ruilin's head spin as she stabbed zombies with her fruit knife. Unable to cover her ears, she transformed her pain into fury, furiously jabbing at the zombies' eye sockets. The sound-sensitive zombies were drawn by the whistle, striding aggressively toward the three. Surrounded, they relentlessly stabbed and kicked, exhausted but refusing to surrender. Wang Hao turned his head and shouted to Yang Xiaoran's retreating group as the elder group reached a safe distance. The zombies were too numerous, their roaring and the sounds of combat drowning out his voice. Undeterred, Li He and Yi Ruilin joined in shouting as the elder group reached a safe distance. After 3 or 4 attempts, they finally heard Yang Xiaoran's response. Preliminary estimates suggest they're safe. Most zombies couldn't climb out of the pit, while the remaining large group converged on Li He and the others. This was roughly in line with Li He's plan. Fighting the zombies with renewed vigor, Li He said to Wang Hao and Yi Ruilin, "Create an opening. I'm about to blow them up." They too fought desperately, trying to carve an escape route as quickly as possible. But there were simply too many zombies. Merely maintaining their ground without being bitten was already an enormous challenge. Wang Hao's face was splattered with blood, and the hand gripping the scissors was covered in blood and brain matter. With the detonation plan imminent and zombies blocking every path, he could only place his hopes on Yi Ruilin. Blade's sister go berserk already. Ah! Yi Ruilin screamed to boost her morale, stabbing 2 zombies simultaneously with her fruit knife, kicking away corpses while precisely jabbing another 2 zombies' eye sockets. Yi Ruilin's stabbing speed had reached its limit of speed, viciousness, and precision. Even her berserker rage couldn't match the strength of having 3 heads and 6 arms. Li He was no exception. The Heartbreaker's enhancement meant every punch could bring a zombie down, but there were simply too many. His fists had long since cracked at the knuckles, his hands aching sore and numb. The 3 covered each other, yet had only advanced just over a meter. They were still short of the estimated minimum safe distance. Yi Ruilin pushed herself to increase her stabbing speed, but the blade was becoming dull. Fear gripped her heart. She asked her companions, "What do we do?" Li He took a deep breath. "Damn it, we go all in." The situation made rapid escape impossible. Rather than this slow struggle, they might as well take a gamble. Wang Hao and Yi Ruilin attacked the zombies with renewed fury. Li He removed the gas cylinder and hurled it with full force toward the zombie-filled pond. The cylinder struck a zombie's skull. Despite the blood flowing, the zombie felt nothing, roaring and struggling amidst the mass of undead. Li He then removed the cylinder from Wang Hao's back, slightly opening the valve. The smell of gas drifted out before he immediately hurled it toward the pond. He quickly pulled out a butane canister and a windproof lighter from his chest. Gazing at the lighter, a flicker of heartache crossed Lee's eyes. It was a gift from the old man. He suppressed his emotions and, using his companion's cover, pressed the lighter against the butane canister. Get ready. I'm about to blow them up. Wang Hao's voice trembled with tension. Blow them up. The usually erratic Yiruelin was unexpectedly calm. Either way, we're dead. What if we survive? Li took a deep breath and struck the tip of the heartbreaker against the butane canister. This blow required precise control. He had to crack a small opening without shattering the entire container. Fortunately, Li's control over his striking force was excellent. One strike created a small opening, and the butane gas hissed out instantly. Li quickly raised the butane canister with the lighter pressed against it, flipped open the lighter's cap, and immediately hurled it toward the pond with all his strength. The moment the canister flew out, Li shouted, "Fight our way out." The three went into a frenzy, smashing through the zombies, using their bodies to push forward, desperate to increase their speed away from the pond. If only they could invoke the Buddha to manifest and press all the zombies flat with 5 fingers like a mountain. The leaking butane canister hurtled toward the pond, and the lighter pressed against it ignited the gas inside. Boom! An explosion rang out as several zombies in the pond were struck by the blast shockwave. Immediately afterward, the cylinder with its valve open and gas leaking was ignited by the explosion. Boom! Bang 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 bang. The second gas cylinder was ignited, followed by the nearly 100 butane canisters previously thrown into the pond, all detonating in this meticulously planned explosion. The tremendous explosion's thunderous roar pierced their eardrums, causing unbearable pain. Deafening explosions rattled the eardrums, the ground shuddering violently under the relentless shock waves. The zombies in the pond were blown to shreds, their bodies torn apart like ragged cloth, blood mist, gore, and severed limbs flying in every direction. The zombies nearest the pond were caught in the blast, as well, left dismembered and sprawled on the ground. Towering flames surged from the explosion, their searing heat sweeping forward like a tide of death, engulfing the closest undead in a fiery inferno. Li, Wang Hao, and Yiruelin, who had been fighting desperately at the front, were hurled to the ground by the shockwave. Fortunately, several zombies chasing them absorbed some of the impact, shielding them to a degree. The zombies behind them were blasted into fragments, and a few collapsed on top of them, inadvertently serving as cushions. Even so, the trio was left battered and breathless. Li's head buzzed violently, his mind a blank. The explosion had temporarily deafened him, and 2 streams of hot blood ran from his nose. Clutching his constricted chest, he gasped for air in ragged, desperate breaths. Wang Hao and Yiruelin were equally oppressed by the pressure, too shaken to even wipe away the blood trickling from their noses. The moment she finally caught her breath, Yiruelin spat out a mouthful of blood, panting heavily. Her face was ghostly pale, tears glistening in her eyes, and her lips trembled so violently she could not utter a single word. Li nudged Wang Hao, whose face was just as pale. Since his ears were still ringing, he shouted at an unusually high volume, "Howsy? Are you okay?" "Ugh. Uff." Wang Hao finally coughed up blood, the crushing pain in his chest easing slightly. He waved at Li, then pointed at his own ears, bellowing, "I can't hear a thing." Li turned to support the trembling Yiruelin, unsure if she could hear him either. As he helped her stumble forward, he said, "Shao Yi, aside from my mom and my sister, you're the most impressive and remarkable girl I've ever met." Yiruelin couldn't hear a word, but seeing Li's mouth move, she replied, "I have no idea what you're saying, but I'm guessing it's a compliment. Thanks." The three struggled onward as flames from the explosion lashed at their backs like searing waves, scorching their skin. Li glanced back repeatedly. Behind them, zombies writhed and crawled through the inferno, still clawing forward. A mutilated zombie twisted its broken body stubbornly, trying to tear into the trio. Li simply kicked its face in, too exhausted to even bother killing it properly, because he had no strength left. Wang Hao was in the same state, his heavy body swaying as he crashed into the zombies lurching toward him. By then, the vast majority of zombies had been annihilated in the explosion. The remaining ones were nothing more than small fry. Yang Xiaoran and the others, along with the elderly group, were hacking their way through the undead, rushing to reinforce Li's team. As they closed in, they instinctively formed a protective circle around the three, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. Though the remaining zombies were small fry, there were still 100 or 200 of them. The elderly men and women had long since exhausted their strength, even less capable than the utterly spent Li He and Wang Hao. After only a few minutes of rest, Li He and Wang Hao picked up their scissors and waded back into the fray to stab the zombies. Half an hour later, apart from a few zombies still writhing on the ground, everyone that could walk had been hacked down or stabbed to death. The blaze from the explosion was unnervingly fierce, but fortunately the pond was surrounded by open ground with no other structures nearby, so there was no immediate danger of the fire spreading. The village was a homestay tourist destination, so to guard against accidents, the village committee had purchased 2 mini fire trucks converted from water tankers. Though incomparable to proper fire engines, each truck could carry 4 tons of water, more than sufficient for village use. Several elderly men went to fetch the mini fire trucks to put out the flames. The elderly women, meanwhile, pushed the corpses into the fire to be cremated, lest the massive accumulation of rotting bodies trigger a plague. The small team hurriedly dug trenches to contain the spread of the fire, preventing it from consuming the entire village. The elderly men arrived with the mini fire truck along with dozens of fire extinguishers from the village. They opened the truck's hydrant and aimed the water cannon at the flames, suppressing the fire's fury. Other elderly men hoisted fire extinguishers and blasted dry powder at the blaze. Li He and the others continued digging trenches, and with everyone working together, they finally brought the fire under control. At last, everyone could breathe easy. The group, utterly drained of every ounce of strength, felt as though they might die from sheer exhaustion. Chun Mo took the water bottle he carried and drained it in one go, then set his hands on his hips, gasping as he instructed his teammates. I can't go on. I need to sleep for a bit. Wake me when it's time to eat. The moment he finished speaking, he collapsed onto the ground, and his snoring started instantly. His teammates, mid-gulp of water, stared in utter disbelief. Zhang Lang nudged Chun Mo with his foot, but Chun Mo merely rolled over and continued sleeping soundly on the grimy ground, unbothered by the dirt or the hard surface. Wang Hao was genuinely impressed. Are this guy's ancestors related to Zhu Beiji? How can he possibly fall asleep like that? Yang Xiaoran chugged the rest of his own water, then reached over and grabbed another bottle from Zhang Lang's pocket to drink. What the hell? You're so desperate you'll drink anything. That's my little. Mutt. Yang Xiaoran, who had just raised the bottle to his lips, froze, then hurled the bottle away in panic. He hadn't swallowed a drop, but his stomach churned with disgust, and the next second, he vomited. Bleh. Li He, Wang Hao, and Yu Rlin, whose hearing had partially recovered, shuffled backward in small steps, keeping a safe distance from Yang Xiaoran. Tian Jejia and Zhang Lang also backed away hastily. Zhang Lang, terrified of being beaten to death, hid behind Li He, ready to use him as a human shield against Yang Xiaoran's furious fists at the critical moment. Bro, are you some kind of pervert? Why are you carrying a bottle of piss in your pocket? What, you plan to drink it? Li He shoved Zhang Lang away with a look of utter disgust. The moment those words left Li He's mouth, Zhang Lang's already shifty features seemed to gain an extra layer of depravity in everyone's eyes. Before Zhang Lang could explain, Yang Xiaoran, having finished vomiting, lunged at him with murderous intent. This time he swore he'd break Zhang Lang's cockroach legs, or die trying. You pest. You sick freak. Go to hell. Listen to me. Please listen. I really had to pee while fighting the zombies, okay? I just happened to have a bottle. And Zhang Lang's unfinished explanation was replaced by a blood-curdling scream. No one moved to save him, especially Li He and Wang Hao. They had been planning to grab that same bottle of water from Zhang Lang's pocket to quench their own thirst. Thank goodness Yang Xiaoran had been quick, or else it wouldn't be Yang Xiaoran beating Zhang Lang right now. After the beating, Zhang Lang cursed Yang Xiaoran 49 times in his heart. With the zombies eliminated, the subsequent task of burying the remaining corpses fell to the elderly villagers. Li He and his team only wanted to go back, take a long hot shower, change into clean clothes, and devour a massive meal. The zombies in the village had either been blown apart or stabbed to death. Those that survived the stabbings were hacked down. Whether a few stragglers might still be lurking, however, nobody could say for certain. Night had fallen. For safety, they returned to the small building, first planning to rest before conducting another patrol of the village. Having eliminated so many zombies in one go, Li He surmised there were likely none left nearby, and that the area was temporarily safe. Upon returning to the small building, several young women who had stayed behind to mind the children had already prepared a meal and were waiting for them. Chun Mo's instincts kicked in at the aroma. His snores cut off abruptly as he sprang up to eat. Near the bathroom of the small building stood a hand-cranked well where Li He and the others drew water for a cold wash, scrubbing away the blood and exhaustion clinging to their bodies. The exhaustion was overwhelming. Li He dozed off between bites of flatbread dangling from his lips as he slumped against the wall. Time blurred. Then he jolted awake from a nightmare, fist clenched and ready to strike. No zombies in sight. Only the sound of snoring echoed around him. He exhaled in relief, sliding down the wall, and wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve. A nap ruined by a nightmare had left him drenched in cold sweat, any sleepiness gone. Checking his phone, it was already past 7 in the morning. An older woman nearby watched him with affection. Bad dream. Your snoring last night was louder than thunder, echoing through this building like some kind of vital energy. Li He scratched his head, awkwardly startled by how deeply he'd slept. He rose to stretch and asked the woman, "Nothing happened last night, did it?" The woman picked through red beans in her basket, smiling. "Not a thing." Li He went upstairs and stood by the window, scanning the outside. Aside from bloodstains scattered everywhere, no zombies were in sight. He relaxed, went downstairs, and found his teammates waking up one by one. The moment Zhang Lang saw Li He, he rushed over dramatically. "Master Li, I thought you'd abandoned us and run." My heart was pounding nonstop. Li He groaned at his theatrics. Li He kicked out at the lunging Zhang Lang. "Go die." Zhang Lang startled and immediately threw himself at the sleepy Yang Xiaoran. Old Yang. Yang Xiaoran, caught off guard, was knocked backward and slammed his head against the wall. Furious, he chased after Zhang Lang. After a simple breakfast, they opened the gate and stepped out. The elders handled village sanitation, while the small team conducted a thorough sweep, ready to eliminate any zombies on sight. After checking the entire village, they found only 8 or 9 zombies, all killed and burned. Leahy suggested seeking help and leaving the village to avoid being trapped again. But the villagers refused to embark on an uncertain journey or leave the place they'd called home for most of their lives. Leahy didn't press the matter. In truth, staying put was safer than risking a journey for help. For the next week, Leahy and his team helped the villagers reinforce the village defenses, ensuring they could withstand any future zombie attacks. The elders took the opportunity to harvest rice crops, while Leahy's group built a waist-high wall around the village to slow down any approaching zombies. They also dug deep pits both inside and outside the wall designed to trap zombies and prevent close-quarters combat. Leahy's team further fortified the small building and instructed everyone to rest there together at night, preventing anyone from being isolated during a surprise zombie attack. All collectible food in the village along with cooking utensils and essential supplies was moved into the small building. With security matters settled and their rest restored, he climbed onto the roof and gazed northward. A cool breeze carried fallen leaves onto him. Leahy picked up a yellowing leaf, feeling a sudden weight in his chest. Autumn has arrived. We need to hurry and set out. Hopefully we'll reach the capital before winter. The elders pleaded with the group to stay, welcoming them as permanent residents of Wankai Village. Despite this brief week being the most peaceful since the outbreak began, the team had different ambitions. They understood that zombies were multiplying daily while survivors continued to dwindle. If they remained hidden here and government rescue came announcing the zombies were contained, that would be ideal. But what if they waited and encountered a zombie horde even worse than this one? Could they possibly defend against it? Rather than clinging to comfort, they should risk heading north. Seeing they couldn't be persuaded, the elders stopped pressing. The promised off-road vehicle would be honored. It was parked intact in Ding Dehai's garage with a full tank. After Leahy inspected the vehicle and confirmed it was safe, the team gathered their backpacks and set off north once more. Before departing, the elder woman prepared steamed buns and flatbread for them, packing extra food and wishing them safe travels. As they approached the vehicle, Wang Hao blocked Leahy from taking the driver's seat. You're driving? Fine. Assuming Wang Hao wanted behind the wheel, he opened the passenger door. Wang Hao looked at him pleadingly and said matter-of-factly, Old He, your luck is terrible. You need to stay away from the driver's seat. Leahy muttered his usual curse and slid into the back seat. Wang Hao took the wheel. Yang Xiaoran settled in the passenger seat, and the rest of the group squeezed in behind with Leahy. Waving farewell to the villagers who'd gathered to see them off, they started the engine and drove out of Wankai Village. The narrow road to town had only been paved last year for the homestay project. Following Elder Lee's directions, Wang Hao headed toward town. Perhaps the explosion at Wankai Village had eliminated all nearby zombies. The journey was unusually peaceful, with no zombie legs in sight. Less than half an hour into the drive, Chen Mo remembered the 2 bags of dried sweet potatoes the elder woman had packed for them and reached for a snack. But when he opened the bag, he froze. Inside lay a wooden box, one he recognized immediately, the same one village chief Ding had used to store the villagers' jewelry as bait. He lifted it. It was heavy. Opening it revealed a trove of gold chains, rings, bangles, longevity locks, jade pendants, and other ornaments. It was clear the elders had slipped these valuables into the bag as their way of saying thanks, hoping to provide the group with something valuable for the journey. Those in the car had noticed the box earlier, and now that it was open, everyone was stunned. Though these trinkets held less worth than food in the current world, they were carefully stored away. Zhang Lang's eyes gleamed with avarice. Good heavens, we've struck it rich. With the car, everyone felt much more at ease. They seized every opportunity to rest, even closing their eyes to conserve their energy when sleep refused to come. Wankai Village wasn't far from the town. Wang Hao had been driving for less than an hour when the buildings of the town finally came into view on the horizon. Wang Hao pulled over and asked, Do we go into town? Leahy, who had been resting his eyes, instructed him, bypass the town and keep driving. We're heading to Ungshi City. Avoid getting close to any villages or towns if we can help it. At this point, wherever they went would inevitably be filled with zombies. Especially towns with concentrated populations. Going there would be equivalent to seeking a death struggle against the undead. Leahy absolutely did not want to be surrounded by zombies again, having to take the risk of detonating gas lines and other such dangerous measures. Who knew when they might end up burning themselves to a crisp? Wang Hao drove at a leisurely pace, taking a different route to avoid the town. Gradually, the car left the village road behind and entered a bumpy dirt path full of potholes. The car rocked and swayed violently, nearly shaking the passengers apart. Yang Xiaoran's stomach churned with violent waves, and unable to hold back any longer, he rolled down the window and hung out, vomiting violently as the vomit sprayed all along the road. Even Leahy frowned deeply, his expression growing ghastly. Especially when he caught the smell of Yang Xiaoran's vomit, he fought hard to suppress his own stomach's discomfort. Tian Jejia and Chen Mo simply couldn't bear it anymore and rolled down their windows to join the vomiting brigade. Throughout the entire car, only Yi Ruilin acted as if nothing had happened, leaning against the seatback while cracking sunflower seeds, her composure infuriatingly calm. Zhang Lang, who had already grabbed a plastic bag to vomit, felt genuine admiration for Yi Ruilin. He thought to himself, This person wasn't just eccentric in temperament, they were literally made of steel nerves. Li He continued suppressing the violent turmoil in his stomach, poking his head out the window, only to see the road ahead remained full of potholes. He was left speechless. Mouse, couldn't you find a slightly better road? Wang Hao was actually suffering too, but he was the driver. He had to grit his teeth and maintain composure. Hearing Li He's complaint, he raised one hand and flipped him off. You told me to bypass the town. This is the only road available. No choice. You? Damn it, turn left, turn left. Hurry. Li He shouted nervously at Wang Hao, leaping up and lunging toward him, reaching for the steering wheel. After a momentary shock, Wang Hao immediately yanked the steering wheel hard to the left. A massive dark object came rushing toward them. Fortunately, the steering was timely. Before the object could collide, the car swung to the left, and they brushed past it. The massive creature, having missed its strike, swiftly came around for another attack. Li He shouted excitedly, floor it go. Wang Hao immediately slammed the accelerator to the floor. Just as the creature was about to strike again, he sharply turned the wheel to evade, speeding the car forward. Unfortunately, the dirt road was so terribly riddled with potholes that the car couldn't achieve optimal speed while bouncing. Moreover, the sharp turns risked flipping the vehicle. The teammates, who were still vomiting, quickly rolled up the windows, staring nervously outside. Bang! Before they could even see what was happening outside, the car was violently struck, causing everyone inside to lose their balance and nearly be thrown out. Bang! The creature slammed into the car, crazily denting and deforming the vehicle. The trunk lid was smashed open. The frantic impacts caused the car to lose control and swerve, crashing into a tree with a whoosh. Bang! The hood was torn off the front of the car, completely wrecked, and the windshield shattered into a large web of cracks. The people in the car were battered and bruised. If the safety airbags hadn't deployed in time, Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran would have been done for. Fortunately, everyone had car crash experience and had fastened their seatbelts when they got in. Only Li He, who had lunged forward to grab the steering wheel, fared worse. He was thrown forward with each successive impact. Fortunately, Yi Rilin and Chun Mo grabbed his legs and wasted time, but he still ended up with blood streaming from his head. Yang Xiaoran's already abnormally pale face was drained of all color, trembling as he held up 3 fingers. Damn it, I swear I'll never ride in a car again in this lifetime. If I break this oath, let me be lower than a dog. Zhang Lang, whose arm ached from the impact, reached out and slapped Yang Xiaoran's forehead. You fickle slut, if you're going to swear an oath, swear one. But using me as your curse. Have you no shame? Clutching his still bleeding head, Li He roared, shut up. What's with this nonsense? The car had been ambushed. They were lucky not to have been killed by the impact. Compared to the car crash, their greater danger at this moment was this creature that had ambushed them, not this foolish bickering. Bang, bang, bang. The creature continued ramming the car, causing the body to dent and deform. If they stayed inside any longer, it would be a dead end. Li He kicked open the deformed car door and instructed his teammates, when we go out, watch yourselves. We need to kill this creature that attacked us. With that, he gripped the heartbreaker and rushed out of the car. The moment his feet touched the ground, a massive creature came rushing toward him. Before Li He could even see clearly, he was knocked flying. Fortunately, he remained calm enough. As he was knocked flying, he forcefully swung the heartbreaker in his hand toward a nearby tree, using it to slow his momentum. Only then did he avoid being injured by the fall. Just as he struggled to his feet before he could steady himself, the creature attacked him again. This time, Li He finally saw clearly what had been attacking them. He no longer felt the pain in his head, only a tingling numbness in his scalp. He thought this time we're really in for it. The creature attacking him had thick, short limbs and exposed canine teeth that curved upward, resembling fangs. This was an enormous wild boar. But it was vastly different from any wild boar Li He had ever known, because this boar's fur was neither brownish nor grayish-black. Its entire body displayed a terrifying dark crimson, its eyes scarlet with bloodlust and madness, extraordinarily dangerous. This was a zombified wild boar. Even wild boars had become zombies. Li He suddenly felt utterly exasperated. This world, is there any hope left? The zombie boar let out snorting, grunting sounds, and with all 4 limbs braced, charged rapidly toward Li He. If he got hit by this charge, he would be attending his own funeral in the underworld. At the instant the zombie boar was about to crash into him, Li He swiftly dodged to the side and swung the heartbreaker down with all his might toward the zombified boar's head. Crack! This strike, Li He had put all his strength into it, aiming to shatter the zombie boar's skull in one blow. Unexpectedly, this strike felt like hitting a thick steel plate. Not only did it fail to injure the boar in the slightest, but it also tore his own palm, leaving his entire arm numb. The zombie boar twisted its body around, howling as it lunged at Li He. It opened its foul-smelling boar mouth, its 2 exposed tusks gleaming with cold light, snapping toward Li He. Zombies are far slower and more sluggish in their reactions compared to living humans. Yet the zombified wild boar had not become sluggish at all. If anything, its reflexes had grown even more razor-sharp. The instant the wild boar lunged to bite him, Li He swiftly dodged, sidestepping rapidly to circle around the creature's flank. But this could only buy him so much time. Once his speed faltered even for a moment, he would be gored by the zombified boar in an instant. Li He dared not slow his pace for even a second. The moment the zombified boar turned its head to snap at him, he immediately put distance between them and dodged to its side. Knowing he could not hold out much longer, he frantically shouted to Wang Hao, "How Z are you damn snails? If you don't come quick, I'm a goner." Wang Hao and the others had barely stepped out of the car when they were startled by the zombified wild boar. Seeing that Li He had sustained a head injury and was being relentlessly pursued by the zombified boar, Wang Hao immediately flew into a panic. He grabbed his axe and sprinted toward the zombified wild boar. When he drew close, he swung the weapon with all his might, aiming for the boar's head. Careful, this pig is no ordinary. Before Li He could finish his warning, Wang Hao had already hacked his axe down onto the zombified wild boar's skull. Clang! The axe struck as if it had hit a steel plate, sending vibrations through Wang Hao's palm. It merely sliced open a shallow cut, failing to penetrate the zombified boar's skull. Snort, grunt. The wild boar snorted twice and suddenly lunged at Wang Hao. What the heck? Wang Hao's heart lurched in terror. As he hastily retreated, he swung his axe once more at the zombified boar. Without any surprise, Wang Hao was utterly overpowered. The boar's massive head came crashing into him, and Wang Hao, unable to dodge in time, was knocked flat to the ground. His legs were pinned beneath the zombified boar's enormous body, trapping him hopelessly. The zombified boar snorted and wheezed, then opened its jaws to bite down. At that critical moment, a rope snare came whirling through the air, landing perfectly around the zombified boar's neck. It yanked the creature backward, forcing its head to tilt upward. Yang Xiaoran, Chen Mo, and Zhang Lang strained against the rope, keeping the zombified boar restrained. Seizing the opportunity, Li He quickly retreated and rummaged through his backpack, pulling out an object and hastily assembling it. Yi Ruilin, clutching a fruit knife, and Tian Jejia, gripping a pair of scissors, charged in from the left and right, preparing to take down the zombified boar with the swiftest strike possible. However, before they could close in, Chen Mo and the others lost their grip on the frantically struggling zombified boar, sending them flying. Yang Xiaoran, who had wound the rope around his hand multiple times, ended up with the rope becoming a fatal chain around himself. Chen Mo and Zhang Lang screamed as they were flung through the air, crashing hard onto the ground. Yang Xiaoran fared far worse. In his panic, he could not free his hand, and as the zombified boar thrashed wildly, he was slammed against the ground with tremendous force. Before he could even cry out in pain, the rope dragged him side to side, tearing his clothes to shreds. Yang Xiaoran's rescue attempt had backfired catastrophically, landing himself in dire straits. When Yi Ruilin and Tian Jejia, who had been sprinting toward the zombified boar, saw their teammates fail to hold the creature back, they immediately turned tail and ran. Terror filled Wang Hao's eyes as he desperately pressed both hands against the zombified boar's foul-smelling jaws, snapping down toward him. He screamed his lungs out, condemning his fleeing teammates. Where's the solidarity? Where is the brotherhood? Help! The zombified boar's massive head swung violently back and forth. Wang Hao's grip finally slipped, and with death looming before him, he was about to bid farewell to this troublesome world. Unable to bear watching any longer, Yi Ruilin spun around with her fruit knife and charged back in. She drove the blade directly into the zombified boar's eye socket. Splash! The knife tip punctured the zombified boar's eyeball, yet it could not pierce all the way through. The zombified wild boar's skull was simply too massive. The fruit knife was utterly outmatched in this situation. The boar went into a frenzy, head-butting Yi Ruilin and sending her flying. The knife remained embedded in its eye socket, and foul-smelling pitch-black blood dripped down the pig's face. The zombified boar felt no pain, and a fruit knife stuck in its eye could not deter it from savoring its meal. It opened its jaws once more, aiming for Wang Hao's head. Li He sprinted forward with all his strength, hurling himself at the zombified boar and slamming into it. The impact knocked the beast sideways. The moment Wang Hao was freed, he rolled frantically to the side. He absolutely did not want to be crushed by a pig again. Regardless of whether it was a boar or so, any creature that crushed people was no good pig. Li He had knocked the zombified boar down along with himself, landing on top of the creature. The zombified boar shrieked in madness, its body thrashing about like a stranded whale. It snapped its jaws at Li He. Li He did not attempt to flee. Instead, he clung to the zombified boar's body with iron determination. No matter how violently the creature thrashed, he refused to let go. Tian Jejia clutched the axe that Wang Hao had dropped. She slammed the blade down hard against the fruit knife embedded in the frantically struggling zombified boar's eye socket, hoping to drive the blade into its brain and send it to the afterlife. But Tian Jejia had underestimated the zombified boar's explosive strength. After one strike, the fruit knife had penetrated only half a centimeter deeper into the zombified boar's eye socket. The zombified boar suddenly lunged upward in a frenzy, jaws snapping at Tian Jejia. Alarmed, she scattered and ran, mimicking Li He's tactic by continuously dodging to the boar's flank. The turning boar could not snap at her so easily. As for Li He, he clung to the zombified boar's back, gripping the rope snare around its neck with both hands. As the boar moved and ran, he rode it like a horse with reins in hand. With one hand gripping the rope snare tightly and his legs clamped around the zombified boar's body, he raised his luofu tool with the sharp oblique edge and thrust it forcefully toward the pig's head. Squelch! A hole was torn through the pig's thick hide. Li He gritted his teeth, maintaining his grip on the rope snare, and continued to drive the luofu deeper into the wound. He focused all his strikes on the exact same spot on the pig's head, intending to bore a deep hole and shatter the impenetrable pig skull, then drive his weapon through the zombified boar's massive brain. However, the zombified boar's berserk fury was too intense. Li He had to simultaneously avoid being thrown off while jabbing at its head, an exhausting endeavor. Several times his angle was off, striking the wrong spot, and he nearly tumbled off the pig's back. Enduring the pain, Yurulin charged forward once more. "You damned fat pig, give me back my fruit knife." The zombified boar, spotting an easy target, immediately turned to snap at Yurulin. Yurulin neither ran nor dodged. The instant the boar lunged at her, she thrust both feet forward and slid to the ground. She grabbed onto the rope snare beneath the boar's neck, hooking both feet around one of its massive legs. Her body pressed tight against the pig's belly, with her back merely 3 to 5 centimeters from the ground, constantly at risk of being scraped along the surface as the zombified boar dragged her. Of course, there was also the possibility of being crushed by the boar's 300 to 400 gene body until she foamed at the mouth. But when she went berserk, no one could match her ferocity. At this moment, she feared nothing, gripping the rope tightly. With her free hand, she seized the fruit knife and slashed and stabbed furiously at the boar's neck. Her strategy mirrored Li He's. Cut through the outrageously thick hide on its neck, wait until it grew thin and weak, then drive the blade straight from its neck into its brain. That would surely kill the bastard. For a moment, 2 reckless living souls hung from the zombified wild boar. But the zombified boar was far too powerful. In its rampage, it made killing extremely difficult. Li He bellowed to his teammates, "Help me." Everyone rushed forward to help except Yang Xiaoran, who had been dragged by the rope and sent tumbling to the ground. Zhang Lang and Chun Mo grabbed the anti-riot steel forks they had brought from Wankai village, charging forward from the car. The frenzied zombie wild boar possessed not a shred of intellect, yet it roared as it lunged at Chun Mo. Terror seized Chun Mo's heart, but forcing himself to muster what little courage he could, he raised the steel fork and thrust it hard at the exact moment the boar charged. The tip of the steel fork drove into the boar's mouth. Chun Mo twisted violently, and the fork's prongs caught against one of the wild boar's massive tusks. He pushed with all his might, attempting to pin down the creature's head with the fork. At the same time, Zhang Lang thrust his steel fork with desperate force toward the zombie's neck. Risking the possibility of being flung away by the rampaging boar at any moment, Zhang Lang gripped the fork's handle with white-knuckled determination, pressing down on the creature's head. Wang Hao and Tian Jejia rushed forward, wielding machetes, dropping into crouching positions as each brought their blades down with fierce intensity upon the zombie's massive cloven hooves. Seizing the instant the creature's head was pinned, Li He drove his luo fu repeatedly into the gaping wound with savage determination. Yi Rualin positioned beneath the boar's belly, carved and stabbed at the zombie's neck with a fruit knife. Marrrr! The zombie wild boar let out a guttural roar, its body convulsing violently as it thrashed about with frantic intensity, its head tossing more fiercely than ever. Chun Mo and Zhang Lang exerted every ounce of strength to hold down the steel forks, urging their companions, "We can't hold it much longer. Kill it now." Li He had already pierced through the thick hide and muscle of the boar's head, now boring into the skull beneath. The zombie wild boar thrashed with renewed fury. Unable to maintain his grip, Zhang Lang was launched through the air, letting out a pained cry. "Ah! Old Zhang is off." With Zhang Lang's support gone, Chun Mo alone could not suppress the creature. The steel fork was torn from his grasp, and with his strength suddenly giving way, he tumbled backwards onto the ground. The zombie's massive jaws snapped forward, immediately forcing him to scramble backwards on all fours, limbs flailing as he desperately tried to escape. As the zombie wild boar flew into its violent frenzy, the precision of their attacks faltered. One blade struck the creature's shin, the next caught its thigh, each blow missing the vital hooves they needed to sever. Unable to sink its teeth into the succulent flesh it craved, the zombie boar grew ever more berserk, its fury reaching a fever pitch. It barreled into Wang Hao and Tian Jejia with such force that they lost all sense of direction. At that moment, only Li He and Yi Rualin remained locked in their desperate struggle. If they failed to slay the zombie wild boar, not a single one of them would escape. Yi Rualin's hands gripped the boar head with iron determination, her legs wrapped around its snout as she sought to dampen its violent thrashing. Her face pressed against the putrid snout, the fetid mouth of the boar thrust repeatedly toward her. Its death-bringing tusks clicked ominously beside her ears, grinding with a sound that made her skin crawl. Summoning every fiber of her being, she clung to the monstrous head and bellowed at Li He, "Kill it." Without needing Yi Rualin's command, Li He, astride the boar's back, gripped the rope with one hand while raising his luo fu with the other, driving it repeatedly into the wound. He was systematically shattering the zombie wild boar's skull piece by piece. Yang Xiaoran stumbled and staggered forward, helping Yi Rualin pin down the boar's head, reducing the amplitude of its desperate thrashing. The two lunatics held the zombie wild boar's head in an iron grip. Its body thrashed about in blind fury, but its head refused to budge. Chun Mo, Wang Hao, Tian Jejia, and Zhang Lang charged forward once more. The four exchanged a grim look, and with ruthless resolve, each grabbed one of the frenzied zombie wild boar's legs and pulled outward with all their strength. The several hundred-pound wild boar was pulled apart by four people gripping its legs with another rider on its back and two others pinning down its head. Despite its immense strength for the moment, it was completely subdued. Seizing the opportune moment, he drove his luo fu into the wound again and again, finally shattering the skull. Brain matter and blood were clearly visible. He reached out and pulled the watermelon knife from Yang Xiaoran's waist, thrusting it with desperate force into the wound. This blow carried every ounce of Li He's strength. The watermelon knife handle and all was driven deep into the zombie's skull. 2. Blood sprayed across Yang Xiaoran's hair. The zombie wild boar let out a deafening shriek and thrashed even more violently for a few more desperate moments. In the tense gaze of everyone present, the boar's head drooped limply, its body went slack, and all movement ceased. The four who had been clutching the pig's legs glanced at each other, uncertainty written across their faces. Zhang Lang was the first to break the silence, asking the other three with considerable doubt, "Is it dead? Is it dead?" Tian Jiejia swallowed hard, her lips still trembling. "Old he has this dead pig kicked the bucket." Lacking confidence, Wang Hao decided to have Li He, who was still straddling the boar's back, check the situation. Li He pried open one of the zombie's eyes and replied, "It's curled up even tighter than its own," but the suspended hearts of everyone finally settled. They released their grip one by one, and the wild boar's corpse tumbled to the ground. A single ferocious zombie wild boar had nearly wiped out their entire team. Chun Mo kicked the pig's head and uttered a threat, "Dare to provoke the Doomsday Escape Squad. Have you even considered how thick that wild boar skull of yours really is?" Yi Ruilin, who was bending down to pull the fruit knife from the zombie's eye socket, suddenly quipped, "7 cobblers equal Zhuge Liang, 7 fighters overwhelmed the boar." Everyone froze for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Sister Knife's literary talents are truly remarkable." Aru, rrrr. Dense, ragged roars reverberated in their ears, the sound so intense it made their eardrums ache. Tian Jiejia turned her head and saw a zombie with a massive hole bitten through its face lunging toward her. The sudden attack startled a shriek from her lips. She kicked the disfigured zombie away. "Can't you guys show some honor?" No sooner had she kicked away the scarred zombie than two more came lunging. It wasn't just Tian Jiejia. The entire small team was under zombie attack. Li He gripped his luo fu and jabbed relentlessly into zombie eye sockets. The sharp titanium alloy tip pierced directly into the zombies' skulls, methodically blowing out the brains of multiple undead. As Li He fought and slew zombies, he glanced up to survey the surroundings. What he saw made his blood run cold. While they had been locked in desperate combat with the zombie wild boar, the zombies had silently surrounded them completely. And as far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but a sea of black pressing zombie heads. The sheer number made Li He feel utterly numb. He would rather face another zombie wild boar than encounter so many zombies. He slew zombies while retreating, urging his teammates, "There are too many zombies, fall back. Run." Hearing this, everyone immediately huddled together, killing zombies, while inching toward the wrecked car. Covered by their teammates, they took turns retrieving their supplies-packed backpacks from the car. Logistics master Zhang Lang would absolutely not abandon his abundantly filled supplies. With a backpack on his back larger and bulkier than anyone else, he dragged another large bag of supplies from the trunk. At that moment, zombies came surging forward in a black pressing wave. Yang Xiaoran urged him, "Cockroach bro, hurry. Coming. Zhang Lang pulled out a stroller from the trunk. This stroller was extremely useful to him. If the road conditions were good, he could simply load his supplies and push it along. If the road was bad, no problem. He could fold it up, load his supplies on top, and drag it along, saving effort and energy. By the time he had secured his supplies, his teammates had already moved ahead. Hey, wait for me." Zhang Lang scrambled to catch up, one hand wielding a machete to chop at zombie skulls, the other dragging his supplies as he fled forward along with his teammates. A frenzied zombie boar had not only nearly drained the small team's last reserves of strength, but also plunged them deep into a perilous siege of zombies. The zombies were simply too numerous. They had to shake off the pursuers as quickly as possible. If there happened to be more zombie boars nearby, they'd be caught in a pincer between boars and horde. Once their stamina ran out, they would surely become the zombies' next meal. Zhang Lang dragging the supplies was slower than the others. Every time he fell a step or two behind, panic drove him to slash madly at the zombies. His reflexes were already inferior to his teammates, and burdened by the supplies, they became noticeably sluggish. "Old Yang, help me out." Helplessly, he appealed to Yang Xiaoran beside him. "Your life is more important. Drop that pack of supplies." Though he loathed to part with it, Yang Xiaoran believed saving their lives was the best decision. Zhang Lang stubbornly refused. "No. If our food runs short, we'll go hungry. And once hunger makes our arms and legs weak, how can we kill zombies? How can we possibly escape?" In his view, only with a full stomach and vigorous strength could they keep on fighting and fleeing. Yang Xiaoran had no choice but to spare one hand to help drag the supplies. The zombies surged forth like an unending tide, an immense swarming mass howling as they threw themselves at Li He and the others. Wang Hao gripped his woodcutter's knife with both hands, charging forward while chopping at zombie skulls and kicking aside every zombie that lunged at him. Out of the corner of his eye, all he could see was a sea of zombies. Old, don't you think there are even more zombies than the ones we blew up in Wankai Village? Beside him, Li He held the heart piercer in one hand, striking zombies on the neck and spine, while clenching Luofu in the other and stabbing at their eye sockets. As soon as his left foot kicked away the zombie he'd just stabbed, and landed, his right foot lifted up to send another lunging zombie crashing to the ground. Hearing Wang Hao's words, he answered, "Before we set out, I asked some old-timers about the situation around here. There are a few small villages near Wankai Village, and past the town lies the famous scenic area that Province A is known for across the country. The scenic area is usually packed with tourists. There are vacation cottages and several residential compounds nearby. If the zombie outbreaks all happened at the same time, then the outbreak occurred on a Sunday, so the scenic area would have been crowded. Besides, the scenic area adding in the flow of people from surrounding neighborhoods and villages would form a terrifying zombie tide." Li He's words struck them like a thunderclap. Their hearts suddenly pounded with dread. Now, as far as the eye could see, zombies filled every direction. The estimated zombie count was far greater than that at Wankai Village. In other words, this was a massive zombie tide. With only 7 of them, how could they possibly fight their way out of a sea of zombies? Someone blurted out, "Then are we as good as dead? Zombies aren't faster than us. As long as we move quickly and put as much distance between them and us as possible, as long as they can't keep up with our pace, there's still a chance to escape the tide." "Then which way do we go next?" Yi Ruilin asked, looking toward the direction the zombies were surging from. According to their plan to head north to the capital, that was exactly the route they had originally intended to take. Zombies were everywhere now, it was impossible to fight through. Li Yi's gaze swept back and forth between the distant mountain ranges and the scenic area's clusters of vacation cottages and residential compounds. At this moment, only 2 choices lay before them. One was to make for the vacation cottages or the residential clusters next to the scenic area. The other was to head for the mountains not far away, entering the forested heartland that the scenic area strictly forbade anyone from entering. Pick one, the bustling town or the wild mountains where we play butcher. At this critical moment, Li He did not want to make a unilateral decision. His teammates' opinions mattered just as much. "Let's go deep into the mountains. There might be boars in there, but at least there are fewer zombies than out here." Yi Ruilin was the first to state her choice. Zhang Lang, who had once suffered a knife wound at Yi Ruilin's hands, always felt uneasy and a little afraid when facing her. But this time he disagreed with Yi Ruilin. "Sister Blade, that's where you're wrong. One zombie boar is worth a whole pack of zombies attacking us. If there's a pack of zombie boars in there, we might as well self-destruct on the spot. Right? Brother Cockroach's got a foul mouth, but I'm on his side this time." Yang Xiaoran rarely agreed with Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang's smile stiffened, and he lashed out, "You're the one with the foul mouth. You ate dung as a kid." Wang Hao's view differed from both of them. Naturally bold and not lacking in skill, he had more of an appetite for risk. "Then I'd rather fight a few zombie boars to the death than compete with an endless horde of zombies to see who outlives whom. I still think it's safer to avoid running into those terrifying zombie boars." Tian Jia preferred the steady option. After all, zombies were easy to kill, but zombified boars were even more hellish than the devil's own work. What if the boars are actually fine and haven't turned? The zombie tide is no joke. There must be at least 10,000 of them. We'd tire ourselves to death before we could stab them all. Chen Imo thought a gamble didn't mean certain loss. Instead of clashing head-on with tens of thousands of zombies, he'd rather bet that the boars weren't zombified. The teammates were not in agreement. 3 favored the mountains, 3 favored the residential compounds. In the end, everyone turned their eyes to Li He. Still cutting down zombies, Li He swept his gaze between the mountains and the residential clusters. The dangers of the deep mountains might be easier to deal with than this zombie tide. Even though Zhang Lang and the others preferred the residential compounds, it was 4 against 3, so they followed their teammates and moved toward the mountains. Several adjusted their formation. Yang Xiaoran, Zhang Lang, and Yi Ruilin opened the path ahead, killing the zombies that charged from the front. Li He, Wang Hao, Chen Mo, and Tian Jia turned their backs to the 3 opening the road and killed the huge waves of zombies surging from behind. To conserve strength, whenever they could kick a zombie away, they didn't waste time stabbing it. There weren't many zombies blocking the road ahead. Yi Ruilin took care of stabbing them. Zhang Lang, dragging the supplies, was responsible for kicking the bodies away, and Yang Xiaoran mainly covered the 2 of them. Tian Jia stayed in the middle, a scissor blade in each hand, wildly stabbing at zombies. Li He, holding the heart piercer, no longer aimed at zombie necks and spines. To save strength, he merely punched each zombie down with 1 blow. Wang Hao no longer wasted energy splitting zombie skulls. He swung his woodcutter's knife like a baseball bat instead. When a zombie lunged, he swung the flat of the blade at its head, sending it reeling, staggering sideways, and crashing to the ground, where it was mercilessly trampled by his comrades. Seeing that, Chen Mo tightened his grip on the machete in his hand and imitated Wang Hao's method, treating zombie heads like baseballs. The small team worked in perfect coordination, inching forward and gradually leaving the zombies behind as they entered the mountain's depths. Little did they know that a breathtaking life-and-death battle was about to begin the moment they set foot deeper into the wilderness. Leahy had no idea how many zombies had joined this boundless tide of the undead. But to survive, they had to leave this flood-like horde behind. Through their united efforts, the 7 of them finally managed to outpace the zombies, gradually making their way toward the rolling mountains. When they reached the foot of the mountain and glanced back, the dense black mass of the undead was left some 3 to 5 kilometers behind. Leahy grabbed Chen Mo, who was hurrying ahead. "We can slow down for now, but don't stop completely. Rest when you absolutely can't go on." Phew. Zhang Lang was the first to ease up, walking slowly, while lowering his head to check the stroller and supplies. They remained vigilant, on guard against sudden zombie ambushes, and even more wary of wild boars charging out. Li He and Chun Mo led the way forward, steadily ascending the mountain. Yi Ruilin watched the left flank, while Zhang Lang guarded the right, alert to any movement on either side. Wang Hao and Yang Xiaoran brought up the rear, constantly monitoring developments behind them, not daring to relax their vigilance for even a moment. Although zombies possessed immense strength, their limbs were stiff and inflexible, making the mountain path exceptionally difficult for them. The small group climbed higher up the mountain, where the safety coefficient would be greater. By mid-slope, Zhang Lang, who carried a heavier burden than the others while also dragging supplies, could no longer walk from exhaustion. I can't go any further. Can we rest for half an hour, please?" Whenever Zhang Lang spoke in his soft, delicate manner, his teammates wanted to kill him. "We're in the middle of an emergency, and you're still acting frivolous. Don't think I don't have the strength to hit you." Yang Xiaoran reached out to tear Zhang Lang's mouth. In truth, everyone was utterly exhausted. Since they had reached mid-mountain, and the zombies presumably wouldn't catch up so quickly, they unanimously decided to rest. They simply found a large tree and sat down beneath it, regardless of how dirty it was. Zhang Lang couldn't be bothered to rest. He immediately pulled food from his bag and started cooking. "Old Yang chopped some firewood. Let's start a fire and cook. Eat more to lighten my burden." Li took out a telescope and climbed a tree to observe the surroundings and the foot of the mountain. With so many zombies gathered in the horde, even from mid-mountain, they could hear the dense, mournful cries of the undead. But the zombies hadn't yet reached the foot of the mountain, so they still had some time to rest. Zhang Lang cooked a pot of mushroom noodles, all the ingredients harvested from Wankai village. While eating, Li disinfected and treated his own wounds, applying a bandage and taking 2 anti-inflammatory pills to prevent infection. After finishing the noodles, he urged them to continue on their way. The mountain path was treacherous, so they needed to cover as much ground as possible before nightfall. The greater the distance from the zombie horde, the better they could rest at night. Though exhausted, everyone dragged themselves forward. Li, who had been bringing up the rear, suddenly stopped. His eyes swept across the surroundings as he scanned carefully. He leaned close to Wang Hao and asked in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "How's do you feel like something's off?" "Dude, how did you know I need to take a big dump?" Li rolled his eyes and kicked him. "Go die." Wang Hao clutched his stomach, looked around, then locked onto a large tree. As he rushed toward it, he instructed his teammates, "Give me 2 minutes for a big number 2. Li slightly tilted his head. The corner of his eye caught something in the right rear, his brow furrowed tightly. He quietly urged, "Pick up the pace. Move." For the rest of the journey, no matter how Zhang Lang complained or suffered, he wouldn't let them stop. He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as they quickened their pace. By the time the sun slanted westward and darkness approached, they had long reached the higher elevations of the mountain. Only then did they prepare to rest. They selected several closely spaced trees and set up a temporary rest area, planning to continue their journey at first light. It wasn't just the teammates who were too exhausted to walk. Li was equally worn out. At this moment, rest was needed to recover their strength, lest they be powerless to handle danger when it struck. Throughout this journey, Chun Mo hadn't brought out the large pot lit again, but at Wankai village, Yi Ruilin and Tian Jejia had woven several large nets from hemp rope. Tied between trees, these could serve as temporary hammocks. Everyone simply ate something light and climbed onto the temporary hammocks to rest. The night watch was divided into 2 groups. The first consisted of Li Chen Mo and Wang Hao. The second group was Yi Ruilin, Tian Jejia, Zhang Lang, and Yang Xiaoran. The 2 groups would take turns on watch, switching every 2 hours, ensuring everyone had time to rest. The first half of the night passed peacefully as they alternated rest. But during the second half of the night, after a whole day of rushing about, Yang Xiaoran's rebellious eyelids refused to stay open. Tian Jejia finally couldn't resist the sleepiness overwhelming her brain, her head tilting as she fell into dreams. Sleep was contagious. Chun Mo and Yang Xiaoran, leaning against the hammock, slept soundly with rumbling snores. Yi Ruilin kept her head bowed, stubbornly fighting against the Sandman. In the end, the Sandman won. She fell asleep with her head resting on Tian Jejia's shoulder. In the depths of the tranquil mountain, only the thunderous snores of the young people in the trees rose and fell like waves. Yet just a dozen meters away, dark silhouettes were slowly approaching their position. The shadows reached the base of the trees, but the sleepers remained lost in dreams of peace, entirely unaware that danger was closing in. Several dark figures climbed silently up the tree trunks. Amidst their victims' rhythmic snoring, they crept to where the sleepers lay. Cold predatory gazes swept over them before icy blades rose and slashed downward. The thunderous snoring ceased abruptly. Li He, who had been in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. As the blade descended, he kicked toward the attacker and threw a fist, clad in knuckle dusters, into the knife. Clang! The clear ringing sound startled mice hiding in the grass into a frantic scatter rustling through the weeds as they fled. At the same moment, Wang Hao and the others opened their eyes in unison. Hands concealed behind their backs shot out, gripping weapons as they struck at their would-be assassins. The enemy hadn't expected Li He's group to have been feigning sleep. For a moment, they hesitated in confusion. Li He's foot sent the attacker tumbling off the tree. The figure cried out as his body hit the ground heavily. This fall alone would cripple, if not kill. One of the assassins saw Yi Rulin's dazed expression tinged with 2 parts fear, judging her the easiest target. So after one failed strike, he swung his blade again. His speed was swift, the wind from his blade lifting the loose strands of hair across Yi Rulin's brow. But Yi Rulin's fruit knife moved noticeably faster. Squelch, squelch, squelch. By the time he realized what was happening, he found 3 knife wounds in his abdomen. Disbelieving, he was kicked off the tree by Yi Rulin. This time Zhang Lang didn't stumble. As the enemy's blade fell, he swung the small iron pan he'd been gripping, striking the attacker's forehead with a resonant clang. The blade and pan clashed. He raised his other hand and struck again with the small pan. A clamor of clanging erupted. Zhang Lang defended with a small spatula in one hand, while counterattacking with the iron pan in the other. Finally, he succeeded in smashing the pan squarely onto the enemy's nose, sending the man into momentary blindness. Then he lifted his Hong Kong foot and sent the man tumbling down the tree. The ambushers never imagined that a few callow youths would feign sleep to deceive them. No sooner did they launch their sneak attack than the youths struck back, catching them completely off guard. By now, all 10 men who had climbed the trees to launch the ambush had been struck down, instead falling from the branches with pitiful wails. The accomplices below had never expected things to turn out this way. They had planned to wait until the dead of night, when everyone was fast asleep, then spring the attack and capture them all in one go. So confident in victory were they that they never imagined losing 10 men in less than a minute. Arg! Seeing his companions wailing under the trees, the leading man gnashed his teeth and roared, "Kill them!" The moment the words left his mouth, 20 or 30 hulking blade-wielding men burst out of the darkness. Before they could climb the trees to attack, Li He and Wang Hao had already slid down from the trunks. Before they could even steady themselves, several men were slashing at them. When dealing with zombies, one might worry about being bitten, but living men? Sorry, the ones who should be afraid were the attackers. As the blade came sweeping down, Li He, having anticipated it, leaned back slightly to dodge the strike, kicked aside another attacker, then spun around and punched the man sneaking up behind him with his knuckle-duster-clad fist. The man, relying on his tall and burly frame, completely dismissed Li He and brought his broadsword slashing down at him. He had expected Li He to retreat from his broadsword, but unexpectedly Li He not only refused to retreat, he surged forward and swung a punch at the hand holding the blade. Aya! Li He's knuckle-duster-laden punch smashed into his wrist. A crack rang out, and the towering man nearly cried for his mother. The blade grazed past Li He's hair, then clattered to the ground. He kicked the man square in the forehead, knocking the still bellowing brute unconscious with one blow. Wang Hao, fighting alongside him, displayed skills identical to Li He's and came out none the worse. What's more, the two were extremely cunning, finding every chance to press together and shield each other. Under Li He's cover, Wang Hao seized one attacker and held him up as a blade shield. Whenever a sword came slashing, Wang Hao yanked the man in front of him, startling the opponents into swiftly reining back for fear of wounding their own comrade. Li He then took advantage of the moment to knock the enemy down. The two sharp-witted partners worked marvelously well together. Though Li He was confident he could make these men howl for their fathers and mothers, he still wanted to probe their background. Who are you? We have no grudge against you, yet you come at us wanting our lives right off the bat. Isn't that a bit too tyrannical? You deserve to die. Having lost one man after another, the leader was burning with rage. After firing back, he swung his blade at Li He. Yi Rulin and Chun Mo had also climbed down from the trees during the fight, joining Li He and the others in confronting the ambushers. Yi Rulin might appear flighty and eccentric, but her martial arts were exceptional. Before an attacker could even swing his knife, she had already stabbed him 3 times. Chun Mo's martial arts were not as good as Yi Rulin's, but he certainly knew how to fight tooth and nail. Brandishing his hatchet, he met the opponent with a clattering barrage of blows. After more than a dozen exchanges with the ambusher, Chun Mo said with both appreciation and regret, "Had you not resorted to underhanded sneak attacks, I would have liked to make your acquaintance." However, all Chun Mo got in return was a venomous glare and a rebuke. Psycho. Yang Xiaoran and the others watched from the trees, burning with anxiety. Though they could tell Li He and the others were handling the situation with ease, they still didn't want to hold everyone back. Yang Xiaoran grabbed the rope tied to a tree branch and swung down. Behold the power of Tarzan. He thought he looked devastatingly cool, but the next second an ambusher kicked him back to reality, sending him face first into the dirt with a mouthful of mud and ash. At the critical moment, Wielding thrust her blade into the man who had kicked him, sparing him from being chopped to death. By that time, the ambushers had largely been dealt with. Only the leader remained, trading a few moves with Li He before being outmatched and sent flying 2 or 3 meters by Li He's kick. He pulled out a peculiar whistle and blew it. The whistle was extraordinarily shrill in the deep mountain night, sending nearby rats and hares scurrying in all directions. Chun Mo was alarmed. Not good. He's calling his companions. We must retreat at once. A smirk tugged at Li He's lips. He dashed toward the leader. Grab him. We'll use him as a hostage. The leader, who had long since realized that Li He was the most formidable among them, scrambled to his feet in fright and tried to flee. But wounded as he was, he couldn't outrun Li He. He had no sooner taken 2 steps than Li He kicked him over. Curled on the ground the moment Li He approached, he whipped out a beast-bone dagger concealed in his clothes and drove it straight at Li He's heart. Li He had anticipated this move. He seized the man's wrist and twisted it violently. Crack. The leader was a hardened man. He suppressed the scream rising in his throat. The pain contorted his face into a ferocious twist, and his glare at Li He was filled with bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Slap. Before he could glare for 3 seconds, Li He slapped him across the face, rattling his skull. Still acting tough. 3 minutes later, the leader of the ambushers was now bound hand and foot. The other beaten and stabbed men lay beneath the trees. There weren't enough ropes to tie them all up, and besides, having captured the ringleader, there was no need to keep the defeated remnants. Wang Hao sized up the attacker, who was trussed up like a mummy. Talk. What was the purpose of this murderous ambush? The man lifted his eyes, glared at Wang Hao, and spat in his face. Tui. He had truly stung a hornet this time. Wang Hao's eyes turned fierce. He gripped the man's jaw and proceeded to slap the mouth that had spat, smack after smack, until the man's lips were bloody before he finally stopped. That's for being filthy. That's for spraying spittle. Wang Hao shook his stinging hand and asked, "Are you going to talk?" This time the man didn't dare spit. He turned his head aside and remained silent. Just then a loud noise erupted all around. An arrow shot through the air, whizzing straight toward Wang Hao. The attack came so suddenly that it was only Li He's timely hand pulling him away that saved him from being hit. Thunk. The arrow sank into the tree trunk behind Wang Hao, pinning a small tuft of his hair to the bark. The sudden incident made Wang Hao's heart pound wildly. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Arrows flew out from the darkness, aimed at the small group. Everyone hurriedly swung their weapons to knock aside the incoming arrows. Zhang Lang, knowing his reflexes weren't sharp enough, simply grabbed the hostage and held him in front of his body. He was curious to see whether the enemy would shoot their own man into a honeycomb. Arrows continued to fly from the darkness. Wielding used a fruit knife in one hand to deflect them, while keeping another fruit knife pressed against the hostage's chest. "You skulking arrow shooters, listen. I'll count to 3. If the arrows don't stop, I'll stab him." Whiz. The moment she finished speaking, several arrows came shooting toward Wielding in unison. Li He swung his broadsword, repelling them with clang after clang, shielding her. 1, 2, 3. Thud. Wielding was a woman of martial honor. She counted to 3, and as soon as the 3rd number fell, she immediately stabbed the hostage in the arm. Just as she raised her blade to stab again, the arrows stopped. HRR. Growling. A muffled, deep roar suddenly sounded from the darkness, making the group's hearts lurch. That was the snarling of a wild boar. Alt. Screams of agony suddenly burst from the darkness. Aohururur. The wild boar's shriek shattered the stillness of night, bringing with it the threat of death. Those lurking in the shadows who had been firing cold arrows were sent tumbling by the boar's relentless charges. In the darkness they could hear the sound of blades piercing flesh and the sound of bellies being torn open. Screams and roars echoed through the night. The terror of being dominated by zombie boars instantly filled the small team. Zhang Lang clutched the human shield tightly, cowering nervously behind Li He and Wang Hao. Is that a wild boar? Or a zombie wild boar? Once knocked down by a pig, forever haunted by pigs. From the grass more than 10 meters away, several figures clad in animal skins emerged, the same attire as their ambushers. A wild boar with dark crimson fur rolled out, a person dangling from its jaws. The man whose shoulder was seized by the zombie boar endured the excruciating agony, hacking frantically at the creature with his broadsword while thrashing his body wildly. Several companions nearby hacked desperately at the boar, trying to rescue him. But no matter how they hacked, the oblivious zombie boar felt nothing and refused to release its grip. Its sharp fangs clenched and gnawed at the man whose shoulder it held. The collarbone shattered with a sickening crack, and the blood-curdling scream that followed chilled them to the bone. The zombie boar tore a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder, and before swallowing it, it bit down on his abdomen once more. The nauseating and gory scene that followed made one want to retch. The man being bitten was ripped open alive, his entrails and intestines torn out, and feasted upon by the zombie boar with evident relish. Bang! At the same moment, 2 more zombie boars pounced forth, snapping their jaws at living humans. The zombie boars moved with terrifying speed, and those under attack had no time to dodge before being seized. The attacked man, having recovered his wits, bellowed to his companions, "Chop off the pig's head." A brave soul swung his broadsword at the zombie boar's head, but before he could land a second blow, he was sent flying by the frenzied beast. Aohurur. Dense roars resounded in the darkness as multiple boars lunged forth, attacking and tearing into the living with savage fury. The scene dissolved into a deathly melee, blood splattering everywhere. The uncontrollable screams of the bitten sent small animals in the distance trembling and scattering in panic. The horrific and blood-soaked scene filled every member of the team with dread. Leahy kicked away the bound hostage. At such a time, a hostage mattered little. Surviving the pig's mouths was all that mattered. He instructed his teammates, climb the trees immediately. Yang Xiaoran, face shifting between green and white with fear, asked Leahy nervously, shouldn't we take this chance to escape while the boars are busy attacking and eating others? Run my ass. It's pitch black everywhere. Who knows where zombie boars might be lurking? If we run the wrong way, we'll dash straight into their jaws and be done for. Climb the trees first, scout the surroundings, then figure out how to escape. No sooner had Leahy spoken than he noticed Yi Rulin had already scaled the tree. He and Wang Hao scrambled up, immediately pulling their teammates up with ropes. Zhang Lang was the last to climb. The moment he grabbed the rope, a crazed boar charged toward him. Mom, we're done for. He shrieked in terror, gripping the rope desperately and kicking his way up. Fortunately, his teammates were there to help. The instant the zombie boar's gaping jaws closed on his thigh, they hauled him to safety. Bang! The zombie boar bit nothing but air, crashing headfirst into the great tree with such force that the trunk shook violently and groaned ominously. Those on the tree froze in fear. Fortunately, the sturdy tree held its ground and did not break. But the zombie boars were clearly obsessed with the little team bellowing beneath the tree, ramming against the trunk and nudging it with their bodies. This tree won't last long before that damned pig sends us to meet our ancestors. Zhang Lang clung to a thick branch, swallowing hard as he asked Leahy, what do we do? Leahy took 2 powerful flashlights from his backpack and had his teammates shine them around while he observed the distant terrain, calculating their chances of escape. The boar rammed the great tree with reckless abandon, jolting those in the branches. Everyone clung tightly to the thick limbs to keep from falling. Leahy studied for quite some time before lowering his binoculars. Tian Jejia gazed at Leahy with hopeful eyes. What did you see? Which way should we flee? There's no escape. Leahy's expression grew grave as he stared down at the zombie boar ramming the tree. There are tons of frenzied zombie boars surrounding us. Unless we take them all out, the Doomsday Escape Squad is doomed. The words struck like thunder, sending their souls reeling. Leahy retrieved his Luo Fu blade and tri-edged dagger from his pack, one in each hand, and secured his backpack. Holy shit. So your backpack is nothing but weapons. Zhang Lang stared in astonishment at the lethal arsenal in Leahy's hands. Leahy ignored Zhang Lang, addressing his teammates with deadly seriousness. Grip your weapons tight. Another moment of life or death combat is upon us. With that, Leahy bellowed to the ambushers locked in battle with the zombie boars below. Hey, we don't want to die, and you definitely want to live. How about we cooperate? Though the zombie boars were ferocious, they had been brought down by the numerically superior ambushers. But the ambushers had paid a heavy price. Upon hearing Leahy shout, a man whose face was darker than Judge Bao's looked up at him. The charcoal-faced man nodded emphatically. Good. Right now, these bizarre boars are our greatest threat. Settling scores between humans can wait. Crack, 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 snap. The great tree finally succumbed, its massive trunk breaking with a thunderous crack and crashing down. Bang. The ambushers below scrambled to dodge, avoiding being crushed into human meat patties. One unfortunate zombie boar was struck by the falling trunk, its pig head smashed to a pulp with brains splattered everywhere, utterly horrifying. Those in the tree had already drawn their weapons ready. The moment the trunk crashed down, they vaulted up and regrouped. With cooperation established, Leahy shouted, Doomsday Escape Squad plus night ambushers versus zombie boars, battle begins. At the same moment, the zombie boar that had succeeded in ramming the tree roared and lunged forward. The team shouted in unison, stab that bastard. The moment the zombie boar charged, they scattered. Except Leahy, who stepped backward directly toward the beast. When the zombie's gaping jaws came for him, Leahy sidestepped nimbly. Seizing the moment, he thrust the Luo Fu blade with all his strength into the thick neck flesh of the zombie boar and vaulted onto its back. The Luo Fu sank deep into the beast's flesh. Leahy clamped his legs around the pig's belly, one hand gripping the Luo Fu's hilt to steady himself against being thrown off. His other hand wielded the tri-edged dagger, driving it with all his might into the zombie boar's skull. Having already fought the zombie boars during the day, the small team had gained at least a little bit of experience. But Leahy, who immediately flipped onto a boar's back and went straight at it, still startled his teammates badly. Even Wang Hao, his best buddy since childhood, was shaken by Leahy's move. Damn, Lao, here you trying to get yourself killed? Riding on the boar's back, Leahy answered calmly, if I don't risk everything, how can I survive? The frenzied zombie boar could not bite Leahy on its back, so it roared and charged at Chen Mo. Terrified, Chen Mo turned and ran circling around a big tree. Bang! The zombie boar slammed its head into a tree, nearly shaking Leahy off its back. With Luofu in his left hand, Leahy bored into the boar's head, his hand gripping the handle tightly. With his other hand, he stabbed the three-edged bayonet into the boar's head. Clenching the handle, he twisted the bayonet using the three spiral-edged facets of the blade to carve a curved gash through the zombie boar's flesh. Soon the boar's head had been sliced into a jagged wound by Li He. The frenzied zombie boar charged wildly at the living, and several times Li He nearly got thrown off. But the fearless Li He held tightly to Luo Fu, clamped his legs fiercely around the boar's body, and amid the jolting dug out a hole in the boar's head, revealing the bloody skull. He raised the three-edged bayonet and drove it at an angle into the narrow gap between the skull and the brain matter, prying hard at the tough bone, trying to lever it open a little. He could not understand why the boar's bones had become so hard after zombification. Perhaps it was related to the zombie mutation. Li He's face was flushed red from exertion, and he could barely keep his grip on the three-edged bayonet. Finally, he heard a crack. A small piece of the skull broke off under his prying. Li He immediately stabbed the three-edged bayonet into the boar's neck, pulled out the water pipe from the side of his backpack, and drove it down hard at the spot where he had pried open the skull. Squelch. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Li He turned his head away in time, closing his eyes and pressing his lips together. The frenzied zombie boar's body jolted, bouncing him half off its back. Then its body went limp and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Li He did a somersault off the boar's back and landed steadily. He reached back to pull out the Luo Fu and the three-edged bayonet embedded in the boar, then sprinted toward another frenzied zombie boar. Li He had single-handedly stabbed a terrifying zombie boar to death. Not only were his teammates stunned, even the ambushers were shocked beyond words. Damn, that kid really showed off again. Wang Hao's tone was a little sour, but there was also pride for his good brother. Only he knew that once Li He had gained real combat experience and won a fight against even a stronger opponent, he would never lose a second time, even against a frenzied, terrifying zombie boar. Of course, all of this was thanks to Li He's terrifying father, who had forced Li He through beatings to master all 18 martial arts. While Li He risked his life against the zombie boar, the teammates did not have the luxury of watching the show. Whenever a zombie boar saw a living person, it would immediately charge over to bite. Li Ping was not as harsh with Wang Hao as he was with his own son, but he was still extremely strict, so Wang Hao's fighting skills were also top-notch. The zombie boar charged, and Wang Hao's heart was full of trepidation, but he forced down his panic. When the zombie boar rushed close, he darted to its side in one step. One hand hooked the zombie boar's snout with an iron hook and held on for dear life, his legs clamped around its belly, and his other hand wielded a sharp dagger, carving at the zombie boar's head. The frenzied zombie boar charged at the living, ramming and biting. Wang Hao, riding on its back, lost his balance and slid off several times, but he quickly climbed back on, every time determined to stab a zombie boar to death no matter what. Finally, after being thrown off a zombie boar's back twice, he successfully stabbed one to death. He shouted to Li He, who was riding a boar not far away, "Lowie, aren't I a badass, bro?" Li He was busy prying open a boar's skull with the three-edged bayonet and had not noticed his teammate's situation at all. Hearing Wang Hao's words, he replied without looking up, "You're a badass. You're even more badass than a bull." Yi Ruilian's fearlessness was no less than Li He's. Seeing Li He charge single-handedly at a zombie boar, her eyes quickly swept over the frenzied zombie boars. A zombie boar lunged at her. She bounded up the tree trunk with a few steps, flipped over, and jumped down, luring the zombie boar into slamming its head into the tree. Spotting a slightly smaller zombie boar, she leaped onto its back. With one fruit knife stabbed into the boar's head to hold on, she used the other fruit knife to rapidly carve at its forehead. Her fruit knives were sharper than any of the weapons Li He carried. The special material made the blades sharp enough to cut iron like mud, let alone through a boar's head. The frenzied zombie boar sprinted madly toward the living. She held her body steady with all her might, shaving off pieces of the boar's head bit by bit until the skull was exposed. She raised the fruit knife and stabbed fiercely at the bone. Crack! The moment she heard the bone split, she pulled out the water pipe tucked behind her back and drove it into the zombie's head. Squelch! The zombie boar thrashed madly, flinging Yi Ruilian off and sending her crashing to the ground. At the same time, the zombie boar's body slammed heavily into the ground, making the ground shake, sending up dust and rattling leaves from the trees. Because she had been flung off, Yi Ruilian hit the ground hard. She had just managed to stand despite the pain when a zombie boar lunged at her. Zhang Lang, who was dodging zombie boars nearby, saw this and immediately rushed over, swinging the small iron wok in his hand fiercely at the boar's huge head. Bang! The strike used all of Zhang Lang's strength, knocking the zombie boar's head askew and sending it sprawling to the ground. Seizing the crucial moment created by Zhang Lang's cover, Yi Ruilian flung herself onto the boar's back, stabbed one fruit knife fiercely into its head, and began carving with the other. The strongest fighters in the whole small team were Li He, Wang Hao, and Yi Ruilian. At this moment, all three were fighting alone and achieving astonishing results. The others knew they could not be as fierce as Li He and the rest, but they also wanted to prove themselves. After all, they had taken part in stabbing the first zombie boar to death. So with tacit coordination, Yang Xiaoran, Zhang Lang, Tian Jejia, and Chun Mo grouped together to kill the zombie boars. When a zombie boar charged, Zhang Lang suppressed his panic and swung the big iron wok fiercely. Every swing was full force, aiming to knock the zombie boar flat on the ground with a single blow. As soon as the zombie boar hit the ground, Chen Mo, Yang Xiaoran, and Tian Jijia rushed over. Chen Mo and Yang Xiaoran each hugged one of its fat legs, holding on tightly and pulling outward, making it impossible for the zombie boar to thrash them off or keep its balance. Tian Jijia took the chance to leap onto the boar's back. With one hand, she hacked a hatchet into the zombie boar's head and gripped the handle. With the other hand, she began carving the boar's head with a watermelon knife. Zhang Lang, holding the small iron wok, stood by to protect his teammates. 3 teammates exerted every effort to keep the zombie wild boars entangled, buying time for Tian Jijia to deliver the killing blow. Tian Jijia possessed excellent reflexes, but her strength was the weakest among the team. The pressure was immense at that moment. Clutching a machete in one hand and a watermelon knife in the other, she fiercely hacked at the boar's skull flesh. At last the bone beneath was exposed, but lacking sufficient strength, she could not cleave through it, and instead shattered the blade. The broken watermelon knife was wedged against the skull, leveraged with all her force. But it was far inferior to Li He's triangular stiletto, and Tian Jijia's face turned the color of congealed liver from the strain. With a sharp crack, the skull remained unbroken. The watermelon knife, already fractured once, snapped again, leaving only the handle in her grip. The zombie wild boar, being wrestled by its legs by Chen Mo and Yang Xiaoran, thrashed its body in a frenzy. They could barely restrain it on their own. Just as it seemed they might lose their grip, Chen Mo urged Tian Jijia, "Xiao Tian, think of something quickly, or we're done for." Tian Jijia steeled herself, drew her machete from the boar's skull, and swung down hard at the spot where the flesh had been hacked away. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Wielding the machete with both hands, Tian Jijia struggled to maintain her balance, her feet barely clamped against the boar's belly as it writhed in its death throes. Her blows landed at different spots across the skull. "Grab me," she shouted to Chen Mo and Yang Xiaoran. Immediately the two of them coordinated, hooking their legs around the massive boar's trotters, wrapping one arm around its body and securing Tian Jijia's waist with the other. Supporting her from both sides, they held her waist as she fought to keep her balance. But the zombie boar erupted in a final frenzy, roaring and charging wildly, lunging at anything in its path. Chen Mo and Yang Xiaoran suffered unbearably, their feet slipping off repeatedly as they were dragged across the ground. Tian Jijia gritted her teeth, focusing all her force on striking the same spot again and again. Tian Jijia drew upon strength from this life, her past life, and even the one before that. Finally, a sound of cracking bone echoed through the chaos. Tian Jijia brought her machete down with savage force precisely where the fracture had appeared. The boar's skull split 2/3 open, a gruesome blood-soaked sight. The frenzied boar stumbled to a halt, and all 3 riders tumbled to the ground in a heap. Another zombie boar, sensing an opportunity, went into a mad rage and charged toward the fallen trio. Thankfully, Zhang Lang proved reliable in the critical moment. He rushed over and smashed the zombie boar's head with an iron wok. The impact sent the creature's skull crashing to the ground. Zhang Lang raised his small iron wok, intending to strike again to cover his teammates' recovery. But after just one blow, the wok flew from his hands and landed squarely on an ambush attacker's head. Staring at the wok handle still clutched in his hand, Zhang Lang turned and ran. The zombie boar let out a deafening roar and gave chase, as if accusing him, "You dare strike my skull." He was finished for sure. Zhang Lang was driven to his wits' end, dodging behind a tree as he was pursued. Just then another zombie boar lunged from the side, trapping him between 2 beasts. "Am I doomed tonight?" Zhang Lang frantically called for help. Li He's sister Dao. Meanwhile, the Li He and Yi Rulin he summoned were too busy fighting atop their own boars to render aid. Yang Xiaoran and the 2 others who had just risen from the ground were immediately confronted by the killing boar once more. They had no choice but to provide cover. Chen Mo scaled the boar's back, while Tian Jijia engaged the zombie boar in close combat. Li He caught sight of Zhang Lang's dire situation from the corner of his eye and bellowed, "Climb onto the boar and hold on." Aware of his own poor combat skills, Zhang Lang knew that if he failed to mount the beast, he would simply become its next meal. He steeled himself, embracing the philosophy that only by facing death could one find a path to survival. As one zombie boar lunged at him, he leaped onto its body, sprawling across its back. Grabbing its ear with one hand and pinching its nostril with the other, he adjusted his balance against the wild thrashing. The second zombie boar, unwilling to let such a delicious meal escape, let out a ferocious roar and charged toward him. The 2 beasts collided with devastating force. Zhang Lang, barely stabilized on the boar's back, was thrown clear and landed squarely in the arms of an ambush attacker. "Good heavens! Thank you, brother, for saving my life." Although it was purely accidental, he offered his heartfelt gratitude. The other man paused, surprised, and asked him, "How did you know my name is Lao Tai?" Despite the fierce collision, the 2 boars recovered quickly and charged forward once more. "Let's take it down together." Lao Tai, who had just saved Zhang Lang's life, raised his large club and swung it at the charging zombie boar. Zhang Lang immediately dodged to the side, seizing the opportunity to leap onto the boar's back once more. Lao Tai's strength and agility were unmatched. His club struck the boar's hind leg with brutal force, shattering the bone instantly. As the beast collapsed, Zhang Lang, still on its back, drew his blade and began hacking at the skull flesh. Once the flesh was cleared away, Lao Tai wielded his club again and again, hammering down on the exposed skull until the zombie boar's head was reduced to pulp. Breathless and exhausted, Zhang Lang gave a thumbs up and praised Lao Tai. "You're amazing. 3 sixes, you say? Let us work together and slay these monstrous boars," Lao Tai responded. Having had little contact with the outside world, Lao Tai and his companions misunderstood Zhang Lang's expression of praise as his actual name. With straightforward sincerity, he addressed him simply as 3 sixes. 3 sixes it was then. Zhang Lang had no time to explain. He formed a temporary alliance with this unfamiliar Lao Tai and resolved to survive this ordeal first before anything else. Li He, who had just stabbed another zombie boar to death nearby, leaped from the collapsed beast and swiftly charged toward a remaining enemy. The more Li He fought, the more ferocious he became. Having mastered the essence of slaying zombie boars, his technique grew ever more refined, and his kills came in quicker succession. Yi Ruilin and Wang Hao were equally determined, each secretly competing, with Li He unwilling to be outdone. The trio of Tian Zhejiachen Mo and Yang Shaoring grew increasingly synchronized in their cooperation. Accumulating combat experience and adjusting their tactics in real time, they managed to hold their ground. The ambush attackers were also giving it their all in the battle against the zombie boars. They had watched closely as Li He and Wang Hao had each single-handedly slain a zombie boar at the outset, and they took note of every detail. They mimicked Li He's techniques, leaping onto the boars' backs to strike at vulnerable moments. Though they had suffered heavy casualties, once they found their rhythm, their ruthless combat style was no less ferocious than Yi Rulin's reckless bravery. Gradually, the number of fallen boar corpses mounted. The ground, the weeds, and the tree trunks were all stained crimson with blood, as though the Reaper himself were painting a bloody tapestry of death. As the sun rose in the eastern sky, the final zombie boar collapsed, bringing the brutal struggle between humanity and the infected beasts to a close. Bathed in the bright sunlight, they finally realized they had fought from nightfall straight through to dawn. The small group gathered together, each member utterly exhausted, yet none lowered their blood-soaked weapons. Though they had annihilated the zombie boar pack, their personal vendetta against the ambush attackers remained unresolved. In this moment, they could not afford to let their guard down, no matter how weary they were. Fighting the zombie boars had drained them of all their energy. The small team was now exhausted, thirsty, and starving. If given a bed, they would collapse into sleep and could not be awakened even by thunder. But the grudge between them and their attackers remained unresolved, so they could not let their guard down. The 7 stood back to back, wary of a sudden ambush. After the zombie boar massacre, the attackers had suffered heavy casualties. Though they outnumbered the small team, they looked far more devastated. The dark-skinned man signaled his men to tend to the wounded, then clasped his hands behind his back and strode directly toward the small team, stopping about 5 paces away. He looked at Li He. The faint smile on his lips darkened instantly upon seeing his clansmen's terrible condition. "The boars have been slaughtered, but our score remains unsettled." Li He met his gaze without hesitation. "You are already dead or wounded. Fighting us further will only bring you more trouble. Why not just part ways? We won't hold your cowardly ambush against you, and you shouldn't resent us for wounding your people." The dark-skinned man had clearly anticipated Li He's words. His dark face swept over each member of the small team with clear discontent. "I can let you go, but as outsiders who brought disaster upon Dakong village, you must compensate us." Dakong. Zhang Lang looked at the dark-skinned man in confusion. "Secretary Dakong. Nonsense." Wang Hao's fiery temper was no match for Li He's patience. The dark-skinned man's words infuriated him deeply. He pushed Zhang Lang aside and retorted angrily. "You were the ones who sneaked attacks and tried to kill us. Now you turn the tables on us. Why don't you say these zombified boars were transported here through some fantasy portal?" The villagers of Dakong village seldom interacted with the outside world, so upon hearing the reference to a fictional cartoon character, their eyes filled with confusion. The dark-skinned man pointed at Wang Hao, veins bulging on his face from rage. "If it were not for you outsiders repeatedly intruding into our land for dating, poaching, stealing our grain, and playing your reckless village survival games, how would our villagers have fallen victim to the plague?" Li He quickly restrained Wang Hao, urging him to keep quiet. From the dark-skinned man's words, Li He roughly understood the reason behind their ambush. It appeared that outsiders frequently intruded upon the peaceful life of Dakong village. Furthermore, someone bitten by zombies had fled into the area, encountered Dakong village residents, and bitten or scratched them, causing the villagers to become infected with the zombie virus. Thus, they harbored deep hatred toward outsiders who constantly disturbed their lives, and now brought the zombie infection upon them. They sought to kill to vent their anger. On one hand, it was to prevent further infections. On the other, it was hatred. Li He rubbed his aching temples. This time the situation was far more complicated. Although they were not the ones who brought the zombie infection to Dakong village, as outsiders, they bore the same hatred directed at the actual source. If this issue could not be resolved, escaping from here would prove extremely difficult. They would either be killed outright or worn down to death. "What do you want?" Speak plainly. Lee understood that the dark-skinned man did not wish to kill them, but rather to exploit them. The dark-skinned man was straightforward and came straight to the point. Help us eliminate the dangers lurking in this region and cure our villagers who have been infected. Please. Do you really think we came here for an adventure? If we could cure a zombie virus, we would have long since given up on anything else. Yang Xiaoran found the dark-skinned man utterly absurd. At his words, disappointment washed over the dark-skinned man's face. After a long silence, he looked up. The sternness was gone, replaced by humble entreaty. You must help us eradicate the dangers in this area. This is where Dakong village sustains its livelihood. If we cannot survive here, where can all of us possibly go? After witnessing the battle against the zombie boars, he had seen the skill and courage of these 7 individuals. The members of the small team exchanged glances, then huddled together and whispered among themselves. 7 people whispered amongst themselves for 10 minutes. Finally, Lee spoke up. We can only try our best to help you. As for whether you can survive the terrifying zombie horde ahead, that depends on fate. After the small team discussed among themselves, they realized that if they refused, the villagers of Dakong would never let them leave easily. Although they had decent combat skills, the villagers of Dakong had overwhelming numbers. There was no way they could handle so many people. Moreover, they had no idea how many survivors still existed in this world. Since they were all survivors, they might as well watch out for one another. Of course, they had their own ulterior motives. From the late hours of the night until this late morning, the footsteps of the zombies drew ever closer. Having fought desperately against the zombie wild boar, they had exhausted most of their strength and couldn't possibly continue their journey. Rather than risk being overtaken by the zombie army midway and surrounded with no means of escape, they might as well take a bold gamble. Hearing that Li and the others had agreed to help, the dark-skinned man finally forced out an unsightly faint smile. On behalf of Dakong village, I thank you all. Wait. Yi Ruilin stepped forward, staring directly at the dark-skinned man. Swear to me. Swear that you'll treat us with complete sincerity, that you won't stab us in the back, and that you won't turn on us after everything is done. Yi Ruilin might seem eccentric at ordinary times, but she was actually very steady and thorough in her considerations. She worried that after helping Dakong village survive the crisis, they might be bitten back in return. Thus, she needed assurance from the other party. I can swear. The dark-skinned man immediately raised 3 fingers, ready to take the oath. Zhang Lang stopped them in time. Wait, all of you need to swear a poisonous oath. If you betray your word and stab us in the back, then you shall suffer impotence and infertility, though your descendants will be numerous. Zhang Lang is poisonous. This was something Li had long ago experienced firsthand. But since they were the ones with a request, all the Dakong villagers present had no choice but to raise 3 fingers and begin swearing what was for men the most vicious of oaths. With the oaths completed, Li and the others followed the Dakong villagers toward their village. Since they had decided to stay, they had to prepare themselves mentally to resolve the crisis. If they could eliminate the zombies before the zombie army drew near, that would be ideal. But the most pressing matter was to rest first, fill their bellies, and then devise a battle plan. The dark-skinned man was the new village chief of Dakong. His name was Yao, and though he appeared rather aged with his swarthy complexion, he was only 20 years old. Legend has it that their ancestors were originally wealthy merchants from ancient times. Seeing through the incompetence of the imperial court, they had long ago sought out this desolate corner of the Great Mountains, spending their countless fortunes to construct a village of happiness here. Before the foreign invaders breached the border, the wealthy merchant had led his family into the depths of this great mountain, living a carefree life of seclusion akin to a paradise on earth. Upon arriving here, the wealthy merchant named the small settlement of merely 20 or 30 people Dakong village. After generations upon generations of reproduction, Dakong village completely severed all ties with the outside world, taking root and surviving within their village nestled deep in the mountains. After the founding of the nation, the government wished to relocate them out of the mountain range, but influenced by their ancestors' philosophy, the villagers of Dakong were unwilling to leave their happy little village. The government did not force them, but instead offered some assistance and helped them exchange goods with the outside world, enabling them to obtain more daily necessities and improve their quality of life. Yao's father was the village chief of Dakong, but 2 days ago, he was bitten by a villager infected with the zombie virus. He had already contracted the zombie mutation, and before transforming had ordered others to lock him inside an iron cage. This was why Yao had taken over the heavy responsibility of managing Dakong village. Dakong village was quite different from what Li and the others had imagined. No thatched cottages here. Most houses were built with large stone blocks with wooden frames for the roofs. It seemed the walls were constructed to defend against wild boar attacks. The entire Dakong village was encircled by a wall fully 2 meters high with watchtowers built upon it. A rather impressive establishment, truly a kingdom within the mountains. Inside the village there appeared to be over 200 houses of varying sizes. Tian Jejia gazed upon these dwellings and exclaimed in amazement, I never expected such a self-sufficient kingdom of happiness to be hidden away here. The small team surveyed the interior environment of Dakong village, feeling somewhat dazed, momentarily reminded of Robinson Crusoe. The previous day had been a relentless ordeal of desperate exertion and forced marches. They had managed only a few hours of rest after nightfall. Yet from the ambush by the Dakong villagers in the dead of night to the frenzied battle against zombie boars, the small team had not rested a single moment since. Had it not been for the hard-won experience gained over these past days which had strengthened their stamina, they would have collapsed on the spot. Even the formidable Li He and Wang Hao were too exhausted to move. The moment they arrived at the Dakong villagers' settlement, they fell to eating with gusto, wolfing down the chicken stewed with mushrooms, tearing into roasted rabbit meat, and guzzling the homemade fruit wine. After eating and drinking their fill, Li He instructed Yao, "Wake me up in 4 hours. In the meantime, make sure your people keep a constant watch on the movement of the zombie horde." After saying this, Li He collapsed into a chair and fell into a deep sleep before Yao could even respond. They were utterly exhausted. There was no time for rest ahead. They had to grab some sleep before the zombies arrived, lest they die not from zombie bites, but from sudden exhaustion. Would the Dakong villagers seize the chance to quietly slit their throats while they slept? Li He was certain they wouldn't. If they truly wanted to harm them, poison in the food would be far safer. Li He slept soundly, yet his subconscious forced him not to drift too deep. Bang, 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 bang. The thunderous explosions jolted Li He, and he instinctively sat bolt upright. The teammates were likewise thrown into panic. Zhang Lang in particular shot up as if roused from the throes of death, grabbed his blade, and slashed wildly at the air, nearly scaring Yang Xiaoran to death beside him. Bang! The explosions continued, accompanied by a faint tremor underfoot. That sound. That's... Wang Hao exclaimed, "Is it a landmine exploding?" Li He shook his head and hurried outside. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered Lao Tai approaching at a brisk pace. "Old Ox brothers. Our village chief sent me to wake you. The zombies are coming." Lao Tai panted out of breath. "Old Ox? Brother?" Chen Imo looked baffled. "That's probably their nickname for heroes," Tian Jejia explained. Lao Tai nodded vigorously in agreement with her explanation. The small team followed Lao Tai to the village wall and climbed the watchtower. Outside, flames leaped toward the sky, and explosions rang out one after another. The closer they got, the stronger the tremors underfoot became. Li He ascended the watchtower and saw a vast tide of zombies surging in the distance. So numerous they were sickening to behold. Within the dense horde, flashes of fire erupted now and then, blasting zombies to pieces, sending blood and flesh flying. The explosions continued, toppling one zombie after another. "What is this?" Li He's mouth dropped open in shock. Beside him, Yao stared intently into the distance and said to Li He, "These are sky-shaking thunders. I thought they were broken, but they still work. Truly our ancestors are blessing us. Auspicious fortune. Sky-shaking thunders?" Wang Hao bellowed in astonishment. "You actually know how to make sky-shaking thunders? I'm not well educated, don't fool me." Sky-shaking thunder was a famous firearm of ancient times equivalent to the modern grenade. Yao said with some pride, "This is a craft passed down from our ancestors. After the founding of New China, the government banned us from using these, so they were all stored in the warehouse. I thought they were no longer usable, but their power is still formidable." The small team all raised their thumbs in unison. "Lao Tai, that's incredible. No wonder Dakong village had survived and thrived in this place. Their craftsmanship was truly top-notch. Unfortunately, we haven't made them in decades. My grandfather had promised the government that we would never make such things again, so the production methods were all burned. Now there's only one elder in Dakong village who knows the method, but he's deaf and can't hear a word we say." The more Yao spoke, the more distressed he became, regretting that he had never asked his grandfather for the method of making sky-shaking thunder while the old man was alive. Now that it was needed, it was beyond his reach. The deafening explosions soon ceased. Though flames and smoke still billowed into the distant sky, they could not stop the terrifying wave of zombies. "Do you have any sulfur powder? Do you have saltpeter and charcoal?" Making gunpowder wasn't difficult for Li He as long as he had the materials. I think we might." Yao wasn't entirely certain. "Brother Cockroach, it's time to show off your mastery of logistics. Search their warehouse and see if you can find materials for making black powder, and also look for anything else useful." "No problem." Though Zhang Lang might have been terrified if sent to fight zombies, logistics was truly his forte. He immediately followed Lao Tai and left. By then, the tide of zombies was drawing ever closer to Dakong village. Having been woken up, the small team naturally couldn't just slack off, so they all joined the fight against the zombie horde. The Dakong villagers had set up one trap after another outside the village. Chen Imo joined a group of villagers in the labor. They dug several deep pits, causing the zombies advancing toward the village to tumble into them one after another. These deep pits were originally designed to deal with wild beasts, but they proved equally suitable for zombies. At over 10 meters deep, any zombie that fell in would never climb out. The zombies that had just fallen in had not yet risen when their plummeting companions landed on top of them, smashing them flat against the pit floor. More and more zombies plunged into the pits, and those at the bottom struck again and again, were completely crushed beneath the pile. With zombies cascading down in droves, the pits were soon filled to the brim. The zombies underneath, crushed and paralyzed, clawed blindly with their hands, tugging at their companions' limbs and howling in frenzy. Nearby stood a row of oversized catapults. 2 people steadied each catapult, while one held a large jar of flammable oil, using the catapult to hurl the oil toward the pits. Slap, 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 slap. Cans of flammable oil were hurled toward the pit, shattering against the zombies desperately clawing their way up. The oil splattered across multiple undead bodies. Once all the oil had been flung and splashed across the zombies huddled in the various pits, Chun Imo raised his hand and slashed it downward. Burn them all. Burn them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Flaming arrows pierced through the night sky, hurtling directly toward the zombies writhing in the pits, struggling to climb out. The arrows struck their targets with precision. The flames ignited the oil coating the zombies, and multiple undead were set ablaze in an instant. Blazing fiercely, the zombies, consumed by the inferno in the pit, let out guttural howls. The villagers of Dakong village could not tell whether this was suffering or liberation for the undead. The flames spread to the horde, pressing forward from behind, engulfing them as well. The conflagration momentarily checked the zombies' relentless advance. Chunmo's fiery oil pits only slightly slowed the tide of the undead. Soon enough, the massive zombie horde surged forward once more with a deafening roar. Zhang Lang, the logistics master, had uncovered a batch of sulfur powder in Dakong village's warehouse. An audacious idea struck him immediately. Instead of disturbing Li He, decided to tap into the chemical knowledge rattling around in his brain, hastily producing a batch of moderate purity black powder to blast the zombie army, to ensure they stayed thoroughly dead. To accomplish this, Zhang Lang urgently enlisted Tian Jiejia's help. Watching Zhang Lang's mastery and familiarity with material ratios, Tian Jieji was utterly astounded. Cockroach brother, did you used to work part-time at a firecracker factory during your school breaks? My grandfather used to run a small workshop, Zhang Lang murmured without looking up, absorbed in his work. Tian Jieji was even more flabbergasted. Goodness me, turns out your grandfather was quite the stud. Zhang Lang paused, his voice dropping. Stud for barely 3 months before he got nabbed and served a free meal behind bars. The small quantity of black powder Zhang Lang's logistics squad produced could blast entire squads of zombies to pieces, buying everyone precious hope for survival. As the zombie horde surged past the fiery pits that had blocked their advance, Zhang Lang's freshly mixed explosive charges finally came into play. Old Ju, the squad leader of Dakong village who had been biding his time, immediately commanded, blast them to kingdom come. Giant slingshots were positioned and package after package of explosives with lit fuses were launched toward the approaching undead. Whoosh. The black powder sailed true into the flames. The villagers of Dakong village stared anxiously at the dense swarm of zombies, praying these black powder charges would detonate with devastating force. Boom. Explosions thundered one after another. Balls of fire erupted skyward. Countless zombies were ripped apart by the sudden blasts. Severed limbs and dismembered torsos flew through the air as flames devoured the rest. Flames leapt impossibly high, billowing smoke rising from the depths of the great mountain. Despite its insufficient purity, Zhang Lang's black powder had succeeded. If zombies possessed consciousness, surely they would be wailing for their fathers and mothers at this very moment. They continued hurling black powder into the zombie-infested flames via slingshot. Each thunderous explosion shook the very earth, terrifying the pheasants and wild rabbits lurking in the surrounding wilderness into trembling submission. After resting for a while, Li He and the others were jolted awake by the explosions. Li He grabbed a water canteen in one hand and a piece of flatbread in the other, heading toward the watchtower while eating. He climbed the watchtower swiftly and gazed into the distance. Though night had fully fallen, the brilliant flames burning in the distance remained clearly visible. The air hung thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh, nearly turning one's stomach. Zhang Lang, who had ascended the watchtower alongside his teammates, raised his eyebrows smugly at them. From now on, please address me as Brother Lang. Without a word, everyone swallowed the praise that had risen to their lips. In unspoken harmony, they raised their middle fingers toward Zhang Lang. Tisk. The moment the explosive charges were depleted, the villagers retreated into the village immediately, lest they be enveloped by the zombie horde. As a precautionary measure, the trees surrounding the large pits had been felled in advance. Following Li He's instructions, they had also dug a deep trench approximately 2 meters beyond the outer edge of the burning pits to prevent the fire from spreading. Blazing fires engulfed zombie after zombie, caught in the explosive blasts, sweeping forward to devour the relentless waves still surging toward them. Yet despite it all, facing such a staggering number of undead, the Inferno could only claim a fleeting victory. Li He and his team stood upon the watchtower, gazing out at the distant conflagration, awaiting the arrival of the next wave of the undead. More than an hour later, as the flames gradually subsided, the endless waves of zombies trampled over their charred comrades, advancing step by step toward Dakong village. As the zombie tide moved forward inch by inch, they approached the cheval de frise that had been set up in advance. Originally designed to ward off wild beasts, these defensive obstacles were repurposed by Li He to counter the undead threat. Following Li He's instructions, the cheval de frise were firmly secured to the ground, secured so deeply that even a maddened wild boar charging at full force could not topple them in a single strike. In ancient times, cheval de frise were designed to repel cavalry horses, so these had been modified specifically for zombies, with 2 rows of sharp bamboo spears firmly attached to the frames. The upper row was positioned at the average height of an adult, aimed directly at the eye sockets, while the lower row targeted the abdomen. The mindless zombies pressed forward relentlessly. As their heads were impaled by the bamboo spears, their bodies were simultaneously pierced. Persisting in their stubborn advance, they would be transfixed by both rows of spears. Even without bursting their heads, the spears would pierce through their abdomens, pinning them to the cheval de frise. The tips of both bamboo spear rows had been honed to razor-sharp nests capable of impaling 4 or 5 zombies simultaneously. The first zombies to reach the cheval de frise had their eye sockets pierced by the spear tips, while their abdomens were also impaled. Without the sense of pain, the zombies shrieked as they continued forward. Even though the sharp bamboo pierced their eyeballs and tore through their abdomens, nothing could halt their advance. Finally, the bamboo spears pierced through their eye sockets and penetrated deep into their skulls. Their abdomens were completely shredded. The zombies' bodies convulsed twice, then their heads lolled to the side, hanging limp on the bamboo spears. Zombies that followed were impaled as they walked over their fallen companions, dangling from the cheval de frise. The sheer volume of the zombie tide was staggering. Therefore, before engaging the undead in direct confrontation, they needed to eliminate as many zombies as possible through these traps. The greater the toll, the better their chances of survival would be. Soon dozens of cheval de frise were completely laden with impaled zombies. Some had both their heads and abdomens pierced, their lives snuffed out. Others still clung to existence, their bodies skewered on the frames, shrieking and struggling to press forward. Watching from the platform, Yao was overcome with excitement, yet a sense of regret tugged at him. Alas! If only we had more time, we should have constructed far more cheval de frise. Thanks be to our ancestors for passing down these techniques. May the forefathers watch over us. The number of cheval de frise was limited, just over a dozen. Though the harvest was impressive against such a horrifyingly vast horde of zombies, it proved to be merely a drop in the ocean. Before long, the overloaded cheval de frise were knocked aside by the relentless waves of zombies behind. Some toppled entirely, their frames crushed and mangled beneath countless trampling feet. The zombie tide continued its advance toward Dakong village. The deafening shrieks so terrified the cattle and sheep in the thatched shelters and the chickens and ducks in their enclosures that they trembled uncontrollably. The lead zombies stumbled forward, and the large net spread across the ground instantly drew tight, ensnaring 5 or 6 zombies within its mesh. The ropes attached to the trap mechanism stretched taut, hoisting the net and its struggling captives high into the branches of a great tree. One after another, the large nets sprang upward and tightened around zombies whose feet caught the tripwires. Unable to think or reason, the undead had no concept of avoidance, falling into the snare one after another. The trapped zombies howled within the nets, but several of them tangled together, unable to free themselves for the moment. This trap had originally been used by the villagers of Dakong to catch birds and beasts, and applied against the zombies, it proved equally effective. The net traps captured over 100 zombies, but this made scarcely a dent in the zombie army's numbers. The dead continued their march toward Dakong village. Besides those unfortunate souls caught in the nets, the tide of corpses advanced ever closer to the village. Half an hour later, a leading zombie's foot caught a tripwire, and massive tree trunks came crashing down from above. Sharp arrows fixed to the trunks came hurtling down, striking the zombie's head with devastating force. Thwack, 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 thwack. The arrows pierced directly through the zombies' skulls. A row of corpses dangling from the trunks knocked the zombies surging behind them to the ground. Zombies knocked to the ground had not yet risen before they were trampled over by their companions. 1, 2, 3. Countless more. The fallen undead were crushed into unrecognizable masses of human flesh, a truly harrowing sight. As zombies continued to trip the wires, the tree trunks crashed down, repeatedly blasting through multiple skulls while bowling over countless others. The inevitable result was crushing underfoot. One trap after another achieved success, lightening the heavy hearts of the defenders ever so slightly. "Cockroach brother, do we have any materials left to make black powder?" Li He turned to ask Zhonglang. He knew that ultimately a massive number of zombies would reach the fortress walls. If worst came to worst, they would have to resort to explosives. Zhonglang hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. Deep in the mountains, even lighting a fire required extreme caution, let alone handling explosives. Thus, most of the explosives had been entrusted to the people of Dakong village to blast the zombies, since the explosions were a safe distance from the mountain stronghold. No materials left. But I kept a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. Li He nodded. Good. We may still need it. The dense zombie horde, having suffered losses from the continuous traps, had at least been reduced by a small portion. The explosive power in particular had blasted an entire section of zombies flat. From the watchtower, those observing could see with their own eyes that the zombie population had diminished, ever so slightly. The zombies trampled over the corpses of their fallen kin and finally arrived at the fortress wall. Grrrr. The cacophonous shrieks of the densely packed undead rang so loudly that it pierced through eardrums. Gazing upon the zombies now terrifyingly close, even the seasoned fighters who had clashed with the undead on multiple occasions had to admit their chances of survival were bleak. There were simply too many zombies. Compared to the battle at Wonkai Village, that previous encounter now seemed like merely child's play. Double-check your blades. Carry multiple weapons on your person. Bring water gourds and dry rations. Prepare yourselves for the kill, Li's low, tense voice commanded. Below the wall lay a sloping ramp. Yang Xiaoran and Yu Rulin had already worked with the villagers to spread various animal furs, salvaged from Zhang Lang's warehouse sweep, across the incline coated thickly with lard and mutton fat. All watched the zombies outside Dakong Village in grim silence. The first zombie lifted a foot to climb only to slip and fall flat on its face. It struggled to rise, but the moment it regained its footing it slipped again. The zombies surging behind it clambered over their fallen comrade, managing 1 or 2 steps upward before their feet touched the treacherous slick slope. Then they too tumbled and rolled back down the incline. Yi Ao raised his broad hand and signaled. Immediately dozens of Dakong villagers surged forward, raising their firelocks to unleash a barrage upon the zombies below the wall. These firelocks had been passed down from Yi Ao's grandfather's generation and used for decades. Most had fallen into disrepair and could no longer function. Wang Hao and Li He helped sort through and select those still operational. The two men possessed considerable knowledge of firearms. These modest firelocks were child's play to them. Using Zhang Lang's black powder and the salvaged materials, they taught the villagers both how to pound the gunpowder and how to properly handle and operate the weapons. In truth, most villagers had at some point handled firelocks for recreation and had heard the elder generation speak of their use. Li He and Wang Hao merely helped them review and refresh their knowledge, and the villagers grasped it immediately. Bang, 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 bang. The firelocks blasted away, felling zombie after zombie that dared attempt entry into Dakong Village. The accuracy of the firelocks was lacking. They could not guarantee a single shot would penetrate a zombie's skull and send it to its final rest. But even a hit to the body could cripple a zombie, rendering it immobile. Below the slope, one after another hideous zombie collapsed, living and dead piled atop one another in a grotesque mound. Frenzied zombies desperate to devour human flesh climbed the slope atop their comrades' corpses, yet were blasted down by musket fire before they could begin. Outside Dakong Village, a mountain of corpses had already accumulated, yet the undead continued to surge forward like tidal waves. Until the corpses at the base of the slope were trampled beyond recognition, multiple zombies attempting to scale the incline from below were immediately crushed beneath their compatriots stampeding behind them. Zombies trampled over their fallen comrades, inching their way up the slope bit by bit. The small squad truly understood the terror of an endless horde. The relentless horde surged upward again and again. Zombies ahead, barely able to climb before being trampled by those following behind them, struggled desperately, but ultimately met gruesome ends. Until the mangled corpses at the bottom of the slope grew countless, the oil coating on the incline wore thin, and the beast skins beneath crumbled into fragments, making the zombies' climb no longer so difficult. From the platform, Yi Ao roared, "Release!" The Dakong Village villagers, machetes in hand, and ready, immediately slashed through the ropes. Crash, thud, thud, thud. Along the fortress wall, thick logs studded with sharp short spears rained down repeatedly, their bamboo tips pointing downward, driving straight into the skulls of the oncoming zombies. As the thick logs crashed down, the downward pointing sharpened spears pierced zombie skulls under the force of gravity, sending them straight to their deaths. The thick log impaling a row of zombies struck the ground along with their dying bodies, crushing several more beneath it. The sounds of roars mixed with the cracks of breaking bones as the zombies collapsed, and the rolling log sent them tumbling down the slope, toppling multiple undead along the way. Yi Ao did not rush his actions, but waited patiently each time the zombies surged densely toward the slope before slicing through the ropes and dropping the spear-studded logs. The tattered slope had long been stained crimson, its base filled with mangled, still roaring undead. This scene was too horrifying for those with weak constitutions. Many shook with fear, unable to bear watching further. Only after every log had been dropped did the outskirts of Dakong Village resemble an inferno on earth. Li He clenched his fist, took several deep breaths, and spoke in a calm voice. Final preparations. Multiple trees thicker than pillars were bound with ropes, one end held by several villagers who pulled the massive trunks to hang, suspended above the fortress wall. Once everything was ready, all that remained was Li He's command to push down the great stones and crush the zombies. Li He stood on the platform, looking down at the dense horde gathering around the fortress wall. Thick tree trunks already hung at the very top of the wall, awaiting only Li He's order to drop the ropes and shatter the zombie skulls. Li He gave no command. Waiting villagers called out to him, "Brother Li He, the zombies have reached the base of the wall. They're about to breach it." Li He ignored him, staring down intently at the wall's base. Only when a massive wave of zombies crashed against the wall, roaring and attacking wildly, did he finally shout, "Smash them to death." The villagers holding the ropes immediately let go, and the heavy, massive trees plummeted instantly. Boom, thud. The thick trunks came crashing down. Even a wild boar could not withstand such impact, let alone mere zombies. The zombies' roars fell silent abruptly, as brain matter and blood sprayed outward, coating nearby undead and splashing against the fortress walls. In an instant, many zombies' heads were smashed to pulp, while those not hit directly were left severely paralyzed. The fallen trees were hauled back up by villagers, suspended high again, then dropped once more. Repeating this process, they smashed countless zombies clustered around the wall's base. Zombies whose heads escaped the impact found their shoulders and spines crushed to fragments by the devastating force, leaving them collapsed on the ground. This scene was far more gruesome than even the most hardcore American slasher films, causing those with weaker stomachs to furrow their brows and turn away, unwilling to witness further. 2 or 3 dozen thick trees rose and fell with the pulling of ropes, crushing the skulls of zombies near the wall. Meanwhile, logistics master Zhang Lang finally brought out the 3 reserved sacks of gunpowder. Li He turned to look at Yao and said, "Have your divine archer step forward." Yao immediately took his bow and arrow, patted his chest proudly, and replied, "I'm on it." Zhang Lang handed the gunpowder sack to Yao and said something almost too serious for the moment, nearly breaking his teammate's composure. "I hope you don't have Parkinson's disease." Though Yao had no idea what Parkinson's disease was, he nodded solemnly and said, "Trust me." He tied a sack of gunpowder to an arrow, knocked it to his bow, and aimed at the dense horde in the distance. Beside him, Li He produced a lighter and without hesitation ignited the fuse on the gunpowder sack. The moment the flame touched it, the fuse sizzled and spread rapidly. At this moment, he could only hope this young village chief was reliable and did not suffer from trembling hands. As soon as the fuse caught fire, Yao immediately loosed the arrow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow carrying the gunpowder sack flew toward the dense horde beyond the wall. Bang! The moment the arrow struck a zombie's skull, the gunpowder detonated. Flames exploded outward, shattering multiple zombies into pieces, while the blast wave sent others flying. Yao knocked another arrow. He lit the fuse again, and the deadly projectile shot forth, once more blasting apart several zombies. 3 consecutive shots perfectly annihilated dozens of undead. The explosions shook the ground, and the zombies near the wall were thrown off balance, collapsing where they stood. Outside the village, fire roared into the sky, engulfing numerous zombies in flames that crackled loudly. No one cared whether the fire might spread, compared to the raging blaze. The dense horde was far more terrifying. After the explosions subsided, the remaining zombies continued their advance. Even as their comrades burned ahead of them, they trampled over the flames without hesitation. Even as clothing and hair caught fire on their bodies, nothing could deter their insatiable craving for flesh. This horde had given them far too little time. Everything they could do had already been done. From here on out, it was a matter of giving everything to fight to the death. Li He silently retrieved a wild vegetable pancake from his backpack and began to chew. Half an hour. This was Li He's most optimistic estimate. But Li He knew the grim truth. At most 20 minutes and the wall would crack open. By then, there would be no choice but to fight to the death. Before the pancake was finished, the thick tree trunk, battered repeatedly, became entangled with zombies. The rope, unable to bear the strain, finally snapped. Others grew too exhausted to continue pulling, and the tree crashed down, becoming trapped among countless zombies, impossible to retrieve. Bang! Bang bang bang. The zombies slammed furiously against the wall, roaring with insatiable hunger for human flesh. The villagers refused to give up, hauling everything they could throw. The great water vats, wooden stakes, even doors torn from their homes. A few particularly determined villagers dismantled the support pillars from the livestock sheds and shoved them over, determined to crush as many zombies as possible. The small team exchanged glances and descended from the watchtower in unison, falling back from the wall. Bang 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 bang. Snap. The reinforced wall began to fissure. As the cracks widened, they finally split open with a sharp cracking sound. A zombie with half its face torn away squeezed through the breach. Villagers waiting by the wall raised their machetes and brought them down in a single stroke, severing the zombie's skull instantly. As the wall continued to crack and split, ever more zombies poured into the village. The moment any opening appeared, villagers armed with weapons rushed forward, cleaving down upon the heads of zombies breaching the perimeter. Zombies possessed far greater strength than ordinary humans, and villagers unfortunate enough to be knocked down and bitten let out blood-curdling screams. Witnessing their companions torn apart, the villagers' eyes burned red with fury. Their bloodthirsty hatred drove their weapons to strike with even greater ferocity. Kill them. Avenge our brothers. Lao Tai's eyes were crimson, his machete descending with all his might upon a zombie's skull, splitting it open. Blood splattered through the air as roars, screams, and the clamor of combat interwove and echoed throughout the village. Watching the pockmarked wall threaten to collapse at any moment, Yao and the others hastily retreated from the platform to engage the zombies flooding into the settlement. The zombies behind the wall continued their frenzied assault, battering the 2-meter-high barrier until it was riddled with countless holes like some grotesque carnival game. Bang! The wall shuddered violently and finally crumbled with a thunderous crash. Amid the rising dust, death began. Villagers near the wall sprinted forward, terrified of being crushed beneath the collapsing structure. Zombies that failed to flee were knocked down and buried under the fallen wall. With the barrier gone, nothing remained to stop them. The undead surged into Dakong village like a tidal wave. In the early autumn, deep within the mountains at 11 o'clock at night, a bloody battle between survivors and zombies was unfolding across Dakong village. The village chief Yeo led from the front, wielding a weapon resembling Guan Yu's great blade against the horde. This was the land where their Dakong village had taken root and flourished for generations. They would never allow zombies to destroy everything they held dear. One by one, they fought with bloodshot eyes, giving everything to defend the survival of their homeland. Having been taught by the small team that a blow to the head was the only way to kill a zombie, the villagers targeted the undead skulls with every thrust and slash. Yeo wielded his great blade, striking down zombie after zombie. Men and women of Dakong village alike brandished their weapons, fighting desperately within the dense horde. Fate had bound the villagers of Dakong village to them, so the small team could hardly stand by as mere observers. Li drove his Luofu blade into a zombie's skull with his left hand, kicked it aside, and thrust his triangular bayonet into another zombie's eye socket, blowing its head apart. There were far too many zombies. Li didn't even need to move from his position. He simply waited for the zombies to lunge at him, raising his hand to skewer them. When too many came at once, he fought with all limbs, stabbing and kicking simultaneously. The Luofu blade and triangular bayonet relentlessly pierced through zombies' eye sockets and skulls. From time to time, he would glance at his teammates to ensure their safety, and upon confirming they were unharmed, he returned to butchering the undead. Knowing this battle would demand tremendous time and effort, Wang Hao discarded his broadsword in favor of two short daggers. Both hands wielding blades simultaneously, he thrust into zombies, killing them instantly before kicking their bodies aside with both feet. He wore anti-slip tactical gloves to prevent his hands from becoming too slick with brain matter and blood to grip the daggers properly. Glancing at the chaos beside him, Wang Hao exclaimed, "This guy's like Popeye." A tall and powerfully built villager from Dakong village carried a thick pillar on his shoulder. When zombies lunged toward him, he swung the pillar with all his might, knocking down an entire wave of the undead and rendering many immobile. Seeing his companion surrounded by multiple zombies, he lifted the massive pillar and charged forward while holding it horizontally. With a powerful collision, the horizontal pillar shoved the zombies toward the wall. He pinned several zombies against the wall with the pillar, while his companion immediately began stabbing the writhing, struggling undead. Watching this scene, Wang Hao was deeply impressed. He's the #1 tough guy of Dakong village. The villagers fought with all their might against the zombies attempting to destroy their village. The small team also fought desperately for the chance to survive. Logistics master Zhang Lang clutched a sharp knife crafted from beast bone. This was a brother's gift from old Tai, sharp, lightweight, and perfect for dispatching zombies without much effort. His left hand had never been properly trained, so it lacked explosive strength. Zhang Lang thrust the bone knife into zombies' eye sockets with one hand, while gripping a section of wooden club in the other, forcefully smashing at incoming zombies, and occasionally kicking one or two to the ground. Though Zhang Lang's skills remained the lowest among the team, he had improved tremendously. Dispatching zombies had become effortless for him, and he now possessed considerable self-defense capabilities. Tian Zheji's strength was the weakest on the team, so she abandoned cumbersome, exhausting weapons and continued using half of a pair of scissors as her weapon. Yi Rualien had sharpened the scissor blade exceptionally well. She thrust it forcefully into a zombie's eye socket, blowing its head apart, then kicked the body aside. Yi Rualien continued using her sharp fruit knife to dispatch zombies. Both hands stabbed furiously, killing one zombie and seamlessly transitioning to the next without pause. Her eyes no longer carried fear. Instead, they reflected a fierce determination to survive. After killing 3 to 5 zombies consecutively, only then did the first victim she had stabbed collapse rigidly. The twin fruit knives slashed madly at zombies, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. The nearby newer people watched with both admiration and terror. One villager said to his companion, "This female brother is incredible. She must have 4 brains." His companion nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. A 4-brained deity." Meanwhile, Chun Mo wielded a sharpened iron fork beside them. He had cleaved the fork's multiple sharp prongs down to just one. The remaining pointed spike pierced directly into the skulls of lunging zombies, the sharp nail penetrating clean through. As he kicked the zombie aside, he simultaneously pulled back the iron fork, then swung it to strike another zombie's knee joint, forcing it to kneel before him involuntarily. Chun Mo immediately raised the iron fork to thrust at yet another zombie. He had to admit, farming tools were absolutely killer for zombie slaying. What's more, the cunning Chun Mo had strapped large pot lids to both his front and back. He had wrapped thick layers of beast hide around his neck and arms. When a zombie caught him off guard and pounced, it opened its jaws to bite his abdomen. Duang, a row of tooth marks appeared on the pot lid. The zombie opened its mouth and a tooth fell out. "My apologies, old one. Didn't realize your choppers were in such bad condition." With a mischievous grin, Chun Mo raised his iron fork as the zombie lunged again, thrusting the sharp nail into its gaping mouth and driving it all the way through the back of its skull. That zombie had met its end. Yang Xiaoran, similarly armored with pot lids, had selected an iron shovel from Dakong Village's farming tools. All three edges had been honed to razor sharpness. When zombies lunged, Yang Xiaoran raised the pointed shovel and sliced at their spines and legs. One sweep, and the zombie immediately fell. No one bothered killing fallen zombies. Standing zombies posed the greatest threat. When absolutely cornered by a fallen zombie's clawing hand, one simply delivered a devastating kick that sent the zombie tumbling in confusion. Though the tide of zombies had been repeatedly battered by the ambush, Li He and his team had set once the perimeter wall was breached, an overwhelming number of zombies poured through. The people of Dakong Village had honed their survival skills through generations of battling beasts in these deep mountains, their customs fierce and their combat prowess formidable. Yet against a horde of zombies, even the strongest fists couldn't match four hands. A momentary lapse meant being knocked down and torn apart. A few villagers who had been bitten showed a flash of terror and despair in their eyes. But they quickly gripped their broadswords tighter, rose with fury, determined to fell as many zombies as possible before turning themselves. Their weapons never ceased. Even when bitten, they endured the agonizing tearing sensation and continued cutting down zombies, until their skin gradually turned grayish-blue and the veins around their eyes began to bulge. He immediately lunged at the zombie, entangling his companion, tackling it to the ground, and pressing it down with his hands. He shouted to his fellow fighter, "Kill me." His companion swung the broadsword and cracked open the zombie's skull. As for him, he could no longer hold himself back. To avoid harming his companions, he raised his blade. Before fully turning into a zombie, he drove the knife with all his strength into his own head. "Brother," a young man fighting zombies nearby witnessed this scene and screamed in anguish. The youth rammed through the zombie in front of him and rushed toward his brother. The muscular man carrying the pillar knocked aside multiple zombies, shielding the youth's charge toward his brother. The youth dashed directly to his brother, who had taken his own life, embracing the lifeless body and wailing bitterly. The mournful cry was so heart-wrenching that all who heard it felt their souls ache. Even the usually cheerful Zhang Lang and the seemingly carefree Li He and Wang Hao were moved by the youth's heartbreaking sobs. Wang Hao's respect for the villagers of Dakong Village deepened. That man's a true hero, a real man. Images of Li He's parents and younger sister flickered through his mind. Watching his companion get bitten, Yi Ao's bloodlust surged to an even more berserk frenzy. His broadsword slashed down at zombies madly, unleashing his grief and rage. He bellowed with all his might, "Slay the zombies. Avenge our fallen brothers and sisters. Defend Dakong Village." The villagers roared in response, "Avenge our brothers and sisters. Defend Dakong Village." Their weapons hacked and slashed with even greater ferocity. Fueled by hatred toward the zombies, the villagers fought with growing courage. The deaths of their comrades ignited the villagers' fighting spirit and stirred the small team's resolve. The luofu and the triangular bayonet in Li He's hands were already drenched in blood. A zombie lunged at him. He raised the luofu and thrust it into its eye socket, then gave the triangular bayonet a careless wipe on the zombie's clothes before kicking the body away. He kicked aside the zombie beside him, twisted his body, and killed another with the triangular bayonet. After wiping the blood from the luofu on a zombie's clothes, Li He callously kicked the corpse away. Wang Hao, who had fought his way over from the side, was just as ruthless as Li He. He used the clothes on a zombie's body as a rag to wipe the brain matter and blood from his blade. At times, Li He and Wang Hao stood back to back, covering each other. At other times, they fought independently. The shadow of death hung over Dakong Village. Corpses covered the ground, and blood had dyed the village's earth and walls red. Hideous, snarling zombies still poured into Dakong Village without end. The two large pot lids on Chunmo's body had been battered out of shape by the charging zombies. The single-pronged iron fork in his hand was likewise soaked with blood, and his sore, aching hand could barely keep hold of the handle. Exhausted, panting for breath, he glanced around. As far as the eye could see, there were only deadly zombies. With a grim face, he continued fighting them. Yang Xiaoran's pointed iron shovel had slashed and smacked at zombies again and again until it finally snapped under the strain. All that remained in his hand was half a wooden handle, and several zombies were lunging at him at once. Startled, he beat at the zombies with the broken handle and called out to Yi Ruilin, the nearest person, for help. "Sister Blade. Sister Blade, save me." Yi Ruilin's movements remained sharp and ruthless. Her two fruit knives plunged repeatedly into zombie eye sockets with wet squelches. Hearing Yang Xiaoran's cry for help, she turned to look at him. Stabbing zombies with her fruit knives and kicking them aside as she went, she fought her way to Yang Xiaoran's side to cover him. Her stabbing speed was as if it had been put on fast forward, absurdly quick. With her covering him, Yang Xiaoran confidently hurled the broken wooden handle at a zombie and reached into his backpack for an axe. Once the axe was out, his confidence grew. He swung it and hacked fiercely down at zombie heads. The zombie that had just growled suddenly fell silent, its skull split open, and it collapsed in a bloody heap. Ever since the wall had been breached, they had been fighting the zombies for their lives. Having killed one after another, they were gradually growing exhausted. Yang Xiaoran slyly stayed close to Yi Ruilin, relying on her ferocious fruit knife thrusts to lighten his own burden somewhat. The villagers fell one after another. Though the flames of hatred in their hearts blazed fiercely, they were human, and being human they tired. Zombies, however, never tired. They snarled, lunged at the living, and bit with gaping mouths. The brawny man who was carrying the massive pillar and smashing one zombie after another into ruin consumed far more energy than the rest. So after he knocked down another wave of zombies, he was eventually tackled to the ground. Several zombies leaped on him at once. With no time to raise the pillar, he hastily drew the saber from his waist and stabbed at the zombies. Li He and Wang Hao rushed over from nearby to lend a hand, but they were still a step too late. A zombie bit his foot and tore off a chunk of flesh along with his trouser leg. He let out a loud shout to steel himself. With one hand, he stabbed at a zombie, with the other he grabbed another zombie by the throat and twisted with all his might. Crack! A cracking sound rang out as the zombie's neck was snapped, yet it still refused to give up, reaching out to grab him. Li He and Wang Hao charged over, quickly kicked the zombies away, and raised their weapons to thrust. With their help, the brawny man endured the pain in his injured foot, lifted the massive pillar, and continued smashing zombies. Knowing that he would turn into a bloodthirsty zombie after being bitten, he resolved to use his remaining strength to smash as many zombies as possible. Like a savage beast, he pounded multiple zombies until they lost all ability to move. One zombie was even slammed against the wall by his pillar, its head crushed to pulp on the spot, and a huge chunk of the wall knocked loose. At the moment when his life entered its final countdown, he was still doing everything he could to protect Dakong village. Tian Jiajia's eyes reddened at the sight. After driving the dulled scissor blade into a zombie's eye socket, she quickly pulled a fresh one from the side of her backpack and stabbed at the zombies in a frenzy. She asked Zhang Lang beside her, "Cockroach bro, if you were bitten, would you wait to die, or would you die as heroically as this brawny bro?" Zhang Lang's white beastbone dagger had already been dyed red, and the wooden staff in his other hand had long since split, cracked, and been battered beyond recognition. Hearing Tian Jiajia's question, he hastily spat. Tui tui tui. Knock on wood. I won't get bitten by a zombie. The brawny man's foot wound was severe. Dragging his injured leg and carrying the unwieldy pillar to smash zombies was exhausting work. Even with Li He, Wang Hao, and the nearby villagers taking advantage of his fierce smashing to stab and kill multiple zombies, they could not hold back the zombies that kept surging forward like an assembly line. After he smashed a zombie's head to pieces one last time, the massive pillar slipped from his hands, and he toppled to the ground as well. His sweat-covered face was already faintly ashen, and his eyeballs were gradually bulging outward. He stared at the eastern sky, a flash of resolve in his eyes. I am a villager of Dakong village. I will not harm my companions. With that, he forced his body up and lunged at several zombies with arms outstretched. He wrapped one arm around a zombie on each side and used the two to knock down another zombie. With his own body, he used the last of his strength to restrain 3 frenzied zombies. Before he could even call for anyone, Wang Hao charged over and killed the 3 zombies with his short blade. Just as Wang Hao withdrew the blade, the brawny man lunged headfirst toward it. Before Wang Hao could react, he aimed his head at the blade's point and slammed down hard. Squelch! The short blade ended his heroic life. Blood splattered onto Wang Hao's clothes. Wang Hao's expression turned dazed and his heart was shaken beyond measure. He wanted to say something, but it felt like his throat was blocked. He could not utter a single word, his eyes filled with shock and gloom. Then a zombie lunged at him. Still in shock, he raised his hand and gave it a thunderous slap across the face. Can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Get lost. The zombie was spun around by the slap. Then Li He, charging over, killed it with a thrust of his luofu. Li He patted Wang Hao's shoulder, signaling that safety came first and gloom second. Wang Hao pulled out the short blade, then helped the fallen brawny man, who had already met his end, over to the wall and propped him up against it. As Li He stabbed and kicked zombies, he comforted Wang Hao. You don't need to blame yourself. If he hadn't done that, he would have become a zombie and would have been stabbed to death anyway. I admire a hero like that. Wang Hao turned around, kicked a lunging zombie flying, raised the short blade in his hand, and stabbed wildly at the zombies with a burst of wet thuds. Inside Dakong village, the number of fallen corpses grew larger and larger until there was almost no room to set a foot. The flowing blood had soaked the ground so thoroughly that its original color could no longer be distinguished. And the battle was far from over. The horror of the zombie horde lay in the sheer volume of creatures far beyond imagination. Amid the desperate slaughter, when one looked up at the sky, it was already dawning white, a cruel signal that they had been fighting through the night without realizing it. Since nightfall, the horde had pressed against their first trap, and now with the wall breached, they were locked in brutal close combat with the undead. So this was what despair truly felt like in the dead of night. After hours of relentless combat, their strength was nearly spent. Each person bore the weight of exhaustion, their once sharp weapons growing dull and unbearably heavy in trembling hands. Morale had plummeted. More and more had fallen to the zombie bites, and the despair in their eyes deepened. It wasn't just the others. Li He himself had long reached his limit. To avoid being bitten, he kept his back pressed against the wall, weapon ready, waiting for zombies to lunge at him. When his arms ached too much to strike, he simply kicked them down. His shoes had already lost their soles from all the kicking, but he refused to die here. Still pushing through the exhaustion, he fought on. His teammates weren't any smarter. each fighting with their backs to the wall, faces grim with fatigue and fear. I guess this is where we're staying, Chun Mo muttered, leaning against the wall, his face twisted in agony. His pot lid, a makeshift shield, had become nothing but scrap metal full of jagged holes that offered little protection and only sliced his own flesh. Chun Mo abandoned the useless lid entirely. When a zombie lunged, he swung the iron fork he'd been carrying, striking it with enough force to send it spinning. Before it could recover, he drove the fork straight into its eye socket, ending its mindless advance. Zhang Lang's dagger kept slipping from his sweaty grip. He wiped it on his clothes and thrust it upward with his aching arm, shouting toward Li He a meter away, "Leader, we need a plan." Li He, his throat parched and raw, ignored Zhang Lang. He holstered his luofu and wielded a triangular bayonet blade in one hand while gripping a canteen with the other. In several quick gulps, he emptied the entire container. He pulled a flatbread wrapped in large leaves from his bag and took a bite. The entire night of fighting had left him completely drained, exhausted, thirsty, and starving. Everyone was nearly starved. Upon seeing Li He eating the flatbread, they immediately began to eat as well. But when they noticed Zhang Lang gnawing on a roasted lamb leg, their flatbreads suddenly lost all appeal. "Holy shit, damn pest. Let me have a bite." Yang Xiaoran raised his sore arm and thrust at a zombie shuffling toward Zhang Lang as he reached out to grab the lamb leg. Zhang Lang kicked away a lunging zombie and sidestepped, loudly protesting Yang Xiaoran's audacity. Hey, don't you have any shame?" But when hunger drove a person mad, shame became irrelevant. "I don't care about face. Give me the lamb leg." "Cockroach, do we still have black powder?" After drinking water and eating the flatbread, Li He felt a fraction of his strength returning, a mere 1/10,000th, and asked Zhang Lang, who was simultaneously fending off zombies and guarding his food. With 5 or 6 zombies attacking him at once, Zhang Lang's dagger moved in blur. He kicked wildly at the creatures, his own life hanging by a thread. He abandoned his lamb leg entirely, leaving it for Yang Xiaoran. He replied with a tone of grievance, "Do you take me for an arms dealer? Where would I get that much black powder?" Irritated by the question, Li He punched a charging zombie so hard it staggered backward, then demanded, "Do we have sulfur powder? Wheat flour?" "We have wheat flour, but Yeo wouldn't allow us to make anything." Then his eyes lit up with inspiration. While clearing the warehouse, Lao Tai mentioned, "There's a wine cellar at the very back of the village stocked with their homemade wheat wine. I wonder." Before Zhang Lang could finish, Li He interrupted him decisively. "All right then, we'll gamble our lives against these zombies. Either they die or we do." Every member of the small team turned to look at Li He. Even the newer people, reduced to their last strength, gazed at him, despair flickering in their eyes, yet tempered by reluctant hope. "Let's lure the zombies into the wine cellar. I hope the alcohol content inside is high enough and the quantity substantial." Wang Hao's expression suddenly darkened. He backhanded a blocking zombie to the ground. He knew Li He too well. The moment he heard him, he realized Li He was preparing to risk everything again. "Are you insane, old he? If that triggers a massive explosion, we won't have time to escape. We'll all be barbecued together. It's fine not to fear death, but we shouldn't be seeking it out. If we don't take this gamble, we won't see the sun set today," Li He replied. He wasn't fearless. He simply had no other choice left. Yi Ruilin, who was using a whetstone to sharpen her fruit knife, while Tian Jejia provided cover nearby, spoke with steely determination. "Then let's gamble our lives against these zombies. We may have had bad luck with the car ride, but we don't look like people destined to die young." Tian Jejia, who was furiously stabbing zombies with a pair of scissors blades, immediately chimed in, "Count me in." Yang Xiaoran, mouth full of the roasted lamb leg, mumbled indistinctly, "Li He is the captain. As deputy captain, I should align with his strategy." "Don't be ridiculous. You want to be deputy captain?" Still furious about the lamb leg, Zhang Lang showed Yang Xiaoran no courtesy, though he agreed with Li He's risky plan anyway. "I'm following leader He." Chun Mo simply shrugged, signaling his agreement to go all in with Li He. With no objections from the rest of the team, Wang Hao finally relented. "I'm not going to be the villain who holds everyone back. If we're going to fight, let's fight. After this battle is over, I'm eating 10 roasted lamb legs." Li He shouted to Yi, "Hold your position. Together we'll lure the zombies into the wine cellar, then provide cover for my big move." As village chief, Yi was the only one who could restore hope and reignite the will to fight among his desperate companions. His large machete had already snapped during the battle, and now he wielded a strangely shaped blade to hack at the zombies. He was exhausted beyond measure, but duty compelled him forward. He couldn't fall. He had to lead the villagers to eliminate every zombie that had invaded their territory. Upon hearing Li He's plan to gamble their lives against the zombies, Yi's eyes hardened. Raising his voice above the chaotic roar, he addressed the villagers, brothers and sisters of Dakong Village. Our aging parents, our beloved children, our wives, our husbands, and our friends who grew up alongside us. They all depend on us. If we give up and get bitten to death, what will happen to them? Would you rather become monsters yourselves and harm your own families? We refuse. Lao Tai roared loudly. Someone else followed suit. We refuse. Since you refuse, then stand tall, grip your weapons firmly, and kill these creatures that have claimed our brothers and sisters. Avenge our villagers, defend our homeland. Avenge our brothers and sisters. Defend our homeland. The plummeting morale vanished instantly. The villagers rallied once more, determined to exterminate every zombie and protect the land their ancestors had called home for generations. Feeling invigorated himself, Yi-Ah raised his machete toward the wine cellar. Charge! Lure them into the wine cellar. The group immediately tightened their grips on their weapons and fought their way through the horde, inching toward the cellar. With Li He at the vanguard, the small team fought their way forward, charging toward the wine cellar in Dakong village. Yi-Ah led the villagers closely behind, their rekindled resolve temporarily overriding their exhaustion as they gripped their weapons and hacked fiercely at the zombies. At the front, Li He rounded a house, kicked down a zombie, and veered left. Zhang Lang hastily shouted, "He shun, it's the right." The right. Li He immediately changed direction and told Zhang Lang to take the lead. "You're our guide." Born and raised deep in the mountains, Dakong village was actually quite large, and Li He and the others had no time to explore it properly, so they were unfamiliar with the village. Fortunately, Zhang Lang was usually laid back, but when it truly mattered, he proved reliable. Relying on directions and a few words from old Tai, Zhang Lang led Li He and the others straight to the wine cellar. The wine cellar sat at the very rear of the village, and the closer they got to it, the fewer zombies there were. Since the small team and the villagers had been fighting zombies in the front half of the village, the zombies that flooded in had concentrated in the front. Before long, they fought their way to the wine cellar's entrance. It was called a cellar, but it was actually an earthen structure built of packed mud, its roof sealed with dried animal hides and a thick layer of straw. The wine cellar was quite spacious, roughly the size of 3 houses in Dakong village combined. Li He kicked open the cellar door and instructed his teammates, "I'll go in and take a look first. Hold your ground for now." With that, he strode swiftly inside. What met his eyes were rows upon rows of sealed vats, each large enough to hold a full-grown adult. Testament to the impressive stockpile of wheat wine in Dakong village. After circling around Li, he realized the place had 2 levels, the upper level inside the building and a lower underground cellar. Surveying it all, he was genuinely stunned by the village's abundance. He pried open the lid of one wine vat, pulled an empty canteen from his pack, filled it with wheat wine, and took a sip to taste it. MH. His parents had been strict, so before turning 18, Li He had never even tasted beer, let alone hard liquor. It was only after he turned 18, the day after the college entrance exam ended, that the old man unexpectedly opened 2 bottles of beer and sat with him on the balcony talking about life. The whole point was to get Li He to change his college application choices, something Li He naturally refused to do. Now as the liquor hit his throat, all he felt was a burning spiciness. He spat it right out, his throat scorching. He had no idea whether the alcohol content in such a throat-searing liquor was considered high or not. But there was no turning back now. Might as well walk this path to the very end. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his teammates and the villagers cornered by zombies outside the cellar. Li He flung the door wide open and shouted, "Lead the zombies inside." Everyone rushed into the wine cellar, drawing the zombies to surge in after them. There were too many people. Even though the cellar was sizable and split into 2 levels, it couldn't possibly hold such a large crowd of people and zombies at once. Li He shoved Zhang Lang and Tian Jejia, the less agile ones, out while opening Zhang Lang's backpack, pulling out a tightly wrapped package and tucking it into his own chest. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Just let 20 or 30 of us in. The rest of you get on the roof and wait for my orders." He also signaled Chun Mo and Yang Xiaoran to escort the 2 of them up to the roof. Only Li He, Wang Hao, and Yi Ruilin stayed inside the cellar. As a village chief, Yi-Ah refused to go up to the roof, remaining in the cellar along with several burly villagers to draw the zombies, while the others climbed onto the cellar roof. Afraid the roof couldn't bear the weight, a large number of people instead climbed onto the roof of the adjacent building, nervously watching the snarling zombies below. With a whistle clenched between his teeth, Li He wielded a laofu in one hand and a triangular bladed dagger in the other, killing zombies as he retreated toward the underground level while blowing the whistle to attract more zombies from outside. Seeing this, Yi-Ah and the others also blew whistles carved from animal bone, luring even more zombies inside. The zombies surged into the underground cellar in waves as if they would never stop until they had devoured Li He and his companions. Vat after vat was smashed open during the fierce struggle, wheat wine gushing out, breaking the villagers' hearts. Oh heavens! It's all gone. Every last drop. The broken vats poured out wine, and Yi-Ah's shattered heart poured out the blood of heartache. Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh at Yi-Ah's expression, looking like he wanted to cry but was too afraid to let himself. Dodging zombies while comforting Yi-Ah, Wang Hao said, "If the wine is gone, just brew more. If your life is gone, where are you going to cry about it? Besides, drinking too much harms the body. Drink less, live healthier." Old Tai, who was also practically suffocating from heartache, choked out, "What would a silly kid like you understand? This wine is meant to trade with outsiders for daily necessities and food. We don't drink much of it ourselves." Wang Hao blinked. "So it's for business. I thought you people refused to have any contact with outsiders at all." "Sigh, it's the apocalypse now. No one's going to trade with you for this wine. Focus on staying alive." Yi Ruilin, who rarely comforted anyone, spoke up while gripping her fruit knife and viciously stabbing zombies. By then, the zombies flooding into the cellar had nearly packed it to bursting. Li He and the others had retreated completely into the underground level, drawing the zombies down after them. The wine vats kept shattering, and the cellar floor was soon flooded with wine. Li He and the others fought the zombies while wading through the alcohol. Playing it clever, they wove between the rows of vats, covering one another as they retreated to the underground entrance. Yi-Railin, Li He, and 2 villagers covered the others as they transferred back to the upper level. Zombies surged forward madly, and their weapons blurred with the ferocity of their swings. Up on the upper level, Wang Hao and the others fought desperately at the cellar opening, waiting to cover Li He and the rest as they came up. The vats in the underground level had long since been crushed and shattered by the frenzied zombies. The thick, pungent aroma of wine filled the entire cellar. The fumes alone were potent enough that breathing them in for too long made one feel tipsy. The zombies in the underground level crowded and lunged at Li He and the others. The weapons in their hands were swinging so fast they nearly smoked as they slowly retreated step by step toward the entrance connecting to the upper level. Yet 2 villagers were still caught by several zombies, dragged off balance and tumbled down the stairs. The dense horde swallowed them whole, and their screams burst out from the mass of corpses. Up on the first level, the number of zombies was so overwhelming it made one's head explode, and more were still pouring in through the door. The entire cellar was filled with the howls of the undead. There was no fighting their way out through the main entrance, so Li He and the others waded through the wine, moving step by step toward the window. The cellar window was so small that not even a child could squeeze through. Yi-Ao and 2 villagers raised their cleavers and struck at it with all their might, trying to break it open wider. The others covered the 3 with their weapons, kicking at zombies and sending splashes of wine flying. The zombies had trapped them against the window. If they couldn't escape, they would be waiting for death. Fortunately, the villagers' wine cellar was shoddily built. Yi-Ao and the others violently hammered at the wall around the window frame, and chunks of it crumbled away, opening up gaps. One villager was unfortunately bitten on the arm by a zombie. Enduring the pain, he fought desperately at the very front, throwing himself at the undead to buy time for the others to escape. The zombies were on the verge of bursting the wine cellar wide open. Even if they didn't manage to rupture it with so many zombies shrieking in unison, Li He felt the cacophony was no less deafening than a lion's roar. Zhang Lang on the rooftop across the way bellowed at the top of his lungs. He shun Haozi Dao. Jia, the zombies are mostly swarming this area. The wine cellar entrance is blocked, and there are tons of them outside the windows too. Be careful when you make your exit. Bang bang bang. The zombies that couldn't squeeze into the wine cellar and couldn't reach the living souls who had escaped to the rooftop grew even more berserk, slamming themselves against the outer walls with such fury that the entire house quivered like an earthquake was underway. Fortune smiled upon them. Their desperate will to survive drove Yi-Ao's team to swiftly smash the window wide enough for a person to crawl through. Li He continued his relentless assault on the zombies, covering the others as they retreated first. Fruit knife in hand, Yi-Railin hurled herself through the window, crashing into the zombies clustered around the opening. Her blade found its mark, plunging into zombie after zombie. The villagers squeezing out through the window launched themselves with equal ferocity, toppling zombies and engaging them in mortal combat. Haozi, I'm entrusting my life to you. You've got to be reliable when the moment comes. Li dispatched zombies while simultaneously instructing Wang Hao. What followed would test the depth of their unspoken bond. One misstep, and not only would he perish, but Wang Hao would meet the same fate. Wang Hao remained silent, his burden heavier than 100 mounts Tai combined. Li He freed one hand from combat, drawing from his chest a bundle wrapped carefully within his garment. One hand wielded a 3-edged bayonet, still piercing zombies, while the other brought the meticulously wrapped object to his lips, carefully gnawing away the protective clothing with his teeth. The wounded villager continued grappling with the zombies, but profuse bleeding sapped his strength. Unable to sustain his attacks, he grew weaker by the moment. One after another, 2 or 3 more villagers fell victim to bites. Li He managed to pass 2 of the unwrapped items to the least gravely wounded survivor among them. You 2 cover him while he fights his way to the cellar entrance below. Trigger this. The injured villager accepted the abject bewilderment flooding his features. What is this? How do I set it off? This is a butane gas cylinder. The gas inside can ignite and explode. We'll use this to ignite the wine stored within, hopefully eliminating the zombies. As he spoke, Li He rummaged through his pocket and produced a lighter, passing it to the villager. Puncture a small hole in the bottle. Once you catch the scent of gas, press the lighter's ignition to start the fire, and then, hey, don't press it yet. Absolutely no igniting at this moment. Before Li He could finish his warning, he saw the villager's thumb poised to strike the lighter. The thought sent chills down his spine, killing millions of his brain cells from sheer terror. Fortunately, though the injured villager possessed curiosity, he wasn't so reckless as to tempt fate. He promptly restrained his hand. Time was of the essence, and the villagers were wounded. They had to trigger the combustion before the cellar was battered to smithereens. With time running out, the 2 injured villagers fought with every ounce of strength remaining, shielding their companion, carrying the butane cylinder and lighter as they carved a path toward the cellar entrance in the lower level. The zombies were overwhelming. There was simply no way to mount a defense. The The final two villagers resorted to shielding their companion with their own bodies, offering their flesh and blood to ensure the plan's success. Li He and the others fought with renewed ferocity. In short order, Yao's team had all escaped through the shattered window of the wine cellar, but they were immediately encircled by zombies outside. Yi Rualin bellowed to those on the rooftop, "Get down from the roof immediately. Get as far from here as possible using the fastest route." Yang Xiaoran and Tian Jejia leapt from the rooftop in perfect synchrony, targeting the groaning zombies as they descended. The moment their feet touched ground, they lunged at the undead, tackling them to the earth. Mercifully, they had wrapped themselves in thick animal hides, which offered some protection against the zombies' claws and bites. Swiftly, they banded together, a unified force, hacking their way furiously toward a single direction. For a fleeting moment, the formation of several hundred souls cleaved into two divisions. One faction exhausted every sinew to cleave through the zombies. When their blades dulled beyond use, they resorted to kicks to bodily collisions, carving a path through the horde. The other faction stabbed at zombies outside the window, shielding Li He and Wang Hao's retreat. Nearly all the zombies had been drawn to this location. If they could break through, they would have a genuine chance at survival. Wang Hao, still inside the wine cellar, was covered by Li He and managed to exit first. The welcoming party had already dealt with the zombies blocking the window. Wang Hao's exit went smoothly, and he tucked his short blade behind his waist, prepared to lend assistance to Li He. Li He gripped dual weapons. The zombie throng was too dense to permit kicking, so he pressed himself against the window, barely managing to hold the line. Wang Hao thrust both hands through the window, seizing Li He's shoulders, preparing to haul him to safety. Thus Li He fought off zombies while Wang Hao forcibly dragged him backward. His hands and feet strained with superhuman effort, frantically stabbing and kicking at the undead, desperately clawing a lifeline through the horde. Li He and Wang Hao had retreated barely 2 meters from the wine cellar, yet they remained entangled in combat throughout. When they judged the escape route sufficiently cleared, Li He shoved Wang Hao's back with force. "How's he run?" "Damn it, hand over the butane cylinder." Wang Hao understood Li He's intention, to grant him the chance to live, but years of profound friendship would not allow him to stand by and watch Li He gamble with death. Li He shoved Wang Hao with all his strength, bellowing to Chun Mo and Yang Xiaoran, "Drag him away." Chun Mo and Yang Xiaoran exchanged a glance, then stepped forward, seizing Wang Hao and compelling him to leave. Though they had relied on their numbers to cluster together and fight as one, the wine cellar district was besieged by zombies. A delay of merely 1 or 2 minutes would seal their hard-won sliver of hope, as the undead would surely reclaim every inch of ground. Wang Hao was hauled away, his countenance etched with raw terror and anguish. He howled at Li He, "Old He, the twin stars of the shattered realm, neither can fall. Don't you dare die." Li He offered no reply to Wang Hao. One hand brandished the 3-edged bayonet, savaging zombies with wild abandon, while the other pinched the 2 butane cylinders cocooned within the garment. A whistle dangled from his teeth, and he blew several sharp blasts. Beep, 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 beep. A whistle responded from within the wine cellar, the signal from the 3 wounded villagers. Li He drew a deep breath, wetting his lips, steeling himself against the mounting dread in his heart. He planted his foot against a zombie with all his might. After puncturing a tiny hole in the butane cylinder with the 3-edged bayonet, he swiftly sheathed the blade, retrieving a windproof lighter and securing it to the clothing enveloping the gas cylinder. He hoisted the butane cylinder aloft, flicked open the lighter's cap, and with desperate strength hurled the cylinder toward the window. Li He spun and bolted, colliding through any zombie that blocked his path, never daring to pause and engage. The butane cylinder ignited the moment it sailed toward the window, flames licking its surface. It grazed the crown of a zombie lunging at the window frame and tumbled into the wine cellar's depths. The next instant, boom! The detonation roared. Immediately, a terrifying azure conflagration erupted within the wine cellar. Vast quantities of wheat wine within the cellar were kindled by the flames from the 4 exploding butane cylinders. The cellar's abundant ethanol instantly triggered a catastrophic inferno. The entire wine cache ignited, conjuring flames of horrifying intensity. The detonation blew the cellar's roof clean off. Walls already battered and swaying from zombie impacts were blasted into fragments. Every zombie within was instantaneously devoured by the roaring flames. The devastating blast ravaged the surrounding area. The explosive shockwave flipped the rooftops and shattered windows of adjacent structures, reducing walls to rubble. Flames spread instantaneously to the neighboring buildings. In an instant, billowing smoke shrouded everything. The village transformed into an apocalyptic hellscape. Every zombie encircling the wine cellar suffered the same fate, torn asunder by the blast, mercilessly consumed by the all-devouring flames.